Chapter 1051, 3 Supreme True Inheritances. Be it Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu, they were priceless treasures, unique in this world, exceptional in their domains. Fang Yuan said they could be traded, but what could Langya Land Spirit use to buy them? Fang Yuan did not reject him, he was waiting in anticipation. Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation, it was not simple. It had survived the eras of two venerables and existed up to this day. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, it could be called the number 1 blessed land in the 5 regions. When he was alive, the land spirit was known as the number 1 refinement path immortal of all times. He faintly surpassed old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. Such a character, how could he not have anything worth trading? Like immortal Gu transactions, each one was unique. Unparalleled items could be exchanged using similarly unparalleled items. The assessment of their value depended on the individual's own circumstances. Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu, these 3 were not objects that Fang Yuan would not trade away, as long as the gain was worth it. Langya Land Spirit started to pace around. He frowned, entering deep thought. If it were the previous land spirit, there would be no need for consideration, he would trade with Fang Yuan. But after changing personality, this new Langya land spirit had a different focus. The white-haired land spirit was formed from the obsession about space escape Gu, thus he is only interested in refining Gu. He nurtured all of the hairy man Gu Immortals to be refinement path experts. But this black-hair land spirit wants to turn hairy men into the dominant race. I can make good use of this point. Fang Yuan thought, seeing this land spirit walking around, he patiently waited for his decision. Fang Yuan had a sense of confidence. He believed that Langya land spirit would not disappoint him. As Fang Yuan had expected, after struggling, Langya land spirit made up his mind and decided to trade with Fang Yuan. First Supreme Elder, I am not doubting your ability to trade with me, but it has to suit both of us. If the things you have cannot match my expectations, I am afraid. Fang Yuan purposely said. Langya land spirit stared as he said grumpily, don't worry. My Langya Sect's treasures are not inferior to those 3 things. Saying so, he handed Fang Yuan an information path Gu worm. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm, receiving this Gu worm. This Gu was like a silkworm, although it had a head, thorax, and abdomen, 3 distinct parts. Its body looked like a cocoon overall, round and cute. It was white and looked like a vase, with a shiny glaze on the surface. Fang Yuan held it in his hand, it was smooth and shiny, it had a good feel to it when handled. This is a bookworm? Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He had seen bookworms before, they were a type of valuable rank 1 Gu. But what shocked him was, this bookworm was emanating rank 3 aura. Langya land spirit snorted, saying, this is something my previous self made. He broke the limits of the rank 1 bookworm, developing rank 2 and 3 versions of it. But what use do they have? If enemies attack, can the bookworms defend us? Even though he said that, Fang Yuan could hear vague smugness hidden in Langya land spirit's tone. Fang Yuan shook his head, without speaking. He used a trace of the unlimited primeval essence in his immortal essence to use the bookworm, as well as sending a portion of his consciousness into it. He did not own the bookworm, but he had borrowed it from Langya land spirit, thus he could use it without obstruction. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining. The information in the bookworm made him extremely excited, his heartbeat rose. As I expected. Fang Yuan praised in his mind, his thoughts were frothing about uncontrollably. Fang Yuan had returned to Langya Blessed Land and spent a lot of time recuperating. At this time, his immortal aperture's calamity was around the corner. Ingwu Xia, He Lu Lan, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, fixed immortal travel, all of these things did not matter now. His biggest obstacle was to pass this calamity. Once in a while, calamities and tribulations descend in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. The deeper the foundation of the immortal aperture, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan's current immortal aperture had not been managed yet, it was empty. But it had an incredibly huge space, and a large time path foundation in it, it was even not limited by the separate natures of the 5 regions. Such an immortal aperture far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques combined. The calamities and tribulations he was going to face would be unprecedentedly dangerous. One could say, this was a sharp blade hanging around Fang Yuan's neck. When he was recuperating, Fang Yuan had been training Fang Jing as well as considering his circumstances. There was only a few days until the calamity. Fang Yuan did not have much confidence, he was uncertain about it. Most of his immortal Gu were left in his original body, a number were destroyed, while the others were left with Ying Wuxia. Fang Yuan's strength was much lower now. Tai Baiyun Xing and He Lu Lan were nowhere to be found, while Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. The only help he could get was from Langya Blessed Land. And Langya Blessed Land must have survived a lot of calamities and tribulations after existing for so many years. It was a successful example that had dealt with many tribulations. There was bound to be much for Fang Yuan to learn from it. How is it? Langya Land Spirit smiled and said. He raised 3 fingers at Fang Yuan. My Langya sect has 3 major foundations. Firstly, the refinement path true inheritance left behind by my main body, it has the essence of my entire life's cultivation. Secondly, the luck path true inheritance left by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Thirdly, the theft path true inheritance left by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When my main body was alive, I had refined Gu for these 2 venerables. The payment I requested were one of each of their true inheritances. Fang Yuan gave a slight nod. The bookworm recorded details of these 3 true inheritances. No matter which one, they were deep and profound. Fang Yuan only saw their most superficial information, and was already deeply attracted by them. They were extremely valuable. Langya Land Spirit continued, among these 3 true inheritances, the Thieving Heaven true inheritance is the least valuable. That is because my main body created space escape Gu, but could not activate it, thus, I returned a portion of the payment. However, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances all come in pairs. If you are lucky, after getting this true inheritance, and if the other true inheritance is not obtained yet, you might get clues to the second true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind a total of 10 true inheritances, but only otherworldly demons can receive most of them, only the one I have is an exception. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, you can easily obtain the other Thieving Heaven true inheritance if it is still available. Fang Yuan gave a slight nod. He had seen the power of Formless Hand. Using theft path methods, he could steal the immortal Gu of others, and gain the greatest benefits after every battle. And some methods that Fang Yuan relied on greatly, Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face, and Familiar Face, were also Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had experienced the benefits of stealing, this true inheritance would not disappoint him. After pausing for a while, Langya Land Spirit continued, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had a total of 10 true inheritances, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had 3. When I was alive, I refined the Immortal Gu House 88 True Yang building for him, thus, this true inheritance's value is higher than Thieving Heaven's. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's 3 true inheritances encompass all of his methods regarding luck path. They are self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. Among which, the self-luck true inheritance is with me. The all living beings' luck true inheritance was inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. As for the heaven and earth luck true inheritance, it is in Longevity Heaven. Self-luck, all living beings' luck, heaven and earth luck. Connect luck immortal Gu, break luck immortal Gu, divert disaster immortal Gu, they were part of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Fang Yuan, some of these immortal Gu were sent outside. As for the details of cultivation involved in it, they were already lost. Fang Yuan and Ma Hongyan had interacted, he knew about the power of luck path. Ignoring other things, if I had divert disaster immortal Gu, I could mimic Imperial Court Blessed Land and send my calamities and tribulations outside. Fang Yuan knew that luck path was very useful for his tribulations. Even if this self-luck true inheritance did not have Gu-like divert disaster immortal Gu, the higher Fang Yuan's luck was, the weaker his calamities and tribulations would be, he could deal with them more easily. Fang Yuan, I would suggest you take the self-luck true inheritance. Because your luck seems to be really bad. Langya Land Spirit said. Just now, how many problems and mishaps occurred when you came back from southern border? Even on my end, I lost 2 hairy man Gu Immortals, you can't even imagine the cause. In order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, old ancestor Shui who ordered the demonic path Gu Immortals in snowy mountain blessed land to collect materials for him. This act made the loyalty of his members drop. At a crucial moment, a traitor appeared in snowy mountain blessed land, stealing one of the most crucial materials. Old ancestor Shui who was enraged, he dispatched Gu Immortals to capture any suspicious people. The hairy man Gu Immortal I sent to receive you was implicated. As for the second Gu Immortal who disappeared mysteriously, I have not even discovered what was the cause of his disappearance. I believe that one day, the truth will come out. They will not be sacrificed in vain. Fang Yuan urged. Langya Land Spirit gritted his teeth, he did not continue this topic, he went back to the previous one. Actually, it seems to me that the true inheritance which suits you the most is the first one. Refinement path has 2 styles, do you know of them? I have heard of them. Fang Yuan said. Langya Land Spirit continued, the 2 styles are the hairy man heaven and earth style, and the human isolation style. Us hairy men refine Gu differently from humans, we can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to create the most conducive environment to refine Gu, and increase the chance of succeeding in the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan listened patiently, Langya Land Spirit would have his reasons for saying this. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had requested help from my main body, that was because my main body used the hairy men heaven and earth style to refine Gu. The success rate of refining Gu was higher than your human isolation style. My main body not only knew the essence of the hairy man heaven and earth style, I even used old immortal Kong Ju's true inheritance to break past our limits, reaching a higher level. I conceptualized an immortal killer move, called Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he felt deep interest. Langya Land Spirit smiled with great pride as he continued explaining. As it turned out, this killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, was a refinement path killer move that used several immortal Gu and more than 100,000 mortal Gu to form. It had an ingenious concept, it used the blessed land or grotto heaven as the target of refinement, using the killer move to connect the immortal aperture with the outside world of the 5 regions, influencing the calamity or tribulation and using it to temper the immortal aperture itself. The calamities and tribulations of immortal apertures can have all sorts of strangeness, it makes them hard to deal with. By using this killer move, one can restrict the type of calamities and tribulations that happen. Do you know why Langya Blessed Land was placed around Crescent Lake in the past? That was because the area near Crescent Lake has a lot of water path Tao marks and refinement path Tao marks. My previous self always used the killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, to deal with calamities and tribulations. Most often, water path and refinement path calamities would occur. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Tao marks. 180,000 years ago, Langya Blessed Land had no seas. But now, look at this vast ocean, the huge landmass has been reduced to 3 continents. This is the effect of a huge number of water path Tao marks. Fang Yuan heard of this and thought about spectral soul using the myriad tribulations to refine the sovereign immortal fetus Gu. This killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, is very similar in concept to spectral soul's method. No, Shadow Sect had spies inside Langya Blessed Land, maybe spectral soul's method originated from Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Fang Yuan guessed correctly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's method was derived from the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. But his methods were more refined, he used wisdom path to deduce the type of tribulations before making additional preparations. It was not like this Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, it could only influence calamities and tribulations, there was a chance of failure. In the calamities and tribulations that Langya Blessed Land went through, there were also fire path and lightning path tribulations, not all were water path and refinement path. Alright, you have Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu, I also have 3 true inheritances, we can do a one-to-one trade, which one do you want to exchange for? Langya Land Spirit asked. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to decide. What should he choose? Chapter 1052, listed on the board, Heavenly Court's Pursuit. Central Continent, Gu Immortal Blessed Land. Fairy Ziwei slowly opened her eyes. She was adorned in a beautiful purple robe which could hardly conceal her graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep dark pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. Her skin was white as snow and her black hair hung down to her waist, her whole body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Letting out a breath, she withdrew her Wisdom Path Killer move and descended from the air. Greetings to Ancestor Ziwei. On the ground, Feng Jin Huang, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly knelt down on the ground respectfully when she saw Fairy Ziwei. The corners of Fairy Ziwei's lips slightly curled up as she revealed a rare smile. The sadness on her face immediately faded and she seemed to blossom with radiance, giving off an immortal beauty that could move people's souls. Huang Er, get up, no need to stand on ceremony. Speaking of it, your mother and I have some blood relation. From the looks of it, she was extremely pleased with this junior Feng Jin Huang. Feng Jin Huang stood up with a reverential and admiring expression. The person in front of her was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In Feng Jin Huang's mind, she did not dare to have extravagant hopes regarding the rank 9 realm. Rank 8 was her lifelong dream. This Fairy Ziwei in front of her originated from Spirit Affinity House, and had extremely high seniority in the sect. She had lived for at least 1,600 years, she cultivated Wisdom Path and had joined Heavenly Court. She was dignified and beautiful, and it could be said she was everything Feng Jin Huang admired and was a realistic reference for the latter's ideal goal. Ancestor Ziwei, you have been deducing for 3 months in Gu Immortal Blessed Land, did you find anything? Feng Jin Huang asked in curiosity. Fairy Ziwei gave a slight nod. At this moment, she had already descended in front of Feng Jin Huang and was only a foot away from the ground, slowly floating in the air. This was part of her personality, she had somewhat of an obsession towards cleanliness. It was not necessary for her to speak about this to Feng Jin Huang, but Fairy Ziwei still replied, after these days of deductions, I am certain the original owner of Gu Immortal Blessed Land, Gu Immortal, was a member of the organization Defy. Defy? Feng Jin Huang's pupils shrank in surprise. She might be immortal but with parents who were famous Gu Immortals, she was aware of many secrets. She had heard of this organization named Defy. It was a powerful undercover force of Central Continent, made from the secret alliance of some Gu Immortals. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent held the vast majority of resources and authority, controlling and suppressing other forces or lone cultivators. Where there was suppression, there would be rebellion. Organized forces rebelling against Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not few in number. However, these forces usually did not last for long as they were either taken down by the 10 great ancient sects or they disintegrated by themselves through internal discord. However, this organization, Defy, was greatly hidden and was the force that had lasted the longest. It was not that the 10 great ancient sects had not targeted them, but there had been no effect. Most importantly, this organization was hidden truly deeply. Even the members of the organization did not know the identities of other members and only used codenames and numbers to address each other. Right now, Feng Jin Huang suddenly heard Gu Immortal had been a member of Defy. She was truly surprised. On the surface, Gu Immortal was a lone immortal, and she obtained Dang Hun Mountain through fortuitous encounters and coincidence. Looking over it now, Defy was helping her from behind the scenes. Fairy Ziwei continued. Feng Jin Huang's eyes flashed, she recalled the scene when she was miserably defeated and under Feng Yuan's feet, guessing, does that mean Feng Yuan is also a member of Defy? No wonder he appeared back then so coincidentally. Fairy Ziwei, however, frowned slightly. I attempted to deduce this, the result seems to be uncertain. But no matter what, Fang Yuan must have a deep connection with Defy. Huang Er, you have been avoiding contact with Gu Immortal land spirit and haven't become the true owner of this blessed land. Are you thinking of returning this blessed land to Fang Yuan? Ancestor Ziwei. Cold sweat seeped out of Feng Jin Huang's forehead. Fairy Ziwei smiled and reassured, we are family, you don't need to worry. I know Fang Yuan undoubtedly saved Feng Jiugu. Your father has stunning talents and is astonishingly gifted. He is someone who will leave a deep mark in history. What's more, he repays kindness and hatred. He is loyal and righteous. I understand why he requested this of you. Feng Jin Huang quickly said, Ancestor Ziwei, you are magnanimous. Fairy Ziwei waved her hand, stopping Feng Jin Huang's words, speaking in a slightly meaningful tone, but you need to remember, Fang Yuan is a wanted criminal listed on the Demon Judgment Board by Heavenly Court. Should you want to repay his kindness, you should not overdo it. In the future, I won't stop you if you truly want to return Gu Immortal blessed land to him. I can even take responsibility for this. But that will be my bottom line. I hope that you two will not become too persistent and commit a huge mistake. Feng Jin Huang lowered her head, I shall engrave your words in mind, Ancestor. Fairy Ziwei gave a slight nod before lightly flying to the sky. As she flew, a gap opened up in Gu Immortal blessed land which connected to the outside world. She then turned into a purple ray of light that flew out like a meteor, disappearing from Feng Jin Huang's sight in an instant. Fairy Ziwei flew straight to Heavenly Court. In Heavenly Court, halls stood tall and upright everywhere. The purple ray of light Fairy Ziwei had turned into cut through the air and entered a large hall. Inside the hall, Fairy Ziwei's main body was sitting cross-legged on a mat, discussing with two other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. The purple light flickered as it landed on her hand. It turned into a will, several immortal Gu and a few beads of immortal essence. The Fairy Ziwei who had been at Gu Immortal blessed land was merely a will of the main body. This will send the results of the deductions to Fairy Ziwei's mind. Fairy Ziwei stored the immortal Gu and immortal essence into her immortal aperture. She closed her eyes and went through the deduction results. Several breaths of time later, she opened her deep, dark eyes and lightly said, we have already found clues to Fang Yuan. An old Gu Immortal sitting in front of her, who was known as Myriad Tidal Dragon, smiled, Fairy Ziwei, you live up to your reputation of being a wisdom path great expert on the same level as Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. You actually are able to use a will to deduce the crucial clues. The more a will thinks, the more it is consumed. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's special will left in 88 True Yang building had to hibernate to prevent expending itself due to thinking. Fairy Ziwei's method, however, was mysterious and powerful. She used only a will to deduce, and not only did she succeed, that portion of will was not consumed by even 20%. Such an attainment was truly awe-inspiring. Fairy Ziwei's main body had a slightly sorrowful expression. She did not comment on Myriad Tidal Dragon's praise, continuing, if Fang Yuan had not already been managing Gu Immortal blessed land for some time, I would not have been able to deduce any clues. Fang Yuan has a close connection to Defy, although I was not able to obtain Fang Yuan's exact location. I know as long as we follow the clues and eliminate the core aspects of Defy, we will be able to find Fang Yuan. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded, Fang Yuan has Spring-Autumn Cicada, he destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and has obtained inheritances of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He is also an otherworldly demon, and was actually able to survive the battle in southern border. Such a dangerous variable must be eliminated. But if we want to deal with him, we must first deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. You can rest assured about this. After I woke up, I immediately made some preparations. I already successfully activated a killer move several days ago and have sealed Spring-Autumn Cicada. It won't be able to activate within 3 months of time. The third Gu Immortal present in the hall spoke. His voice was hoarse. He had a middle-aged appearance with dark bags under his eyes and looked listless, giving others an impression of extreme fatigue. However, Fairy Ziwei and Myriad Tidal Dragon seemed to have confidence in him. The latter smiled, since you, Wei Ling Yang, have made the move, then Spring-Autumn Cicada is of no concern. Fairy Ziwei spoke, then we shall go to Ming Tang Valley to capture Gong Sun Liang. At the same time, in central continent, at the banks of Pot River, Ing Wuxia was standing at the riverbank, looking at the green willows and feeling the gentle breeze. However, he was feeling erratic inside. After detouring around the collapsed area in Earth Abyss, he, along with Tai Yunxing, He Lulan and Shernu had moved quite a distance before he could use a Gu formation to transport them to the eastern part of central continent. This area was under the jurisdiction of Wind Cloud Matter. Ing Wuxia had Fang Yuan's body and as such, was a criminal wanted by Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. However, he still risked staying here and even had been staying here for 3 days. He was waiting for a person. Which person was worth him taking such a huge risk? A green shadow approached them while flying at low altitude. Ing Wuxia's mind jolted. He went to welcome the person. The green shadow landed on the ground and halted. It was not a real person but a puppet. This puppet had a human figure with 2 hands and 2 legs. Its body was also robust. But its whole body seemed to be knitted with green grass and rough vines. Its head, shoulders, and even its rear had green grass growing all over them, all spiking up like knives. The green grass puppet looked at the Gu worm in Ing Wuxia's hand and recognizing he was its objective, it hummed with a haughty tone, "My master was invited to participate in Ancestor Kong Kong's treasure appraisal event, so he could not come. If you want to see him, you will have to wait 3 more days." Wait for 3 more days? Ing Wuxia's expression slightly changed. What? If you don't have the patience, you don't need to wait, I will quickly go back to inform master. The green grass puppet spoke indifferently. I will wait. Ing Wuxia hurriedly smiled. I have already waited for 3 days, there is no harm in waiting 3 more days. It is just that 3 days later, it will be a whole 6 days. If I somehow am still unable to see your master, then I can only give up on this transaction. The green grass puppet snorted before turning around and leaving. Several steps later, it lightly stomped on the ground, leaping to the air and turning once again into a green shadow. After he left, Ing Wuxia's expression immediately sank, his gaze flickering incessantly as he gazed at the receding figure of the green grass puppet. When the green puppet's shadow was out of Ing Wuxia's vision, 3 Gu Immortals appeared from the surroundings, gathering towards Ing Wuxia. They were Tai Yunxing, He Lulan and Shernu. That green grass puppet just now, is it the rumored grass puppet avatar? Tai Yunxing asked in curiosity. Right. Ing Wuxia nodded. It is a grass puppet avatar, formed from the rank 6 grass puppet Gu with rank 6 battle strength. When Feng Chanzi ascended to immortal, his grandfather, Old Man Bei Feng, gave this grass puppet immortal Gu to him as a gift. Feng Chanzi is wildly arrogant, we waited so long for him and he isn't even coming to meet us? He only sent a grass puppet avatar to meet us? He Lulan was dissatisfied. Shernu sighed, saying helplessly, to refine fixed immortal travel, we must have the light of the immemorial era. All Gu recipes of fixed immortal travel revolves around this critical material. And the light of the immemorial era, such a rare Gu refinement material, is one of the treasures of Wind Cloud Matter. We have no choice but to put up with them. Ing Wuxia coldly snorted, but did not speak. He wanted to rescue his main body, and to do that, he had to pass the regional wall. He was not like Fang Yuan, so fixed immortal travel was almost a necessary Gu to pass the regional wall. Right now, he could only endure it. He inwardly thought, Spring-Autumn Cicada has already been sealed, it seems Heavenly Court has begun to investigate me. I can't stay for long in Central Continent, after I refine fixed immortal travel, I need to hurry to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Perhaps I can even make use of the power to conveniently get rid of Fang Yuan. No, considering the time, tomorrow should be the day Fang Yuan has his earthly calamity. The earthly calamity of Sovereign Immortal Aperture won't be easy to pass. Heavens will cannot affect Fang Yuan, but can still make arrangements to deal with him. Most likely, not only will there be calamities and tribulations, there could also be human disasters. Chapter 1053, Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation, 1/5. To think that I am back here again. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He stopped flying as he descended from the sky. All he saw was white. An icy land filled with snow. Huff huff huff. Harsh winds blew around him. In this intense wind, countless snowflakes and even icicles were flying around. Because of the blizzard, Fang Yuan's vision was greatly hindered. Because the temperature was very low, Fang Yuan had to use many goo worms to maintain his body temperature, to defend himself from the cold winds. This was still Northern Plains. But the location was at the northernmost end of Northern Plains. It was known to people as the Northern Icy Plain. This place originally had a grassland, but because of a devastating battle by experts, the entire terrain was completely destroyed, turning into a void of complete nothingness. After the battle, the victor, reckless savage demon Venerable, turned into an immemorial desolate beast ice phoenix and breathed out absolute profound ice to freeze and restore this place. Earlier, He Lu Lan chose this place to undergo her immortal ascension and become an immortal. That was because the icy plane had reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning in strength path and transformation path. When strength path or transformation path Gu masters ascend here, there would be a resonance of Tao marks. The strength path and transformation path true meaning would manifest using the earthly calamity. When the person undergoing tribulation destroys the earthly calamity, they would receive the infusion of true meaning. It was the same as receiving reckless savage demon Venerable's guidance. Memories flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. The image was so vivid, like it was yesterday. But now, times were different. Fairy Li Shan, who had the highest cultivation level, was dead. He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing had likely been forced to betray him. Only Fang Yuan was left now. His situation was very different from back then as well. Strength path and transformation path Gu masters can only receive reckless savage demon Venerable's infusion of true meaning once, that is during their immortal ascension. But now, with the killer move Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture, I might be able to replicate it again. Fang Yuan thought. He had not done anything like this before, he was not very certain. But after talking with Langya Land Spirit, he realized that there was a high possibility of success. He Lu Lan had the great strength true martial physique. During her immortal ascension, the danger was huge. She lost her immortal Gu to barely pass it. My immortal aperture's calamity is probably far more terrifying than hers. Fang Yuan felt immense pressure. If not for the situation, he would not want to undergo tribulation so early. Although once in a while, calamities and tribulations would occur in the immortal aperture, Gu Immortals had many methods to deal with them. The most common were time path methods to delay the rate of time of the immortal aperture, to stall the arrival of the calamities and tribulations. But this way, the resources inside the immortal aperture would greatly diminish in production. The gains and losses had to be assessed according to the Gu Immortal's situation. Langya Blessed Land had once used time path methods and modified the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture. Thus, the time in the immortal aperture was greatly slowed. But this method was not from Langya Land Spirit. In the past, Long Hair Ancestor had requested the help of a time path great expert. I have too large of a tributary of the river of time in this immortal aperture. I have to undergo tribulation every 2 months in the outside world. Even though my cultivation level rises quickly, and the resources in the immortal aperture grow rapidly, if I cannot endure the calamities and tribulations and die, it would be for nothing. After this calamity, I need to find some time path methods to modify the tributary of the river of time in my immortal aperture. These were all matters for the future. The important thing now was the impending calamity. Huff. Fang Yuan let out a breath as his body shook. A mystical change was occurring in his immortal aperture. Immortal aperture, fall here. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, a mystical light shone in his eyes. Following a loud sound, his vision changed. Taking a glance, he was already inside his immortal aperture. 5 regions, 9 heavens. It was vast and empty. There were no cultivation resources, because Fang Yuan had not started managing it yet. Only all sorts of Gu worms were placed in here. At this moment, these Gu worms were flying around Fang Yuan, they were huge in quantity, resembling a giant black cloud. Normally speaking, the immortal aperture was inside the Gu Immortal's body. But now, the immortal aperture was placed in the outside world, and the Gu Immortal's body was drawn inside. At this moment, the situation with Fang Yuan's body was like that of a land spirit. He could move freely inside the immortal aperture, but he could not leave. And the immortal aperture itself could connect to the heaven and earth chi outside and stabilize itself. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulation, they would normally place their immortal apertures in the outside world. There was another situation, that was when Gu Immortal's immortal aperture had too many resources. If the heaven and earth chi inside were too limited in quantity, they would need to place the immortal aperture to take in and replenish the heaven and earth chi. On the spot that Fang Yuan was originally standing, he had already disappeared. The immortal aperture was placed on the ice and entered a point in space. It could not be seen as it was linked to the empty space. The blizzard was still blowing. There were no changes, as if Fang Yuan had never come. Everything was as per normal. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan opened the entrance of the immortal aperture, everything changed. In an instant, the entire surroundings rumbled, the glaciers shook, endless heaven and earth chi rushed into the immortal aperture through the entrance. Soon, a vast amount of heaven and earth chi engulfed the place. Blizzards and hail were converted into pure heaven and earth chi. The entrance of the immortal aperture was connected to the outside world. By opening it, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to connect to the outside world, drawing in heaven and earth chi continuously. It was like a giant monster lurking in the sea, emerging out of the water and opening its mouth to suck in air. The vast amount of heaven and earth chi rushed in, causing a tremor in the entire immortal aperture, but the magnitude was so small normal people could not notice it. At the same time, the tributary of the river of time started to fuse with the river of time of the outside world. The rate of time of the immortal aperture thus slowed greatly. When immortal apertures were placed outside, the rate of time inside would greatly decrease, converging towards the 5 regions time. Langya Blessed Land itself was modified by a time path Gu Immortal, and was also placed in the 5 regions. The rate of time inside was very close to that of the 5 regions. Many Gu Immortals would also choose to place their immortal apertures outside and hide inside the immortal aperture in consideration of their lifespan. Out of nowhere, a sensation informed Fang Yuan that the calamity was coming. But because the immortal aperture was placed outside and time slowed down, Fang Yuan could clearly sense that the calamity was approaching at a slower rate. This was normal. Every Gu Immortals would feel this whenever they had calamities and tribulations. It was like the premonition of an earthquake. Animals would growl and go berserk. It was the signifying of an apocalypse. Heaven and earth chi continued to gush in at a slower rate. The waterfall at the start had become a large river. In just a short while, it turned into a stream. The appetite of the immortal aperture was limited. Fang Yuan was calm. He had rich experience. After seeing the heaven and earth chi, he started to organize his Gu worms. Most of the Gu worms in the immortal aperture had already been arranged. The important thing was regarding the outside world. A vast number of Gu worms flew outside of the entrance like swarms of bees. Even though Fang Yuan could not leave, the Gu worms could. Next, he controlled the Gu worms and set up arrangements. In a few minutes, the arrangements were completed. Fang Yuan did not hesitate as he injected his immortal essence, activating the Gu worms. Immortal Gu flew up one by one, shining with bright lights while floating in the sky. The lights weaved together, eventually resonating with the Gu worms in the outside world. Finally, a huge blue-colored image was formed. It engulfed the immortal aperture and even expanded into the outside world, covering a huge surrounding area of the icy plain. Immortal Killer Move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Large amounts of immortal essence were expended, over 10,000 were used, but it was just the start. The core immortal Gu of this killer move were mostly rank 7, Fang Yuan's green grape immortal essence were consumed rapidly. Thankfully, he had already obtained a large amount of immortal essence stones from Langya Land Spirit. He even borrowed heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. 15 minutes later, the killer move was completed, and Fang Yuan's immortal essence was consumed by 60%. This expenditure has greatly exceeded the number that Langya Land Spirit said. But he also mentioned that the expenditure was dependent on the Immortal Aperture's world itself, changing accordingly. Before undergoing the tribulation, Fang Yuan had already consumed more than half of his immortal essence. However, he had already negotiated with Langya Land Spirit, he could rapidly borrow immortal essence stones if needed. In this tribulation, Langya Blessed Land was Fang Yuan's greatest backer. But it was inappropriate to borrow now, Langya Land Spirit would feel suspicious. They had already prepared enough moving perspective cup Gu to transport things during the tribulation. As for what the calamity would be, it was unknown. He felt that the calamity was close. Fang Yuan collected his Gu worms, he closed the entrance and waited in the immortal aperture patiently. During this period, he checked his Gu worms again. An hour later, the calamity descended. The immortal aperture started to shake, heaven and earth chi appeared from every direction. This was the heaven and earth chi inside the immortal aperture. In an instant, heaven and earth chi clashed as a blizzard formed. Snow was moving wildly as fierce winds flew. In an instant, the immortal aperture turned into an icy world. Fang Yuan saw this and was overjoyed. Did the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method work? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blizzard rampaged in the immortal aperture, snow monsters formed in the blizzard one after another. Snow monster calamity? Slash. Fang Yuan muttered internally, floating in the air as Gu worms flew around him, forming a defensive barrier. He shot out flying sword immortal Gu. Swoosh. Flying sword Gu pierced through a snow monster's head, coming out from the back. In an instant, it flew back to Fang Yuan. The snow monster cried out, the injuries in its head healed on its own as it continued to charge at Fang Yuan. Snow monsters were like mud monsters and cloud beasts. If their core was not destroyed, they were hard to kill. All of these were problematic opponents. Flying sword Gu alone could not be effective. But what I am using now is a sword path killer move. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The snow monster ran for a few steps before growling. Its core had been destroyed, as if its bones had melted. The snow monster broke down and became a pile of snow. Sword path killer move, sword marks targeting death. Chapter 1054, Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation, 2/5. Fang Yuan was someone who learned from his mistakes. While traveling to northern plains, he encountered the mud monster and cloud beasts, suffering great losses because of them. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, how could he not fix this weakness? Speaking of which, there was a complicated story behind the immortal killer move sword marks targeting death. When Fang Yuan entered Langya Blessed Land, he healed himself while seeking help from Langya Land Spirit to reverse refined flying sword immortal Gu and the other rank 7 immortal Gu. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal now. It was very hard for him to use rank 7 immortal Gu. Langya Land Spirit was very straightforward, because Fang Yuan was a member of Langya Sect. As an external supreme elder, he was one of them. He gave good advice. I can obviously reverse refine these immortal Gu. And to reverse refine them from rank 7 to rank 6 will be much easier than promoting them to rank 7 from rank 6. But don't you find it a waste? Most importantly, reverse refinement would take quite some time. Your tribulation is nearing, there is little time. If you start the reverse refinement now, it will not be done in time. You might as well use this killer move. Langya Land Spirit said this as he handed the killer move, sword marks targeting death, to Fang Yuan. You are very lucky. This killer move was bought by my previous self. It is suitable for many sword path immortal Gu to use. Fang Yuan felt strange when he heard that. Long hair ancestor was purely a refinement path Gu immortal. Why would the land spirit purchase a sword path killer move that he could not use? But after looking at it, he understood why. As it turned out, sword marks targeting death was a killer move that permanently expended the Dao marks in the sword path immortal Gu to carve them on the target. After the sword path immortal Gu flies away, the sword path Dao marks would find the target's weak spot and attack it. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used flying sword immortal Gu as the core to use sword marks targeting death and pierced the desolate beast snow monster. This attack was not fatal, the wound caused by the immortal Gu healed quickly. But the Dao marks it left behind were still in the snow monster's body. It attacked its hidden core and once broken, the snow monster suffered a fatal blow and died. This way, flying sword immortal Gu could kill targets like snow monsters. It no longer worked with little effect against these enemies. But this killer move had a huge drawback. That was the permanent expenditure of the immortal Gu's Dao marks. Immortal Gu were large fragments of the great Dao, the product of countless Dao marks. The higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the larger the fragment of the great Dao, and the higher the number of Dao marks. The more sword marks targeting death was used, the fewer the Dao marks in the sword path immortal Gu, they could not be recovered. This way, the immortal Gu would get weaker and weaker. At a certain point, a qualitative change would occur, and the rank 6 immortal Gu would turn back into immortal Gu, or the rank 7 immortal Gu would become a rank 6. This weakness was severe, it made sword marks targeting death an unfavored killer move. The previous Langya land spirit bought this killer move for a low price because he was interested in the killer move itself. In fact, every usage of the sword path killer move sword marks targeting death was akin to reverse refining the immortal Gu. Except that the reverse refinement was very minute, a large number of usages were needed to produce a clear effect. Once Fang Yuan understood this, he knew why Langya land spirit had bought this killer move. The previous Langya land spirit's favorite interest was to refine Gu. Fang Yuan thought over it and accepted this sword path killer move. Without question, this killer move was extremely suitable for him now. Winds howled as snow blew around. Sword light entered the blizzard could not block the sharp sword light, it was easily pierced. The sword light drew a beautiful arc in the sky, it hit a desolate beast snow monster's chest, before flying out from its back, turning around and flying back to Fang Yuan. The injuries healed quickly, the desolate beast snow monster laughed, it was about to move when its body scattered, turning into a pile of snow. In a breath's time, dozens of small snow monsters came out of this pile. But these snow monsters were only 10 or 20 feet tall, they were not a problem. Another sword marks targeting death. This move was very effective, desolate beast snow monsters were destroyed in just one hit. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this point, he finally experienced one of the advantages of sword path. When Gu masters cultivate, they use Gu, nurture Gu, and refine Gu, these are extremely profound and deep. It is still flying sword immortal Gu, but I changed the method of usage and received an incredibly different result. Again. Fang Yuan used sword marks targeting death again. In the blizzard, desolate beast snow monsters formed again, but they were quickly killed by Fang Yuan. The strength of the snow monsters were related to their size. 10 or 20 feet tall snow monsters could be dealt with by rank 1 or 2 Gu masters. 60 feet tall snow monsters were desolate beasts, they were on par with rank 6 Gu immortals. 70 feet tall snow monsters were equal to rank 7 Gu immortals. These 60 feet tall snow monsters were all killed by Fang Yuan, they were easy targets. Fang Yuan's battle strength was raised greatly, back then in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had so much trouble facing the swamp crab, but now against an endless number of snow monsters, he could fight calmly and control the situation. But Fang Yuan did not relax, he was staying vigilant. I am having an easy time because I am using the rank 7 flying sword immortal Gu to deal with desolate beast snow monsters, and also because sword marks targeting death is a powerful move that consumes Dao marks. Furthermore, the swamp crab had brought over gruel mud immortal Gu's effect with it, while these snow monsters have no such immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's expression focused. He observed closely. After those desolate beast snow monsters died, the new, small snow monsters that were formed were growing in size. 10 feet to 20 feet, 20 feet to 30 feet. These snow monsters were growing stronger. If they are allowed to continue growing, would they become 60 feet desolate beast snow monsters? Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless, He stopped using flying sword immortal Gu. As he waved his hands, countless dark vortexes flew out. Bam bam bam. These black bullets rained down like a storm. The snow monsters were instantly faced with a disaster, countless numbers died. But soon, from these smaller snow monsters' corpses, more of them spawned. Fang Yuan killed dozens of snow monsters, but over 100 came back up. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned. He felt troubled. But he observed carefully, although the snow monsters that came back were high in numbers, they were much smaller now. Fang Yuan had a guess. At his will, thousands of green wind blades flew out around his body, shooting out. The wind blades arrived like a huge net, engulfing the countless snow monsters on the ground. The desolate beast snow monsters were intact, but the small snow monsters were sliced into pieces. At once, marks from the blades were on the ground as snow splattered. Fang Yuan activated his investigative Gu. His eyes shined brightly as he observed the battlefield. As expected, once 10 feet tall snow monsters die, they cannot produce more snow monsters. After confirming his guess, he relaxed slightly. Soon after, he had a flash of inspiration. Is this because of the blizzard? Splitting his focus, he activated over 100 mortal Gu in a few breaths' time. A domain of darkness formed from under his feet, creating a dark veil. This was Gu Immortal He Cheng's battlefield killer move, Dark Veil. The Immortal Aperture could not normally have battlefield killer moves inside. This was because battlefield killer moves had Dao marks, they changed the environment, they clashed with the Immortal Aperture's own Dao marks and would result in damage. But the battlefield killer moves here referred to Immortal battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan's Dark Veil was mortal level, it was not problematic. He also had Shui Songzi's mortal battlefield killer move, Snow Domain, but if he used it, it would increase the strength of the snow monsters, it was inappropriate. Once Dark Veil was used, the surrounding blizzard weakened. As expected, the small snow monsters started growing at a slower speed. But this did not last, the blizzard seemed to have been enraged, it rampaged more fiercely. As the snow moved rapidly, Dark Veil was being compressed, it shrunk to Fang Yuan's feet before completely collapsing with a loud sound. Only 20% of the 100 Gu worms that made up Dark Veil survived, they were retrieved by Fang Yuan. Desolate beast snow monsters appear continuously, and small snow monsters appear from their corpses. They would also become stronger at an unthinkable speed due to the blizzard. It is counterproductive to try and isolate the blizzard. Now it seems, I can only get rid of the small snow monsters as well as the desolate beast snow monsters. Fang Yuan concluded. He did not guess wrongly. This calamity was very powerful. This was only Sovereign Immortal Aperture's first calamity, but it had greatly exceeded Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 5th, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, 6th, Swamp Crab, and 7th, Blood Poison Carry of Flowers, Earthly Calamities. His immortal essence was continuously expended. As he concentrated deeply, his mind was feeling fatigue. But Fang Yuan was also getting more familiar with using the killer move Sword Marks targeting death. Time passed. The heaven and earth chi in the Immortal Aperture continued to rumble, the blizzard formed also was growing immensely. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He noticed that this earthly calamity was not only huge, it was going to last a long time, it was far stronger than the 10 great catastrophes. Desolate beast snow monsters continued to increase in numbers, Fang Yuan's sword marks targeting death could no longer kill them quickly enough. The newly formed small snow monsters were large in numbers, Fang Yuan had to use mortal killer moves to kill them. He was handling both matters at the same time, it was hard to manage them. Thankfully, these snow monsters cannot fly. I occupy the high ground, even though I need to deal with the blizzard, the initiative is still with me. The moment this thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, the loud screech of an eagle entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan raised his head and his expression turned dark, this was bad. In the blizzard, iron crown eagles made from snow were forming. An eagle flapped its wings, charging at Fang Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fang Yuan quickly turned around, using sword marks targeting death to deal with the eagle. But in a short time, 3 more iron crown eagles formed, flying in the air, encircling him. His pressure increased, danger was approaching. Chapter 1055, Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation, 3/5. 3 Iron Crown Eagles charged at Fang Yuan. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan internally gasped, to think that at the crucial moment, this had happened. As the activation of the killer move failed, the backlash caused blood to flow down from the corner of his mouth. After all, he had owned this sword path killer move for too short of a time. In an emergency, when he was not focused, the failure rate of activation would surge. An eagle screech resounded, it could burst eardrums. The Iron Crown Eagle in front of him pounced. Fang Yuan quickly dodged, a phantom image behind him flickered as light illusion bat wings appeared, dodging the eagle's attack. But the shield of wind around him was already broken, the Iron Crown Eagle's claws tore through it in a moment. Fang Yuan squinted, he decided to use sword marks targeting death again, and he succeeded. The sword light was extremely sharp, it easily pierced the Iron Crown Eagle's back, and continued to shoot out. Suddenly, cold winds blew behind him as Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had no time to think further, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu immediately. Swoosh, he shot out like an arrow, piercing the sky. By rising in altitude, he narrowly avoided the attack of the Iron Crown Eagle behind him. He temporarily escaped danger. Fang Yuan stopped using Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Gu flew straight, it was extremely fast. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and was more than 10 li away from the Iron Crown Eagle. Letting out a breath, Fang Yuan's heartbeat returned to normal. After regaining his composure, he willed and summoned Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Earlier, he could not recall Flying Sword as it had flown away after piercing the Iron Crown Eagle. There was more than 10 breaths of time needed for it to return to Fang Yuan. As for the Iron Crown Eagle which got pierced, it cried out pitifully as it crashed towards the ground. Before landing on the ground, its entire body turned into a big mushy pile of snow and ice, scattering. The remaining 2 Iron Crown Eagles charged to kill Fang Yuan from left and right respectively, as the blizzard roared. Fang Yuan was unwilling to face them head-on, he used Sword Escape and retreated. Even though his body was superb, it was not as tough as his immortal zombie body. Sword Path was good in offense while weak in defense. Sword Escape Immortal Gu allowed Fang Yuan to fly like an arrow, tearing through the sky as he pulled away from the Iron Crown Eagles. The effect was immediate. Even Flying Sword Immortal Gu was not as fast as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew in a circle in the sky before converging with Flying Sword Immortal Gu, retrieving it. Fang Yuan held Flying Sword Immortal Gu in his hand as he injected immortal essence into it. At the same time, he mobilized his Gu worms and activated more than 100 supplementary Gu worms. A profound light was created as it entered Flying Sword Immortal Gu. The 2 Iron Crown Eagles were coincidentally chasing him with one in front of the other. Fang Yuan stretched out his fingers, he felt a small tremor in his hand as Flying Sword Gu flew out. It turned into an astonishing sword light, it seemed to have the power to pierce the universe. Flying Sword Immortal Gu and the Iron Crown Eagles rapidly approached each other. In the blink of the eye, Flying Sword Immortal Gu flew through the first Iron Crown Eagle and proceeded to pierce the second one without any loss in momentum. 2 birds with one stone. The Iron Crown Eagle in front flew for a moment before breaking apart. The one behind was still intact, it continued to fly towards Fang Yuan, as if it had an immense grudge against him. Fang Yuan was about to take back Flying Sword Immortal Gu when his mind shuddered. Out of nowhere, a burst of true meaning was entering his mind. Fang Yuan's brows raised, he could not conceal his joy. This is Reckless Savage's infusion of true meaning. It seems that my original guess was not wrong, it succeeded. Fang Yuan was purposely undergoing tribulation in the icy plane, it was for the true meaning of Reckless Savage. Because in historical records, when Strength Path and Transformation Path Gu Masters undergo tribulation in the icy plane, they would receive an infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning, obtaining a growth in their attainment levels. But this gift was only for Gu Masters when they ascended to Immortal. After the Gu Master becomes an immortal, the calamities and tribulations happen in their immortal apertures, they would not receive any infusion of true meaning. But after Fang Yuan obtained the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, he wondered if this killer move would be able to cause the infusion of true meaning. Earlier, when he killed the desolate beast snow monsters and small snow monsters, he did not receive any infusion of true meaning. He thought he was wrong. But after killing the Iron Crown Eagle, there seemed to be an infusion of true meaning. Although it was a dangerous situation, he could not confirm it. Now, he could finally feel the infusion of true meaning. A sense of understanding arose in him. He seemed to have turned into an Iron Crown Eagle, from birth, until its first flight, and until it soared the skies. He felt its wings flapping strongly, they had great strength. He clenched his fists like two claws of an Iron Crown Eagle. He looked around, being able to see up to a gigantic distance away. His strength path and transformation path attainment levels were rising. And his flying attainment level was also rising slightly. The infusion of true meaning was like the guidance of reckless savage demon venerable, without any withheld information. Undeniably, the rise of attainment levels gave great benefits in all aspects. If he trained normally, his attainment level might rise after decades or centuries. Other than dream realms, only something like the infusion of reckless savage's true meaning here could raise the attainment level of someone so easily. In fact, dream realms themselves are the manifestations of emotions, obsessions, and desires. They are the remains of countless wills. Once one succeeds in exploring a dream realm, their attainment level would rise. It is the same as breaking free from the obstruction of emotions in the dream realm. Without losing oneself, one could extract true meaning from these scattered memories and gain a growth in attainment level. Everything, in essence, is still true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. The Iron Crown Eagle approached, but Fang Yuan easily dodged it. There was only one Iron Crown Eagle left. Fang Yuan created some distance from it and used sword marks targeting death to kill it without any mishaps. Looking over his immortal essence, there was still some left. Even though he used multiple sword path killer moves and rank 7 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was well prepared. He was not as desperate as the time he was traveling. He had not borrowed from Langya Land Spirit yet. Most of his resources were in fact spent on the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. There were no enemies in the sky now. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The snow monsters stood on the ground, raising their heads and growling at him. The number is higher now. Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, countless green wind blades and dark vortexes appeared out of nowhere, shooting down. Like surging waves of a river, he unleashed a terrifying attack that covered the entire area, engulfing all of the snow monsters. Boom boom boom. Explosions occurred continuously. After dozens of breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped attacking. The huge number of snow monsters had decreased innumerably. The ground had a lot of empty space now. Only the desolate beast snow monsters were still around, like dozens of huge pillars. He had only used mortal methods, they were not threatened by them. Huff huff huff. Small sounds were produced, completely covered by the raging blizzard. More small snow monsters emerged from the snow. It has only been such a short time, but these snow monsters are still persisting. Fang Yuan felt this was quite a headache. He could only use sword marks targeting death to kill the desolate beast snow monsters quickly. At the same time, he used mortal methods to kill the uncountable number of small snow monsters. What made him feel strange was, no matter how many snow monsters he killed, be it desolate beasts or not, he received no true meaning of reckless savage. This earthly calamity is very strange, there aren't records of it in history. But at its current strength, it has already surpassed Heilu Land's ascension. At this time, spirals formed in the blizzard, as a change occurred. Cranes flew out of the spirals. These cranes had pure white and clean feathers, they were graceful and had beautiful cries. They were desolate beast 9 palace cranes. Fang Yuan licked his lips, he charged forward with bloodthirsty intent. After killing one, there was indeed an infusion of true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt very excited, his eyes were shining brightly. snow descended, wild winds blew. Fang Yuan engaged in combat with these 9 palace cranes. He moved around rapidly in all directions, he could maneuver agilely as he flew up and down. At first, he fought alone against many enemies, he was pushed back and fell into a passive position. But after killing a few 9 palace cranes, he had more space to move around, he could retreat and advance more easily. As his gains increased, he started to gain control of the situation, he had an easier time. 9 of these 9 palace cranes had appeared this time, they were 3 times the number of Iron Crown Eagles, but they were still killed by Fang Yuan, it just took a longer time. The results were gratifying. Fang Yuan could feel his attainment level rising, he was improving again. This type of feeling towards getting stronger was extremely intoxicating. However, when Fang Yuan saw the uncountable number of snow monsters on the ground, his heart sank again. Earlier, he was only fighting over a dozen desolate beast snow monsters, but now there were 50 to 60 of them. And in the blizzard, more and more small snow monsters were appearing, while the desolate beast snow monsters were progressing to ancient desolate beast level. This situation made Fang Yuan determined to stop it as soon as possible. In this situation, I can only use the 3rd sword path killer move. Immortal killer move, triple layered sword wave. Fang Yuan took in a deep breath, more than 60% of his concentration was on this, he activated more than 500 mortal Gu at once, and even more supplementary Gu worms as time passed. This killer move's difficulty as well as the time needed to activate it were far higher than sword marks targeting death. Thus, it could not be used extensively. Finally, Fang Yuan took out Wave Sword Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu looked like either a blade or water at various times, it expanded in the air, soon resembling a blue circular wave of water, it surrounded the area all around it. Fang Yuan was about to attack the snow monsters, when at this time a huge figure descended. Fang Yuan raised his head and drew in a deep breath. He saw that a giant ruined bat had formed and filled the sky, covering the surroundings. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This ruined bat was huge, it was an ancient desolate beast, able to fight rank 7 Gu Immortals. At the same time, ruined bats were space path beasts, they had incredible destructive force if they rampaged in the immortal aperture, they could even shatter the walls of the immortal aperture. Chapter 1056, Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation, 4/5. It is only my first earthly calamity, but there are so many desolate beast snow monsters, and even an ancient ruined bat. Fang Yuan looked up with a bitter expression. The ancient ruined bat was huge, it cast a shadow that loomed over Fang Yuan and countless snow monsters. At once, the blizzard weakened. The snow monsters stopped making cries and roars, they looked up at this ferocious beast in the sky. Before leaving Langya Blessed Land, I had already used luck path killer moves to increase my luck. Since the tribulation, I have been using dog shit luck Immortal Gu continuously. My luck should have reduced the might of the earthly calamity already. Even so, this earthly calamity is still so incredibly powerful. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, focusing his mind again. The ancient ruined bat flew in the sky, its body was huge like a mountain, crashing down on Fang Yuan. At once, aura was bursting out, the air was compressed as a strong pressure could be felt. Sword path killer move, triple layered sword wave. Fang Yuan had no way to retreat, he could only face it and use the 3rd sword path killer move. Rumble. A loud sound. The sword waves around him started moving around, they rumbled as ripples appeared. These waves were shining with a silvery white light, they were extremely sharp and had incredible offensive power. The waves moved upwards in defiance of gravity, splitting apart in the air, as multiple gigantic waves crashed at the ancient ruined bat. The ruined bat did not make a sound, it smashed these waves. Fang Yuan pushed with a hand, swoosh, another huge wave was summoned. This wave was larger than the first one, it filled the entire surroundings. There were many ripples at the edge of the wave, they were shining and emitting a dangerous aura. Wherever the sword waves went, everything was cleansed, the blizzard was wiped out and even air shattered. Evidently, this was an area of effect attack. It used the rank 7 wave sword Immortal Gu as the core, along with several water path Immortal Gu which were borrowed from Langya land spirit by Fang Yuan. The second sword wave crashed into the ruin bat. The ruin bat, which was flying down, stopped moving for a moment, at the same time, it screeched out in pain. The sword wave did not last long. After it receded, Fang Yuan could see that there were deep marks left by swords on the ancient ruin bat. In normal situations, ruin bats would avoid danger and would retreat when they encountered danger that threatened their lives. But this ancient ruin bat was not a normal specimen, it was formed from the earthly calamity. After getting injured, it did not rest, it charged at Fang Yuan relentlessly. The ruin bat was a space path beast, facing it, Fang Yuan's sword escape Immortal Gu had little effect. Because the space around Fang Yuan was affected by the ruin bat's strength. 1 or 2 steps would take several hundred steps to travel in reality. Simply dodging was a terrible idea. Even though the ruin bat flew slowly, its space path powers also restricted Fang Yuan's speed. The only way to resist was by eliminating the enemy, using offense against offense, that was the best plan. Thankfully, triple-layered sword wave could unleash 3 sword waves, its might grew with each wave. The third wave. The sword wave was 10 meters tall, it crashed towards the ancient ruin bat with immense might, the sound of the moving wave filled the world. The ripples were sharp with sword light, even Fang Yuan, who was the user, felt his body shuddering, a feeling of chilliness inside him. Boom! The sword wave and the ruin bat collided. The ancient ruin bat's charge halted, it raised its head and cried out in utter pain. The sword wave struck at its stomach, the wounds from earlier were hit again, its injuries were deepening. Finally, when the wave was about to run out of water, it pierced through the ancient ruin bat's back. Poof! With a loud sound, a large amount of flesh and blood fell from the ancient ruin bat's body. After being cut by the third sword wave, the ancient ruin bat slimmed down, its huge body became much smaller. The gigantic mountain which emitted an immense pressure had been lifted. Fang Yuan felt his entire body relaxing. The space path power that was restricting him earlier had vanished. The heavily injured ancient ruin bat crashed to the ground, after floating around like a kite with its strings cut. With a huge sound, snow and ice were sent flying on impact. I killed it. Fang Yuan was joyous, but his expression suddenly changed. A huge amount of true meaning entered his mind, like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. This true meaning far surpassed the total gains from earlier. In an instant, Fang Yuan's state of mind was scattered. Fang Yuan forgot himself, he was like a ruined bat, from birth to growing up, until his death. Flying in the sky, he tore through space, traveling freely in the huge world. After a momentary daze, Fang Yuan jolted to awareness, his eyes, which were unfocused, gave off a sharp light. It seems that too much true meaning would be like a snake swallowing an elephant, I would overeat and have a risk of dying from bursting my stomach. Realizing this, cold sweat dripped from Fang Yuan's forehead. Reckless Savage's true meaning was good, it was the fastest way to raise one's attainment level. But there was a limit to everything in the world. Too much of a good thing would lead to harm. With too much of Reckless Savage's true meaning, the Gu Immortal's consciousness would be destroyed. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had a wisdom path foundation and had defensive wisdom path Immortal Gu that he borrowed from Langya land spirit. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's consciousness would be destroyed by the true meaning. After losing his senses, he might think he was truly a ruined bat that had died in the earthly calamity. I have little immortal essence left, thankfully, the ancient ruined bat is already dead. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking down. After the ruined bat's corpse landed on the ground, it turned into snow, breaking apart. But there were 100 desolate beast snow monsters on the ground, along with an uncountable number of small snow monsters. 70 feet tall ancient desolate beast snow monsters were starting to appear. Damn it, it has only been such a short time. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt terrible, he felt a strong sense of helplessness towards such a huge group of enemies. To clear up these snow monsters, I will need to borrow immortal essence stones from Langya Land Spirit. Fang Yuan was not willing to do it. He had already repaid the debt he owed to Langya Land Spirit, but now he had no choice but to borrow again. The blizzard which had weakened was getting stronger again. Palm-sized snowflakes flew down from the sky. Raging winds rampaged wildly. 2 ancient ruined bats started to form in the blizzard. Fang Yuan's body shook, his expression was ashen as he cursed internally. I might as well die, what sort of earthly calamity is this? Even heavenly tribulations are not this terrifying. This was of course, just a complaint to vent his emotions. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he shot out like an arrow, taking the initiative to attack. The ancient ruined bat earlier had almost killed him already. If 2 appeared at the same time and attacked Fang Yuan, he could not win. The earthly calamity's power was starting to decline, it was going to end. These 2 ancient ruined bats formed slowly, it could not compare to earlier. Fang Yuan wanted to attack before these 2 ancient ruined bats finished forming. But at this time a new blizzard started to fall from the sky. Several huge snowballs were directed towards him, they were like horse carriages. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had quasi-Grandmaster flying attainment, he dodged in time and was not hit. Fang Yuan took a look, the perpetrators were the snow monsters on the ground. After the nurturing of the blizzard, the ancient snow monsters had increased in numbers, growing rapidly. Earlier there were only a few, now there were 28 of them. These ancient snow monsters clenched their fists as snowballs formed. After growling, they stretched their hands as the horse carriage-like snowballs shot up like meteors, towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. These 2 ancient ruined bats were hard to deal with, and with these snowballs obstructing his movement, his plan would be delayed. By the time these 2 ancient ruined bats formed, Fang Yuan would fail this tribulation for sure. Just as Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation while undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture, someone else was also undergoing tribulation in the icy plane. This was a Gu Master's immortal ascension. The heaven and earth chi was turning into the tribulation. Master, save me! The Gu Master cried out, facing the attack of the frost lightning. He could not retaliate, he could only watch as death descended. Bam! A soft sound echoed. At the crucial moment, a figure stood in front of the Gu Master undergoing tribulation. The frost lightning that was unstoppable against the Gu Master was fragile as paper in front of this person. The frost lightning appeared and disappeared just as quickly. It was useless, it could not even touch that person's clothing. Master's cultivation level is so high. The Gu Master sighed. Ever since the tribulation started, he had been sighing and feeling shocked, he was almost numb now. This is only the flying frost jumping lightning tribulation, it is not even one of the 10 great catastrophes. Gu Immortal Chudu was expressionless, he felt regret looking at the lingering frost lightning. Master, from your words, you are not happy with the intensity of the tribulation? The Gu Master asked. Chudu answered plainly, when Gu Masters ascend, they draw in heaven and earth chi. During this process, they would mingle with heaven's will. If they ask any questions regarding cultivation, heaven's will would give them an answer. This is also known as natural inspiration. But in the northern icy plane, when strength path Gu Masters undergo immortal ascension, they would trigger reckless savage's true meaning. Because of this, the Gu Master does not interact with heaven's will, instead, they will mingle with reckless savage's true meaning, and their strength path and transformation path attainment levels will rise sharply. The stronger the tribulation, the higher the quantity of reckless savage's true meaning gathered. I nurtured all of you disciples because I want the true meaning of reckless savage during your ascension. Obtaining the true meaning would allow my strength path attainment level to rise. So that's it. The Gu Master realized, so this is what Master meant regarding the need for my help when you made me your disciple back then? Chudu was about to speak when a huge sound from a great distance was heard. Chudu looked, he saw that far away, space was cracked, like a broken mirror, the scene of Fang Yuan fighting with the ancient ruined bats in his immortal aperture could be seen. This? Chudu's body shook, his eyes were shining immediately. Chapter 1057, Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation, 5/5. Qiu Du. Known as Domination Immortal, a legendary person in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He was born in a poor family, he was not of the Huangjin bloodline, he had a lowly start, even his aperture awakening was by chance. Without any teachers or tribesmen to help him, he cultivated alone. He cultivated strength path, but was not restrained by the flaws of it. With his overwhelming talent, he independently created Jin Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Jin Gu, Jun Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Jun Gu and others. Using these Gu worms, he grew step by step, under everyone's shocked gazes, he turned from immortal to an immortal. But this was not the end of his legend. When he became a Gu Immortal, he went back to his roots and created the human Jun Strength branch. This small branch gave the dying strength path a surge of rejuvenation. It was as if vitality had filled dying trees, strength path shined again in a different light. After the beast strength phantom branch and atmospheric heaven and earth branch, it was recognized by everyone that strength path had a new human Jun strength branch. With his efforts alone, he changed the future of strength path. Nobody could deny his grand achievement. Now, 9 out of 10 Northern Plains Gu masters cultivated strength path on the side. They mostly used the human Jun strength branch. Destiny was a mystical thing, nobody could decipher it. Be it Qiu Du or Fang Yuan, they had never thought that they would meet in such a situation. Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation, because of the ancient ruin bat's power, his immortal aperture's walls were shattered, connecting to the outside world. And Qiu Du was assisting his disciple in his immortal ascension tribulation, absorbing the true meaning of reckless savage. The northern icy plain was so huge, but these two people chose their tribulation location so closely. Both of their eyes made contact over the distance in an instant. Qiu Du had just destroyed his disciple's tribulation, one of his hands was behind his back, while the other was toying with the frost lightning. He was calm and composed. Fang Yuan was wearing a white robe, he had a sharp gaze, his body was injured, battle intent rose in him like he was a divine sword, the sharpness in him made even Qiu Du frown. Someone is undergoing tribulation here, what is going on? The ancient ruin bat inside has reckless savage's true meaning, it manifested using the tribulation. This person has such an amazing method, he can replicate the immortal ascension and obtain reckless savage's true meaning to improve himself. Qiu Du felt immense shock before it turned into joy. Domination Immortal Qiu Du. Fang Yuan was shocked, this person is helping another person with his tribulation, he must be after reckless savage's true meaning. Oh no, he saw what is going on here, he will definitely seek me. Fang Yuan had obtained the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture from Land Spirit, this was a huge attraction to Domination Immortal Qiu Du. As long as I can get his method, why would I need to bother with raising disciples for immortal ascension? I can undergo tribulations myself and draw in reckless savage's true meaning, the tribulations would be stronger and I would obtain even more true meaning, that would be best. I must get this method. Qiu Du screamed in his mind, he shot towards Fang Yuan like a flash of lightning. He was known as the Domination Immortal. In the past when he was rank 6, an experienced lone immortal came to find trouble with him and was beaten to a pulp. The lone immortal called for reinforcements, but the 3 lone immortals were chased by the newly ascended Qiu Du, he chased them for an enormous distance before killing all 3 immortals. 100 years later, Qiu Du and a Gu Immortal of Lu tribe had a conflict. After a dozen rounds of fighting, the Lu tribe Gu Immortal lost and begged him for mercy, but Qiu Du killed him without hesitation. Next, Lu tribe sent out several Gu Immortals, Qiu Du's 2 fists could not rival 4 palms, he was outnumbered, he went into seclusion for decades. When he appeared again, he had rank 7 cultivation level, he went around and destroyed 18 of Lu tribe's resource points in 3 days. 3 of Lu tribe's Gu Immortals chased after him, but he did not run away, instead, he forced the 3 Lu tribe Gu Immortals to retreat and even nearly attacked their headquarters. Qiu Du encircled Lu tribe's blessed land and refused to leave. Lu tribe's first supreme elder emerged outside in anger, fighting with Qiu Du for a long time, he was an experienced rank 7 expert, but he could not do anything to Qiu Du, he could only let him leave freely. After this battle, Chu Du's reputation surged. The entire Gu Immortal world found out about his domineering style. No Gu Immortal dared to look down on him. Those who tried to find trouble with him had to consider it thoroughly before acting. But after this battle, Chu Du became very low profile. He cultivated in seclusion and rarely showed himself. It was only during the recent Northern Plains auction that he appeared in front of everyone. Now, it seemed that in the past, Chu Du gained a huge growth in strength and defeated Lu tribe because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. He nurtured a few Gu masters and helped them to ascend to immortal. His strength path attainment level reached Grandmaster level, and he created his own immortal killer moves. When the time was ripe, he took advantage of Lu tribe's temporary weakness and challenged them. He not only took revenge for himself, he even created a fierce reputation. These last years, he had been secluded, staying inside the northern icy plain, trying to excavate the huge treasure known as Reckless Savage's true meaning. Chu Du saw Fang Yuan. He not only wanted Fang Yuan's method of drawing out Reckless Savage's true meaning, he even had a feeling of unhappiness because his treasure was being taken by others. Thus, he did not think too deeply, he attacked directly. He wanted to take down Fang Yuan and interrogate the method to lure out Reckless Savage's true meaning. Though the distance was great, it was nothing to Gu Immortals. Their distance was shrinking rapidly. Huh? Chu Du stretched out his right hand, pointing at Fang Yuan who was in the immortal aperture, but a sword light shot at him first. He reacted quickly, but Fang Yuan was even faster. Almost at the first instant, Fang Yuan used sword marks targeting death and shot out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Flying sword pierced through the sky, shining in bright silvery light. Chu Du could not look at it directly. Chu Du chuckled. He stretched out his right arm, grabbing at Flying sword. Boom! An explosion caused the air to burst. A huge strength path phantom in the form of Chu Du's right hand squeezed the air. It was like a rampaging mountain, moving quickly and grabbing Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Surprise flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Chu Du's strength path phantom hand was very similar to his giant hand. But evidently, his strength path giant hand was not only stronger than Fang Yuan's, it was even more agile. Chu Du's strength path giant hand moved together with his actual right hand. After grabbing Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Chu Du clenched his fist and directly sealed Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan instantly felt that his connection to Flying Sword Immortal Gu weakened severely. Chu Du frowned in an unnoticeable manner. He opened his clenched fist. He saw a trace of blood at the center of his palm. It was the killer move sword marks targeting death's effect. Interesting. He commented lightly. While he said that, the injury on his palm has already healed. Hand over the method and I will spare your life. Chu Du proclaimed, but when he raised his head, his expression changed. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan chopped off the lower half of his body. He used a certain blood path killer move and refined his lower body into a pool of blood. The blood fused into the immortal aperture's gap and fixed the crack within space in an instant. Chu Du quickly used his strength path giant hand to attack. But it was a moment too late. He had lost his chance. The giant hand failed to hit anything. Like a crashing meteor, it landed on the ground and formed a huge crater of over dozens of meters wide. Chu Du flew to the spot where Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture with a heavy expression. He did not have any method to break into the immortal aperture. Damn it! Why did I encounter Domination Immortal of all people? Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan only was left with his upper body. He floated in the air. His injuries were severe. His lower body had already been refined and used. Intense pain did not affect Fang Yuan due to the use of Gu worms. Faced with two ancient ruined bats, he kept his composure and calmness. I have to kill these two ruined bats as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His expression was ruthless. Triple layered sword wave. He used this killer move consecutively. The waves crashed against the ancient ruined bats. Ugh! Fang Yuan's 7 orifices spurted blood. His head was dizzy. He was on the verge of fainting. His head was hurting. Triple layered sword wave was a killer move that used many Gu worms. It was not easy to activate. In order to use so many Gu worms, he had used up all of the thoughts in his mind. his brain was in a state of overuse. And to protect his aperture walls, to prevent the ancient ruin bats from causing more destruction, Fang Yuan had to block all of the ancient ruin bats' attacks desperately. Seconds passed like years. Every time he blocked an ancient ruin bat's attack, Fang Yuan's vision turned dark. He was uncertain about his capability regarding blocking the next attack. He could not think of anything else. All of his newly produced thoughts were used to mobilize all of the Gu worms in his body. Both sides were like warriors in a death match. They attacked with sharp weapons and stabbed their opponents continuously. Whoever was unable to endure it would fall in defeat first. After an unknown period of time, a gust of wind blew. Clarity flashed in Fang Yuan's dazed eyes. Did I succeed? He looked up in the sky, at the falling ancient ruin bat as he muttered to himself. Soon, the thoughts in his mind replenished amply. He could finally think again. He finally killed one ancient ruin bat. There was still another left. Fang Yuan licked his dry lips. His face was pale as paper, but it showed a distorted expression as he charged towards the ancient ruin bat again. It was much easier for him this time. Facing an ancient ruin bat alone, Fang Yuan felt much less pressure. The thoughts in his mind increased in number. He could think of more things. He could attack the ruin bat after making rational decisions in response. But he did not dare to relax. If another ancient ruin bat formed, it would be troublesome. Even worse was if Domination Immortal Qiu was allowed to come in. If that happened, Fang Yuan's situation would be far worse. It might be even more terrifying than dying in the calamity. But eventually, the heaven and earth qi calmed, and Fang Yuan succeeded in killing the third ancient ruin bat. No more ruin bats formed, and Qiu was absent. The calamity has ended. I finally survived this. Fang Yuan looked down weakly. This place had already turned into an icy field. Countless desolate beast snow monsters were staring at him, growling as they showed ruthless expressions. Thankfully, my immortal aperture is big enough. There are no resources in here yet. I will let these snow monsters stay for now. They cannot break the aperture walls. Fang Yuan flew up to the first layer of the heavens in the sky of his immortal aperture. He was severely injured. He needed to recuperate. While healing his injuries, he also needed to prepare for battle. If Qiu invaded this place, it would no laughing matter. Chapter 1058, Blood Asset Immortal Gu. 3 days later, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was extremely huge. Its layout was like the 5 regions and 9 heavens. After Fang Yuan succeeded in passing the Tribulation, he had been staying inside the first layer of the 9 heavens to heal. At this moment, he was at a crucial moment of healing his injuries. Fang Yuan was submerged hundreds of feet under a lake of blood which filled a wide surrounding range. He was gravely injured. It was a sad sight. His entire lower body was cut away, only his upper body was in the lake of blood. The lake of blood was full of life force. It entered his huge injury continuously. After 3 days, a blood-colored silhouette could be vaguely seen in the form of his legs and lower body. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red. The moment he opened them, it was as if lightning shined deeply inside the dark lake of blood. Blood path body refinement, restore my immortal body. Fang Yuan cried out in his mind. Countless thoughts were colliding. Tens of thousands of mortal Gu were mobilized with thoughts. They shined with dazzling light. These mortal Gu were placed in various parts of the blood lake. Once connected, the entire dark lake of blood shined in a bright red light. Gradually, the lights from these mortal Gu fused into one. A rank 6 immortal Gu emerged from Fang Yuan's body, floating upwards. This Gu resembled a round pearl. It was as large as a goose egg. The pearl had countless markings on it that were moving around, like the blooming of a field of lotuses, or the rumbling of clouds. Blood Path Immortal Gu, Blood Asset. This immortal Gu was not one known to Fang Yuan. This was a Gu innovated by the previous Langya land spirit. He had created this using blood path Gu recipes he bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Blood Acid Immortal Gu's effect was to protect a portion of the immortal materials or Gu worms during refinement. If the refinement failed, some of these immortal materials or Gu worms could be restored afterwards using Blood Acid Immortal Gu. Ever since he obtained this immortal Gu, the previous Langya land spirit had saved a huge amount of resources. The previous land spirit treasured this immortal Gu deeply, he would not exchange it no matter what. But after changing personalities, the new Langya land spirit most wanted to promote the rise of hairy men. He did not have much interest in Gu refinement. When transacting with Fang Yuan, Blood Acid Immortal Gu fell into Fang Yuan's demonic clutches. Fang Yuan obtained it and did not outwardly express any emotions, but he was overjoyed internally. This Gu could only be used in refinement path in the hands of ordinary Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan was a blood path Grandmaster. Not only could he display its full ability, he could also use it in a variety of ways that surpassed its original limits. Like now. Blood Acid Immortal Gu caused the entire lake of blood to boil, like a volcano that was ready to erupt with molten magma underneath. Gu gu gu. Large numbers of bubbles floated to the surface of the lake. Streams of life force gushed into Blood Acid Immortal Gu like sparrows returning to their nests. Blood Acid Immortal Gu floated above Fang Yuan's head. It rapidly rotated, like an inexhaustible black hole. It drew away all of the vitality in the lake of blood. Next, after purification, a stream of life force that could be seen with the naked eye, resembling translucent flowing water, poured into Fang Yuan's body. Crack crack. Fang Yuan's bones were cracking. It was a delightful sound. His withered flesh became enriched, inflating like a ball. The injuries on his skin vanished instantly. His long black hair grew out, covered in a layer of gloss. Most important was the huge injury on Fang Yuan's body. The translucent blood-colored silhouette of his lower body started to gain physical form under the injection of vitality. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan's heavy injuries healed, his flesh recovered and he was whole again. Whoosh! Fang Yuan shot out of the lake of blood like an arrow, appearing in the air. His consciousness swept around the area as he nodded in satisfaction. This body created by sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly profound and mystical. I have down marks of every path, yet they don't interfere with each other. Because of this, I can use healing methods of any path and display their full effect. If not, how could I recover from this terrible injury in only 3 days? Fang Yuan stretched out his arm. Blood Acid Immortal Gu shot out of the lake of blood like a meteor, into Fang Yuan's hands. Holding this immortal Gu in front of him, Fang Yuan took a look of appreciation before placing it on his chest. Blood Acid Immortal Gu lived on Fang Yuan's body, at his chest area, turning into a red pearl tattoo. This type of storage was not safe. If Fang Yuan's body was destroyed, Blood Acid Immortal Gu would also face destruction. Immortal Gu were extremely fragile, even toddlers could kill rank 9 Immortal Gu. It was safest to keep it in the immortal aperture. But now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was still in the outside world. He could only do this, but as long as he was careful, there would be no issue. In the 500 years of my previous life, I could not obtain a single blood path immortal Gu even after a long search. I had no choice but to refine Spring Autumn Cicada. If I had this blood path immortal Gu back then, I would have already achieved much more in life. Even if the 10 great ancient sects encircled me, I would be able to fight them confidently. Fang Yuan was not simply bragging. In his previous life, he had battle strength at the peak of rank 6, he had fought against 2 ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals and won. Even though there were many reasons for the outcomes, like the terrain and other coincidences, defeating a rank 7 as a rank 6 was truly an incredible feat. Of course, compared to Bo Qing and Feng Jiu Ge, this was a very ordinary achievement. But the important thing was, Fang Yuan defeated the rank 7 Gu immortals without any immortal Gu himself. He used Blood Path Mortal Gu and Mortal Killer moves to defeat such strong foes. During that time, Fang Yuan became an immortal using Blood Path. He not only created his own Blood Path Mortal Gu, he even designed many Blood Path Killer moves. They were either high in power, had mysterious effects, or were very bloodthirsty abilities. Fang Yuan's blood path attainment level was Grandmaster. He did not lack anything but a blood path immortal Gu. If he had it, he could quickly modify his mortal killer moves into countless immortal killer moves. His battle strength would surge immensely. In his previous life, or even after rebirth, Fang Yuan did not obtain a single blood path immortal Gu. After rebirth, he advanced rapidly, taking huge risks and facing great challenges. Because of all sorts of reasons, he did not obtain a single blood path immortal Gu. Author's note: actually, it was the influence of heaven's will. Until recently, he finally obtained blood asset immortal Gu from trading with Langya land spirit. Actually, Fang Yuan did not want to start his blood path cultivation so early. Any blood path Gu Immortal would be detected by Heavenly Court and be listed on the Demon Judgment Board. Blood path was very harmful, even demonic cultivators did not like them, everyone wanted to exterminate them. When Fang Yuan obtained blood asset immortal Gu, he thought, the less I use it, the better. But situations were unpredictable. During the Tribulation, he encountered domination immortal Chu Du. His life was at stake. He had to use blood asset immortal Gu to create the immortal killer move to seal the gap in the aperture wall. When healing himself, Fang Yuan also used a blood path killer move. Only this healing technique could heal his injuries rapidly and allow him to defend against the huge threat of Chu Du. Fang Yuan did not want to ask for more help from Langya land spirit. The more he exposed, the higher the chances of leaking information. Fang Yuan had reserved some information from Langya land spirit. He concealed the biggest secret of sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. With his 500 years of deep accumulation, it was easy to modify blood path mortal killer moves into immortal killer moves. It was a natural process. It was unlike He Lu Lan in the past, who faced so much difficulty in elevating self-strength phantom to immortal level. In fact, he had created many blood path immortal Gu recipes in his previous life. But because his refinement path and wisdom path attainment levels were too low, he could not continue on those deductions, they were very incomplete. After retrieving blood asset immortal Gu, Fang Yuan thought to himself, 3 days have passed, Chu Du did not attack, it seems he has no methods to break into the immortal aperture. 3 days ago, Fang Yuan paid a huge price of getting heavily injured to seal the aperture wall's gap, causing Chu Du's plan to fail. If Chu Du had any methods, he would have used them already. But 3 days had passed. Even if some methods needed time for preparation, they would not take 3 days, thus, Fang Yuan surmised that Chu Du had no options. This was not strange. After an immortal aperture is placed in the 5 regions, as long as the entrance was not open, they would shrink into a tiny spot and be undetectable, outsiders could not break in. Back then, when Immortal Crane Sect attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they had to use Fang Zheng's bloodline as a connection to use blood path methods in sensing where the Blessed Land was. Chu Du was a strength path Gu Immortal, while methods to pierce into immortal apertures involved space path. Fang Yuan guessed correctly, but he did not relax as a result. Even though Chu Du could not break into the sovereign immortal aperture, he could stay behind and guard this area. This was an expected situation. Thinking from his perspective, as the strength path Gu Immortal Chu Du who wanted to obtain reckless savage's true meaning desperately, would he ever give up such a huge opportunity? In the past, when facing Lu tribe, a super force, Chu Du did not leave and stayed outside their headquarters, until Lu tribe's first supreme elder fought with him. Fang Yuan was alone, how could he compare to Lu tribe? Even if he added in Langya Blessed Land, it could not match Lu tribe. Those hairy man Gu Immortals had negligible battle strength. Furthermore, even if Chu Du could not break the aperture walls, he could find others to help. It seems that I am trapped here for now. If I collect my immortal aperture and use sword escape, can I escape from Chu Du's pursuit? Fang Yuan shook his head. Sword escape immortal Gu might be fast, but it flies in a straight line. I would need to stop if I want to change directions, this is a major flaw. Against ordinary Gu Immortals, it would work, but against Domination Immortal, it is not enough. I need at least an immortal killer move. While thinking, Fang Yuan flew below the first layer of the heavens. When he got to the part of the sky where he was undergoing tribulation, the snow monsters sensed Fang Yuan and growled at him. Ancient snow monsters even raised their hands, throwing huge snowballs at him. After sighing, Fang Yuan had no choice but to leave. The earthly calamity is over, but these snow monsters are still around. I have to ignore them for now. In any case, this immortal aperture has nothing for them to destroy. I have sword escape immortal Gu, but my sword path attainment level is too low. There is more hope in blood path methods. Next, I should modify mortal killer moves and create a blood path immortal killer move, using blood asset immortal Gu as the core, for use in movement. Chapter 1059, Dogshit Splits Luck. Western Desert, on a certain trail. Kill these bastards, the money is all ours. Let's rob them. Guards, defend us, if these goods are lost, the clan will not let us off. Sounds of fighting could be heard. Around a sandy dune, a group of bandits and caravan members were fighting in an intense battle. This bandit group had been committing crimes in the desert for a long time. They were all human Gu masters, they were fierce and experienced in battle, they were quite strong. In the merchant caravan, there were few humans, they were mostly feathermen. A portion of this group of featherman Gu masters were standing on the ground guarding the goods, while some were flying in the sky, fighting the bandits. Waves of fiery attacks were unleashed, the temperature was rising, at times, wind blades were shot out, cutting the trail or directly into people, causing bloodshed. Western Desert was flourishing with fire path and wind path Gu worms. Gu masters of these two paths were most common. After a moment, the bandits had the upper hand, they suffered little loss. But the merchant caravan was already heavy with casualties. Hanli was lying in a pile of goods, his body was covered in blood, his face was charred. He had been hit by a wind blade earlier during the intense battle, there was a deep and long injury on his chest, it was still bleeding. His face was charred because a fire pellet had exploded around him, the hot debris had slammed into his face. Damn it! Am I going to die here today? The battle scene had Hanli feel despair. He had started his cultivation journey after much difficulties, becoming a Gu master by chance. But he was chased out and could only be a vagrant. To survive, he joined this caravan as a member, but to think that such a merchant caravan would still be targeted by bandits. Run! This merchant caravan is finished, I am not going to die with them. Smart people will run with me, these feathermen are finished, even if they return alive, they will be executed by the clan. The loss was assured, the merchant caravan members started to escape for themselves. They were all human Gu masters employed to be guards. These fellows. Ignore them, conserve our primeval essence, even if we die, we will die fighting. The featherman Gu masters gritted their teeth, saying angrily. How can this be? Hanli was dazed, he was very young and inexperienced, he could not react to the fact that these human Gu masters were escaping. Why are you not running? A featherman Gu master walked over and saw Hanli. Hanli gasped, he did not know what to do, he knew who this featherman Gu master was, he was the leader of the caravan. Even though your cultivation level is low, in some ways, you are far superior to those escaping humans. The featherman leader sighed, before patting Hanli's shoulder. His hand flashed with light, he patted Hanli's shoulder 3 times, his injuries healed at once. Amazing! This is the might of a rank 4 Gu master? Hanli was shocked, he wanted to express his gratitude, but the featherman leader had already charged into the battlefield. The front lines were in a critical state already, the featherman leader had to join the fight. Once the rank 4 Gu master attacked, the bandits suffered huge losses, many fell off their horses. Among the bandit group, there were rank 4 experts too, but they were sitting at the back, watching coldly with icy smiles on their faces. The featherman leader quickly controlled the battlefield, he killed many enemies, Hanli watched with much enthusiasm, while the other feathermen praised loudly. But the featherman leader's state of mind was turning grim. He knew that the enemy was ruthless, they were using cannon fodder to waste his primeval essence. When the true bandit experts appear, he would have less primeval essence, he would be at a disadvantage. Whoosh! At this time, wind could be heard from afar. The wind was huge and grand, like the howling of a desolate beast. Everyone looked over, as someone shouted, "Oh no! It is a golden thread tornado." The tornadoes in Western Desert were split into golden thread, silver thread, bronze thread, and so on, in decreasing order of strength. Golden thread tornadoes were the strongest, even a rank 4 Gu Master would perish if they got trapped in them. The Feathermen panicked, the bandits also panicked, like gunpowder that had been ignited, they shouted loudly as they charged towards the caravan. They wanted to take down the merchant caravan before the golden thread tornado appeared, to take the precious goods and leave. "Hold on!" the Featherman leader shouted. Even though the tornado was dangerous, and Featherman Gu Masters would still likely die in it, they were able to naturally fly, they would be in a much better situation than the humans. This intense battle reached the climax. Every moment, people lost their lives. Hanli was hiding in between the goods as he defended them. He had low cultivation level, he was not a significant target, the bandits did not think of him as a threat. Hanli was indeed not a threat, when his primeval essence was expended, he was no different from a powerless mortal. Few of the fire pellets and wind blades hit Hanli, because he was near the goods, and both parties did not want to ruin the goods. The tornado moved quickly, it was still far away earlier, but now, it was already close to the battlefield. Winds howled, sand flew in the air, when hitting against Hanli's body, he felt numb and pain. "Retreat!" Even though he was unwilling, the astute bandit leader called out, choosing to retreat. The bandits moved like the wind, even though they were injured and had blood-red eyes, they left quickly. "Quickly! Move these goods away." The Featherman leader had severe injuries, but he still placed his focus on the goods first. The Feathermen quickly saved the goods, nobody cared about Hanli. The tornado assaulted, Hanli could not save himself, he was sucked into it. Many Feathermen and large amounts of goods followed after him. Hanli was swept into the tornado, his vision was spinning, he could not tell which direction he was facing. He was like a flower, flying along with the raging winds, he was in danger of dying. Bam, he did not know whether he had hit a rock or some goods, but he fainted at once. After a long time, he slowly woke up. "Young man, you are finally awake." An old man was sitting beside him, speaking faintly. Who are you?" Hanli was still in a daze, he looked around and realized that he was lying on sand, there were rocks, corpses, and goods scattered around him. "The tornado stopped? I survived?" Hanli was stunned before bursting out in joy. "If I did not save you, how could you survive?" The old man smiled. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Hanli quickly paid respects, sincerely expressing his gratitude. The old man nodded in appreciation. "Back in the day, before becoming an immortal, I was just like you. Today, the tornado that you got swept into was caused by me. I lost my bet with Tianjin after all. Before dying, I will impart the true inheritance of my entire life to you." Central Continent. Inside Broken Sword Valley. "Where is Sword Chi Gu?" "Chase. This Sword Chi Gu is mine, don't think of snatching it away." A group of Gu Masters were shouting, they formed into a stream of people as they charged into the valley. "Lad, don't block us. Anyone who gets in our way will die." Hongyi was outside of Broken Sword Valley when he saw a group of frenzied Gu Masters charging towards him. Among them were rank 3 and 4 experts. Hongyi's expression paled, he quickly escaped as he moved out of their way. A group of Gu Masters whipped a dust storm, running past Hongyi's body rapidly. What is going on?" Hongyi muttered, his heart was still pounding. Listening to a conversation among some people passing by explained the situation to him. "I heard there is a rank 4 Sword Chi Gu. No wonder so many people are going after it. Let's go quickly, we might be able to encounter a rank 4 Sword Chi Gu." Wishful thinking. How long has it been since this Broken Sword Valley was created? There might be only one rank 4 Sword Chi Gu. Don't even think about it. Sword Chi Gu, rank 4? Hong Yi's heart shook, a look of envy appeared on his face. He quickly ran into the valley. He had explored this valley before, but earlier, it was not like this. As it turned out, before the Battle of Etion Mountain, when immortal zombie Bo Qing awakened, he had shot out countless sword lights from under falling heavenly river. One sword light landed here, cutting this mountain into two, creating the shape of this valley. This was the origin of Broken Sword Valley. Initially, people did not pay attention to it, but soon, Central Continent Gu Masters realized that this valley was producing wild sword path Gu worms. As it turned out, the sword light was not ordinary. Every sword light contained sword path Dao marks. After the sword light landed here, sword path Dao marks were carved into the valley. A special location was created, and many wild sword path Gu worms were slowly produced here. This fact could not be concealed. More and more Gu Masters came here to find treasures. Earlier, a rank 4 sword Chi Gu was found by someone, creating a huge commotion for everyone. Rank 4 wild Gu worms are extremely rare. Even if I encounter one, I would not be able to catch it, it is too dangerous. Hong Yi thought as he carefully explored this valley. He moved away from the crowd. In an ordinary-looking location, he saw something shocking. It was a common caterpillar molting. But the thing was, the caterpillar's skin was shining. Hong Yi was stunned before recognizing this scene. He was overjoyed. Such luck. I actually came during the moment when the insect becomes a Gu. This aura it is emitting is so strong. Is it rank 4 or rank 5? Hong Yi could not wait for the caterpillar to finish molting. He quickly grabbed it in his hands. He immediately moved away to a safer location, activating his primeval essence and refining it. A moment later, he succeeded in refining it. He obtained a very strange rank 5 sword path Gu worm. It was black and palm-sized. It looked like a miniature sword sheath of iron. Rank 5 sword sheath Gu. What's the use of this Gu? Even though I obtained a rank 5 Gu, my primeval essence can't activate it. Hong Yi sighed to himself, when suddenly, he saw a sword path Gu worm coming out of a bush near him. It flew slowly towards him and entered the sword sheath Gu in his hand. Hong Yi was shocked. At once he was speechless. Southern border, on a nameless small mountain. It was night time. A huge rainstorm was pouring down. Shang Xinci, your life ends here today. A muscular man walked towards the peak with his arms behind his back. There were 3 Gu Masters defending themselves. 1 male, 2 females. One female Gu Master was heavily injured. She was Shang Xinci's servant, Xiaolan. The other female Gu Master had long, silky black hair flowing like a waterfall. Her skin was white like snow. She was extremely beautiful. It was Shang Xinci. Seeing the person approaching, Shang Xinci smiled bitterly. Shang Baishi, to think that it was really you. Why do you need to fight to the death with me? Shang Baishi laughed loudly. Father died, elder brother died, Chao Feng also died. As long as I kill you, 8th brother will ascend to the position of Shang clan leader. Thus, you must die today. Shang Xinci heard these words and her body shook. She almost fell to the ground, as if an invisible force had pushed her. She said in a mournful tone, for the position of clan leader, Shang Pu Lao is truly so cold-hearted and cruel? Shang Baishi smiled coldly. Yes, you saved 8th brother's life before, but so what? You want him to repay you with kindness and hand over the position of clan leader? Humph, Shang clan leader has authority over the entire city. You have undue benevolence. How can you compete with 8th brother? Shang Xinci shook her head. When I saved him, I did not think of fighting for the position of clan leader. Exactly, that is why you are in this state right now. Ha ha ha. Shang Baishi continued. Lady Xinci, what's the need to talk to this scumbag? Yi Fan was frowning. His tone expressed his utter hatred and disgust towards Shang Baishi. Young Master Yi, you should leave. He only wants my life, I will give it to him. You are not involved in this, don't interfere, quickly leave. Shang Xinci pushed Yi Fan's back, urging him to leave. I will not go. Yi Fan shouted, Lady Xinci, you were the one who saved me. A droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. how can I abandon you? Humph, how touching. But you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Today, all three of you will die. Shang Xinci, you are still so naive. If I do not kill all of you, wouldn't the survivors tarnish Eighth Brother's reputation in the future? Shang Baishi said as he got closer. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, even though he was heavily injured and could not stand straight, he stood in front of Shang Xinci. A brave man. Shang Baishi commented, before pushing as Yi Fan fell to the ground. If you were in your peak condition, I would have to be wary of you. But your primeval essence has been used up, you are no threat. Ha ha ha. Shang Baishi laughed as he approached Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci shut her eyes, giving up any futile resistance. Before dying, in the depths of her heart, the figure of a man appeared. One thought emerged in her mind, if I could see him one last time before dying, how good would that be? But even after waiting for a while, she did not feel Shang Baishi's attack. Shang Xinci opened her eyes in confusion, she only saw that Shang Baishi was some steps in front of her, not moving at all. He was stiff as a statue, an expression of fear was frozen on his face. For simply some authority and wealth, you disregarded kinship, you are truly a disgrace to Shang clan. A female immortal appeared. You are? Shang Xinci was shocked. The female immortal looked at Shang Xinci with approval, saying warmly, don't be afraid, I am an ancestor of Shang clan, Shang Qing. I have decided, from now onwards, you will assume the role of Shang clan leader. Chapter 1060, Pot River, Luck Inspection. Pot River resembled a long jade belt, it was situated in the eastern area of central continent. The water in Pot River was smooth flowing, like a beautiful song, it was graceful and harmonious. Ying Wuxia stood on the bank of Pot River as he waited for Feng Chanzi. Meanwhile, He Lulan, Shernu, and Tai Baiyunxing were hiding nearby, protecting Ying Wuxia's safety. The river water flowed slowly, 2 dragonflies were flying above the river, landing on the pot grass nearby at times. There was a lot of pot grass growing in Pot River. This type of grass was deeply rooted in the soil below the river, drawing in nutrients. They were long and thin, the tip of the grass emerged above the river surface. The tip of one of the stalks of pot grass had a brown fruit. This fruit was still fist-sized, it was not mature now. The fruit was empty inside, and was not tightly closed, the tip was opened widely. At this moment, a dragonfly followed the smell of the fruit and entered the fruit rashly. It struggled for a moment, but it was captivated by the intense aroma, it did not fly out again. Ying Wuxia watched silently. He knew, in a few months, more fruits would grow, the fruits would get larger, they would attract more insects, and even fish and prawns. As they grow, the fruit would close up eventually, and when they fully mature, the tips of the pot grass would look like brown pots, tightly sealed. And next, Pot River's annual flood season would come. During the flood season, Pot River would no longer be calm, water would move rapidly, sweeping all of the pot grass away. All these brown fruits would travel in the river, leaving their origins and floating away. On the 2 sides of the river, Gu masters would start to haul up all of these fruits. After smashing them, they could obtain the fish and insects inside, as well as some seeds of the pot grass. There was also a chance of getting Gu worms from them. These Gu worms were sleeping in the pot grass, they could be easily refined. A super force of the 10 great ancient sects, Wind Cloud Matter, was in charge in Pot River. During this time every year, they would hold a festival around Pot River. Countless Gu masters would be drawn here, of all ages and genders, not just Wind Cloud Matter's disciples, but even all the surrounding forces would join in the festive season. As Ying Wuxia looked at the pot grass in the river, his gaze began drifting elsewhere. In order to get the light of the immemorial era, he had already stayed in Pot River for some time. On the surface, he was calm and peaceful, But a lot of frustration was building up inside him, and this feeling was getting stronger as time continued to pass. I have spring-autumn cicada, but it is sealed now and is unusable. Before I refine it again, I will be watched by Heaven's will. Not only can Heaven's will influence my emotions stealthily, it can even plot and influence others to attack me. I cannot give Heaven's will any time to prepare, I cannot stay at the same spot for a long time. If Feng Chanzi does not show up again, I have to give up on this. Ying Wuxia made up his mind. At this time, a green figure flew rapidly along the surface of Pot River, towards Ying Wuxia. It is that rank 6 level grass puppet avatar. Be alert, stay wary of any unexpected surprises. Shadow Sect's immortals transmitted, focusing their minds. The grass puppet avatar saw Ying Wuxia and said arrogantly, "The light of the immemorial era is with me, but Master said that the earlier price will not do, you have to pay an extra 30% on that basis." What? Another 30%? This is extortion, this Feng Chanzi really dares to raise it. The price was already very high, with another 30%, it is exorbitant. Shirnu and Tai Bayunxing discussed. Ying Wuxia was also furious, but there was no choice, he needed the light of the immemorial era. To refine fixed immortal travel, the light of the immemorial era was needed, there were no alternatives. After staying silent for a while, Ying Wuxia nodded, "I'll agree to it." The grass puppet avatar snorted, "Then let's trade." Ying Wuxia was already prepared amply, both sides transacted quickly. The grass puppet avatar counted the amount before showing a satisfied expression. Ying Wuxia suffered a huge loss, he paid a great price but he had finally obtained the light of the immemorial era, he was overall still pleased with it. He smiled at the grass puppet avatar, "It has been a pleasant transaction, we should trade again some other time." The grass puppet avatar said, "Humph, again? That depends on my master's mood." Actually, earlier, Master did not want to trade, but he had lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu some time ago, he wants to recoup his losses, so I came. You must remember this, my master definitely did not give the light of the immemorial era to you. I understand, I understand. Actually, your manor has a huge inventory, it is truly a sea of treasure. Just a bit of the light of the immemorial era, what could it affect? Nobody would notice for sure. Ying Wuxia said politely. Enough, this matter is over, quickly leave now, we cannot stay here for long. The grass puppet avatar said before leaving. Even without its reminder, Ying Wuxia was already ready to leave. Concealing their traces, after flying for 100,000 li, Shadow Sect's group landed in a nameless forest, resting and recovering. Just now, even though we obtained the light of the immemorial era, Feng Chanzi's price was too high, we paid too much. To refine fixed immortal travel, we still need other supplementary immortal materials. Shirnu said. Thankfully, the light of the immemorial era is already obtained, the following matters are easier to solve. We can make use of Defy. Tai Bayunxing suggested. The important thing is, how many refinements can you do with this portion of the light of the immemorial era? He Lulan got to the point immediately. When Gu Immortals refine immortal Gu, just one batch of immortal materials was not enough. Disregarding the hairy man heaven and earth style, and just looking at the human isolation style, the chances of refining a rank 6 immortal Gu were often less than 1%. Theoretically, Ying Wuxia and others should have prepared 100 portions of materials. But after experimentation, reality was even more cruel. Because the success rate was not just dependent on the amount of immortal materials. Many times, even with more than 100 portions of immortal materials, one can still fail the refinement. This portion of light of the immemorial era can last for 9 refinement attempts. Ying Wuxia said as he paused. He secretly activated an immortal Gu in his body. Rank 6 Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. This immortal Gu originally belonged to Qin Bai Xing, coincidentally, because he needed it, Shirnu obtained it and used it temporarily. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect failed, and this Luck Inspection Immortal Gu was transferred to Ying Wuxia. This was an investigative Gu worm that could inspect the luck of people. Ying Wuxia's eyes shone as he looked above him. His vision was very different now. A luck pillar, resembling an illusion, appeared in Ing Wuxia's eyes. Ing Wuxia was taken aback. Eh? Why did my luck improve so much out of nowhere? He had already inspected his own luck long ago, it was very bad. And because of spring-autumn cicada's drawback, his luck was continuing to decrease. But now, it was much better than his initial assessment. Don't tell me. A thought flashed in Ing Wuxia's mind. He thought of Fang Yuan. He also thought of the self-luck true inheritance in Langya Land Spirit's hands. Earlier, Shadow Sect invaded Langya Land Spirit and took a portion of Refinement Cauldron. We even destroyed dogshit luck Immortal Gu accidentally. Langya Land Spirit was preparing to refine it once again, and it just so happens that he succeeded recently. Perhaps he has already lent dogshit luck to Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxia felt that this was the most likely possibility. A few days ago, he was informed that Fang Yuan had passed his tribulation. Because Shadow Sect still had one hairy man Gu Immortal traitor left inside Langya Blessed Land. That must be it. Originally, Fang Yuan connected his luck to several people, splitting it equally. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, my body is Fang Yuan's, while he still has his soul, both involve the connected luck. When he uses dogshit luck Immortal Gu to improve his own luck, it will flow down like water, going towards Jifan, Hanli, Hung Yi, and Heilu Lan. And these 4 people have luck connected to my body, thus, I also benefited from it. No wonder I waited so long earlier with no results and slim hopes. But now, Feng Chanzi suddenly lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu and needs capital, thus he transacted with me and I obtained the light of the immemorial era. After thinking about it, Ing Wuxia found out about Fang Yuan's immense value. His immortal aperture has to undergo tribulation every 2 months, he must have used dogshit luck to increase his luck and decrease the might of the earthly calamity. This way, I can benefit from it. I do not need to go to Northern Plains and find longevity heaven to borrow luck. Even though he knows that this would strengthen his enemies, he has no choice. Because the calamities and tribulations of the sovereign immortal aperture far exceed logic, he has to do everything he can to survive every crisis. However, he chose to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. It was truly a wise move. Heaven's will is targeting him, trying to get rid of him, it would definitely strengthen the earthly calamity. But undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plain, reckless savages' true meaning replaced a portion of heaven's will, it greatly reduced the danger. I hope you can survive this, I will reclaim your body one day. After staying in the nameless forest for a while, Ing Wuxia and the others moved off on their journey again. Ing Wuxia was moving quickly. He was pressed for time. Not only because his main body's remnant soul was stuck in the dream realm, facing great danger all the time, he had to make use of this good luck to refine fixed immortal travel, because the chances of success would be much higher. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Master, how long must we stay here? The newly advanced strength path rank 6 Gu Immortal asked meekly. Chu Du stood on the icy plain, he looked at the handprint that he had created on the ground, sighing. He did not answer his disciple, he fell into deep regret. I was too rash earlier, why did I attack him without thinking? Since he knows the method to draw out reckless savages' true meaning, it will not be easy for me to get this method, regardless of whether it is an immortal killer move or an immortal Gu house. Even if I kill him, I need to prevent his soul from self-detonating, otherwise, it will all be for nothing, I would lose this immense opportunity to gain strength. I needed to act more carefully, at least, I should have been polite before resorting to brute force. Right now, the other party has fixed the gap and is hiding in the immortal aperture. That place is easy to defend but hard to attack, I have no methods to break in. It is not too late to salvage the situation. Maybe I can talk to him? Right, I still have his sword path Immortal Gu with me, this is a negotiation chip. Chapter 1061, Blood Torrent. Northern Plains. Inside the first layer of the heavens in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slowly, his pupils flashed. I've spent so many days on deductions, but I'll use its original name, it will continue to be called Blood Torrent. Thinking of this, at Fang Yuan's will, the goo worms around him moved, scattering around him. Hundreds of mortal goo flew around him, forming a huge circle. Blood acid immortal goo was residing in his chest, its red insignia started to glow as it emitted burning heat. Suddenly, a dazzling blood-red light shot out of Fang Yuan's chest. The blood-red light rushed into the sky, turning into a huge stream of blood. The stream of blood carried Fang Yuan and charged out. After flying into the sky, with a swoosh, a long red line was drawn. A river of blood-red light was flowing in the first layer of the heavens. Everywhere it went, an intense stench of blood that would make people nauseous could be smelled. In the river of blood-red light, Fang Yuan's entire body was covered, completely concealed. This was good, he could hide himself, even if enemies wanted to attack, they would not know which part of the river to attack. After flying for a while, Fang Yuan stopped moving. The river of blood-red light vanished, Fang Yuan's figure appeared all alone. The speed of this river can be even faster, I just need to add in some more mortal goo. Fang Yuan thought about his experience and concluded. But no matter how many mortal goo I add, the linear speed cannot match Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was a rank 7 immortal goo, this immortal killer move, Blood Torrent, used only one rank 6 immortal goo, and that was the rank 6 Blood Acid Immortal Goo. It was natural that the speed was inferior to Sword Escape. Unless Fang Yuan could raise Blood Acid Immortal Goo to rank 7, the straight line speed of Blood Torrent could not surpass Sword Escape. But this way, as a rank 6 Gu Immortal, for Fang Yuan to use the rank 7 Immortal Goo, he would face the same awkward situation again, it was not worth it. My linear traveling speed is inferior to using Sword Escape, this was expected, it is not a problem. I deduced this immortal killer move while thinking about traveling while changing direction, to make up for the flaw of Sword Escape Immortal Goo. I can use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo alternately, this way, I can barely deal with Chudu. Fang Yuan considered it clearly. Blood Torrent was a blood path killer move, while Sword Escape Immortal Goo was sword path, the two were unrelated, if any other Gu Immortal used both of them, they would lose out on both ends. But Fang Yuan was an exception. His body was special, it was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. His Dao marks were of all paths, yet they did not interfere with one another. Fang Yuan could use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo alternately, without causing them to lose their original strength. Sword Escape Immortal Goo allowed one to fly in a linear direction, even though it was fast, they could only move in one direction, it was too simple, it could be countered easily. If the user stopped to change directions, the weakness exposed in that instance would be fully used by Domination Immortal. But if he used Sword Escape and Blood Torrent alternately, he would make up for their weaknesses, he would be able to face Domination Immortal. Chudu was a Strength Path Gu Immortal. Strength Path was a path that focused on offense and recovery, it had the longest sustainability in battle, but it usually lacked in speed. Of course, this was only Fang Yuan's estimation. As for whether it would be effective, he needed to test it. After all, the last time Domination Immortal Chudu fought openly was 100 years ago. After his battle with Lu tribe's first Supreme Elder, he had concealed his traces and cultivated in seclusion. Fang Yuan not only deduced his blood path killer move these last days, he even collected information on Chudu using all kinds of methods. But most of the information was from 100 years ago. At this point, Fang Yuan started to miss Fairy Li Shan. He Lu Lan's younger aunt had Mountain Pledge Gu, she had a huge network and was in contact with many people in the demonic and righteous paths, and even lone immortals. If she was still around, he would be able to collect more information regarding Chudu. Langya Sect might be huge, but it had been in seclusion for so many years before wanting to make contact with the world again recently. In terms of information, it cannot match Fairy Li Shan. Information path, this is one of my weaknesses, I need to fix it. Fang Yuan's thoughts were wandering. He thought of the Battle of Etian Mountain. Ah, that was a huge trap. Fang Yuan thought about it and his heart was still pounding. He could survive because two giants were fighting, and he as an ant had profited from their conflict. He barely survived, a huge portion was attributed to luck. Come to think of it, it was because his information path attainment was too low, he had insufficient intel. If he knew about the hidden details of Etion Mountain, he would have changed his plans. However, even if I had Fairy Li Shan's information path methods, I would not have been able to get any information. Etion Mountain was simply too big of a plot. In the 500 years of my previous life, there was no such huge commotion. Fang Yuan put aside all of his irrelevant thoughts. He had to say, after reviving, his thinking speed was extremely fast. It was completely unlike the immortal zombie body. And with his wisdom path Grandmaster attainment level, with the help of many wisdom path methods, he was even more perceptive than in the 500 years of his previous life. He could think more nimbly. In this aspect, he had completely surpassed himself. Even though he deduced blood torrent, he needed to practice it, and continue to modify it as he used it. After creating an immortal killer move, it could not be left untouched. The Gu Immortal needed to modify and improve it, or even revamp it if needed. Back in the day, Dongfang Chang Fan created myriad star fireflies, he had improved upon it multiple times. Even so, he was not personally satisfied with it. Some immortal killer moves were improved upon by the creator for their entire lives, even their inheritors participated in this process. For example, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was a signature immortal killer move of Heaven's Envy matter. Generations of Gu Immortals had improved on it countless times. Precisely so, this move could become famous in Central Continent, and its might was not to be underestimated. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move was only created hastily, it was far from the level of moves like Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. In the following days, Fang Yuan practiced on using Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Non-stop usage increased his experience, he gained a lot of insight towards the use of Blood Torrent and Sword Escape. While practicing, he continued to modify the move. Eventually, he stopped adding Immortal Gu to Blood Torrent, instead, he started taking out certain Gu worms. I need Blood Torrent to work with Sword Escape, because I need it for changing directions. After Sword Escape stops, I need to succeed in activating Blood Torrent in an instant. This is a short window of time, thus, many mortal Gu makes it troublesome. Not only would it be a waste of time, increasing the difficulty of activation, the gains are also minute with just a small increase in speed. This is almost ready, I should try to gather my immortal aperture and escape. Let's see if I can escape from Chudu. Even though Fang Yuan could continue to create more blood path killer moves, there was no need to. After getting blood asset Immortal Gu, he had used this Immortal Gu as the core, along with the accumulated mortal killer moves in the 500 years of his previous life, to create 3 blood path killer moves: life-staking Blood Print, Blood Healing Lake, and Blood Torrent. At this level, it was enough already. After all, he only had blood asset Immortal Gu. If he used one blood path killer move, the others could not be used at the same time. As for the other aspects, Fang Yuan could use other Immortal Gu instead. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had lost almost all of his accumulated Gu worms. His current Gu worms were of many paths, they were a mess and were not organized to systematically cover all aspects. But he had no choice but to use them now. But if I were given another chance, I would still choose to take Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fang Yuan had no doubts about this. Even though Fang Yuan was inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it was easily guarded and hard to attack, but he had to be wary of Chudu seeking help from others, or setting up an immortal battlefield killer move on the icy plane. In any case, the longer he stayed, the worse it would be. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan had no more hesitations. At his will, the entire immortal aperture started shaking. The tremors were increasing in magnitude. After a while, the immortal aperture world started to shrink. It was shrinking at an incredible speed. After an instant, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and he was already in the outside world, the northern icy plain. There was no snow or wind. Pale white sunlight shone on this flat icy plain. It was still very cold. Fang Yuan focused his mind, he looked around with a divine light in his eyes, quickly seeing Chudu. Domination Immortal Chudu. As Fang Yuan had expected, he had stayed here and did not leave. But the unexpected thing was Chu Du's attitude. Wait, please wait. Chu Du did not attack, he smiled warmly as he spoke to Fang Yuan in a gentle tone, there was no killing intent in him. Fang Yuan snorted, are you being polite after resorting to brute force? I am ashamed, truly ashamed. Chu Du admitted his mistake, he apologized, I was too rash earlier. But after seeing your tribulation, it truly had too big of an impact on my future cultivation journey. Thus, I lost my reasoning for a moment and attacked. Now that I think about it, it was truly shameful. Fang Yuan looked at Chu Du vigilantly, he used many methods to probe the surrounding area. Seeing that Fang Yuan was silent, Chu Du initiated, friend, I do not want to be enemies with you, I just want the method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning. I hope we can make a deal. Deal? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, he said with a tone of consideration, it is not impossible, as long as you can interest me with your offer. Joy flashed on Chu Du's face. But next, Fang Yuan said, but before the transaction, we have to settle the score for your attack on me which interfered with my tribulation. I will definitely satisfy you with the compensation. Chu Du said immediately, he had an earnest attitude. Even Fang Yuan was shocked, was this still the domination immortal? But thinking about it, Fang Yuan's alertness towards Chu Du rose. This person could put down his pride, he was an incredible person. Anyone who looked down on him was a terrible fool. If you want to compensate me, return my flying sword immortal Gu to show your sincerity. Fang Yuan continued to speak. Chapter 1062, Chu Du's Weakness. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted to take back flying sword immortal Gu, Chu Du smiled, he replied, as long as we complete the transaction, not only will I return flying sword immortal Gu, I will even give you satisfactory compensation. What a joke, of course he had to keep this flying sword immortal Gu for now, it was the best bargaining chip to restrain Fang Yuan. How could Chu Du return it now? Chu Du was warm and polite now, but he was deeply aware internally of this. Fang Yuan laughed, but there was no disappointment on his face. When he asked this question, he had already known the answer, his expression turned cold, Chu Du, you have no sincerity. We can forget about this matter. Saying so, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and flew out like a sword, he pierced the air and instantly appeared far away. Friend, please wait. Chu Du's expression changed, he quickly chased. Fang Yuan moved straight ahead, pointing towards the sky, after flying for a while, Chu Du's figure appeared several li behind him. Immortal Killer Move. Fang Yuan looked back and felt that the Gu Worm aura on Chu Du was very complex. It was a strength path movement killer move, and was at rank 7, it was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu's linear movement. Fang Yuan's heart sank, this situation was bad for him. In fact, he had placed most of his hope on Sword Escape Immortal Gu. After all, it was very fast, even ancient cloud beasts could not catch up. To think that Domination Immortal Chu Du also had an immortal killer move that could allow him to fly faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. I'm afraid that Chu Du has nurtured more Gu Masters for their immortal ascension than just this one. In the last 100 years, he must have secretly obtained a lot of reckless savages' true meaning, his strength path attainment level is unmeasurably deep, this is how he created such strength path killer moves. Since Sword Escape Immortal Gu will not work, let's try Blood Torrent. Fang Yuan willed and stopped Sword Escape, his body still flew ahead due to inertia, but it became slower. Next, blood red light flashed on his body as it surrounded him entirely, turning into a river of blood. The river of blood tore through the sky, moving like a slithering red snake, the smell of blood permeated the air. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Torrent, activated successfully. Fang Yuan turned around and flew towards his left side. The consecutive use of both moves was very smooth, even Fang Yuan was satisfied, I reduced the number of mortal Gu, it was the correct move. This way, the chances of Blood Torrent failing are lower, and I can use it faster. This is all thanks to the practice I did back in the Immortal Aperture. These thoughts only flashed for an instant. His attention was mainly placed on Domination Immortal Qiu Du. Fang Yuan had changed his direction. The most important thing was Qiu Du's reaction to it. If Qiu Du can catch up to me, I will have to stop and debate with him, to discuss the matter of transaction. Fang Yuan was planning for the worst-case scenario, but Domination Immortal Qiu Du charged forward with an incredible force, flying right past him. Fang Yuan's expression froze. His vision turned to follow Qiu Du. He saw the other party move like a bullet train. Qiu Du moved forward with great speed. He had such great strength that shock waves could be felt along his path. After flying for more than 10 li, Qiu Du's speed slowed down until he stopped moving. Next, he turned around and gradually gained speed, charging at Fang Yuan. His speed became faster and faster. Soon, he reached a speed that surpassed Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Brilliance flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He immediately used Blood Torrent and changed his direction. Thus, the same situation happened again. Domination Immortal Qiu Du flashily, or rather, brutishly, flew past him. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was worried about Sword Escape Immortal Gu because it could only fly in a straight line, thus he created Blood Torrent to make up for that weakness. To think that this shortcoming was even more serious for Domination Immortal Qiu Du. The situation changed suddenly. Fang Yuan's thoughts turned fiercely. He decided to stop moving. It was very easy for him to escape now and shrug off Qiu Du. As long as he was vigilant, he would not fail. Interesting. Fang Yuan muttered, deciding to negotiate with Qiu Du. Qiu Du saw that Fang Yuan stopped flying and felt great joy. He also stopped moving. So close, so close. It seems that the flying sword Immortal Gu in my hands is very useful. The other party is making considerations for it. Fang Yuan waited for Qiu Du to fly to him. After a certain distance, he raised his hand. Stop, let's talk with this distance between us. Fang Yuan was vigilant. Even though he had the advantage of movement, it was still better to maintain a certain distance. Qiu Du immediately stopped. He smiled, looking slightly pathetic compared to before. Fang Yuan said, "Brother Qiu is really incredible. This was really eye-opening. What killer move is this? It is so amazing. Even my Sword Escape Immortal Gu cannot compare to it. This killer move is called Body Strength Travel. I created it after much effort. It can increase my speed using my immortal body's strength path down marks. But there is one weakness. I can only travel forward, and cannot change directions while flying. I cannot even move backwards. I have not practiced with it enough. I used it today out while panicking. It was truly shameful." Qiu Du said. He candidly conceded his weakness, giving an open-minded disposition that could make people look up to him. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a serious expression. "Brother Qiu is extremely powerful. During normal combat, in Northern Plains, who can make you use this move to retreat? I will thank your praise. Northern Plains Gu Immortal world is extremely deep. I only have a bit of reputation, but the more I cultivate, the more I realize my insufficiency. There are definitely more than 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. Among rank 7s, you are one of those experts who can make me feel wary. I am ashamed, I do not even know about your name or background." Qiu Du smiled with a bitter expression. His words were not just out of politeness, they were his true thoughts. Fang Yuan did not know much about Domination Immortal Qiu Du, but Qiu Du knew even less about Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, his speed shocked Qiu Du. After all, in terms of linear speed, Sword Escape Immortal Gu could compare with the similarly ranked Qi Escape Gu. Qiu Du was an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had many movement methods. But compared to Sword Escape Immortal Gu, most of them were inferior. Only this final immortal killer move, Body Strength Travel, could work. Fang Yuan's guess was right. This immortal killer move, Body Strength Travel, was created by Qiu Du for retreating. But in Northern Plains, very few people could force Qiu Du to retreat. And because Qiu Du had been keeping a low profile these last years to raise these Gu Masters for their immortal ascension, he did not fight much. It was not that he did not practice this immortal killer move enough, but it simply had too many Gu worms. It was hard to use. The first time Qiu Du saw Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in the immortal aperture. Chu Du made a move, but Fang Yuan was even faster than him, with more resolution. While Fang Yuan was searching for Chu Du's information, Chu Du was not slacking, he was also trying to find Fang Yuan's information. But he had no gains. In his perspective, Fang Yuan was someone who seemed to have jumped out of a rock. Since when did such a person exist in Northern Plains? Not mentioning anything else, just his aura was very strange. When Chu Du first saw him in the Immortal Aperture, he was rank 6. But now, he had rank 7 aura. However, he was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, that much should not be wrong. But did he cultivate Blood Path or Sword Path? This was a question that Chu Du was very curious about. These two paths were not related at all. If it were Soul Path and Enslavement Path, or Rule Path and Restriction Path, or Wisdom Path and Emotion Path, then it was understandable. But Sword Path and Blood Path? Wasn't he afraid that they would interfere with one another? But Fang Yuan not only had rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu, his Blood Path killer move made even Chu Du gasp in shock. Also. So be it if he cultivated Blood Path and Sword Path, that was none of Chu Du's business, but he actually had a method to lure out the reckless savage's true meaning? Chu Du had racked his brains and made countless attempts before ending in failure. He could only choose a crude method like raising disciples afterwards. What method was actually used? Reckless savage's true meaning, he definitely needed to have Wisdom Path attainment to do it. Did that mean his Wisdom Path attainment was also not low? In this pursuit, even though it was very short, Chu Du could not catch up to Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not fly away but stopped instead, Chu Du felt like his heart was pounding, he was filled with excitement and joy. Strength decided everything, thus right now, Chu Du treated Fang Yuan as an equal. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment, before he slowly said again, "Actually, it is not impossible to have a transaction." Chu Du did not speak, he only listened. His eyes were burning with enthusiasm, as if fires were blazing in his pupils. But after a long time, the despicable Fang Yuan did not speak, he seemed to have gone deep in thought. Chu Du could not hold it in any more, he asked, "I believe that with my wealth, you will definitely be satisfied." Fang Yuan looked at him before saying, "Didn't you attend the Northern Plains auction recently?" Chu Du's expression froze, he said in a probing manner, "So you attended the auction as well?" "That's right." Fang Yuan admitted openly, "During the auction, I even made use of you." Of course, the second line was only in Fang Yuan's mind. "What would you like? You can just say it." Chu Du pursued. "It is hard to say." Fang Yuan sighed, he frowned as he showed a difficult expression. Chu Du was feeling impatient. If this were another person, he would have slapped the other party already. "There is nothing you cannot say, even if I do not have it now, I can try to get it for you." Chu Du continued. He had already decided to obtain this method regardless of the cost. Fang Yuan sighed again, "I said that because I have not thought of what to trade with Brother Chu yet." Chu Du was furious. "After such a long time, you showed such a difficult expression simply because you have not made up your mind?" Chu Du frowned, his tone became deep and low as he said, "Sir, did you stay here simply to toy with me?" "Brother Chu, don't be angry, of course not." Fang Yuan immediately said, "Any Gu Immortal would have calamities and tribulations looming over them, we have countless needs. I have not thought of what, and how to transact with you to obtain the greatest benefit for my cultivation. How about this, give me some time to think about it, after careful consideration, I will reply to Brother Chu." Chu Du had an ugly expression, he thought about it and nodded helplessly, "All right." Chapter 1063, Transformation Path. Seeing Fang Yuan's figure leaving in the horizon, Chu Du watched, staying on the spot. Letting him go like this, was it a correct move or not? Chu Du's gaze was flickering. But soon, he smiled bitterly to himself, even if I do not want to let him go, what can I do? My methods cannot capture or catch up to him. If I use brute force, with this person's mysterious background, he might be troublesome to deal with, and even if I capture him, he might destroy his own soul. How would I get the method then? However, seeing his attitude, he must be sincere in trading with me. Otherwise, he could have left already. Why did he stay to talk with me? Chu Du recalled the conversation he had with Fang Yuan. He thought about it for a while. He felt that Fang Yuan was very sincere, even though Fang Yuan did not talk about anything significant, and most of the things he said were lip service. But precisely so, Chu Du felt, this was much more sincere than giving empty promises and assurances of benefits. Of course, his greatest confidence was not in Fang Yuan's attitude, but the flying sword Immortal Gu that he had in his hands. This is a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Even a legendary figure like Chu Du did not have many rank 7 Immortal Gu in his possession. Fang Yuan flew away and did not encounter any more problems. Langya Land Spirit had already arranged for Hairy Man Gu Immortals to set up immortal battlefield killer moves. There were even immortal Gu formations used for teleportation. However, Fang Yuan had an extremely easy time in getting away from Chu Du, thus, the immortal battlefield killer move to obstruct Chu Du was no longer needed. Retrieving the components of the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan used the immortal Gu formation and returned to Langya Blessed Land. You had dogshit luck Immortal Gu's protection, yet you still encountered Chu Du. This does not follow common sense. Did anyone scheme against you? Seeing Fang Yuan, Langya Land Spirit asked straightforwardly. Fang Yuan frowned. He had considered this question long ago. With dogshit luck Immortal Gu's protection, my luck should not be bad. Was it because the earthly calamity was too fierce? The luck gained from dogshit luck was all used to counter the earthly calamity? Fang Yuan had a guess, but he could not say it to Langya Land Spirit. He was a human Gu Immortal after all. Even though he joined Langya's sect, they were still of different races. There was a rift between them. Like earlier, when Fang Yuan rushed back to northern plains from southern border, Langya Land Spirit used the opportunity to take advantage of his situation. But if that is the case, then the earthly calamity that I went through was already heavily weakened by luck. Then, what sort of strength would the actual earthly calamity have? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a cold chill. In this tribulation, he had narrowly avoided death. His life was in danger. It was a close call. In fact, this earthly calamity had completely surpassed the level of earthly calamities. Even the 10 great catastrophes could not match Fang Yuan's current earthly calamity. But I have connected luck with many people. Perhaps because dogshit luck's effect was split between many people, it was not effective. Fang Yuan thought, but he said, First Supreme Elder is right, this is not a problem of luck, someone was plotting against me. The identity of Fang Yuan had already been exposed in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Be it the secret about him being an otherworldly demon or spring-autumn cicada, the fact that he also destroyed 88 True Yang building was known to all. Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court, and all of the Huangjin tribes in northern plains were likely to plot against Fang Yuan. Langya Land Spirit sighed. Worry was written all over his face. His tone became grim. Maybe no one is plotting against you. Don't forget, you are a member of Langya's sect. And my Langya Blessed Land is already exposed. We have suffered more than one attack. A while ago, we lost 2 Gu Immortals. The value of this place is enough for many experts and forces to act. Fang Yuan was slightly happy. It was much better for him if Langya Land Spirit had such thoughts. Langya Land Spirit's gaze was flickering. He quickly changed his words. But if we can use Wisdom Gu as the core to create the Immortal Gu House secluded residence, not only can we defend ourselves, we can even defend against all of the deductions from almost everyone in the world. Fang Yuan smiled without speaking. It turned out that Langya Land Spirit wanted to talk about this. It seemed that he was still coveting Wisdom Gu. But sadly, in the earlier transaction, Fang Yuan did not sell Wisdom Gu. It was all thanks to First Supreme Elder's Gu worms that I passed this tribulation. I will return them to you now. These Gu worms were a great help. Fang Yuan said as a huge number of Gu flew according to his will, out of his immortal aperture. Of course. With their help, simply an earthly calamity is a piece of cake. Langya Land Spirit said proudly. Fang Yuan did not say the truth, but he did not lie. He diverted the topic, especially your killer move Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture. It was really effective. But Chudu appeared at the end. It was quite scary. Thankfully, I was superior to him in terms of movement, albeit slightly. While listening, Langya Land Spirit collected all of the Gu worms. After inspecting each of them, he asked with a tone of regret, "Are you really not selling Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu to me?" In the original transaction, Langya Land Spirit wanted to use 3 true inheritances in exchange for Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu. But after thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that even though Refinement Path, Luck Path, and Theft Path were good, they were not entirely suitable for him. They did not quite fit his future plans. If he exchanged for all of them, it was not worth it. However, the Refinement Path Killer Move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, the Luck Path True Inheritances Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu and others, they could provide Fang Yuan with huge help. Thus, after thinking about it, Fang Yuan chose his words and urged the Land Spirit, "Do you really want to trade all 3 true inheritances with me? There are many immortal Gu in the true inheritances. If I get them, would Langya Sect not need them later?" Langya Land Spirit was unwilling to let them go as well. For example, Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu, it had been refined immediately by Long Hair Ancestor the moment Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died. After that, Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu had been guarding Langya Blessed Land, providing huge help to the previous Langya Land Spirit when he refined Gu. At the same time, it protected Langya Blessed Land from countless disasters and dangers. However, if Langya Land Spirit did not offer them, these true inheritances would be too low in value. How could they be traded for Fang Yuan's 3 treasures? Thus, Fang Yuan urged again, "First Supreme Elder, since both of us are unwilling, why don't we take what we need? Let's deal with a portion of each." "Oh? Explain clearly," Langya Land Spirit said. Fang Yuan spoke about his intentions as Langya Land Spirit rejected. "No way, no way, you want the most essential parts of all 3 true inheritances, but you are only offering Luopa Valley. This is a huge loss, no way. It will not do." Fang Yuan smiled, continuing to negotiate with Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit was not good at negotiations. His baseline was quickly identified by Fang Yuan after some probing. Under such a situation, the Land Spirit was simple and easy to deal with compared to Gu Immortals. Eventually, Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit came to an agreement. Fang Yuan officially sold Luopa Valley to Langya Land Spirit, while he obtained Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu, Blood Asset Immortal Gu, and Dark Limit Immortal Gu, these 3 rank 6 Immortal Gu. His debt to Langya Sect was cleared, and he borrowed a large number of Mortal Gu and Immortal Gu to fix his weaknesses, and most importantly, the Gu worms needed to form Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Triple-Layered Sword Wave. And in fact, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Triple-Layered Sword Wave were extremely helpful to Fang Yuan during the Tribulation. Even though this transaction was made, Langya Land Spirit was still coveting Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu right now. This time, the Land Spirit expressed his intent to purchase them again. But would Fang Yuan agree? Even so, he could not reject Langya Land Spirit too harshly. He thought and said carefully, "I have no intentions to sell these 2 yet, but if I have any difficulties in the future, and the situation requires it, I will use them to trade with First Supreme Elder." Langya Land Spirit was about to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, quickly saying, "I will leave these 2 treasures in Langya Blessed Land. I will not take them with me, I will lend them to the sect for use, as per our previous agreement." "Don't worry, First Supreme Elder." Lending Wisdom Gu to Langya Sect meant Langya Land Spirit would feed it. This solved a huge problem for Fang Yuan. As for Dang Hun Mountain, it was better to not place it in his immortal aperture. Famous mountains or rivers bore a huge burden on the heaven and earth chi. The same applied to secluded domains of heaven and earth. Most importantly, Shadow Sect had clear knowledge of Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. If they used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, that would be a terrible situation. Langya Land Spirit was not resigned, he continued to touch on this topic, but who was Fang Yuan? He was someone with negotiation skills honed from over 500 years of life. The simple Langya Land Spirit could not compete with him. After a long conversation, Fang Yuan took back a lot of his cultivation resources that were stored with Langya Land Spirit. Like the eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, arrow bamboo forest, they were all from Gu Immortal blessed land or star form blessed land. They were sources of revenue that were only inferior to Guts Gu. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not ask Langya Land Spirit about selling the killer move Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture. Qiu do? He was just a backup plan for Fang Yuan. Even though they had exchanged information path Gu worms and could communicate, Fang Yuan had already left. He was not restricted by any information path methods. Wouldn't any future transactions depend on Fang Yuan's mood? As for rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu. It was just a rank 7 Immortal Gu, so what if he could not take it back? Ordinary Gu Immortals treasured rank 7 Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan owned even rank 9 Immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. He naturally had a different perspective. Especially when he had lost almost all of his Immortal Gu some time ago to Yingwu Xia. Merely rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu paled in comparison to all those Immortal Gu. Qiu Du did not know about Fang Yuan's background, he underestimated Fang Yuan. All in all, there was little chance that Fang Yuan would trade with Qiu Du. Reckless Savage's true meaning was much more important to Fang Yuan compared to a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Because the path that I am going to walk on now is transformation path. Fang Yuan had thought about it deeply, he had considered it thoroughly. Transformation path. This was the most suitable path for him now. Chapter 1064, I am a transformation path Gu Immortal. Why did Fang Yuan choose transformation path? After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan had a living body. He had been considering the most important question, what path was he going to choose from now on? In his previous life, he chose Blood Path. That was because Blood Path allowed quick growth and was very powerful. He could grow while fighting, and it had little requirements towards resources. Moreover, during his previous life, this was his only decent fortuitous encounter. His best prospects were in Blood Path. After rebirth, he gave up on Blood Path and chose Strength Path. That was because now was not the 5 regions chaotic war period. The regions were still orderly and Blood Path could not flourish. Another reason was because of his fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan searched his memories and found the best opportunities for him at certain periods of time. Coincidentally, these opportunities were all related to Strength Path. Actually, be it Blood Path or Strength Path, they had flaws. Blood Path was in poor circumstances, people held animosity towards it. Any Gu Immortal or Gu Master who cultivated Blood Path would be pushed aside by the entire world. Strength Path was declining, even though Domination Immortal Qiu Du added the human June Strength branch, its decline could not be stopped. Truthfully speaking, these two paths were not the best choices. Fang Yuan concluded, since rebirth, his fortuitous encounters were quite plentiful. Wisdom Path, Luck Path, Theft Path. These opportunities were also of very high grade. For example, Dongfang Chong Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance, or Star Lord Wan Xiang's Star Path Inheritance. Star Path and Wisdom Path, these two paths were much better than Blood Path and Strength Path. Having an inheritance and not having one resulted in drastically different outcomes. The former allowed one to use the wisdom of predecessors to advance fearlessly, they could be very confident. The latter explored on their own, in a world of the unknown, they had to experiment and find their way forward slowly. If Fang Yuan had obtained these two true inheritances in his previous life, as long as the situation allowed it, he would have chosen Dongfang Chong Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance as the main focus, with Star Lord Wan Xiang's Star Path Inheritance as well as Blood Sea Ancestors' True Inheritance to assist him. He would become a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Because in terms of prospects, Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance was the best. Wisdom path Gu Immortals were few in numbers, they were very valuable in the Gu Immortal world. While being very popular, they were also deeply feared by many. But the path to choose was not just dependent on future prospects, one's immediate needs were important too. Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance came from a heavenly court rank 8 Gu Immortal. It had been passed down for many generations, the prospects were great. But this inheritance had a weakness, it did not excel in fighting. The biggest advantage of this true inheritance was the proficiency in deduction. In order to make up for this weakness, Dongfang Changfan created the immortal killer move Myriad Star Fireflies. His weakness was alleviated. Dongfang Changfan's route was not suitable for Fang Yuan, because he was facing danger everywhere. Yingwu Xia, Shadow Sect's remnant forces, Heavenly Court, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, the Huangjin tribes in northern plains, Fang Yuan had many enemies. Especially after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan's secrets were exposed, be it Spring-Autumn Cicada, his otherworldly demon status, or the crime of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he had almost been completely exposed. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed to consider his future prospects, he had to consider his circumstances. In some aspects, his immediate needs were more important than his future prospects. Without the ability to deal with his circumstances, even if he had huge prospects, it was useless, he could not make use of them. Right now, Fang Yuan needed high battle strength. Metal path, fire path, lightning path, sword path, blood path, these 5 paths were publicly recognized as the paths with the highest battle strength. The first 3 had been mainstream for an extremely long time. The latter 2, be it sword path or blood path, had very short history, they were considered to be new. Sword path had Bo Qing, while blood path had Blood Sea Ancestor, but other than these 2, there were few noteworthy people. Thus, the foundation of these 2 paths could not match the other 3. For Fang Yuan, be it metal path, fire path, or lightning path, his attainment level was ordinary, he had no inheritances for them. In contrast, he was a blood path Grandmaster, and even though his sword path attainment level was ordinary and had no inheritance, he had many of Bo Qing's immortal Gu. The attainment level of all of the paths was an important element of consideration. Without an inheritance, if the person had high attainment level, they could innovate and create new methods. But it would be harder to do it without an inheritance, the person needed talent and creativity. Fang Yuan's strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path attainment levels were all at Grandmaster, with blood path coming from his previous life's foundation. Strength path was accumulated over both lives, while wisdom path and star path were obtained by chance, using the dream realm to raise their attainment levels rapidly. Refinement path was at Quasi-Grandmaster, it was good even among Gu Immortals. Enslavement path was at master level, it was not impressive among Gu Immortals. Luck path was Quasi-Master, while most of his other paths were ordinary, like sword path, light path, dark path, and others, or even blank, like phantom path. In terms of attainment level, he should go on the path with the highest Grandmaster attainment level, 1 out of these 4. But forget about blood path, or strength path on the decline, wisdom path and star path were not outstanding in battle strength, even though he had inheritances of them. Fang Yuan's accumulated immortal Gu were all lost already. If the immortal Gu in these inheritances were not yet refined, Fang Yuan could still slowly refine them in the future. But these immortal Gu were in Yingwu Xia's hands now, he did not know which ones were already destroyed. In this situation, there was a huge obstacle for his future cultivation. Even if he was willing to take a risk and refine immortal Gu, because there could only be one, he might not succeed. With all of these considerations, Fang Yuan was in an awkward position. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when thinking about his future path, Fang Yuan felt deeply lost. Only after he gradually realized the profoundness of this body, the confusion in him was dissipating, he could see hope again. He first realized that his body had over 1,000 Dao marks of all paths. This was not out of the ordinary. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulations, because of the tribulations in their immortal apertures, Dao marks of all different kinds would form, it was only that there would very clearly be one or two types with the highest quantities. The most important thing was, his Dao marks did not interfere with each other, they did not weaken one another. This was simply too amazing. When Fang Yuan first realized this, he could not believe that something this good could exist. This overturned conventional wisdom regarding cultivation. If he told people about it, they would think he was spouting nonsense. But thinking about sovereign immortal fetus Gu, a rank 9 immortal Gu that spectral soul demon Venerable and Shadow Sect had prepared to create for tens of thousands of years, the essence of their work. In this way, it was not strange for it to go against common sense. Next, Fang Yuan was immensely joyful. This benefit was not for others, it was for himself. With just this point, he could cultivate every path. Long ago, Fang Yuan had once planned to cultivate 2 immortal apertures, one for time path, and another for strength path. But the sovereign immortal aperture was much more absurd, it could cultivate every path, from the start of history, every single path that had existed. This was simply like a dream. In history, even immortal venerables and demon venerables cultivated one path primarily, with another secondarily. Even if Gu Immortals cultivated many paths, the result was often that they would end up in failure after trying to bite off more than they could chew. Because their Dao marks resisted each other, the more they cultivated, the greater the conflict, it was not worth it. But Fang Yuan did not have this problem, he could cultivate every path, there was zero conflict, his prospects were bright, he surpassed the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. The possibility was beautiful, but cultivating every path was just a wondrous dream. He had to consider the amount of time needed, resources, effort, and most importantly, a safe and peaceful cultivation environment. Fang Yuan did not have any of these. He had limited effort and resources, and had no time. His enemies were in all 5 regions, including the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who were most skilled at combat, the #1 Gu Immortal organization in the world, Heavenly Court, the 10 great ancient sects who controlled Central Continent, and countless people who were coveting the luck path true inheritance that he had. His prospects were wonderful, but danger lurked everywhere. Forget about creating his own path. Fang Yuan did not have that foundation. He could only choose one path that was available now, and continue on it. At most, he could cultivate a second one. Any more, and the situation would not allow it. His time and effort would be wasted, and he would be seeking his own doom. Among all of the paths, which one could allow Fang Yuan to gain great battle strength and display his expertise, while also considering his attainment level and inheritances? After thinking about it, one path was left in Fang Yuan's mind. That was, Transformation Path. Transformation Path was called the path that projected every path. Transformation Path Gu Immortals could transform into existences of Metal Path, Light Path, Sword Light, Light Path, and all other paths. But Transformation Path had a flaw that has lasted until today, that was when Transformation Path Gu Immortals transform into other beings, they needed to get rid of those Dao marks to prevent their Dao marks from interfering with one another. This flaw was non-existent to Fang Yuan. Because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, his Dao marks coexisted in harmony. When Qizai chased him, he had even thought that Fang Yuan was the owner of reckless savage demon Venerable's secret of unrestrained transformation. It could be said, Transformation Path could display Fang Yuan's advantage the most. It could even be said, Fang Yuan was he was one of the only 2 people in history that were most suitable to cultivate Transformation Path. Even more amazingly, once he cultivated Transformation Path, his secret of having Dao marks that did not resist each other would be concealed completely. Fang Yuan could use the immortal Gu of all paths after transforming, without attracting any suspicion. And after transforming, he could use the immortal Gu of those paths and receive an amplification effect. For example, becoming a Sword Path Beast to gain numerous Sword Path Dao marks, and then using Sword Path Immortal Gu to gain a greater amplification in power. Even though Fang Yuan's Transformation Path attainment level was not high, so what, he had Reckless Savage's true meaning. Even though Fang Yuan did not have any Transformation Path inheritance, it was not an issue. Why? Because transformation path killer moves were easy to obtain, perfectly transforming into another form completely was a killer move of transformation path in itself. As for the immortal Gu of transformation path, they were the easiest to refine in all of the paths. To Fang Yuan, he could quickly accumulate them and restart again. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had other considerations. Like Langya Blessed Land. This Langya land spirit placed high value on the identity of a hairy man. If Fang Yuan cultivated to fruition, he could turn into a hairy man Gu Immortal to gain his trust, he would get more support. In the future, when he faces assault, he could turn into other things or people to deceive others. If his identity was exposed, and he could not do anything with his original identity, he could conceal himself and continue to roam the world safely. From now on, I am a transformation path Gu Immortal. Chapter 1065, Refining Change Form Immortal Gu again. Langya Blessed Land, a few days later. This is the interior rain. Langya Land Spirit said as he landed a basin of water to Fang Yuan, letting him look. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm to receive it. Be careful. Langya Land Spirit instructed, this rank 6 immortal material is very special, it is quite heavy. Langya Land Spirit placed a lot of emphasis on the word heavy. Fang Yuan nodded, don't worry, I have heard of this immortal material. Saying this, Fang Yuan took this immortal material. Suddenly, he felt a strong gravitational pull. Looking over at it, the water in the basin was clear and transparent, it had traces of green in it. Fang Yuan was holding it stably, but the water surface had ripples for some reason, like the surface was being struck by rain. This was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This type of rainwater was very unique, it contained down marks, its actual weight was not high, but it brought a type of burden to the life form holding it. Langya Land Spirit emphasized on heavy, he was not talking about weight, he was talking about its psychological burden. Have you really decided to use the third and final opportunity to ask me to refine Gu? Not to refine fixed immortal travel, but to refine change form immortal Gu instead? While Fang Yuan was looking at the immortal material in the basin, Langya Land Spirit asked again. Yes, I have decided, I won't change it again. Fang Yuan nodded, he replied firmly without hesitation. Fang Yuan had thought about it deeply, he had made up his mind to cultivate transformation path. Fixed immortal travel was good, but firstly, the most crucial material, light of the immemorial era, was missing. Secondly, Fang Yuan was not certain that it had been destroyed, and finally, change form immortal Gu had greater importance to Fang Yuan at present. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his mind and used the final opportunity to try and refine change form immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, change form immortal Gu was the essence of transformation path itself. This immortal Gu was famous in history, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had used it and refined it to rank 9. But after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, the rank 9 change form immortal Gu was destroyed as well. From then on, people would refine it again starting from rank 6. In terms of foundation, transformation path was much deeper than sword path and blood path. After Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, there were many Gu Immortal experts in transformation path. These people were like bright stars in the sky, they had left a deep mark in the long history of the world, they were talented and legendary, future generations revered and looked up to them. Change form immortal Gu had been a key element, it had also risen and fallen with these experts. Change form immortal Gu had been destroyed dozens of times, and refined again by others. Under most situations, it was rank 6. Rank 7 change form immortal Gu appeared scarcely in history. As for rank 8 change form immortal Gu, it was even rarer, almost countable with 2 hands. The higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the harder it was to refine. And together with the lower chances of success, the refinement materials were also more expensive. For instance, old ancestor Shui Hu, to refine rank 8 immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven, had spent almost all of his savings, and even ordered Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands Gu Immortals to find immortal materials for him. From this, one could see the terrifying cost of refining a rank 8 immortal Gu. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was only trying to refine rank 6 change form immortal Gu. He had the immortal Gu recipe, and there was little chance of change form immortal Gu being refined by others. The immortal materials were mostly prepared. This was thanks to Langya Blessed Land's huge immortal material inventory, and Fang Yuan did not have to pay for them at all. Because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestors agreement, Langya Land Spirit would refine Gu for Fang Yuan 3 times. Mortal Gu were guaranteed, but immortal Gu were not. This was the third and final time. It is a pity. Back then you had the success Dao mark, refining change form immortal Gu would have been a guaranteed success. Why did you rebirth at that crucial moment? Langya Land Spirit thought back and felt it was greatly regretful. Fang Yuan had informed Langya Land Spirit of many things honestly. After all, secrets like his rebirth were already exposed. Even if Langya Land Spirit did not know, he could obtain information from the outside world. At that time I was used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but even now, thinking back to it, it is still very suspicious. Fang Yuan frowned. Langya Land Spirit shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Even though we do not have a success Dao mark, I have inherited my main body's special hairy man nature Gu refinement technique. This method can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth to assist in the Gu refinement. Even though calamities and tribulations occur, the advantages surpass the disadvantages. Furthermore, my Langya Blessed Land has used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to pass countless calamities and tribulations. There are a great number of refinement path Dao marks here. Together with the effect of the remaining parts of Refinement Cauldron, there is a high chance of succeeding in refining change form Immortal Gu on the first try. However, to make it safe, Fang Yuan, you have to participate in this refinement. You are the owner of Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu. Using your strong luck, you can increase the chances of success. In this refinement process, interior rain is the first problem. In the following days, you have to practice with the interior rain that you have. Luck Path had great effect in assisting Gu refinement. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable worked with Long Hair Ancestor to refine 88 True Yang building, Luck Path played an important role of assistance. But when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor cooperated to refine Space Escape Immortal Gu, it could not be used. After all, Theft Path was inferior to Luck Path in terms of helping with Gu refinement. Next, Langya Land Spirit taught Fang Yuan some of the secrets behind the Hairy Man Nature Gu refinement technique, including some precious Gu refinement methods and many mortal killer move for Gu refinement. Of course, these were not free. Fang Yuan had to pay with his sect contribution points. Even so, Fang Yuan gladly accepted them. The current Langya Land Spirit was inferior to the previous one in Gu refinement, but it was still Long Hair Ancestor's obsession. Its refinement path attainment far surpassed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had an amazing teacher now. Many of his questions and problems in refinement path was solved. Those precious Gu refinement methods and killer moves that were long lost benefited Fang Yuan greatly. The Hairy Man Nature Gu refinement technique was an eye-opener to Fang Yuan. He felt that if this method worked, it would be far superior to the human isolation style. Interestingly, while Fang Yuan was researching refinement path, his brother was also researching refinement path in Black Hair Continent, which was under Cloud Cover Continent. Fang Jing was sitting in a room in the imperial city of Black Hair Continent, holding a 3-colored flame in his hands. Fang Yuan's fake will was speaking inside his mind. In the competition tomorrow, the enemy is extremely powerful. Fang Jing, even though you have rank 5 cultivation level, you severely lack Gu worms. You are also a human Gu master. You are ostracized in Black Hair Continent. You can only refine Gu yourself. Tonight, you must refine the rank 5 Gu River Swallowing Toad. That way, you will be able to counter the enemy's water path methods. I know, can you shut up? Fang Jing snorted in his mind. Fang Yuan's fake will stop speaking, but soon, the 3-colored flame in Fang Jing's hands dissipated. Fang Jing spat out a mouthful of blood. After failing the Gu refinement, he suffered internal injuries. Hee. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed. Oh my stupid brother, you are still as useless as ever. The Gu refinement process has just started, and you have already failed at the third step. Fang Zheng's expression was very ugly, but the truth was in front of him. He had nothing to say. He kept quiet and sat down, using Gu worms to heal himself. Fang Yuan's fake will continued. Being useless is fine. Any person can grow and become stronger even if they are useless and weak. But the important thing is, there is no hope if you cannot recognize your own weakness and uselessness. The materials you prepared can only allow you to attempt the Gu refinement 3 times. This is just the start and you have already failed. Without my help, how will you refine the river-swallowing toad? Hee. In tomorrow's battle, death is not barred. The other party will not spare you even if you beg them. You are beyond saving. Fang Jing felt anger from embarrassment. He shouted, if I die, that's my own business. You are too noisy, shut up. Fang Yuan's fake will said eerily, I am going to keep talking, can you stop me? You think I care about your life? Humph, little brother, you are still so ignorant. I only want revenge, you are just a tool for my revenge. I can become anyone's tool, but I will definitely not be yours. Fang Jing replied resolutely. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed, you have no choice, even if you do not want to, so what? After participating in the competition, along your advancement, you killed many hairy man Gu masters, you were taking revenge for me. Tonight, you must listen to my advice in order to successfully refine the Gu. You must accept my guidance, otherwise, you will die tomorrow without doubt. Fang Zheng's expression was dark, but he did not rebuke. He clenched his fists, falling into dead silence. 2 hours later, he started to refine Gu. Fang Yuan slowly gave his pointers regarding the steps. Fang Jing did not speak, but he followed the instructions without any deviation. Finally, when the sky was turning bright, at dawn, Fang Jing succeeded in refining the river-swallowing toad. Cloud cover continent. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. The interior rain in front of him had been processed properly. It was like frozen ice, resembling a completely transparent jade. But the truth was, processing the immortal material to this degree was not just as simple as freezing it. There were more than 50 steps involved in this, more than 20 Gu refinement methods were used, and 30 refinement path mortal killer moves. Furthermore, the Gu refinement needed to do all these within several minutes. After wasting 3 basins, Fang Yuan finally succeeded by the 4th basin of interior rain. At this time, a lump of fake will flew to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. After confirming that it was harmless, he retrieved it in his mind. Soon, an almost indiscernible smile appeared on the corners of his lips. In order to survive, Fang Jing can only follow my instructions. Even though he hates me to the core, in order to live, he can only obey. Every time he survives using my guidance, he would feel humiliated and angry. But as long as this happens once, it will continue to happen. The more it happens, the less affected he feels. Eventually, he will get used to my existence and rely on me subconsciously. By then, it would be the best time to refine blood deity. But his current mental state is still not good enough, he needs to be trained further. Chapter 1066, Everyone Collecting Immortal Materials. A blood deity was Fang Yuan's long-term plan. Fang Jing was the second step of this plan. The first step of this plan was to refine blood deity immortal Gu. Fang Yuan wanted to refine this immortal Gu in his first life. He had even found trouble with vicious lightning fiend for its remnant recipe. Only after refining blood deity immortal Gu and killing a blood-related relative would he be able to create a blood deity. Right now, Fang Yuan might have a blood deity immortal Gu recipe, but it was only 70% complete. When he had been an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and effort to spare in completing this immortal Gu recipe. Now he had revived, but he could no longer step in the light of wisdom. Even if I can't use the light of wisdom, with my Grandmaster attainment in blood path and wisdom path, it is enough to deduce the rest of the blood deity immortal Gu recipe. It is just that the time and effort used would be far more than using light of wisdom. Even after refining blood deity Immortal Gu, for killing Fang Jing and creating a blood deity, I still need to change his point of view first. At least, I need to make him not have hatred towards me. Because refining a hatred-filled relative into a blood deity will create backlash to the owner. They are like a double-edged sword, harming the enemies but also able to harm myself as well if I let go of my guard. Actually, there were many ways to influence someone's feelings towards other people in the world of Gu Masters. Wisdom Path had countless methods, Emotion Path was even more specialized in this. Fang Yuan had quite a lot of such methods. As long as he wanted to, he could just use one to make Fang Jing docile and loyal to him. But doing so meant influencing Fang Jing through external power, altering his true emotions. And when he is killed and refined into a blood deity, the Wisdom Path Dao marks used on him would be cleared completely, leaving behind only pure blood path Dao marks. At that time, Fang Jing's true emotions would return. Fang Yuan could only slowly change Fang Jing's emotions and perspective, and he would be able to get a blood deity that met his standards. Obviously, changing Fang Jing's perspective would be a very long process, and the completion of blood deity Immortal Gu's recipe was also a far-off project. At least, Fang Yuan currently did not have the time to do this. Not to mention, after he perfected the blood deity Immortal Gu recipe, he still would have to prepare immortal materials to refine blood deity. However, the last point was much easier than other paths. Blood path Gu worms had a characteristic: the cost of their refinement was quite low. These many reasons determined that the refinement plan of blood deity could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he moved forward step by step, persevering and not giving up, he would finally succeed. Fang Yuan was currently taking out some time from his busy schedule to train Fang Jing, reaching his goal slowly. A 1,000-mile journey starts from a step, droplets of water form into river. After understanding Fang Jing's situation, Fang Yuan activated Gu worms to produce fake will, which then flew out. This fake will would fly to Fang Jing's mind, replenishing the fake will that had been consumed in his mind. A few days passed. Fang Yuan became very skilled in processing interior rain. Langya Land Spirit then gave him another set of immortal materials to familiarize and gain proficiency in the Gu refinement technique. Fang Yuan's attention was mainly placed on this aspect in preparation for refining change form Immortal Gu. When he was free, he would pay attention to his sovereign immortal aperture, inspect the changes in his immortal aperture and managing it. Gu masters nourished their aperture, and the aperture produced primeval essence, which was then used to activate Gu worms. But regardless of if it were Gu worms, Gu materials, or primeval stones, Gu masters relied on the outside world for these cultivation resources. At Gu Immortal level, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and they would be extremely safe and reliable, unlike the resources from the outside world, which would need the Gu Immortal to watch all the time to prevent others from stealing them. To a Gu Immortal, the immortal aperture was the safest production base. If it was managed properly, it would be an extremely huge help to the Gu Immortal, and be a solid foundation for them to rely on. Because of having the same Dao marks, it could produce the most suitable resources needed for the Gu Immortal and produce food for Immortal Gu. Trading the resources with the outside world could earn the Gu Immortal a lot of immortal essence stones. There was even a chance of the immortal aperture having a completely new wild Immortal Gu formed. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers, with the layout like the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it intentionally created like that by Spectral Soul, or was it naturally formed? Fang Yuan did not know. After all, he had no role in creating sovereign immortal fetus Gu, he was only a lucky fellow who seized the fruits of success at the last moment. Fang Yuan had conveniently named the layers by referencing the 5 regions and 9 heavens, with just an addition of the word mini in front, like mini northern plains, mini eastern sea, and so on. After making several observations, Fang Yuan had gradually discovered some minor mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture. He discovered, the sovereign immortal aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in layout, their environments were also almost the same. For instance, many northern plains had the terrain of a boundless flat grassland, the wind path Dao marks in the immortal aperture were somewhat more numerous in this area. Most of the fire path Dao marks in the immortal aperture were located in Mini Western Desert. Mini Southern Border had more earth path Dao marks and also some poison path Dao marks as well. After discovering this, Fang Yuan had distributed his accumulated cultivation resources accordingly. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in Mini Western Desert, dragonfish in Mini Eastern Sea, regretful spiders in Mini Southern Border, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass and so on in Mini Blue Heaven. As for Mini Northern Plains, there were large numbers of snow monsters in there. These monsters remained behind from the first earthly calamity, and they included large numbers of desolate beast snow monsters, and even ancient desolate beast level snow monsters. Fang Yuan did not have the time or energy to deal with these snow monsters for the moment, and so he left them aside. Anyway, Mini Northern Plains was empty, with no precious resources, and was quite large, so these snow monsters could move about freely. After all, they were unlike ruined bats which could pierce through the aperture walls. Air bubble fish, shark fin wolf, literature carps, desolate beast giant horned sheep, worldly sand gull, oil water, rock men, blood G forest, mirror willow trees and so on were also arranged properly. While Fang Yuan was training his Gu refinement skills, he was also taking out some time to look after these resources. Arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass and so on might have been moved into Mini Blue Heaven, but their Gu worm production had fallen terrifyingly. Meanwhile, eerie fire dragon pythons and dragonfish experienced minor decrease in their reproduction. Only regretful spiders had similar production rate to beforehand. There was nothing to be done. The sovereign immortal aperture might have broad prospects and unlimited potential, but currently it had only gone through one earthly calamity. Although it possessed Dao marks of every path, but there were only about 100 Dao marks of the majority of the paths. The growth of regretful spiders relied on wisdom path Dao marks, dragonfish on food path and water path Dao marks, while the living environment of eerie fire dragon pythons had more fire path Dao marks. The production of star path mortal Gu in arrow bamboo forest and the star fragment grass fields depended on star path Dao marks. He had previously placed these resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. The former had passed 6 or 7 earthly calamities and had a lot of Dao marks. Its fire path and water path Dao marks passed the numbers in the sovereign immortal aperture. While Star Form Blessed Land itself focused on star path, the sovereign immortal aperture simply could not be compared to it on this aspect. However, not all the paths in the sovereign immortal aperture had only around 100 Dao marks. Chi path Dao marks were far higher in number. This was because Fang Yuan had killed the Chi path Gu Immortal Chi Zai in southern border's 5 regional mountain range and obtained his accumulation of Chi path Dao marks. However, Chi path Dao marks were still not the highest in number. The highest were snow path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had passed his first earthly calamity with difficulty. Actually calling it an earthly calamity was not appropriate. It was so terrifying that it far surpassed the 10 great catastrophes. Calamities and tribulations had a rule, that was the balance of fortune and disaster. The stronger the might of the calamities and tribulations, the more benefits the Gu Immortal could receive after passing them. The benefits here were referring to Dao marks. Fang Yuan obtained huge numbers of Dao marks from his first earthly calamity. Among them, snow path Dao marks were the highest in number, following afterwards were strength path and transformation path Dao marks. The latter 2 paths Dao marks were lower in quantity to Chi path. After all, Fang Yuan's Chi path Dao marks were the lifetime accumulation of the rank 7 Gu Immortal Chi Zai, while the strength path and transformation path Dao marks were obtained just from the first earthly calamity. These Dao marks were already beginning to influence Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was still not noticeable in the other 4 small regions, but in Mini Northern Plains, there was already a large patch of snowy plain and its boundary was still slowly expanding. This environment was good enough for Fang Yuan to plant many kinds of cold-resistant vegetation. Like when Hu Immortal Blessed Land's environment changed after experiencing a few earthly calamities, and Hu Immortal was able to plant blue degree grass, chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flowers and so on. One main principle of managing immortal apertures was to act according to the environment. To refine change form, Fang Yuan was preparing with all his effort, and in Central Continent, Ying Wuxie's group was also not idling. They had obtained the light of the immemorial era, and started gathering other immortal materials listed in the Gu recipe. They were able to resolve a small portion of the items from their own inventories, but there were still many that required them to buy from the outside world or exchange with others. Ying Wuxie had inherited the remnant forces of Shadow Sect, and was the boss of Defy, so his first choice was to trade for the resources from the organization. Negotiations, bargaining, and finally transactions. Gu Immortals chased after profits, and with the loose structure of Defy, it was not easy to transact immortal materials. Ying Wuxie and He Lulan almost ran their mouths dry while negotiating. Shirnu and Tai Yunxing were not adept at negotiations. After great pains and effort, Ying Wuxie was finally able to gather 3 portions of Gu refinement materials. Yumu-chan is already dead. I have no choice but to give up on the hairy man heaven and earth style and use human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. This method's success rate is quite low, just 3 portions of immortal materials are not enough. Ying Wuxie did not stop purchasing the materials, moreover to refine the Gu, he and the other 3 immortals took the risk of returning to Earth Abyss. Shadow Sect had arranged a super Gu formation in Earth Abyss which could provide huge help in Gu refinement. When Ying Wuxie barely gathered 6 complete portions of immortal materials through Defy, a mishap occurred. A member of Defy, demonic Gu Immortal Gong Sun Liang, who had been hiding in Mingtang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Gong Sun Liang sent a request for help to Defy. The whole of Defy had immediately fallen into a huge turbulence. Gong Sun Liang, who had hidden himself very well, was actually captured. More importantly, Heavenly Court had personally made a move. This was truly shocking. Most of the members of Defy were those that were suppressed or excluded by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and had secretly allied for survival. Meanwhile, the 10 great ancient sects were no more than subsidiaries of Heavenly Court. Facing the colossal Heavenly Court, everyone in Defy was feeling insecure, and feared Gong Sun Liang revealing clues that would implicate them. Damned Heavenly Court! Ying Wuxie could only curse at this. Because of this event, other members of Defy went into hiding, and no longer dared to communicate with him, let alone trading immortal materials. Ying Wuxie knew they not only feared Heavenly Court, more than that they were doubtful of him, this boss. After all, previously, Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal Gu to Ying Wuxie, and he was the one who met with disaster while the immortal Gu remained with Ying Wuxie. Was it the greed for immortal Gu that the boss intentionally did not save Gong Sun Liang? This suspicion had caused the power and prestige of the boss name to take a huge hit. Gong Sun Liang was captured, cutting down Ying Wuxie's optimal source of gathering immortal materials. With no choice, they could only take help of Treasure Yellow Heaven. This was the biggest market in the 5 regions. But the service charge was high and the transactions were not secret, they could easily be tracked down by those that had the intention. In short, the risk was high. If not for there being no other way, Ying Wuxie would not have used this method. Gong Sun Liang is captured, Heavenly Court will sooner or later find out about this place. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Ziwei has awakened. I must refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Ying Wuxie was feeling more and more hurried. His circumstances were also worsening by the day. Shadow Sect had emptied out almost all their treasuries to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, even using Zombie Alliance as immortal materials to refine into the 10 extreme formation. Shirnu might be rank 7, but his immortal aperture was not managed properly. He Lulan and Tai Yunxing had advanced to Gu Immortal not long ago and had limited accumulations. Although Treasure Yellow Heaven had a superb collection of immortal materials, Ying Wuxie suffered from poverty and had to spend his remaining wealth very carefully. He had to haggle over the smallest details, who would want to transact immortal materials with him. Finally, by the time Ying Wuxie was able to gather 10 portions of Gu refinement materials through Treasure Yellow Heaven, he had almost reached the point where he shed tears of bitterness, his expression one of misery. A tiger without strength gets bullied by dogs. If now was before the Battle of Etion Mountain, there would be 10 or 20 entire portions of rank 6 immortal materials which could be obtained from just a fraction of Shadow Sect's treasury. Even if the materials were not in the treasury, with just one order, Zombie Alliance over the 5 regions would mobilize large numbers of immortal zombies to gather the immortal materials. Why would he get into this state? To gather the immortal materials, the current Ing Wu Xia and the rest had almost already emptied out their pockets. I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed. Ing Wu Xia inwardly cried out. His situation was filled with difficulties, while Fang Yuan was progressing smoothly. Fang Yuan had already discussed with Langya Land Spirit, even if the first Gu refinement did not succeed, they would still continue. As for the immortal materials required for the second or the third time, Fang Yuan would have to bear all the costs. He had ample money on hand, or rather, he had extremely ample money on hand. The production of his major resources had decreased, but Fang Yuan's earnings had instead multiplied by several times. The reason? The Time Path Foundation in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was extremely abundant. The rate of time inside was as high as 60 times that of the outside world. What did that imply? One day in the outside world was 2 months inside the sovereign immortal aperture. With such an increase in time, there would be more resources produced, completely making up for the reduction in the production rate. However, only a part of these resources would be sold by Fang Yuan. When negotiating with Langya Land Spirit, Fang Yuan had intentionally mortgaged Danghun Mountain. In any case, Fang Yuan was able to pay the debt. But this, however, gave Langya Land Spirit plenty of motivation. Langya Land Spirit was slightly worried that the Gu refinement would succeed in one go. Wouldn't that mean he would be unable to take the chance to obtain Danghun Mountain? Chapter 1067, Both Sides Refine Gu. Several days later, in a deep part of Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Shang came back from the outside, reporting to Ing Wu Xia, Master, I have already investigated clearly. Because of the huge cave-in, there was a massive commotion. Ancient Soul Sect sent out 3 Gu Immortals to investigate. According to your instructions, I have already lured several ancient desolate beasts and 5 desolate beast groups to them. Because there seems to be wild immortal Gu in them, the 3 Gu Immortals from Ancient Soul Sect will be kept busy. Shang was a rockman, he was born with Earth Path Dao marks. Shang's Earth Path cultivation was extremely useful in an environment like Earth Abyss. Ing Wu Xia nodded, you did well in this matter, but Heaven's will is everywhere, do not be careless. When I am refining Gu, Heaven's will might influence these Gu Immortals to cause them to come here and ruin our plan. Shang thought for a moment before speaking, Master is right, but in this direction, we have already arranged 3 groups of desolate beasts to obstruct them. Even if they get past the desolate beasts and arrive here, we will have enough time to react. Ing Wu Xia shook his head slightly, you have not seen the true power of Heaven's will. Not only can it influence Gu Immortals, it can also affect desolate beasts and desolate plants. At the crucial moment, these desolate beast groups might charge at us. Shang's expression changed, if the desolate beast group charges here, what do we do? What he meant was, were his earlier preparations of luring the beast groups simply shooting themselves in the foot? No need to worry. My confidence does not lie in these desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts. It is in this super Gu formation. Ing Wu Xia said as an insightful light flashed across his eyes. Here was the safest place in Central Continent. This super Gu formation covered all aspects, it not only hid them from Heaven's will, it prevented the deductions of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, and also had incredible offense and defense, it could even assist in refining Gu. When Spectral Soul was in the door of life and death, he devoured souls and gained the memories and cultivation experiences of countless Gu Immortals. When he was alive, he was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his talent was top tier even throughout history. Experiences of formation path and refinement path were all absorbed by Spectral Soul. He saved a lot of time and effort because of this. He raised his formation path, refinement path, and other paths attainment levels to Great Grandmaster. And this Super Gu formation was designed by Spectral Soul in the door of life and death. One could imagine how powerful it was. Ying Wuxia was relying on this Super Gu formation to refine Gu. It was an ingenious idea. Even if desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts came charging, he could use the Super Gu formation to kill these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, using their souls to fuel the Super Gu formation and increase its might. Thus, there was no issue of creating trouble for themselves. Chernu's worry was undue. Even though he had lived here for a long time, he did not know the true power of this Gu formation. I did not destroy Spring Autumn Cicada. Heaven's will resides inside this Gu, thus, the location of the Super Gu formation is known by Heaven's will. But it is not a problem. Even if Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu Immortals attack us, I can defend us for some time. With Heaven Overseeing Tower destroyed now, even though they have Fate Gu, the chances of Heavenly Court getting here are low. Ying Wuxia did not give up on Spring Autumn Cicada after careful consideration. Fang Yuan could use Spring Autumn Cicada to destroy Shadow Sect's plan of 100,000 years. Then why couldn't Ying Wuxia also use Spring Autumn Cicada as his final trump card? Heaven's will was vast, it only cared about balance, it did not bear grudges. Anyone who threatens this world or threatens the life forms in this world would be targeted by Heaven's will. Right now, Heaven's will's main target was Fang Yuan, not Ying Wuxia. Thus, even though Spring Autumn Cicada was full of Heaven's will, it was still useful to Ying Wuxia. And in Ying Wuxia's plans, he was going to re-refine Spring Autumn Cicada, to clear out the Heaven's will inside, making this legendary Gu his own. But these were future plans. Right now, Ying Wuxia's mind was on refining fixed immortal travel. This immortal Gu was the key to resolving his problem. With this immortal Gu, he could go anywhere, he would regain the freedom he needed. There is no time, we should refine fixed immortal travel now. Chernu, don't resist, I will activate the Gu formation and send you to the formation core, you will assist me with refining the Gu. Ying Wuxia ordered. Yes master, I will do my best, even if I have to stake my life. Chernu quickly responded. After moving Chernu, Ying Wuxia also came to the most central formation core. As for Tai Yunxing and He Lulan, they were moved to 2 other formation cores. Even though it was only a rank 6 fixed immortal travel, this Gu refinement was very significant to Shadow Sect's future, and even the situation of the 5 regions. The Gu refinement began. Half a month later, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. The first refinement attempt of change form immortal Gu was about to begin. Fang Yuan stood in Cloud Cover Continent, he was looking at Langya Land Spirit with a serious expression. Langya Land Spirit was no longer so sagely, he was muscular and brawny, he had black hair on his body as he floated in the sky like a demonic god. He growled, his voice filled the scene, clouds scattered upon his action. Dao marks seemed to have lit up due to his voice, the surroundings were full of them. These Dao marks are mostly refinement path Dao marks, they are exceptionally good assistants in Gu refinement. Langya Land Spirit introduced proudly. He growled again. While growling, lumps of light shined in the entire sky, they shone with beautiful and vibrant lights, it was a dazzling sight. What is happening in the sky? Quickly look, an immortal miracle has occurred again. Not long ago, there was a rainbow beam, and now, there are rainbow stars in the sky, this is such a grand sight. At once, in Black Hair Continent, Yellow Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent, there were huge commotions as all sorts of people, from beggars to royalty, looked up with enthusiastic gazes, at the stars in the sky. Each star is oozing with immortal Gu aura, these are the components of the immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron? Fang Yuan asked in a questioning tone. Langya Land Spirit nodded, saying regretfully, you guessed right, it is a pity that most of the core immortal Gu are gone, if refinement cauldron was intact, the chances of refining change form immortal Gu are 60%. But forget it if it's lost, I am not going to repair refinement cauldron anyway, what can the complete refinement cauldron do? True strength does not lie in immortal Gu, it depends on the Gu Immortal themselves. Pay attention, I am about to start. At this time, the Dao marks in the surrounding 100 li lit up, the sky was shining in rainbow colors. Langya land spirit was high in the sky, countless Gu worms were flying around him, large numbers of mortal Gu materials were instantly refined by him, the speed was so fast Fang Yuan could barely keep up by looking. In a while, Langya land spirit growled, "Your turn." In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed, he replaced Langya land spirit in his position, floating in the air. As for Langya land spirit, he was standing on the ground, watching Fang Yuan. As it turned out, Langya land spirit had assessed the situation and decided that this Gu refinement was going to use a dual immortal Gu refinement method. Langya land spirit was going to use the hairy man Gu refinement method, while Fang Yuan was going to process the important immortal materials. They held equal importance in this. Fang Yuan was amply prepared. After appearing in the sky, he waved his hands as he took out a large basin of interior rain. Langya land spirit saw this and nodded, feeling slightly pleased. Fang Yuan was calm and collected, he had deep foundation in the basics, his methods also had an indescribable essence of profundity. This lad is worthily a reborn individual, with his previous life's experiences, his refinement path attainment level is reaching Grandmaster. But to take this final step, it will not be easy. Langya land spirit assessed. The Gu refinement proceeded smoothly, all of the steps were meticulously followed. Even if accidents occurred, they were small and negligible. Fang Yuan and Langya land spirit made ample preparations. And because Fang Yuan and Langya land spirit were not unskilled in refinement path, it was a cooperation of two experts. It was not strange to have such progress. For 3 days and nights, Langya land spirit and Fang Yuan worked without rest, their hard work paid off in the form of an incomplete immortal Gu. Langya land spirit saw this and was overjoyed, it seems that this first Gu refinement is likely to succeed. As long as the last few steps have no issues. Before he finished his words, the sky rumbled, thunder resounded as lightning flashed. The immortal Gu was about to form, tribulation descended. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but his hands were still stable, manipulating the mystical icy flame, tempering the incomplete immortal Gu. Don't worry, it is merely a rank 6 immortal Gu's tribulation, it is no what? Langya land spirit's pitch became extremely high, like a rooster held by its neck. His eyes were staring wide at the rumbling tribulation lightning in the sky. Before the tribulation descended, the intensity and aura had already far surpassed the standards of rank 6 in Langya land spirit's memories. In fact, even rank 7 immortal Gu would not result in such tribulation lightning. Why did this happen? Langya land spirit growled angrily in confusion. First Supreme Elder, take care of the Gu refinement, I will deal with the tribulation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. No. At the crucial moment, you cannot leave, your dog-shit luck is protecting the immortal Gu. Let me deal with the tribulation, everyone, form the ancient battle formation. Langya land spirit shouted. As he said that, close to 10 hairy man Gu immortals flew to him. As silvery light flashed, a huge silver giant appeared again. The second-ranked battle formation in the Olden Antiquity era, Heavenly Giant Solar. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Huff, huff, huff. Ying Wuxia breathed roughly, his eyes were red, he was like a gambler who had lost almost all his money, and was desperate to recoup his losses. Since half a month ago, he had been trying to refine fixed immortal travel, up until now, he had already failed 8 times. Damn it, I only have 2 chances left. I have the Gu formation to help me, but I still failed 8 times. The human isolation style truly has lower success rate compared to the hairy man heaven and earth style. However, even if Mu-chan were still alive, I would never use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Heavens will wants to get rid of me, if I give it this opportunity, it will use the tribulations to attack. If a tribulation that counters the Super Gu formation destroys it, there will be trouble. Fang Yuan does not know about heaven's will, he is using the hairy man heaven and earth style. Hee, good luck to him. Chapter 1068, Success and Failure. Boom. 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 Loud sounds resounded non-stop as the entire sky of cloud-covered continent shook. This is the heavenly drum thunder tribulation. Langya land spirit said inside the ancient battle formation heavenly giant solar. His face was showing shock and confusion. With this heavenly drum thunder tribulation, every time thunder booms, formless astral lightning would form in the Gu Immortal's body, destroying their intestines and organs. The force can blow up mountains and crack boulders. This is a sound path and lightning path tribulation. Normal Gu Immortals cannot defend against it easily, they are also sure to die in this tribulation. However, Fang Yuan, you do not need to fear, this place is surrounded with refinement path Dao marks, it is the best defense. Furthermore, I have methods to resist it, as long as heavenly giant solar is around, you will be safe. While feeling anxious, Langya land spirit transmitted this to Fang Yuan. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would be distracted by the tribulation, causing the Gu refinement to end up in failure. Even though Langya land spirit wanted to get Dang Hun Mountain, and Fang Yuan failing to refine the Gu would help in this, he was a land spirit that had to follow his promises. This was an agreement made by thieving heaven demon venerable and long-hair ancestor. He had to do his best to help Fang Yuan without scheming against him. Fang Yuan floated in the air, completely unaffected by the rumbling thunder outside. His expression was calm, his mind was also ice-cool. Langya land spirit's worry was excessive. Fang Yuan had undergone so many battles, the 5 regions chaotic war, the battle of Etian Mountain, he had experienced all of these chaotic scenes, he was immune to such interference. He was composed, his fingers moved quickly, like flowers blooming, he stably proceeded with the Gu refinement. Boom boom boom. Every thunderous sound would cause the giant silver body of heavenly giant solar to shake. The hairy man Gu Immortals who formed the battle formation felt agitated, their hair was standing on end, as if an apocalypse was coming. Langya land spirit snorted coldly, I have a move that counters sound path. Behold my immortal killer move, Silent World. The silver giant shone with boundless brilliance. The silvery light was sharp, like shards of the sun. Fang Yuan shut his eyes in time as he activated several defensive killer moves. The silvery light flickered and vanished without a trace. Silent World. No more thunder was heard. In the sky, dark clouds loomed as countless bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds. But the thunder that accompanied every flash of lightning was gone. After a long time, the sounds of thunder returned, from soft gradually to loud. With just this heavenly drum thunder tribulation size, even if it expands by 10 times, it cannot interrupt the Gu refinement. Langya land spirit had just said this smugly when the dark clouds in the sky transformed. Numerous blue light lumps shot down from the dark clouds, each light lump was a blue charm lightning shadow. This was a lightning fiend, its battle strength matched rank 6 Gu Immortals. When Gu Immortal underwent tribulation, she died because of a blue charm lightning shadow. And now, Fang Yuan had to face 20 of them. Langya land spirit's eyes were bulging, he yelled, what is going on? Why is there a second blue charm lightning shadow tribulation? And the size is actually 20 times of the usual. Even with Langya land spirit's long life and countless experiences, he was visibly phased. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, this was so similar to the situation when he was undergoing tribulation. During my first earthly calamity, it surpassed a heavenly tribulation. This time, during change form immortal Gu's refinement, the same thing happened, there are actually 20 blue charm lightning shadows. If I encountered this during my earthly calamity, I would have died without question. During Fang Yuan's first earthly calamity, the heaven and earth chi turned into some iron crown eagles, 2 ancient ruined bats, and countless ancient snow monsters, desolate beast snow monsters, and others. In terms of size, his first earthly calamity was larger, but Fang Yuan barely passed it. If he encountered this earthly calamity with 20 blue charm lightning shadows, he would not be able to live. During his earthly calamity, the ancient ruined bats had just formed when Fang Yuan resolutely attacked them with his full power without hesitation, destroying them. Fang Yuan had high offense and low defense, this was making use of his advantage. But if he fought against 20 blue charm lightning shadows, it would be different. Blue charm lightning shadows were fast, their battle strength matched rank 6 Gu Immortals. Even if Fang Yuan used triple-layered sword wave, he could not hit them. Fang Yuan had rank 7 and 8 Immortal Gu, but they were not defensive Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had strong attacks, but weak defensive methods. He was countered by the blue charm lightning shadows. The underlying problem is, I developed too quickly, my foundations are unstable, I have too many weaknesses now. Fang Yuan had a thought. Actually, he had discovered this problem long ago. But since the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had been pressed for time, he had no free time to make up for these aspects. 20 blue charm lightning shadows charged at Fang Yuan together. They were so fast, like lightning, Fang Yuan only saw several blue traces before they all got near him. Langya Land Spirit shouted in panic, using another immortal killer move. The silver giant's body was shining in light. Within the pure white light, the silver giant's body expanded until it multiplied a dozen times in size. The original silver giant was already huge. With this transformation, its feet stepped on cloud-covered continent while its head extended up towards the heavens. The silver giant's mountain-like body shook intensely. It used another immortal killer move. The blue charm lightning shadows were already at Fang Yuan's left and right. They crashed into a sudden wall of light that appeared and were bounced back. After saving Fang Yuan, the silver giant raised its hands, clasping them together to form a circle, with Fang Yuan inside. Its arms were huge, they covered the surrounding space around Fang Yuan. The situation is bad. Even though my killer move can defend against blue charm lightning shadows, your refinement is still being interrupted. You need to be careful now, stronger attacks might be coming at you. If you fail to hold firm, the Gu refinement will fail. Langya Land Spirit transmitted again. Fang Yuan nodded, he did not speak, his expression was heavy. While refining Gu now, there were countless refinement path Dao marks helping him, and even the remaining portion of refinement cauldron was in the air assisting him. But the silver giant's battle with the blue charm lightning shadows would disturb the Dao marks, causing countless tremors. These were all problems for Fang Yuan. If he made a mistake, his hard work would be wasted. Bam bam bam. Loud clashing sounds entered Fang Yuan's ears. The blue charm lightning shadows were like blue bees, surrounding the silver giant and attacking at its two hands. They were moving quickly, while the silver giant was moving clumsily. You bunch of fools! Langya Land Spirit scolded. He had to protect Fang Yuan and keep his arms stable. He could not be distracted. Thus, the matter of resisting the blue charm lightning shadows was left to the other hairy man Gu Immortals. But these hairy man Gu Immortals had low battle strength, they were unskilled in controlling the giant. Even though they did their best, the immortal killer moves they used either failed, or even if they succeeded, in the outside world, they created flashy effects but had little impact. After a long time, they only killed one blue charm lightning shadow, and that was because of a lucky hit. Langya Land Spirit did not even have the energy to yell at them. Right now, it is really bad. He was full of worries. The silver giant was created with heavenly giant solar, it had expanded by more than 10 times, with less defense than before. It could only take a beating while the blue charm lightning shadows attacked. It was getting more transparent, fading with time. Even though Fang Yuan's situation was stabilized, because of the outside interference, his speed fell drastically. Langya Land Spirit estimated that with this speed, the silver giant could not last until the end. He was already occupied now, while Fang Yuan was focusing on the Gu refinement, they could not fight. Without external help, this refinement was bound to fail. Thankfully, this is my first try. It is okay if it fails, I have funds. Fang Yuan's attitude was actually rather good, he had a positive mindset. When refining immortal Gu, who could expect to succeed on the first try? Fang Yuan could bear the failure, but over in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Yingwu had no alternatives left. This is the final chance, the final set of immortal materials, I cannot fail again. Yingwu forehead was covered in sweat, he gritted his teeth. He was like a wolf that was forced to the edge of the cliff. Once he failed to gather another batch of immortal materials, it would be extremely difficult. In this situation, I can only use my trump card. I can't care less about the backlash, I need to get through this crisis first. Ing Wuxia made up his mind and activated a certain immortal killer move. An intense pain assaulted the depths of his soul. Under the effect of the immortal killer move, his entire soul turned into fuel and started burning. At the same time, his luck rose gradually. My main body had explored 88 True Yang building and created this move. Luckily, I obtained rank 7 Soul Hull Gu earlier. Together with some mortal Gu, I can use this move. Determination flashed across Ing Wuxia's eyes. He was going all in, using a huge amount of luck to help himself in refining fixed immortal travel. I can definitely succeed this time. He screamed internally. Inside Langya Blessed Land, there was great danger. The silver giant was extremely weak, it was on the verge of collapsing. The hairy man Gu Immortals and the giant suffered severe injuries, some of them had burst arteries, they were spitting out blood, some had fainted while others were trembling intensely, throwing up frothy saliva. They had assembled the ancient battle formation. Now that the formation was damaged, the injuries were reflected onto them. There were 11 blue charm lightning shadows left. Be it Fang Yuan or Langya Land Spirit, they were in despair. The next time I refine Gu, I will definitely not use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Fang Yuan swore to himself. At this moment, he felt that the human isolation style was very wonderful. I am actually going to fail this time, my Langya Blessed Land's reputation is ruined, it is the fault of these tribulations that increased in strength so ridiculously. Langya Land Spirit was furious. Alright, it is almost time to stop. Gu Immortal Sixth Hair thought to himself. He was the spy that Shadow Sect had placed in Langya Blessed Land, there were 3 of them formerly, now he was the only one left. He was the one communicating with Ing Wuxia, giving him the information about Fang Yuan and the Blessed Land. While resisting the blue charm lightning shadows, he did not help much, in fact he was doing sabotage. From Shadow Sect's perspective, they were unwilling to see Fang Yuan refine change form immortal Gu. For the final attack, let's use killer move 1 arm sacrifice. Sixth Hair thought as he almost laughed out loud. Even though this move was powerful, it would greatly weaken the silver giant. Now that the silver giant was on the brink of breaking apart, once this move was used, it would definitely collapse. If I use this move, the ancient battle formation would collapse. Not only would Fang Yuan's refinement fail, the backlash of the ancient battle formation would also kill many of the hairy man Gu Immortals. After surviving, I would be given even greater responsibilities. This is perfect, simply perfect. Cold light flashed in his eyes, the traitor Sixth Hair used 1 arm sacrifice resolutely. One of the silver giant's arms left its body, as it fell, a bright light was emitted. Oh no! Which idiot? Langya Land Spirit's expression changed, he was about to scold. Suddenly, this severed arm was hit by an immortal killer move and erupted with incredible strength as it flew far away. Boom! With a loud crash, an intense explosion occurred, it happened to hit the surrounding blue charm lightning shadows. These blue charm lightning shadows were flying around everywhere. At that moment, coincidentally, most of them were gathered together, and were hit by this explosion, they all died at once. Stunning results. Fang Yuan was dazed. Sixth Hair was shocked, this actually worked? Langya Land Spirit was also in a daze, he shouted after a while, good attack. With this change, the silver giant collapsed, and the hairy man Gu Immortals were all injured. But there were only 3 blue charm lightning shadows left, the situation turned around quickly. Just Langya Land Spirit alone could deal with these blue charm lightning shadows. Sixth Hair was in regret, he wanted to attack but Langya Land Spirit ordered him to take care of the other hairy man Gu Immortals. An hour later, Fang Yuan held the newly refined change form immortal Gu as he stood in disbelief. The first refinement attempt succeeded? Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Puff. Ing Wuxia spat out blood as he fell backwards. His expression was pale, he fainted at once. The final attempt at refining fixed immortal travel failed. Chapter 1069, Heavenly Court. The butterfly fluttered its wings, it flew up and down, as jade green light scattered below its beautiful wings. Eventually, it landed on the tip of Fairy Ziwei's slender white finger. Fairy Ziwei looked at this jade butterfly deeply, smiling as she said, "This is fixed immortal travel?" "Precisely." An old female Gu Immortal beside her said expressionlessly. This old woman had a hunched back, she was bending down, her hair was yellow like wheat, her face was wrinkled and her eyes were blurry. She wore a brown-yellow robe, there was a ring of sand around her waist. Fairy Ziwei turned around, expressing her gratitude sincerely, merely a rank 6 immortal Gu, it actually needed a refinement path great Grandmaster like Granny Sha to refine, this was truly its honor. This old female Gu Immortal was a member of Heavenly Court, she had recently woken up. She had rank 8 cultivation level, she was several thousand years old, there were no records about her age, but there were such antiques in Heavenly Court, except that her refinement path great Grandmaster status was very rare. Fairy Ziwei knew a bit more. She was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, she could deduce many secrets from small clues. She knew that this Granny Sha had little lifespan, she had to sleep in Heavenly Court to delay the arrival of her death. But she and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord were from the same generation, they were even in a relationship during their younger years. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sacrificed himself and died, this alarmed Granny Sha, she took the initiative to end her hibernation and woke up. Granny Sha looked at fixed immortal travel in Fairy Ziwei's hand as she sighed deeply, "I am an old woman with half my body inside the coffin, what honor is there? By refining fixed immortal travel this time, can I really help you to capture that Fang Yuan?" Refining fixed immortal travel needed the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. By this era, it could no longer be found by normal Gu Immortals, but Heavenly Court was an exception. This was the #1 Gu Immortal organization in the world, present since the remote antiquity era, it had been in a leading role throughout history, arrogantly looking down on all 5 regions. Wind Cloud Manor was only a sect under Heavenly Court, but they already had the light of the immemorial era in their inventory, Heavenly Court's own treasury undoubtedly had more. Thus, Granny Sha could rush to refine fixed immortal travel without lacking immortal materials. This was the foundation of Heavenly Court after being around for 3 million years. Towards Granny Sha's question, Fairy Ziwei smiled, "This is the result of my deduction, I have 60% assurance." Surprise flashed across Granny Sha's eyes, "You and Tower Lord are wisdom path Gu Immortals on par with one another, with 60% assurance, there is a need to try." Fairy Ziwei nodded lightly, "To speak the truth, I was able to deduce because of luck, as I had gotten some crucial information. Fang Yuan having fixed immortal travel and spring-autumn cicada is no longer a secret. Some time ago, we captured a demonic path Gu Immortal, Gong Sun Liang, we learned about the boss who had borrowed Gu from him. Next, we investigated several areas that Fang Yuan might have appeared in, one of them was Pot River. At Wind Cloud Manor, Gu Immortal Feng Chanzi stole the light of the immemorial era from their treasury and sold it to an outsider. Thus, you deduced that Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel has already been destroyed, right? Granny Sha asked. That was a possibility, but looking at the result, we were right. Fairy Ziwei answered. That Fang Yuan has many immortal Gu, spring-autumn cicada has already been sealed, while fixed immortal travel is with us. This way, it is much easier to capture him. Granny Sha said. Fairy Ziwei shook her head, she sighed lightly, actually, fixed immortal travel is not a problem. It is merely a rank 6 immortal Gu, there are too many ways to deal with it. That's right. Granny Sha agreed, it is almost impossible to raise fixed immortal travel to rank 7 or 8. The light of the immemorial era needed is too much, even in Heavenly Court's treasury, we can only try to refine the rank 7 version 3 times. As for rank 8 fixed immortal travel, it is consigned to history. During the immemorial antiquity era, there was an unlimited amount of light, but now, it was an extinct immortal material. But fixed immortal travel required the light of the immemorial era to refine. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel could not transport rank 7 Gu Immortals, not to mention rank 8s. These Gu Immortals had plentiful Dao marks in them. To transport them using fixed immortal travel was like asking a baby to carry an elephant. Unless there was a Gu Immortal specialized in space path, or if a special immortal killer move was used. But such a situation was extremely rare. In general, fixed immortal travel was capped at rank 6, even though it had a great effect, it had little use to rank 7 and 8 Gu Immortals. Granny Sha continued, actually, in Heavenly Court's history, we have owned fixed immortal travel multiple times. In most situations, we gave them to the lower sects for use, and because of tribulations and others reasons, they were lost. Once, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Liang. He raised it to rank 7. This person cultivated space path alone, but during the rampage of immemorial desolate beasts, he battled and died. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed during that time. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel was treasured by Fang Yuan, but in the Heavenly Court Gu Immortal's eyes, it was almost an unnoteworthy object. It was unusable, thus in many situations, it was given to the 10 ancient sects, so that they could display its greatest worth and control the situation in Central Continent. To think that Fang Yuan relied on fixed immortal travel to create so much trouble in the world. It was still the same saying. There was no strongest Gu worm, only strongest Gu master, Gu Immortal. The effect of a Gu worm not only depended on the Gu worm itself, the more important reason was the user, the Gu master. Fairy Ziwei continued, rushing to refine fixed immortal travel and sealing spring-autumn cicada merely cut Fang Yuan's wings. The true problem is finding his hiding spot. Now, I will deduce with my full strength and find him in Central Continent. Granny Sha, I will need your help to refine Immortal Gu and restore Heaven Overseeing Tower. Granny Sha nodded and said in a heavy tone, Tower Lord is dead, I couldn't save him. But I can rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure he would rest in peace behind the door of life and death if he knows this. Goodbye. Granny Sha said this as Fairy Ziwei summoned another Gu Immortal, Myriad Tidal Dragon. Feng Chanzi almost made a great blunder through this selfish use of public assets. It seems that Central Continent has been peaceful for too long, the sects are all complacent and rotting, how can such scoundrels be allowed to tarnish the reputation of Heavenly Court? Punish him to guard Hidden Dragon Cave and Dizongxing for 20 years. If that evil dragon manages to move even a bit, he would be failing his duties, we will take his life as punishment. Fairy Ziwei said as cold light flickered in her eyes. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded as he frowned slightly, what about Old Man Bei Feng? Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, he was very doted on. Most importantly, with Old Man Bei Feng's accumulated achievements and battle strength potential, he could already rise to Heavenly Court and become one of its members. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, not all rank 8 Gu Immortals can ascend to Heavenly Court and become members. One had to be exceptional. Fairy Ziwei smiled, if Old Man Bei Feng wants to come to Heavenly Court, I will personally welcome him. But his grandson will now be guarding Hidden Dragon Cave. With Feng Chanzi's rank 6 cultivation level, he cannot deal with it. Since nobody in Heavenly Court is willing to take care of that mess, we will let Old Man Bei Feng handle it. After pausing for a while, Fairy Ziwei continued, I called you here today because I deduced many identities of Defice members. I want you to go personally and capture a number of them, so that I can get more clues. Understood. Myriad Tidal Dragon accepted the order. Now that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was dead, as the only remaining Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fairy Ziwei was tasked to lead Heavenly Court. A Wisdom Path Gu Immortal was most suited for this job. Of course, she was only leading Heavenly Court temporarily. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had equal status, not one of the rank 8 Gu Immortals had absolute authority, they had to discuss matters between all of them. Unless there was an immortal venerable leading them, that would be a different story. Granny Sha is rebuilding Heaven Overseeing Tower. Myriad Tidal Dragon is outside capturing the members of Defy. Wei Ling Yang is internally investigating Heavenly Court and modifying our investigative methods. Times are different now, we cannot let more traitors come in. Now, I will go all out to deduce Fang Yuan's location. We cannot stall this. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei's brows rose slightly. It seemed from the result from her last deduction, that the more she targeted Fang Yuan, the more Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect would cooperate. From Heavenly Court's perspective, Spectral Soul was the main target. They could not rest until he was dead. Right now, Spectral Soul's main body was trapped in Southern Border's Super Dream Realm. Heavenly Court did not, and could not, act. They could only watch as Spectral Soul died slowly in the Dream Realm. Thus, Heavenly Court's focus was on Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's remnant forces, to prevent them from saving Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's remnant forces, like Zombie Alliance, was already facing the assault of people sent by Fairy Ziwei. Fang Yuan was her current focus. Fixed immortal travel was not an issue, but Spring-Autumn Cicada was different. If Fang Yuan went back to the past and rewrote history, what would happen? Central Continent, deep in Earth Abyss. Ying Wuxia woke up slowly. What happened? This is... Ying Wuxia was in a daze. Gradually, clarity returned to his eyes. He remembered everything. Damn it, I failed in refining fixed immortal travel. After using my trump card, my luck rose immensely. Why did I not succeed? Now, I have lost everything, and my soul's injury is severe. Ying Wuxia had a pale expression as he clenched his fists. He was upset, and also lost. He did not know what to do now. Suddenly, the surroundings shook. Ying Wuxia's Super Gu formation started to activate rapidly. Oh no! This is the deduction of a Wisdom Path Grade expert. The Super Gu formation's automatic defenses has been activated. Ying Wuxia gasped in his mind. His face turned even more pale now, without a trace of rosiness. Chapter 1070, Sacrifice a Rook to Save the King. In Central Continent, who would deduce Ying Wuxia? Ying Wuxia's first thought was Heavenly Court. The #1 Gu Immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Heavenly Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Heavenly Court that had 3 generations of immortal venerables leading it. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not attempt to attack Heavenly Court. The Supreme Heavenly Court. As the Super Gu formation continued to run, resisting the wisdom path deductions of the mysterious great expert, the entire Gu formation was shining in dark eerie light. It was cracking under the pressure. In just a short time, who is it that has made the Super Gu formation so overworked? Only Heavenly Court's wisdom path great expert can do it. Ying Wuxia's expression was pale, his back was covered in sweat. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, and he returned to the door of life and death, Shadow Sect had existed, having been developed over 100,000 years, achieving its peak due to immaculate planning, but after the Battle of Etion Mountain, the losses were terrible, only some remnant forces were left. Now, Spectral Soul was stuck in the Dream Realm, only Ying Wuxia was left as the final hope. Ying Wuxia knew deeply how heavy the burden on him was. If he was deduced, without fixed immortal travel to teleport and escape, he would definitely be assaulted by a large number of Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, until he died. Never mind if I die, but my main body will fall into a desperate situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will die for real. I will become history. I am not resigned to that fate. Ying Wuxia held, he struggled to get up. He invested his attention and immortal essence into the Super Gu formation. The Gu formation started to become more stable, the eerie light flowed like water, moving in the formation, the cracking sounds also became softer. With a Gu Immortal controlling it, the Gu formation could display a completely different level of power. Earlier, this Super Gu formation did not have Ying Wuxia controlling it, but it could still defend against Fairy Ziwei's deductions. With Ying Wuxia's support, its might rose by more than 10 times, the situation was under control. But Ying Wuxia's situation was becoming worse. He had just woken up, his condition was not good. Because the Gu refinement failed, and he used his trump card killer move to increase his luck, his soul was severely injured. After waking up, he controlled the Super Gu formation without rest. he did not even have time to heal his injuries. Ing Wuxia controlled the Super Gu formation for a while. He felt dizzy and saw stars in the air. His body was shaking as he almost fainted again. No. This Super Gu formation is hard to control. We have to defend against the wisdom path deduction. My mental energy is severely drained. I cannot continue resisting it. Ing Wuxia's heart sank. Sure knew. Hey Lulan. He called, left with no choice. He told these two the secret method to manipulate the Super Gu formation and let them control it. A while later, he could not endure it anymore. He fainted. Master. Shernu was very loyal. After being able to control the Super Gu formation, he found that Ing Wuxia's situation was bad and quickly used the Gu formation to heal Ing Wuxia. He Lulan was in charge of defending against Fairy Ziwei's deduction. The situation was stable again. Ing Wuxia finally woke up again. He was in a better state. Once he woke up, he asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" Shernu replied, 2 days and 3 nights, Master. Did they stop the deduction? Ing Wuxia asked again. Not even once. He Lulan transmitted. Ing Wuxia's expression was grim, his heart sunk to rock bottom. 2 days and 3 nights of deduction without stopping. The other party is indeed a wisdom path great expert of Heavenly Court. Their wisdom path attainment can match Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Sigh, Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's foundation was too deep. It had been under the rule of 3 immortal venerables, with countless rank 8 Gu Immortals joining throughout history. Shadow Sect had developed for 100,000 years. It had a huge force, but compared to Heavenly Court, its foundation was too shallow. Shadow Sect had researched for tens of thousands of years. They found an opportunity coincidentally and paid a heavy price to send the traitor Lian Jiuxing into Heavenly Court. But Lian Jiuxing could not get much intel after joining Heavenly Court. Most of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were sleeping, they rarely were active. However, just the small amount of information obtained, showing a portion of Heavenly Court's power, made Shadow Sect feel great trepidation. The biggest concern was Heavenly Court's rank 9 Fate Gu. This immortal Gu was only damaged during Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time, it was not completely destroyed. Using rank 9 Fate Gu as the core, the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower had incredible might, it could truly oversee everything. Its range of detecting fate escapees spanned over the whole 5 regions, along with White Heaven and Black Heaven. It was a shocking scope. The second concern was that Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven was free from tribulations, seemingly because it had devoured large numbers of fragments of the 7 broken immemorial heavens. Finally, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had unfathomably deep research regarding immortal apertures. In this regard, even Spectral Soul could only gasp in amazement. Any rank 8 Gu Immortal who joins Heavenly Court would first have to contribute their immortal aperture, and combine it into Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven. When they go outside of Heavenly Court, they would be given a mystical phantom aperture for storing immortal essence and Gu worms. This method was among the deepest secrets of Heavenly Court. It was the work of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After rank 8 Gu Immortals fuse their immortal apertures into Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven, they would be free from tribulations. They could also sleep and slow down the loss of their lifespan. Heavenly Court was created 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. By now, it had the Grotto Heavens of 3 immortal venerables, along with countless rank 8 Gu Immortals' Grotto Heavens. They were all fused into Heavenly Court. Thus, the size of Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven was unbelievable. The amount of resources and immortal materials inside was immeasurable. With just these resources, Heavenly Court was self-sufficient, it did not need anything from the 5 regions. It was unknown just how many rank 8 Gu Immortals were sleeping inside Heavenly Court, or even how many members there actually were in Heavenly Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand the terrifying might lurking in Heavenly Court. However, since ancient times, lifespan Gu had been the traditional way to gain lifespan. For the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals to use sleep to extend their lives, there was definitely a drawback. But Lian Jiuxing had never uncovered what this drawback was. It was among Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect with 100,000 years of foundation was too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg. Zombie Alliance, which was scattered over all 5 regions, was just the tip of the iceberg. Old Man Yanshi, Bo Qing, and Purple Mountain True Monarch were hidden under the iceberg. As for Heavenly Court, it was the sea that carried the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep. Even though the iceberg floated on the sea, nobody knew what was hiding inside the sea, or what ferocious creatures were dwelling below. Maybe the Gu Immortals were already dead, but nobody knew the truth, and they were not going to find out either. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Lian Jiuxing, Bai Chen Tian, Fairy Ziwei, Granny Sha, they were all rank 8 Gu Immortals who joined Heavenly Court in the last thousands of years. The depths of the sea was not explored yet, these were just huge waves on the surface. Master, what do we do now? Shirnu asked. Ing Wuxia fell into deep contemplation. He racked his brains, thinking hard. At the moment, Fairy Ziwei's deduction was like a long spear forcing Ing Wuxia and the rest to raise their shield and defend against the Super Gu formation. Even though it was powerful and could block Fairy Ziwei's deduction, this way, by controlling the Super Gu formation, Ing Wuxia and the rest were restricted from doing anything else. And just defending themselves was too passive, they were going to lose eventually, it was not a wise decision. Heavenly Court targeted me not only to deal with Shadow Sect, but also because they want to pursue Fang Yuan. My body is originally Fang Yuan's, in a way, I am shielding him from this disaster. It is very strange that I failed to refine fixed immortal travel this time. I had 10 chances and extremely high luck in the final one. Even if my luck was split, the chances of success are still very high. Fang Yuan could succeed his refinement even in that situation. My situation was far better than his, yet I still failed. I am afraid fixed immortal travel has already been refined by someone. If that is so, it is likely Heavenly Court. At this time, over in Langya Blessed Land, the traitor's 6th heir had already sent a letter of apology to Ing Wuxia. Thus, Ing Wuxia had a clear understanding of Fang Yuan's situation. It seems I can only sacrifice a rook to save the king. Ing Wuxia had a resolute expression. He decided to abandon his subordinates to obtain a chance to escape. Using the Super Gu formation, his aura could be concealed for some time. Fairy Ziwei's deductions would be drawn to the Super Gu formation. This way, Ing Wuxia could escape in the meantime, going through the regional walls and leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a tiger's den, there were too few remnant forces of Shadow Sect. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a huge help to Ing Wuxia. I failed to refine fixed immortal travel, but I am only a rank 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie. It is far easier for me to pass the regional walls compared to rank 7s and 8s. Now, I can only work hard to travel the 4 regions and gather my remnant forces. Even if Heavenly Court has the rank 6 fixed immortal travel, those rank 8 Gu Immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower has been destroyed, they cannot locate me as well. I can only abandon this place. And to control the Gu formation, at least 2 rank 6s or 1 rank 7 are needed. Ing Wuxia thought about it and decided to give up on Shirnu, bringing Tai Bayunxing and He Lulan with him. The loyalty of these 3 was not an issue, especially He Lulan, followed by Shirnu and finally, Tai Bayunxing. The more important reason was that he had to pass the regional walls many times. The lower the cultivation level, the better it was when going through them. Shirnu's rank 7 cultivation level was a burden instead. Ing Wuxia made his decision and executed it. Shirnu had no objections, he was utterly loyal, he even passed all of his accumulated Gu worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Ing Wuxia completely. Ing Wuxia's immortal aperture was a dead land, he kept the Gu worms while passing the Rockman tribe to He Lulan, letting them live in her immortal aperture. Bringing He Lulan and Tai Bayunxing, with Shirnu left to draw the attention, Ing Wuxia retreated, his target was the closest regional wall. Chapter 1071, Selling Immortal Gu. Boom boom boom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, rocks were sent flying. Within the dust cloud, Ing Wuxia opened his mouth, growling. His growl could not be heard by ears, but the three central continent Gu Immortals attacking them shook, their souls were also shaking intensely. Oh no! This is a soul path immortal killer move. The three central continent Gu Immortals quickly put up their defenses. Retreat. Using this prime opportunity, Ing Wuxia called this out as he led Tai Bayunsheng and He Lu Lan to fly away. The central continent Gu Immortals soon regained their senses, but Ing Wuxia and the rest were nowhere to be seen. What soul path killer move is this? Amazing! At that moment, I felt that my soul was going to dissipate from the tremors alone. These three Gu Immortals are from northern plains based on their aura. They are so secretive and mysterious. Who are they? They actually appeared in Earth Abyss, the territory of our ancient soul sect. Are they related to the giant cave-in that happened earlier? The three central continent Gu Immortals had grim expressions as they communicated while healing their injuries. I have already sent this information to the sect. We are sending reinforcements now. Chase. They are all hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense them, they cannot escape. The three central continent Gu Immortals stabilized their injuries and quickly chased after them. After chasing them for a while, the sensation vanished. The leading central continent Gu Immortal was troubled. Strange. My immortal killer move was created several years ago, it can trace people, few know about it. How did they dispel it? There are many types of immortal Gu, through different combinations, killer moves are created. Gu Immortals have many different methods, they are uncountable in number. Maybe the other party happened to have a way to counter your immortal killer move. This is possible but unlikely. In my opinion, it might not be dispelled, but only temporarily suppressed. Maybe they used a certain method to conceal themselves. The leader of the three immortals said, "We chased them here, but the immortal killer move's connection vanished, there must be a reason." Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture? An immortal aperture was a small world independent of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. When Fate escapees live in blessed lands and grotto heavens, they can avoid heaven overseeing towers detection. If Ing Wuxia, who was hit, entered someone else's immortal aperture, the investigative method of the leader of the 3 immortals would not work. But entering someone else's immortal aperture was very rare in the Gu Immortal world. Firstly, the immortal aperture was extremely important in a Gu Immortal's cultivation, few would allow others inside. Secondly, there was a drawback to this. The immortal apertures of Gu Immortals had their respective Dao marks. By entering another person's immortal aperture, their Dao marks would clash, they would interfere with, obstruct, or even reject and consume each other. The actual expenditure would depend on the situation itself. Normally speaking, a larger aperture storing a smaller one was more stable. Even if a smaller one was storing a bigger one, as long as their strengths were not far apart, the immortal aperture could contain Gu Immortals. But they would suffer losses in one way or another. If the immortal aperture was placed outside and was connected to the heaven and earth chi, they would be a part of the 5 regions world. The immortal aperture would be far more stable, and could contain much more, or even higher cultivation level Gu Immortals. If the person entering the immortal aperture had too high of a cultivation level and too many Dao marks, they might cause the immortal aperture to detonate. Like the fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens, only people of a certain cultivation level could explore it. If they were too strong, they could not enter, forcefully going in would just destroy the small world. There was also a special situation, it was regarding apertures of immortal zombies. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead land, the time inside was the same as the outside world, and the space inside was constantly crumbling. It could be seen as the Dao marks in the immortal aperture breaking apart, it was the process where they returned to the body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture enters a Gu Immortal, there would not be any Dao mark resistance, the only problem would be that the dead land would crumble more quickly, and the Dao marks would return to the zombie body at a faster rate. The leader of the 3 immortals had anticipated this situation, thus, he made Ing Wuxia, Tai Bayunsheng, and He Lu Lan all afflicted by his immortal killer move. No matter who entered which immortal aperture, one person would be left, they would be detected. The leader of the three immortals suddenly had a thought. Don't tell me, someone placed their immortal aperture while the other two entered the immortal aperture along with them? It is easy for a Gu Immortal to regather their immortal aperture, but placing it down takes time. There would be a commotion. How can they do it so quickly without making a disturbance? But Gu Immortals have countless methods. There are all sorts of geniuses in this world. They might have a certain method to quickly place down the immortal aperture. This central continent Gu Immortal thought a lot, but could not discern anything relevant. But this did not affect his actions. My connection was severed here. Rather than chasing them endlessly, I should stay here and investigate, maintaining the area and letting our wisdom path Gu Immortals in the sect deduce. The central continent Gu Immortal said. His suggestion was well received. The other two nodded without objecting. They are not leaving. It seems they are staying here. Inside the Super Gu formation, Tai Qiu looked outside and sighed. These three rank 7 Gu Immortals are from Ancient Soul Sect, sent here to investigate the huge cave-in. Master, it was fortunate that you could escape. Please heal your injuries. Shirnu urged. He Lulan sank into silence. Ying Wuxia's expression was very ugly. He said in a hoarse voice, to think that 3 Gu Immortals are waiting here for me. He had decided to make a sacrifice to protect his major interests, but to think that shortly after leaving, these 3 Ancient Soul Sect Gu Immortals appeared and fought with them. Ying Wuxia and the rest were outmatched. They could only return to the Super Gu formation. With the concealment of the Super Gu formation, the immortal killer move that was used on He Lulan and the others became temporarily ineffective. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals from Ancient Soul Sect were flying above the Super Gu formation, but because the Super Gu formation was extraordinary, it not only concealed them but also concealed all their aura. Being in phantom form, it did not have any physical state. The 3 central continent Gu Immortals could not detect anything. What do we do now? He Lulan thought to herself, looking at Ying Wuxia with an inquisitive gaze. Ying Wuxia turned his face around, his gaze flickered uncertainly. After thinking about it, he made up his mind. He gritted his teeth. In this desperate situation, I can only do this. A moment later, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, one pillar of treasure light shot into the sky. It was thick and large, attracting countless gazes the moment it appeared. What kind of treasure can lead to such amazing treasure light? Immortal Gu, it's an immortal Gu. Someone is using Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport immortal Gu again? So extravagant. Countless wills and Gu Immortals who happened to be around were talking about it. This familiar scene made them think of earlier, when Langya Land Spirit used Treasure Yellow Heaven to send Fang Yuan his sword path immortal Gu. But soon, the commotion exploded among the people. The Gu Immortals will publicly announced, this immortal Gu was to be sold openly. Anyone could buy it, but they had to use immortal Gu to exchange for it, or collect enough immortal materials provided in the list to trade. All of the Gu Immortals were shaken. Exchanging immortal Gu for immortal Gu was normal, it was also nearly the only way of transacting immortal Gu. But to think that this transaction could also be done using immortal materials. This was shocking and surprising. At once, the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven went into chaos. Central Continent, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Gu Immortals from all 5 regions revealed deep interest towards this immortal Gu. Especially when they realized that the immortal materials on the list were not absurd. As long as they collected the immortal materials and exchanged for this immortal Gu, they would profit without fail. As time passed, a sudden immortal Gu transaction caused a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. More and more Gu Immortals heard about this and placed their attention here, asking for the price. The price was very fair. Countless Gu Immortals were moved. Ying Wuxia smiled coldly as he saw this. The seller of the immortal Gu was none other than him. Immortal Gu were usually not sold, because refining Gu was hard, and immortal Gu were unique. Even 100 portions of immortal materials might not successfully refine the Gu. But Ying Wuxia was forced to his wits' end. He had no choice but to choose to sell immortal Gu. He had immortal killer moves and immortal Gu recipes in his mind. They were all given to him by spectral souls while within the Red Lotus in the River of Time. Because the wool carried in spring-autumn cicada was limited, this information was chosen carefully and given to Ying Wuxia. All of it was precious and had great value. He could not sell these, they were all useful in saving his main body. If they were sold, his secrets would be exposed, they could not be sold. He could not sell these things, and his cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials, which were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then, Ying Wuxia had only one choice left, that was to sell immortal Gu. He had quite a number of immortal Gu. They were mostly from Fang Yuan. He was selling one of Fang Yuan's immortal Gu, Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. In the current Gu Immortal world, even though Strength Path Gu Immortals were rare, this immortal Gu still drew a lot of attention. Because its price was not high, many rank 6 Gu Immortals without immortal Gu could bear the cost. As I expected. By selling this Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu first to cause a commotion, I can raise the prices later when I sell other immortal Gu. Ying Wuxia snickered internally. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei, do you know about the situation in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Granny Sha used Gu worms to transmit and ask Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had been trying to deduce the location of Fang Yuan. But she did not know that Fang Yuan's soul and body were separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Ying Wuxia, who was closest to her. Fang Yuan was inside Langya Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her capability in deducing him was minimal. After getting Granny Sha's reminder, Fairy Ziwei smiled, stopping her deduction, selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven? And he wants to use Space Path Immortal Gu like fixed immortal travel in exchange? It seems that Fang Yuan has been pushed into a corner, he has no choice but to do this. It is a pity, if it were anyone else, Treasure Yellow Heaven cannot be disrupted. But Heavenly Court is an exception. Open the treasury, I am going to make a transaction with Treasure Yellow Heaven's Heavenly Spirit. Treasure Yellow Heaven's Heavenly Spirit was extremely proud and rarely showed itself. It ignored even Heavenly Court and had once resigned itself to death rather than giving in to a Venerable's threat, making them helpless. The huge Heavenly Court could not force Treasure Yellow Heaven to stop Ying Wuxia from making transactions, that was impossible. But Fairy Ziwei was very confident in this. Chapter 1072, New Shang Clan Leader. Southern Border. Shangliang Mountain. The sun was high in the sky, shining brilliantly. There were lots of people on Shangliang Mountain, the atmosphere was lively. Rank 4 peak stage Gu Master Shang Buli stood at the mountain peak, attracting almost everyone's attention. Even though Shang Buli was an experienced veteran, at this moment, he was feeling anxious. Because right now was Shang Clan's ceremony, it had huge significance. All sorts of people were attending, Tai Clan, Yi Clan, Wu Clan, Ho Clan, and all the other representatives of Southern Border's super forces, even experts from the demonic path and lone cultivators were here. The elites of Southern Border were all gathered for this, it was a grand event. Shang Clan was different from the other super forces, that was because of Shang Clan's battle stage policy. The other super forces' battle stages were meant for their clansmen, while Shang Clan's battle stage could also take in demonic cultivators and lone cultivators. Shang Clan's foundation was in trading, its main base was Shangliang Mountain. Deals could be made with anyone, it was the biggest connector of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This was not just among the Gu Masters, the same applied to the Gu Immortal world. Shang Clan's Gu Immortals were usually the middlemen of righteous path and demonic path transactions. Seeing that Shang Buli appeared, the countless Gu Masters on Shangliang Mountain realized that this ceremony of Shang Clan was about to begin. The entirety of Shangliang Mountain became quiet, Shang Buli felt his pressure intensifying. He took in a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down as he declared loudly, Shang Clan Leader's succession ceremony, begin. At the next moment, grand music was played, countless birds and peacocks flew around, golden flowers were raining down from the sky, it was a glorious scene. From the interior of Shangliang Mountain, a long clear rainbow road extended outwards. A splendidly dressed girl walked on the clear rainbow road, appearing in front of everyone. She had silky jet black hair draping over her shoulders. Her eyebrows were thin like smoke, her eyes as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her hair was tied up. Wearing a beautiful dress, she walked slowly. It was Shang Xinci. At once, countless Gu masters held their breaths. So beautiful. This is Shang clan's next clan leader? This woman is so beautiful, she is truly like a fairy. Who is she? Everyone was discussing and clamoring. But these noises were all drowned by the elegant music that was being played. The esteemed guests on the mountain peak from all the superforces, as well as experts from the demonic path and lone cultivators, were all looking at Shang Xinci as she walked in, transmitting their thoughts to each other. This woman is Shang Yanfei's illegitimate daughter. She does not have high reputation, her aptitude is low, and her cultivation level is also low. But in the end, she actually became Shang clan's new clan leader. Fate truly toys with people, incredible, incredible. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, countless heroes and conquerors died, the forces in southern border were all heavily affected, much of the power balance shifted. And Etian Mountain has also become among southern border's greatest mysteries after that battle. Shang Xinci slowly walked on the clear rainbow road. Under everyone's watchful gazes, her clothes fluttered in the air, she ascended slowly, walking towards the sky from Shangliang Mountain's peak. Clouds gathered in the sky, light was shining brightly, gathering into a throne. Everyone raised their heads to watch. Shang Xinci had an unmatched and elegant disposition right now. Today, in Southern Border's Gu Master world, you are the sole main character. Shang Qingqing muttered. As a senior female immortal of Shang clan, she was the one who single-handedly supported Shang Xinci to become the leader of Shang clan. Shang Xinci became Shang clan leader. In order to prevent any chaos, Shang Qingqing had concealed herself and watched in the background to control the situation. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Southern Border has fallen into its biggest commotion in several hundred years. Can this girl really lead Shang clan and maintain stability, or even expand? Shang Tanmo asked. He had the appearance of a youth, he wore a blue robe and was skinny. He was looking at Shang Xinci with a deep gaze of doubt and inquisitiveness. Shang Qingqing smiled. All of the generations of clan leaders were nurtured through gaining experience. The reason why I chose Shang Xinci is not because of her ability, but her heart and magnanimity. Her characteristics are an advantage that gives her an unspeakable charisma. It is extremely rare in the current world. Look at the mountain peak, her subordinates are all tearing up from joy, they are so loyal and trusting towards Shang Xinci. But actually, these people that she took in had varied backgrounds, they were a chaotic bunch but now they are all on the same side. Oh? Shang Tanmo heard this and was moved. He knew that Shang Qingqing chose this girl to be the clan leader not just because of her personality, but because she had also made some observations and considerations over time. He followed Shang Qingqing's indication and looked down. To think that my lady would become Shang clan leader one day. Sob sob sob. Missy, we finally did it. Xiao Dai was weeping in happiness, she was Shang Xinci's trusted servant, when they were in Zhang clan, they were inseparable. She followed her in the caravan, to Shang clan city, they had gone through thick and thin, her loyalty was unmatched. Master, if you learn about this inside the door of life and death, you must be very happy. Young Miss is completely different from your other children, she can definitely give a new future to Shang clan. The servant Xiaolan had teary eyes. She was an orphan, adopted by Shang Yanfei when she was young, she was capable and was given to Shang Xinci by Shang Yanfei. Now that Shang Yanfei died on Etian Mountain, her loyalty towards Shang Yanfei was all transferred to Shang Xinci. Zhou Quan was silent. He was Zhou clan's leader, he had an arrogant attitude and thought highly of himself. After Zhou clan was destroyed, he was a vagrant, surviving by opening a shop in Shang clan inner city. Afterwards, Fang Yuan forced him to go under Shang Xinci as a subordinate. Seeing that Shang Xianci was sitting down on the cloud throne, Zhou Quan's gaze was in a daze. At this moment, he thought of Fang Yuan. A complex smile appeared on his face. Black and white demons, should I be thanking you? Now that the young miss is Shang clan leader, my Zhou clan has hope to rise up again. But soon, Zhou Quan thought again, no, reviving the clan will have to wait. Even though the young miss is a clan leader, the internal threats are huge, her situation is not stable. How can I leave her now when she needs the help of her subordinates the most? Zhou Quan was not overwhelmed by this huge ceremony. He looked around at Shang Buli and Wan Qianshan. When Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, he had 5 capable subordinates. They were called the 5 great generals of Shang clan. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, among the 5 great generals of Shang clan, only 2 were left. They were Shang Buli and Wan Qianshan. The former controlled Shang clan's slave trade, while the latter was in charge of resource gathering, like mining, herb gathering, hunting, and others. The one with Shang surname was the representative of Shang clan. The other with Wan surname was an external elder. He represented the benefits of Shang clan's external Gu masters. With these 2 experts, young Miss' internal situation in Shang clan is truly bad. She is weak while they are strong. There is even a possibility that they could make her a puppet leader by taking over secretly. Young Miss' status makes her unable to obtain the support of every clansman. She is an illegitimate daughter after all. The internal problems are alarming, but the external problems are worse. Danger is lurking everywhere. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, too many leaders and experts died. Everything is changing. Resources without owners are being contested for again. Young Miss has too few resources available, be it human resources or actual goods, compared to her siblings. And she also has to deal with affairs outside the clan? And at this critical moment, Lady Wei is leaving her too. Thinking of this, Zhou Quan looked at the female Gu master beside him, Wei de Xian, feeling very unhappy. He was the chief steward of Shang Xianci. He knew a lot of information. Wei de Xian was the wife of Wei clan leader. She was skilled at training guards, and was pregnant. Her motive was to protect her husband's only bloodline. Because Fang Yuan targeted her weakness, threatening her, she eventually went over to Shang Xianci's side, and helped her nurture a band of elite guards. At the same time, she became the leader of Shang Xianci's guards. But now, she had already given birth. She had successfully carried on her husband's bloodline. Because she was always out in the open, her brother Wei Shenjing found out. He sent a letter and urged Wei de Xian to go and serve Wu clan with him. Wei de Xian was moved. After all, she was not loyal to Shang Xianci. She was threatened by Fang Yuan and had no choice back then. But Zhou Quan did not know that, while he was worrying about the situation, Wei de Xian was also very worried. Zhou Quan was once the leader of a clan. He had a good perspective of the big picture. Wei de Xian was the same. She was a clan leader's wife. She could see further than Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai. Shang Yanfei is already dead. My enmity with Shang clan has faded. Even though I was forced by the black demon back then, and had to serve the young miss, after this long period of time, I have come to understand her. Young Miss is a good person. There are too few good people in this world. Little brother, I will have to disappoint you. I cannot go to help you. You are a hidden elder in Wu clan. Even though you are ostracized, your life is safe. But here with young miss, danger lurks everywhere. Wei de Xian sighed internally. But no matter what, as the young miss steward, I need to think for her sake. Right now, she needs manpower. The 3 demonic path brothers, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng, must stay. We cannot let them leave. Zhou Quan looked at 3 people as brilliance flashed in his eyes. No matter what, as the young miss personal guard, I need to think in her interests. Shang Yanfei is dead. Shang clan only has 2 generals left. We need to prevent them from making her a figurehead. We need to draw in new blood. Xiao Yan is a great choice. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he idolizes Wei Yang. Because of the black and white demons, Wei Yang had a good relationship with young miss, and Xiao Yan was also close to them. Wei de Xian looked at Xiao Yan, who was among the crowd as she planned. In the sky, Shang Xianci began to speak publicly for the first time. Her speech was succinct, but there was deep meaning in it. People were pondering over it. This was not prepared by her, of course. Wei de Xian and Zhou Quan had written her script. After the speech ended, a huge wave of applause and cheers erupted. Shang Xianci slowly left the center of attention. But the succession ceremony was not over yet. What followed would be a day and night of celebration, wine and food with songs playing, to sweep away the sadness and dejection from all the heroes' deaths. After vanishing from the sky, Shang Xianci directly appeared in the inner city's mansion. So tired. With no one watching her, she relaxed as she felt deep fatigue in her mind. But she knew that now was not the time to rest. She used her Gu worms to summon her aides. Xiao Lan, Xiao Dai, Wei de Xian, Zhou Quan, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng. Shang Xianci had arrangements to make. Yi Fan walked on the road, his eyes were shining brilliantly, he walked with an imposing aura. Ever since he defended Shang Xianci while refusing to retreat in danger, he obtained the female immortal Shang Qingqing's approval. He was given a superb inheritance and many Gu worms. Yi Fan was troubled because he had no cultivation guidance. After getting this inheritance, his horizons expanded, he no longer lacked Gu worms, his future was bright. He was considered Shang Xianci's life benefactor, he could enter her mansion without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xianci became Shang clan leader, but it will not be easy as a clan leader, not to mention the leader of Shang clan. How can I, Yi Fan, abandon her? Thinking of Shang Xianci, Yi Fan's heart beat quickly. He was developing feelings for Shang Xianci, but he did not know what she felt about him. He knew that Shang Xianci was inside her mansion, he came without an invitation. Close, he was close. The final door was right in front of him. He could see Lady Xianci again. Yi Fan's footsteps became faster. He stood at the door, he straightened his back as he patted his clothes, he was about to knock. He heard Shang Xianci's voice from inside, everyone listen to me, after becoming clan leader, there is one thing I want to do first. This has been weighing in my heart for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to remove Black Demon, Brother Fang Zheng's, arrest warrant. Of course, that includes Sister White Demon as well. Yi Fan was dazed, his finger that was going to knock on the door froze in the air. Shang Xianci was talking to her subordinates, while Shang Qingqing and the other Gu Immortals were discussing southern borders matters in Living Treasure Blessed Land. Living Treasure Blessed Land was Shang clan's public blessed land, their base camp. It was situated in the main world of southern border, it was very stable and could allow Gu Immortals to go in. The door of this blessed land was the Living Treasure door, its favorite activity was digging its nose. The Battle of Etian Mountain has ended, southern borders Gu Immortal world will be in turmoil and unrest for the next few decades. Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke. He looked around, continuing, right now, our clan has 3 matters. First, zombie alliance have vanished mysteriously over the 5 regions, the same goes for southern borders zombie alliance branch. They occupied many resources, Shang clan can take them over. Second, Etian Mountain has been covered by the giant dream realm. Us righteous path forces are joining up and blockading this place, doing research while preventing demonic path or lone immortals in. Third, Etian Mountain's shocking gambling contest ended without result, but there are huge amounts of cultivation resources left inside Treasure Yellow Heaven. The sole participant of this gambling contest who is still alive, Gu Immortal Guo Lao, is the only person to inherit the resources. We have to take control of him. Shang clan's Gu Immortals all nodded. The 3 matters mentioned by First Supreme Elder were the biggest matters in southern borders Gu Immortal world now, countless people were concerned. I have been paying attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven, to speak the truth. Shang Qingqing was about to speak, when suddenly her expression changed, she said in shock, what happened? Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. Chapter 1073, Wisdom is hard to use. Treasure Yellow Heaven came from Taoist countless treasures. In the medieval antiquity era, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, known as Taoist countless treasures, acquired a fragment of Yellow Heaven by chance. He fused the fragment into his grotto heaven, and formed Treasure Yellow Heaven. After a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture absorbs a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the outside world of the 5 regions, and could not be moved anymore. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the same, ever since it was placed in its location 300,000 years ago, it had not moved. But where was Treasure Yellow Heaven's exact location? This was a huge mystery, people did not know. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had tried to deduce it over the years without finding the answer. Treasure Yellow Heaven's original owner was Taoist countless treasures. After him, there were no successors. Even the many immortal venerables and demon venerables could not find the exact location of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven has existed until today. It is the #1 open market in the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. Why did it close suddenly? Shang clan's Gu Immortals were shocked and suspicious. Ever since Taoist countless treasures created Treasure Yellow Heaven, it had been open for 300,000 years, it had unknowingly become the biggest help towards Gu Immortal's cultivation. It had an important place in the mind of every Gu Immortal. For the longest time, Gu Immortals had gotten used to the existence of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Now that it was closed, everyone was caught off guard. Why do you think that Treasure Yellow Heaven closed suddenly? Oh no, we are after the resources gambled in Etian Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge bet is stuck in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Don't tell me, Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit is trying to steal this huge amount? Shang clan's first supreme elder shook his head. He denied that idea. Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit does not care about that bet. If it was corrupt, Treasure Yellow Heaven would not have its reputation and status. There had never been a case of corruption in Treasure Yellow Heaven in history. But regarding the closing of Treasure Yellow Heaven, there have been a few instances. Is that so? We would like to know. Shang Qing quickly asked. Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke slowly, revealing a secret. As it turned out, there were some instances recorded of Treasure Yellow Heaven closing in history. They were due to the same reason. It involved fragments of immemorial Yellow Heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white and black. Right now, only White Heaven and Black Heaven remained. Yellow Heaven had shattered long ago. Back then, Taoist countless treasures knew that he could not survive a coming tribulation. He used his own immortal aperture to absorb a small fragment world of immemorial Yellow Heaven, forming Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though he was trapped inside Treasure Yellow Heaven and lost his freedom, he no longer faced any tribulations. After Treasure Yellow Heaven absorbed the immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment, it could only continue to expand by absorbing other Yellow Heaven fragments. There were several transactions recorded in history. Certain people had sold a fragment world of immemorial Yellow Heaven to Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit. After the heavenly spirit obtained it, it closed Treasure Yellow Heaven and focused on absorbing the Yellow Heaven fragment to expand itself. This time, if there are no unexpected surprises, should also be this case. Shang clan first supreme elder finally surmised. He was right. In this world, it might be that the only thing that could move Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit were Yellow Heaven fragments. The immemorial 9 heavens had shattered long ago. Yellow Heaven fragments were nearly non-existent at this point. Only those with immense luck and opportunities could obtain them. But Heavenly Court had a long history. Its treasury was beyond imagination. It could take out a fragment of immemorial Yellow Heaven, and the size was quite large too. If the amount was little, Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit would not need to close Treasure Yellow Heaven. It could absorb the fragment easily. Now, Treasure Yellow Heaven closed, the Yellow Heaven fragment had to be so huge that the heavenly spirit had no choice but to focus entirely on the absorption. Treasure Yellow Heaven had been impartial all along. It did not side with anyone. It was mysterious and Heavenly Court could do nothing to it. If Heavenly Court asked the Heavenly Spirit to rejecting Wu Xie's transactions openly, the Heavenly Spirit would not respond to them, and Gu Immortals from the other 4 regions would not care either. With the 5 regional walls, Heavenly Court's influence and control was mostly limited to Central Continent. But Heavenly Court was extremely affluent, it tossed out one large yellow heaven fragment. This way, Ing Wuxie's plan to save himself was thwarted. Damn it! Heavenly Court actually did this. Ing Wuxie's face was ruthless, he clenched his fists, veins were popping, he was gritting his teeth until a grinding sound could be heard. He was furious, but with the heavy-handed method used by Heavenly Court, he could not do anything but watch helplessly. Guh. Suddenly, Ing Wuxie felt a rush of blood as he spat it out, falling backwards. Hatred and anger filled his heart. Other than that, he also felt bone-chilling coldness. Heavenly Court directly sold the yellow heaven fragment cheaply, they were paying such a huge price to eliminate Ing Wuxie. This showed their firm determination in this aspect. It was a desperate situation. Heavenly Court's move had blocked Ing Wuxie's final way out. They were too ruthless. Without Treasure Yellow Heaven, even if Ing Wuxie wanted to sell Immortal Gu, they were stuck with him. And even more disgustingly, his Immortal Gu Iron Crown Eagle strength was still stuck inside. Without the immortal materials from transactions, how can he continue to refine Gu? One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients. Without Immortal Gu, how could he get out of this situation? Treasure Yellow Heaven closed, the Heavenly Spirit was absorbing the Yellow Heaven fragment, this was not going to end quickly. In history, the shortest period was just over 2 months. There was no way out. He could only allow Heavenly Court to deduce while he and the rest defended and stalled for time, until finally, strong foes came to find them personally, and they failed to resist them. Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's appearance had changed, he became an immortal zombie again. He had once modified Nirvana Fire and created a Strength Path Immortal Killer move to alternate between life and death. He could be a living Gu Immortal, or a dead immortal zombie. But now, he was not using this method. His Strength Path Immortal Gu were all lost, he could not use that Strength Path Killer move. Fang Yuan's plan was simple, his soul flew out and left his body, entering the corpse of a Strength Path Immortal zombie. The corpses of these Strength Path Immortal zombies came from Blazing Heaven Demonis. After rebirth, Fang Yuan had still asked for these to make preparation for the Life and Death Immortal Aperture as a failsafe. He had obtained many Strength Path Immortal zombies from Blazing Heaven Demonis. These bodies were all placed in Star Form Blessed Land. After Etion Mountain, he had gotten them back from Langya Land Spirit. Other than these immortal zombie bodies, there were also large amounts of precious immortal materials. Most of the quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were obtained from the Gu Formation in Earth Trench. Some of the rank 7 and 8 immortal materials were picked up from Falling Heavenly River. He had benefited greatly from Bo Qing's awakening, when his sword lights traversed Central Continent. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence or immortal essence stones, but he did not lack Gu refinement materials. But the value of these immortal materials were too high, it was inappropriate to use them now. Immortal materials were not the key point, Wisdom Gu was more important. Fang Yuan was staring at Wisdom Gu for a long time, but it did not move at all, let alone emit the light of wisdom. Using other immortal zombie bodies in place of myself did not work. I cannot draw out the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan was not surprised at this. He had already made similar experiments long ago in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Wisdom Gu had never been refined by Fang Yuan, he had only made an agreement with it back then because of the winds of assimilation. Survival was the instinct of all living beings. But Wisdom Gu seemed to only respond to Fang Yuan as a whole. His body and soul were both needed to draw out the light of wisdom. If one was missing, if he only had his soul and not his body, it would not work. That means, the most direct way is to just take back my original body? Fang Yuan thought. His original body was still an immortal zombie. There was no need to change anything, it was suitable to bathe in the light of wisdom. But this method, although it would work, was impractical. Ing Wuxie has already vanished, he could possibly have Spring-Autumn Cicada, fixed immortal travel, and other immortal Gu. Other than that, He Lu Lan and Tai Baiyunxing might be helping him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had no time because of the calamity. Now, every time he thought about the problem called Wu Xia, he felt a deep headache. Thus, I all the more need to refine Fang Jing into a blood deity. Fang Yuan's current body was created from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He had no parents, he had no bloodline relationship to anything in this world. But Fang Yuan still wanted to refine Fang Jing into a blood deity. The blood deity refined using Fang Jing could counter Fang Yuan's body. Even if the immortal zombie body could not be taken back later, Fang Yuan could use the base of Fang Jing's blood deity to modify it. Or possibly, he could combine it with his soul to regain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. Of course, this was purely Fang Yuan's intuition. But intuition was not to be underestimated, especially when Fang Yuan's blood path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. When Fang Yuan was testing Wisdom Gu, Langya Land Spirit was also observing. Seeing the results, he sighed and felt much regret. Fang Yuan looked towards Langya Land Spirit in concerned fashion. Does First Supreme Elder have any methods to use Wisdom Gu? Langya Land Spirit stared at Fang Yuan, replying petulantly, the simplest method is to raise your cultivation level to rank 9 and directly refine this Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, I know this method too, I am asking if there are other methods? Sigh, there is a method that isn't a method. I can feed it with lifespan Gu continuously, after feeding it for some time, I might obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. If this method works, Wisdom Gu would be mine, by then, you would have to give it to me no matter what. Langya Land Spirit thought about it and smiled to himself. Fang Yuan's eyes drooped, is it really fine to directly say it? You think I want to? Langya Land Spirit was stomping his feet, land spirits cannot lie, damn it, why did I tell you about my motives again? You accursed fellow! Chapter 1074, Spy Exposed. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. The price of feeding Wisdom Gu was too high. Only Langya Land Spirit was willing to pay it. Fang Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus Gu to revive, his age was about 16 now. Humans in this world lived 100 years on average, that meant that Fang Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left, it was a long time. But even so, Fang Yuan knew that if he obtained lifespan Gu, he would use them all on himself. Even if he did not use them, he would save them for the future in case of emergencies. Lifespan Gu were mortal Gu. But lifespan Gu were among the strongest forms of currency in Gu Immortal transactions, almost nothing could compare. There were two obstacles in a Gu Immortal's cultivation, one was calamities and tribulations, the other was lifespan. Even if one was as strong as an immortal venerable or demon venerable, they would still be challenged by these two problems. In fact, back then when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up 88 True Yang building, one of his most important goals was to ransack the lifespan Gu in the whole of Northern Plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding Wisdom Gu, it was secondary. During Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years, for a long period of time, Wisdom Gu was in constant hunger, it had to go into deep sleep and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88 True Yang building, he also found Wisdom Gu. But he could not use it, or afford to feed it, lifespan Gu were hard to find, he did not have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he could make use of aspects of other paths using his own as a foundation, he did not have much need for Wisdom Gu anyway. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, his era ended. Thereafter, the world started to produce lifespan Gu again. And after that, another huge figure appeared in the world, that was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He had already searched for lifespan Gu during his later years, but lifespan Gu's demand far exceeded the supply, it became rarer until it vanished. After Paradise Earth died, a new cycle started as the world recuperated, lifespan Gu appeared again. Every 10 years, 88 True Yang building conducted the Imperial Court contest, ransacking Northern Plains lifespan Gu. Wisdom Gu was slowly fed and recuperated, until Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. And later, due to its survival instincts, Wisdom Gu left with Fang Yuan and went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After a long series of events, it ended up in Langya Blessed Land now. During Three Kings Blessed Land, I used 2 lifespan Gu to refine second aperture Gu. But that could not be helped. In this life, I had obtained a lifespan Gu from Blazing Heaven Demonis. But after rebirth, I lost this opportunity and have no lifespan Gu with me now. Since Blazing Heaven Demonis could give me a lifespan Gu, she definitely had more than one in her possession. But she died in the 10 extreme formation, her lifespan Gu were also destroyed. Eh? No. Fang Yuan thought as he recalled something. Lifespan Gu is hard to find, even an immortal venerable or demon venerable would need and desire it. Blazing Heaven Demonis was plotted against by Spectral Soul and died, her accumulated wealth must have been taken by Spectral Soul already. Even though Spectral Soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance remain, their wealth is still immense. As for Langya Land Spirit, he also had a number of lifespan Gu, it was quite the sum. These lifespan Gu were all produced inside Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had a long history of over 300,000 years, it had lived through the era of 2 venerables. Langya Blessed Land was originally Langya Grotto Heaven, it had an incredibly huge space. After intentionally being dropped to a Blessed Land, because Refinement Cauldron was fused into the Immortal Aperture World, Langya Blessed Land space increased instead, it was larger than even many Grotto Heavens. There were an immense number of hairy men living here, they were split into 3 countries, the life forms in here procreated and had generations after generations of offspring. Lifespan Gu was produced from life forms. Wherever life forms lived, lifespan Gu could be naturally produced. With a huge space, countless inhabitants, and a long history, together with Langya Land Spirit's absolute control over the Blessed Land, whenever a lifespan Gu appeared, he could collect it immediately. With all these reasons, Langya Land Spirit's lifespan Gu accumulation increased continuously. Fang Yuan did not know the exact number, but he could easily guess that the number was not small. Ordinary Gu Immortals would need lifespan Gu, but Langya Land Spirit did not. Activating Wisdom Gu requires the Gu Immortal's lifespan to be expended. And feeding Wisdom Gu also requires lifespan Gu. For now, I should let Langya Land Spirit feed it. Fang Yuan knew about Langya Land Spirit's motives even without any probing. This could not be helped, Fang Yuan had no lifespan Gu, he could not feed it. He was in deep trouble himself. When Gu Immortals went through tribulations, they become stronger and stronger each time. Fang Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity, he had no time to care about Wisdom Gu. Ever since Wisdom Gu was brought away by him, Fang Yuan had not fed it once. The truth was, Langya Land Spirit was helping Fang Yuan. In any case, even if Wisdom Gu acknowledges Langya Land Spirit, it is a good thing. With my current status, I can use Langya Land Spirit's methods to use Wisdom Gu, I will only need to pay some sect contribution points. All Gu worms were tools. All of his hard work was targeted towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Fang Yuan had given up too much, there was nothing he could not discard. The experiment with Wisdom Gu ended in failure. But Fang Yuan felt no disappointment. Before leaving, he asked for one thing from Langya Land Spirit. An information path Mortal Gu that recorded the scene of when he refined change form Immortal Gu. This Gu refinement was very strange, the tribulations became so strong. We were lucky that we succeeded. Fang Yuan, if you find out anything, you have to tell me. Langya Land Spirit instructed Fang Yuan before he left. First Supreme Elder did not manage to find out anything, neither could I. I will do my best. Fang Yuan answered. He had a vague guess that the tribulations gained strength due to the sovereign immortal fetus Gu. But he would not tell Langya Land Spirit this guess no matter what. Other than researching the tribulations, Fang Yuan had another goal, he wanted to investigate Langya Sect, and see if there were any traitors left. All along, Fang Yuan had been mindful of this. Shadow Sect had sent 2 traitors into Langya Blessed Land, unexpectedly having hairy man Gu Immortals. When Shadow Sect attacked Langya Blessed Land, these 2 spies played an important role. But other than them, are there other spies in Langya Sect? This problem was extremely important to Fang Yuan. After all, he had already joined Langya Sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to depend on Langya land spirit to undergo tribulations and cultivate. He had just started this investigation, he did not have the time or energy until now. After flying for some time, Fang Yuan was already close to his new accommodations. This was a grand city. Pure white city walls stood up proudly. At the peak of tall towers, flags were hanging. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent, there were 12 cloud cities, each of the cities was a mortal Gu house. When activated together, they could form the 12-wave cloud confusion formation, it could cover the entirety of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities were created from the former 12 cloud buildings. The current Langya land spirit liked grand appearances, he was different from the previous one. The cloud city in Fang Yuan's vision was given by Langya land spirit, to be the place where he defended and lived. The other hairy man Gu Immortals, including Langya land spirit himself, each occupied one cloud city. There were few residents in the city, but soon, there would be more and more. Because in Langya land spirit's plan, he was going to trigger a war between the 3 continents and pick outstanding Gu masters, moving them to Cloud Cover Continent for nurturing. Fang Yuan flew down to the cloud city and landed. Several hairy man Gu masters quickly welcomed him. They were elite hairy man Gu masters, they were chosen by Langya land spirit and sent to Fang Yuan. On one aspect, they were to take care of Fang Yuan's daily affairs, but there was also the intention for them to receive Fang Yuan's guidance in cultivation. Fang Yuan was not concerned about these hairy men. But the leader of the hairy man Gu masters respectfully told Fang Yuan that the 6th city lord has visited Fang Yuan, he had already been in the guest room for a long time already. The 6th city lord was Gu Immortal's 6th hair, he was guarding the 6th cloud city. Why is he here? Fang Yuan felt uncertain, he came to the guest room and met with this Gu Immortal, 6th hair. I am 6th hair, greetings to 2nd city lord. I am here today to seek guidance from you regarding combat. 6th hair paid his respects as he said this. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze had turned ice cold. As it turned out, although 6th hair said that out loud, he was secretly transmitting a different message to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I am here representing Lord Yingwu Xie to make a deal with you. Yingwu Xie. Shadow Sect. 6th hair was the spy. At once countless thoughts flashed across Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. Too polite, too polite. We are all from the same sect, don't talk about guidance, we can definitely spar. Fang Yuan smiled as he showed a warm expression. He first moved away and invited 6th hair to sit down, before getting to his own seat. These few steps were not far, but countless thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. 6th hair is the spy, is he the only spy in Langya Blessed Land? He is representing Yingwu Xie to make a deal, what transaction does he want? Over on Yingwu Xie's end, what is going on? He wants a transaction? Is he sincere? Is this a trap? Is this Langya land spirits probing? After all, I joined Langya sect and have an information path alliance agreement on me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sat down. His expression changed, his eyes were sharp like daggers, he looked at 6th hair with deep killing intent, he transmitted coldly, 6th hair, what guts? Is what you just said true? If it is true, I will hand you over to First Supreme Elder for judgment. Chapter 1075, Simple words can turn a snake into a dragon. 6th hair looked at Fang Yuan as he laughed, feeling no fear. If he wanted to snitch, Fang Yuan would have attacked the moment 6th hair exposed himself. But Fang Yuan did not, he sat down and said some empty threats. As for the reason, 6th hair knew clearly, he said, I was originally in charge of the 12 cloud cities. Before you came here, I had already set up an immortal Gu formation. Not only can it conceal us to prevent Langya land spirit from finding out, it can also suppress the alliance agreement. You can test it out. Fang Yuan had joined Langya's sect. He was bound by the alliance agreement and could not act freely. Especially when talking with the spy Sixth Hair, it was against the alliance agreement. But hearing Sixth Hair's words, Fang Yuan tested it. As expected, there was no backlash from breaking some small alliance agreement rules. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. He said after a while, "It seems you are indeed a spy in Langya sect. What transaction do you want?" Sixth Hair felt great relief. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would take him down without any further discussion. The first hurdle had been passed already. However, he could not be careless. Fang Yuan was unscrupulous and shameless. He was a devious person with no bottom line. Even though he took a risk and exposed his own identity, danger was still extremely high. There was no choice. Wuxia was out of ideas over there. He could only try this. Having a transaction with Fang Yuan was the same as plotting with a tiger. It was too dangerous. Only after the transaction was over and the evidence was firm, they would be tied together and he would have a hold on him. By then, Sixth Hair would be safe. But how could he achieve his aims without losing too many benefits? Sixth Hair felt troubled. He was on the weaker side now. Wuxia and I have deep enmity. They are suddenly approaching me and even exposed their spy's identity. They have something to ask of me. Interesting. I want to see what he is up to. Fang Yuan had such a thought in his mind. To speak the truth, Lord Wuxia has already reached a desperate situation. His survival is at stake. Otherwise, I would not have appeared to talk to you. Sixth Hair said. Oh? Fang Yuan's brows rose. He looked at the other party again. Sixth Hair was so honest. Fang Yuan felt shocked internally. Why would one expose their own weaknesses before the deal? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He sensed the ingenuity of Sixth Hair's purposeful reveal. Even if Sixth Hair did not say it, Fang Yuan would have noticed. By saying it, he could show that this was a last-ditch attempt that was filled with determination. It seems that after interacting with Langya Land Spirit for a long time, I have let down my guard. Even though the other party is a hairy man, he is a spy from Shadow Sect. How can he be as simple and easy to bully as a land spirit? Fang Yuan raised his alertness. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan spoke slowly and calmly. Wuxia has all of the accumulated Gu worms in my body. He even has the help of Tai Bayunxing and He Lulan. How can he reach such a stage? I refuse to believe it. Sixth Hair shook his head. Fang Yuan, why the need to probe further? You set up the special will and caused your Gu worms to self-detonate. You really gave Lord Wuxia a huge surprise. He tried to preserve the Gu worms, but only 30% remain. Once he said that, Fang Yuan was fully certain that Sixth Hair was a spy lurking inside Langya Sect sent by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned. His words earlier were not completely true. After Sixth Hair answered him, he obtained a lot of precious information. To think that Wuxia is really controlling He and Bai. He Lulan is a formidable person. She was not easy to control, but after her aunts died, it is much easier to deal with her. She has the great strength, true martial physique. If used well, she is an excellent pawn. And Tai Bayunxing is a kind man. Even though he is hesitant and timid, he has 2-time path immortal Gu. He can help out a lot. To think that they are both controlled by Wuxia, what a shame. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Fate worked in mysterious ways. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, he and Wuxia had swapped places. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus Gu, while Wuxia obtained his accumulated wealth. He was able to use He Lulan and Tai Bayunxing. As a split soul of spectral soul demon venerable, he had incredible methods to keep these two under control. Wuxia has my immortal Gu and He and Bai to help him. Now, he is initiating a transaction with me. I just make him pay a high price. Fang Yuan thought to himself harshly. However, next, after Sixth Hair exposed their weakness, he changed his words. Before the deal, let me show you our sincerity. Think of this as free intel. This intel is extremely important. It concerns your future cultivation greatly, or more accurately, it has to do with your life and death. Fang Yuan snorted. He said coldly, you do not need to brag about the value of the intel. I can assess it myself when I see it. Fang Yuan, do you know what Heaven's will is? Sixth Hair asked. Heaven's will? Fang Yuan asked in confusion. Sixth Hair looked at his expression before nodding in understanding, saying, You indeed forgot a lot of things, Fang Yuan. What do you mean? Fang Yuan's brows rose slightly. Sixth Hair said, You had once used Heaven's will's guidance to swap souls with Lord Wu Xia, disguised as the pure dream reality seeker physique and finally taking away sovereign immortal fetus Gu. But what you did not know was, this 11th extreme physique was created by old man Yanshi. It had a huge flaw. Any soul which resides in the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose its memories. Even though old man Yanshi tried to remove the weakness, he only eliminated the weakness of falling asleep. The pure dream reality seeker physique still caused the soul to lose memories continuously. As time passed, more memories would be lost. Precisely because of this, Lord Wu Xia was constantly losing memories and could only use the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Saying this, Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal Gu. He moved this Gu around with his finger as he sighed internally. This Gu worm has little to no value to him. But to Fang Yuan, it was immensely valuable. If not for this situation, why would he pass this to Fang Yuan? In Wu Xia's original plan, he was going to use this weakness of Fang Yuan to deal with him. To think that there would be a time where he personally helped Fang Yuan fix this flaw. This letter Gu records the details before and after Etion Mountain. Take a look. Sixth Hair said as he tossed the Gu worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it. There were no problems. He activated the Gu worm and the scenes of Etion Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was indeed lacking many crucial memories. No wonder I have been feeling something weird, but I did not know what. I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. By completely losing one's memories, they could not realize it themselves. If they knew that they forgot something, that would not be true amnesia, they could still remember it eventually. However, the scenes in the information path mortal Gu gave Fang Yuan a familiar feeling. Of course, there was still a chance that they were deceiving him. After checking it several times, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. His gaze was deep as he said, I seem to have lost my memories, but how can I know that this is real? This can possibly be made up too. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the hard part of this transaction. Fang Yuan and Wu Xia were enemies, they had deep enmity, there was little trust between them. The problem was how to express his sincerity and make Fang Yuan believe them. If this problem was tackled, the transaction would proceed smoothly. Sixth Hair's thoughts moved rapidly, colliding continuously in his mind. He was considering his words carefully. He had to, because Fang Yuan could kill someone without even blinking. If he said something wrong, so be it if he died, but Wu Xia had the mission to save his main body, this could not fail. After a long time, Sixth Hair spoke, Fang Yuan, you possess spring-autumn cicada, you have experienced rebirth, everyone knows this. But the truth is, even if you have many secrets, you have less of a clear understanding than us. Heaven's will is vast, it is everywhere, all over the 5 regions and 9 heavens, it spans across the past, present, and future. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits, it emphasizes on balance. And the way of humans is exactly the opposite, it is to reduce the deficits and build up the surpluses. The two are complete opposites, and they are in conflict with each other. Thus, the previous venerables, and any legendary figures, are the targets of Heaven's will's suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan Gu, they are 2 of Heaven's will's trump cards. Fang Yuan, you have experienced 2 tribulations already, one was the earthly calamity, and the other was the creation of an immortal Gu. The 2 of them had incredible power beyond reason, it was because you had revived using sovereign immortal fetus Gu and your new body and immortal aperture have unlimited potential. Once you grow, you will surpass previous venerables. Because of this, Heaven's will feels extremely wary of you, and wants to kill you before you grow any further. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Since the tribulations, he had been considering this question. And now, Sixth Hair gave him the answer. Heaven's will. Fang Yuan muttered internally, thinking about this phrase. Sixth hair sighed, he continued, my main body, spectral soul, created shadow sect, zombie alliance, and refined sovereign immortal fetus, preparing for 100,000 years, ending up in failure. This is the work of heaven's will. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, we even had to face countless enemies. Heavenly court with heaven overseeing Tower Lord as the leader was its representative. And you, Fang Yuan, were the hidden assassin of our human tribulation. What do you mean? Fang Yuan squinted as his eyes shone, he felt deep interest, he could acutely sense that Sixth Hair's words were going to cause a huge transformation in his situation. Sixth Hair hesitated. He knew, once he said the following words, Fang Yuan's greatest weakness of not knowing heaven's will would be fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fang Yuan's uncontrollable rise to the top. Fang Yuan was like a python stuck in the swamp now. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth, it did not know its directions, it was rolling around in the mud. But once the information was given to Fang Yuan, the python's cloth would be removed, its vision would return, it would be able to see the huge world and realize that the swamp trapping it was very tiny. With an accurate direction, knowing its circumstances, the python would raise its head towards the sky, it would cause huge storms, it would even become a dragon and roam the world freely. These might just be some words, but to Fang Yuan, they were a qualitative transformation, the value was immeasurable. Chapter 1076, Transactions with Shadow Sect, 1/3. Sixth Hair did not want to tell this secret to Fang Yuan, but he really had no choice. Ying Wuxie's situation forced him to do this. Breathing in a deep breath, Sixth Hair continued, Fang Yuan, you were able to take sovereign immortal fetus Gu away at the most crucial moment. It was not just because of your own capabilities, but because you received the guidance of heaven's will. Even the fact that you were able to use spring-autumn cicada to rebirth was also part of heaven's will's plot. To let you return to the past and ruin my Shadow Sect's grand plan. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart shook. The first half was still fine, but the content of the second half. Even with his mental fortitude, he also could not control himself. Boom. Coincidentally, at this time, there was a huge tremor in the outside world. What is going on? In an instant, Fang Yuan regained his cool. He sat up as he used his Gu worms, his eyes pierced the cloud cover, he saw that there was thunder rumbling in the sky, several bolts of lightning were flickering. A thunderstorm was brewing. Sixth Hair laughed coldly, but he felt bleak internally. Fang Yuan, you have just undergone tribulation, there is still much of heaven's will left in Langya blessed land. My earlier words exposed the scheme of heaven's will, I attracted the fury of heaven's will. But all blessed lands and grotto heavens are small worlds independent of the 5 regions, heaven's will cannot control this place. The tribulations are already over, no matter how angry heaven's will is, there is no use. Fang Yuan did not deny it, he looked at Sixth Hair expressionlessly, continue speaking. Sixth Hair was hesitant earlier, but now that he had spoken, he felt relieved on the inside. He spoke even more quickly, continuing, Fang Yuan, your spring-autumn cicada also has heaven's will hidden in it. This has been verified by Lord Ying Wuxie. This is the best evidence proving that every single one of your rebirths were affected by heaven's will. Spring-autumn cicada uses everything in the Gu Immortal and only retains a will. This will is carried inside spring-autumn cicada and enters the river of time, traveling upwards to your body in the past, achieving a rebirth. Fang Yuan, you have used it many times, you should know this clearly. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he did not retort. Sixth Hair continued, spring-autumn cicada has heaven's will in it, every time you use spring-autumn cicada, it is the best chance for heaven's will to increase its influence on you. Because at that time, you only have some portion of remaining will left, without your body, your focus will also be on the river of time, you will not anticipate such a plot working on you. After rebirth, you naturally had to think about how to use your rebirth advantage to cultivate. Precisely so, you were plotted against by heaven's will. The things you experienced before rebirth, the opportunities that you knew, were they really simply what you know now? Those so-called fortuitous encounters were just bait left by heaven's will, so that as a tool of heaven's will, you would grow and reach Etion Mountain, ruining Shadow Sect's plan. According to our deduction, in the future before your first rebirth, Shadow Sect had succeeded. But heaven's will was not willing to see my main body become a venerable again. Why did Bo Qing fail in the past? It was because he was a split soul of my main body. And furthermore, after my main body obtained the sovereign immortal fetus and revived, he would definitely grow beyond all of the other venerables. In the future, heaven's will was no longer able to eliminate my main body. Thus, it thought of a way, creating a plot to send you back in time, using you to change the past and remodel the future. Fang Yuan suddenly asked, "Wait, I don't understand something, why did heaven's will choose me?" "Because you are an otherworldly demon, only otherworldly demons can change the past. If they are not an otherworldly demon, even a venerable cannot do enough." Red Lotus Demon Venerable tried all his life, but he only broke Fate Gu, he could not even destroy it, or harm heaven's will. Of course, you are not the only otherworldly demon. But regardless, after taking personal experience and circumstances into account, during that time period, you were the most suitable candidate to be the tool. Sixth Hair answered. Fang Yuan was silent. This was a brand new perspective, a shocking revelation. Sixth Hair's words made Fang Yuan realize that he was immersed in a huge scheme. He thought back over the 500 years of his previous life. He had roamed for hundreds of years. Was it the suppression of heaven's will? He had wanted to refine blood deity. Did heaven's will obstruct him from doing so? It seemed too easy that he obtained Spring Autumn Cicada's immortal Gu recipe. After refining Spring Autumn Cicada, he immediately faced the attack of all the 10 great ancient sects. Sixth Hair looked at his expression and saw that Fang Yuan was moved, but because he did not express himself, Sixth Hair could only curse internally as he asked again. "Your Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, there is a high chance of failure. Why did you succeed every time you used it?" "That isn't the case, I failed the last time." As Fang Yuan said this, he suddenly was stunned. This point was the strongest evidence proving the presence of heaven's will. His amnesia did not affect this part of his memories. He remembered that he used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth because he was hit by Heaven Overseeing Tower, he could not dodge and had no choice. But before this, the great strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was already vaporized by Heaven Overseeing Tower. According to Sixth Hair's explanation, it could be understood as, the great strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was destroyed, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie lifeless formation was incomplete, it could not refine Gu. Shadow Sect's plan failed, the only other way was Hei Lulan, but she was not at Etion Mountain. Thus, heaven's will no longer needed the tool, Fang Yuan, and he failed when using Spring Autumn Cicada. Instead, Shadow Sect refused to lose. After heaven's will abandoned Fang Yuan, Shadow Sect used the Red Lotus True Inheritance to help Fang Yuan rebirth and change the past, allowing Shadow Sect's plan to progress. What? You do not know that I failed my last activation? Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair blinked and felt cold sweat in his hands. He naturally did not know this. He was only a split soul, he did not even join the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had been inside Langya Blessed Land the entire time. Furthermore, he only had Ying Wuxia as a higher-up, a lot of his information came from Ying Wuxia. But he knew that Ying Wuxia had activated Spring Autumn Cicada. Originally, Ying Wuxia was plotted against by Fang Yuan and had no way out, but because of Spring Autumn Cicada, there was a reset which caused the current situation. Sixth Hair was thinking about whether he should tell Fang Yuan this secret. He got more and more nervous as he thought over it, he did not know what reaction Fang Yuan would have after he told him. But at this time, Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Never mind, continue." Sixth Hair heaved a sigh of relief, he let out a breath and calmed his emotions, he continued, "Heaven's will planned for you to be a tool, it was a brilliant move. We subconsciously assumed that an otherworldly demon would have nothing to do with heaven's will. Because of this, even my main body was deceived. After 3 kings' blessed land, one of our split souls, old man Yanshur, found out that you had spring-autumn cicada, that you are someone who had been reborn. But because you already went to Gu Immortal inheritance, and our 100,000-year plan was right before us, we did not want to create external trouble, so we tried to scheme against you secretly. Thus, old man Yanshur blocked deductions for you, and that caused the central continent Gu Immortals, Feng Jiuji's group, to go to Luopa Valley. In that battle, even though the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped, he was captured by old ancestor Shui Hu. Heavenly Court and these Gu Immortals in Northern Plains were all secretly influenced by Heaven's will, they were part of my main body's human tribulation. Fang Yuan, after rebirth, on the way to Northern Plains from Southern Border, you encountered a lot of unexpected mishaps, right? These were all caused by Heaven's will to eliminate you. Similarly, Lord Ing Wu Xia is in a desperate situation now. A part of the reason was that Lord Ing Wu Xia had obtained your body, he also attracted a lot of enemies for you, and is facing the problem for you. Fang Yuan, your name is on the Demon Judgment Board, the 10 great ancient sects are after you, even Heavenly Court is pursuing you. Lord Ing Wu Xia is the best example of your future. Do you think you can be safe if you hide in the other 4 regions and don't go to Central Continent? My main body defied Heaven to refine Gu, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals could still come after us. The main reason that most Gu Immortals don't travel regions is not because of the 5 regional walls, but because of their calamities and tribulations. Once they arrive, the result is hard to predict. If their tribulation was affected, they would suffer. Furthermore, Heavenly Court Gu Immortals give their immortal apertures to Heavenly Court, they have no calamities and tribulations, they go outside using a phantom aperture, and they have the method to sleep while preserving their lifespan. Fang Yuan, let me ask this, if I did not inform you today, would you know about Heaven's will? The scheme that made you a tool? You and my main body have deep enmity, that is true, but you are also closely linked to us. Lord Ing Wu Xia is in grave danger. If he ends up in the hands of Heavenly Court, your relationship with him and your information would all be leaked. Heavenly Court will come after you. Because Heavenly Court are the lackeys that defend Heaven's will. Earlier, Feng Jiu and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals went to Northern Plains to investigate, and later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord launched an ambush in Southern Border. Fang Yuan, you and Lord Ing Wu Xia are tied together by the same rope, if he dies, you will follow soon enough. Sixth Hair had great eloquence, he spoke without pausing, he listed his reasons with strong evidence, it was truly convincing and understandable. Fang Yuan was so moved he could not help but say, you are right, this is truly the case. I think we can have a good transaction. Sixth Hair was overjoyed, he thought, this matter is settled. At this moment, he was about to tear up. Because recently, he had been under strong pressure. Because of him, Fang Yuan succeeded in the tribulation and refined change form immortal Gu. No matter the reason or motive, the result was clear. He was at fault. He was filled with regret and anguish. Thus, he had to make up for his mistake. Now, he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to urge Fang Yuan. It was Ing Wu Xia's idea, but Sixth Hair was also a willing party. It seemed now that everything was worth it. Fang Yuan was Ing Wu Xia's only way out. Sixth Hair had helped Ing Wu Xia open up this possibility single-handedly. Chapter 1077, Transactions with Shadow Sect, 2/3. Then how do we deal? What do you people need? Fang Yuan asked with an amicable expression. Fang Yuan, we know you have a lot of immortal materials. The immortal materials picked up in Earth Trench have a problem, they are filled with Heaven's will. We do not want these. But the huge amount of immortal materials from Falling Heavenly River can be traded. This is our list, take a look. Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal Gu. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it before his consciousness entered the Gu, he nodded as he browsed. A moment later, Fang Yuan said to Sixth Hair, I have most of these immortal materials, but as a member of Langya Sect, can't you get these from Langya Sect's inventory? Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. Times are different, the new Langya land spirit is not the same as previously. In Langya Sect contribution points are everything. If I want to get items from the inventory, I will need to use my sect contribution points. But my sect contribution points have not reached the number that Lord Ing Wuxia needs. You are right. Fang Yuan nodded before asking, I can give you these immortal materials, but how will these immortal materials reach Ing Wuxia? Treasure Yellow Heaven is currently closed. Ing Wuxia had been selling immortal Gu. He made a huge commotion. Fang Yuan knew about it. Sixth Hair continued speaking, it is more troublesome without Treasure Yellow Heaven, but there is a way to send these to Lord Ing Wuxia. Zombie Alliance was a subsidiary of Shadow Sect, before the Battle of Etian Mountain, because old ancestor Shui who had stolen immortal zombie bodies, Zombie Alliance had ordered the branches to create a super Gu formation to connect between the 5 regions. Even if someone attacks a branch, we can transport these immortal zombie bodies to other regions using the super Gu formation. I thought this was just an excuse to plot against the immortal zombies, to think it was real? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Sixth Hair smiled bitterly, this is true. Sacrificing Zombie Alliance to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu was not part of Shadow Sect's original plan. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, we had no choice and did it. There were more benefits in keeping Zombie Alliance. If possible, we would not have sacrificed them. Fang Yuan nodded. He thought about the 500 years of his previous life. During that time, Zombie Alliance was still around in the 5 regions, even until the 5 regions' chaotic war, and just before Fang Yuan's rebirth, it still played a significant role in the affairs of the world. But it was different now. Zombie Alliance in all 5 regions was now an empty shell. Most of the immortal zombies were used as immortal materials and were refined in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Up until this point, the 5 regions were still in a commotion because of it. After all, when Zombie Alliance was around, it controlled many resources. These resources were now ownerless, many Gu Immortal experts and super forces were fighting for them, there were bloody scenes. It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Shadow Sect indeed succeeded. Zombie Alliance's continued existence proves this point. Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, resulting in Feng Jiuji's death inside Langya Blessed Land. This event is very suspicious. Shadow Sect had spies inside Heavenly Court, maybe Spectral Soul had revived and controlled Heavenly Court, turning it into his own force. Fang Yuan thought a little and felt that many things in his memories could have likely had a deeper story behind them. This world's secrets are too deep. Legendary people have appeared continuously. Countless experts contest and plot against each other, they are like the countless stars shining in the sky. Even though I was considered an expert, compared to these people, I am not outstanding. Hehe, precisely because of this, it is more interesting, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan thought about this and felt increasingly joyful. On the surface, his lips curled up as he smiled lightly. Sixth Hair could not understand it, he thought, why is he smiling? And why do I have a bad feeling? Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he looked at Sixth Hair with a shining gaze, his smile became more apparent. Then, what can I get in exchange for my immortal materials? Immortal Gu. Sixth Hair answered, having a calm expression. Interesting, very interesting. Fang Yuan clapped and smiled. What immortal Gu could Ing Wuxia sell? It was obviously Fang Yuan's own immortal Gu. Selling Fang Yuan's immortal Gu back to himself, Ing Wuxia's plan was really amazing. But even Fang Yuan himself felt that Ing Wuxia's idea was quite good. In this world, who would want these immortal Gu more than Fang Yuan? Even if there were such people, they would be few in number. And for other Gu immortals, they were not used to these immortal Gu, they needed to get familiar with them. But Fang Yuan was very familiar with them, he could use them well. These immortal Gu had greater value to Fang Yuan than to others. Furthermore, even if immortal Gu were sold, they needed suitable Gu immortals. For example, a strength path immortal Gu would not be well utilized by Gu immortals of other paths. Because of differences in paths, and conflict in Dao marks, the effect would be reduced. It was not suitable for them. Unless they were using it as a supplementary Gu worm for an immortal killer move, but such situations were rare. One could say, Fang Yuan was the best buyer. Not only did he have use for these immortal Gu, most importantly, he could afford them. As for how to send the immortal Gu, Zombie Alliance's Super Gu formation was likely to be used. Fang Yuan smiled, how many of my immortal Gu are left? Not only do I want to buy them, I also want He Lu Lan's self-strength immortal Gu, and Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before and landscape as before. I will include these 3 immortal Gu into my request. Sixth Hair considered it for a while before nodding. I can make the decision on this matter and agree to it. Ying Wuxia had control over Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lu Lan, he could make them hand over their immortal Gu. And the most important thing now was to escape from danger and get away. Other matters could be put aside. Fang Yuan said again, we will trade at the same time, bring your immortal Gu, I will pay the immortal materials. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. As a matter of fact, it will take some time for you to see the immortal Gu. You are aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance branches are being targeted. If Northern Plains' Dark Flow Giant City did not sink into Earth Trench, it would have been ransacked already. The Super Gu formation is placed in Dark Flow Giant City. It will take some time for me to get the immortal Gu. But before this, I hope that you can provide some immortal materials first. Because these immortal materials are going to be used for Gu refinement, the faster we refine, the better. Over on Lord Ying Wuxia's end, we do not know how long they can last. Fang Yuan heard this and sneered internally. Sixth Hair is speaking both truth and lies at once. Earlier, he said Ying Wuxia is in grave danger, now he is indicating that Ying Wuxia can last for some time. On the surface, Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. He rejected, no, impossible. If I pay immortal materials and you do not hand me the immortal Gu, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry about this. I have prepared an information path immortal killer move to restrict both sides, none of us can break it. Sixth Hair had a sincere expression. Fang Yuan laughed, he waved his hand, don't talk to me about information path methods, I don't believe it. Since you can subdue He Lu Lan, you must have removed her information path alliance agreement, right? I do not cultivate information path, would I be so foolish as to make an information path agreement with you? This. Sixth Hair hesitated. He understood Fang Yuan's thoughts, if it were him, he would not set an agreement with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hair quickly thought of a new idea. I can use information to exchange for a portion of the immortal materials first, how about that? This information and these secrets have immense value to you. Fang Yuan, don't you want to know what the limitations of Heaven's will are? Don't you want our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with Heaven's will? And information about otherworldly demons, even information about Langya Blessed Land, don't you want them? Fang Yuan was deeply enticed. Heaven's will. After understanding that Heaven's will was plotting against him, how could Fang Yuan ignore it? In this world, who else other than Shadow Sect had greater experience in dealing with Heaven's will? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to transact, Fang Yuan would still be left in the dark for a long period of time. As for the matter of otherworldly demons, Fang Yuan was very curious. Why did he transmigrate here? Were otherworldly demons were there? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And information about Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had existed for 300,000 years, what secrets were hidden inside? This was extremely important for Fang Yuan, who was getting Langya Land Spirit's help, and also his goal of obtaining Langya Blessed Land. Undeniably, all this information was extremely valuable, they were very helpful to Fang Yuan. At this moment, the room was silent. Neither side was talking. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. Sixth Hair waited for Fang Yuan to agree, he was very confident that Fang Yuan would definitely say yes. The allure of this information was too high, after all. Of course, if not for this situation, Sixth Hair would not have wanted Fang Yuan to know these secrets. Fang Yuan spoke, but instead asked a question. I don't understand something. Since there is a super Gu formation, why aren't Ing Wu Xia and the rest using the super Gu formation to escape directly? Sixth Hair explained honestly, the super Gu formation can only transport immortal materials. Immortal zombie bodies are considered immortal materials, but they cannot include the immortal aperture. It is too hard to transport Gu immortals across regions. There are some methods, but they are very rare. For example, fixed immortal travel, but immortal Gu are one of a kind. Stargate Gu is an exception, but it is too limited. And not everyone can enter immortal apertures. Shadow Sect knew about Stargate Gu. Fang Yuan had used it many times and even gave the Gu recipe to Lang Yalan Spirit. It was not strange that Shadow Sect knew about it. Be it fixed immortal travel or Stargate Gu, they had requirements towards the Gu immortal being transported. The Gu immortal must have few Dao marks in their body for transportation. Especially Stargate Gu, it was only immortal Gu, even though it used the power of Black Heaven, only rank 6 bottom-tier Gu immortals or those who had only gone through a few calamities could use it. Of course, the things inside the Gu immortal's immortal aperture were in another world, they were not considered in this. Thus, back then, Fang Yuan used his dead aperture to contain rank 9 Wisdom Gu, he could transport it using Stargate Gu. Using rank 6 bottom-tier Gu immortals or immortal zombies as the container to use fixed immortal travel or Stargate Gu for cross-regional transportation? This was very possible. But it could not be used widely. There was only one fixed immortal travel in the world, and Stargate Gu was in the hands of few people. Furthermore, rank 8 Gu immortals and high-rank immortal materials or immortal Gu have too many Dao marks, they are a huge burden to the immortal aperture. Living immortal apertures could burst, while dead immortal apertures would break apart even more quickly, they could not go through this many times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan placed the high-rank immortal materials into Hu immortal blessed land or star form blessed land. These blessed lands that were placed in the outside world were very stable. Rank 8 Gu immortals have their own unique methods to travel across regions. It was through White Heaven and Black Heaven. Earlier, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had brought a group of people to southern border and thwarted Shadow Sect's plan, they went there through White Heaven. Chapter 1078, Transaction with Shadow Sect, 3/3. There had never been good methods to transport Gu immortals across regions. Because Gu immortals had little need for this. When Gu Master undergo immortal ascension, they would become Gu immortals of their respective regions due to the heaven and earth chi. For example, they would be a northern plains Gu immortal, or a central continent Gu immortal. Gu immortals had a territorial mentality. Gu immortals from other regions were usually ostracized. At the end of the Battle of Yitian Mountain, He Lu Lan and Tai Bayunxing were pursued by southern border Gu immortals. This point was showed clearly. In this aspect, Eastern Sea was more open. The territorial mentality was not the key. Most importantly, once in a while, Gu immortals had to place their immortal apertures in the outside world to draw in heaven and earth chi and stabilize it. At this time, the heaven and earth chi needed was very specific. If a northern plains Gu immortal placed their immortal aperture in central continent and took in central continent's heaven and earth chi, there would be huge problems. The third reason was calamities and tribulations. Gu immortals faced calamities and tribulations continuously, who would have the time to run around? What was the point of going to other regions? Unless they had important reasons, like clues to a huge inheritance, or maybe for investigation missions like Feng Jiu Gu. There was one thing to note. There was little demand for Gu immortals to travel across regions, but immortal Gu and immortal materials were not the same. They had huge demand for them. And these demands were mostly settled through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Due to all sorts of reasons, few people researched in regional transportation of Gu immortals. In history, there were barely any results. Zombie Alliance's Super Gu formation was merely used to transport immortal materials. Who would waste their time and effort to research on something useless? Gu Immortals had huge pressure towards survival. Even though they were immortals, they could not live freely and peacefully. Managing their immortal apertures, raising immortal Gu, and dealing with tribulations, these were enough for all Gu Immortals to slog their lives out. Thus, since long ago, cross-regional transportation methods for Gu Immortals were very primitive, they were developed slowly. As a result, when the Grand 10 Great Ancient Sects of Central Continent dispatched a team of Gu Immortals to go Northern Plains, they barged through 2 regional walls. In 400 to 500 years, there would no longer be a need to research on this. Because the 5 regional walls would start to disappear, the 5 regions will merge into one. This was something for the future, forget about it for now. In the hall, Fang Yuan let out a hearty laugh. He had probed for so long, he finally had a clear understanding of this transaction. Fang Yuan, why are you laughing? Sixth Hair's ominous feeling was growing. Because I am happy. Even though the Super Gu formation can only transport immortal materials, that is enough. Forget about information and whatnot. My first condition is my original body. Hand it to me. Fang Yuan spoke quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about Wisdom Gu. If Fang Yuan obtained his body, together with his soul, he could use the light of wisdom, and borrow the might of Wisdom Gu once again. What did that imply? He would be like a tiger with wings, he would soar to the sky. In the past, Fang Yuan had a flaw, he did not have lifespan Gu to feed Wisdom Gu. But now, Langya Land Spirit had a good number of lifespan Gu to feed it. Fang Yuan knew about Heaven's Will already, if he had Wisdom Gu's help, how could he be stopped? He would be like an eagle in the sky, or a flood dragon roaming the seas. Together with the sovereign immortal aperture. My goodness! Sixth Hair cried out in his thoughts, these few elements alone were shocking, they were unprecedented. If they were combined together, he would gain unimaginable strength. How would anyone else ever compete with him again? That will not work. Sixth Hair shook his head, without a body, how can Lord Ing Wuxia escape from his predicament? I have bodies. Fang Yuan laughed, I have many strength path immortal zombie bodies. We can trade one for one. You will not suffer a loss for sure, these immortal zombie bodies have more Dao marks than my original body, you are definitely going to profit. Profit my ass. Sixth Hair scolded Fang Yuan's shamelessness internally, his expression became ugly, he snickered at Fang Yuan, let's not beat about the bush, why would I not know your intentions? Oh, so you know about Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. Immortal Gu and information can be sold, but body, no way. Sixth Hair rejected with a firm reply. But Fang Yuan's mood changed even more quickly, then there's nothing to say. Goodbye, see you. Fang Yuan stood up and waved his hand, chasing Sixth Hair away. Sixth Hair was stunned. He was dazed in place, unmoving. Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan snickered internally, with a flourish of his sleeves, he took his leave. Sixth Hair jolted to awareness, he said, Fang Yuan, wait. You agreed? Fang Yuan did not turn around, he only turned his head. Body cannot be sold, the rest can be negotiated. Sixth Hair insisted. Fang Yuan snorted, walking ahead and through the door, leaving Sixth Hair's vision. Sixth Hair quickly chased him, we have to be willing parties in a transaction. Fang Yuan, why must you make it difficult for us? If we encounter trouble, you will soon follow. Fang Yuan stopped moving, but he did not turn around even now, he left the back of his head facing Sixth Hair, it was very rude. Sixth Hair heard Fang Yuan's words, you are right. But so what if I follow? At most, I will die. Sixth Hair walked several steps and chased after Fang Yuan, urging, Fang Yuan, why the need to say these things? Who would believe such lies? Will you be willing to die? With Shadow Sect around, how many enemies are we drawing away from you? Without us, how long can you last? You think you can deal with Heaven's Will? Even my main body failed after 100,000 years of planning. With a common enemy ahead of us, why are you like this? Noisy. A sword wave appeared around Fang Yuan. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Wave Sword. Sixth Hair was forced to retreat, he quickly said, "Careful, be careful. Don't use Immortal Gu, it will ruin my arrangements. If Langya Land Spirit finds out, we will both face the consequences." Fang Yuan snickered, he walked ahead as he said, "The body is my first condition, if this cannot be fulfilled, forget the rest. You have 3 days, go and have a good discussion with your Lord Ing Wuxia." Sixth Hair stomped his feet, 3 days? Fang Yuan, you know that Lord Ing Wuxia is facing great danger, we have to fight for time. Fang Yuan walked away as his voice drifted over, "It is great that you realize this. Quickly agree to it, after the deal, you can use the immortal materials to refine Gu, and last an even longer time, right?" Sixth Hair had a ruthless expression, he gritted his teeth as he pointed at Fang Yuan, killing intent surged, "Fang Yuan, don't go overboard." "So what if I do? I will not be the first to die. I can live well inside Langya Blessed Land for some time. But you guys? Without Ing Wuxia, Spectral Soul's main body will remain trapped in the giant dream realm, the great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he is going to die before me." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed, he walked through the door and vanished from Sixth Hair's vision completely. Sixth Hair stared with bloodshot eyes. Fang Yuan's shameless and thuggish attitude dealt a huge blow to him. In less than half a day, Sixth Hair went to Fang Yuan again. Lord Ing Wuxia agreed. Sixth Hair stared at Fang Yuan, he wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. A sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Sixth Hair agreed so quickly, on Ing Wuxia's end, the situation must really be terrible. This was both good and bad. Fang Yuan wanted to gain the most benefits from this trade, but he also wanted Ing Wuxia to draw away the enemies for him. It was most beneficial to Fang Yuan for Heavenly Court and Shadow Sect's remnant forces to fight. "We will trade the immortal zombie bodies first, 1 for 1, before we continue with the others," Fang Yuan said, adding, "If I find out that you tampered with the body, don't blame me for what I will do. You know I am a person who has been reborn, I can use some future methods." "Impossible. We will do the transactions all at once." Sixth Hair was not easy to fool. But Fang Yuan was a tougher nut to crack. A little later, Sixth Hair lost, he raised 3 fingers, gritting his teeth, "Fine, we will first trade the immortal zombie bodies. But there are only 2 deals after that. We will conclude this trade in 3 sessions." 3 days later in Langya Blessed Land, the two made their transaction. "Okay, next will be Immortal Gu. I want all of my Immortal Gu, along with self-strength, man as before, and landscape as before," Fang Yuan said. Sixth Hair had a curious expression, "So many Immortal Gu, do you have enough immortal materials?" Fang Yuan laughed, "Of course." A few minutes later. "This is what you mean by of course? You casually changed the quantity to be traded by yourself? These immortal materials are not enough to buy even 30% of the Immortal Gu." Sixth Hair screamed furiously. "We can continue to negotiate the deal." "What do you mean by changing it myself?" "I did not casually do it, I am very sincere." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Your mother is sincere." Sixth Hair cursed. Fang Yuan's expression stiffened, "This means you do not want to deal?" Saying this, his sleeves billowed as he turned around. Sixth Hair was beyond furious, threatening to leave? The same trick again? "I don't care, I am not the first to die anyway." Fang Yuan shrugged, latching on Sixth Hair's weakness. Sixth Hair's expression froze, he felt like he had fallen into an icy river. He felt really foolish, why did he expose his own weakness? But, with Fang Yuan's shrewdness, even if he said nothing, he would sense it. The second transaction was a long tug-of-war. Fang Yuan's price was way too low, Shadow Sect was not going to take it. In a few days, they went through dozens of difficult negotiations, until both sides came to an agreement. Fang Yuan relented a bit, but he still earned the most from this. Sixth Hair had a downcast expression, his straight back had hunched already. Thankfully, there is only one last deal left. The third transaction. What? We agreed on 3 transactions, why do you want to extend it to 10? Fang Yuan, you shameless bastard, you fiend with no bottom line. Can't you see the big picture at all? Die, let's just all die together. Sixth Hair screamed, his throat went sore, blood was flowing out of his nose due to anger. But Fang Yuan only said one thing, reflecting all of these statements, I am not the first to die anyway. Once Ing Wuxia dies, Spectral Soul's main body is going to follow. After all, the dream realm is huge, the consumption of the soul is extremely rapid as well. Extremely rapid as well. Extremely rapid. Extremely. Fang Yuan's voice was floating around in Sixth Hair's head. Next, he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1079, Regaining His Body and Spring Autumn. A dark and deep pool of soul water undulated with countless ripples. Ing Wuxia opened his eyes wide, the ghost fire in his eyes burning bright as he observed the surface of the soul water. He was viewing a scene that outsiders would not be able to observe. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water, he was half kneeling on the ground and had an expression of remorse and guilt. Lord, I made a huge mistake. When Fang Yuan was facing the tribulation, if I had not used. I have already said that this matter is not your fault. Speaking of which, it is also because I used my trump card to increase my luck, which allowed Fang Yuan to take advantage of it. Ing Wuxia's voice directly transmitted to Gu Immortal Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method of communication between Sixth Hair and Ing Wuxia. It was a soul path method but with the effect of information path, and was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls, moreover there was Langya Blessed Land as well. Not only were they able to communicate in real time, they were also able to evade Langya Land Spirit's senses. Right now, Ing Wuxia no longer had Fang Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path immortal zombie's body. But this vessel, because it was too old, its immortal aperture had already broken apart and what Ing Wuxia obtained was only the physical body. Unlike Fang Yuan's zombie body, which had a mortal aperture as well as an immortal aperture. As such, it was very inconvenient for Ing Wuxia to use Gu worms. Whether it be immortal Gu or mortal Gu, they could only live in parts of his body like on his skin, hair, blood, bones, and so on. Not only would this leak their aura and make it easier for enemies to inspect, it was also not safe. When the physical body gets struck by an attack, the Gu worms could also very well meet with a terrible fate. Gu worms were very fragile. Ing Wuxia could be said to have suffered a huge loss from this transaction with Fang Yuan, but his expression was tranquil. He instead encouraged Sixth Hair, you did this task very well. You constantly expressed weakness to Fang Yuan during the whole transaction process, good job. Especially the fainting at the end, without your efforts, I wouldn't have obtained the immortal materials I needed. Sixth Hair sighed, I intentionally fainted to probe Fang Yuan, but unfortunately he did not do anything to me. Since he knows our background, he is naturally extremely cautious. Moreover, we have already done transactions multiple times now. Both sides have gotten a handle on the other, he has to be wary against us reporting about him to Langya Land Spirit. Ing Wuxia replied. He had been in an absolute plight just now, and had thought about every possible way, before finding there was no way left other than Fang Yuan. Before transacting with Fang Yuan, he had already made sufficient mental preparations. The immortal material list he gave to Fang Yuan had exaggerated contents with huge numbers, hiding the immortal materials he truly wanted within them. In short, he had achieved his goal. He was able to fight for a ray of hope in this desperate situation. As long as he passed this hurdle, his future prospects would be extremely promising. Not mentioning the other immortal Gu, but the main thing is that Fang Yuan not only obtained his physical body, he now has Spring-Autumn Cicada as well. His current foundation is extremely huge. Sixth Hair was still worried. Ying Wuxia snorted. Even if Fang Yuan gets back his physical body, does he dare to use it? Spring Autumn Cicada is not a problem, it was already sealed and is going to starve to death soon. Even if Fang Yuan can resolve this problem, Spring Autumn Cicada itself has a failure rate when activating. It still has heavens will hiding inside it. It will be a long time before he will be able to use it. Moreover, the attention of heavenly quartz Gu Immortals will also be attracted to him. Sixth Hair's expression shook, the visible worry lessening by a lot. He repeatedly nodded his head. Lord, you are correct. Ying Wuxia heaved a long sigh. You will still have to continue to watch Fang Yuan. You are already exposed, but Fang Yuan won't make a move against you. It is okay if we are not able to suppress him. He has obtained so many immortal Gu just now, they will certainly be a large burden to him. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations will divert even more of his energy. Let him develop, wait until I gather strength and save our main body, then we shall settle the score with him. One could learn from experience. After having experienced so much, Ying Wuxia was rapidly maturing. He understood what he could give up, and more importantly, learned to patiently endure. He was, after all, one of the split souls of Spectral Soul, and had the natural skill to become a powerful expert. Suffering and setbacks were of value in life, and he was rapidly growing up because of them. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Some time had already passed since the transactions with Ying Wuxia. Fang Yuan gazed at the immortal zombie body in front of him and sighed. I don't dare to use it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling troubled. After he had regained his immortal zombie body, although he had used almost all the means available to him at present to conduct many careful inspections, he did not find any issues. But what origin did Ying Wuxia have? What origin did Shadow Sect have? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the progenitor of Soul Path, a Gu Venerable, a person who had once ruled over the world and all living beings. Would his split soul, Ying Wuxia, have some kind of soul path method to create a sinister trap within this body? It was very possible. Fang Yuan's transaction with Ying Wuxia had not been under any information path restriction from the beginning to the end. Because neither side trusted the other. Moreover, Fang Yuan's information path methods were definitely inferior to Ying Wuxia's. If he used an information path method to restrict himself, it was very possible the other party would secretly break it, and this would make it even more unfavorable to Fang Yuan. Thus, he was completely unable to guarantee the safety of this body. Fang Yuan wanted this immortal zombie body back mainly to obtain the acknowledgement of wisdom Gu and use the light of wisdom. So he needed to put his soul into this immortal zombie vessel. This was very dangerous. Shadow Sect was most proficient in matters regarding the soul. Fang Yuan did not discover any issues, perhaps Ying Wuxia had not tampered with it, but the more likely possibility was that there was a huge issue with this immortal zombie body, only that Fang Yuan did not have the ability to discover it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Fang Yuan trying to decipher Soul Path methods was like an amateur performing in front of an expert. Looks like I still need to inspect this body for a while. I can't be careless, any slight carelessness and I might fall into a scheme of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan warned himself. Only when he was 100% sure of safety would Fang Yuan use this body. Or perhaps when there were no other options, he might choose to take the risk. Although I can't use Wisdom Gu, regaining my body and Spring Autumn Cicada is already a great success. Spring Autumn Cicada had all along been Fang Yuan's greatest trump card. Now that Fang Yuan had gotten his body back, Spring Autumn Cicada, which remained in the first aperture as the vital Gu, was naturally also back. In the previous negotiations, when Fang Yuan mentioned for Spring Autumn Cicada to be returned, he was met with strong denial from Sixth Hair. He refused to admit Ying Wuxia had Spring Autumn Cicada. Because neither side was restricted by information path methods, Fang Yuan would not be able to tell apart truth or lies. There were no consequences for lying. However, Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable, directly saying, "That is impossible. If you truly did not have, then you people would ever find it. In any case, I don't care about others, but you must return my Spring Autumn Cicada." Fang Yuan had no bottom line and his stance was extremely resolute. Even though Sixth Hair said that he would swear on his life, shouting loudly as he vowed, Fang Yuan's attitude was unchanged. After wasting a good amount of time, Fang Yuan regained his body and Spring Autumn Cicada. However, Spring Autumn Cicada had an issue. It was sealed by Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals using some strange methods. It was already cut off from the River of Time and was currently in a starving state. Moreover, Fang Yuan also knew Spring Autumn Cicada had Heaven's will in it. This was his biggest threat. The immortal zombie body and Spring Autumn Cicada both had dangers lurking within them and could not be used. But even so, Fang Yuan was happy. Even if I can't use them, as long as they are in my possession, it is a huge victory. Especially when Spring Autumn Cicada was a huge trump card. After regaining Spring Autumn Cicada and the immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan demanded fixed immortal travel in the second transaction. But where would Sixth Hair get it from? No matter how forceful Fang Yuan was, it was no use. Moreover, he could also guess fixed immortal travel might truly have been destroyed. If they had fixed immortal travel, they would have already used fixed immortal travel to make an escape. Why would they come to be extorted by him? A more crucial matter was that Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had already completed a transaction. With the transaction, it meant betraying Langya Sect. Sixth Hair had a hold over Fang Yuan. Land spirits were single-minded and obstinate. If he discovered this, no matter how Fang Yuan tried to explain, it would probably be of no use. So Fang Yuan finally gave up on fixed immortal travel. Although he could not obtain fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan obtained a large number of immortal Gu in this transaction. A large number. Among them were Hei Lu Land Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self Strength Immortal Gu and Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, as well as Tai Bai Yunxing's Landscape as before and Man as before. Among Fang Yuan's own, there was Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, Star Eyes Immortal Gu, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and Connect Luck Immortal Gu had already been placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Yingwu Xia, and since Treasure Yellow Heaven was closed, these two immortal Gu were also trapped within it. Eat Strength, Cleanse Soul, Fixed Immortal Travel, Star Shoot, Star Mark and Starlight had all self-detonated under Fang Yuan's special will, and Yingwu Xia had not been able to save them. Naturally, this information could be false as well. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair were not bound by information path methods. The bottom lines of both sides had to be probed out by themselves. Maybe Yingwu Xia had secretly withheld some immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan had already done everything he could and had no way to make Yingwu Xia spit them out. After all, every time Fang Yuan transacted, he would be betraying Langya Sect once more, and his tough stance would weaken by some degree. While Shadow Sect had obtained a portion of the immortal materials and their weak stance gradually strengthened by some degree. Of course, Fang Yuan had the firm upper hand from start to finish. After all, Yingwu Xia was the one in a bad situation. But Fang Yuan also did not want Yingwu Xia to die so quickly. If he died, as long as he left behind some clues to Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan would soon be met with disaster. It was a much better situation with Yingwu Xia attracting the enemies ahead of him. Heavenly Court and Shadow Sect could mutually weaken each other, while Fang Yuan observed from the sidelines. Fang Yuan was aware that since he had stolen Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would absolutely try to kill him. But this was also a reason for Shadow Sect to secretly protect him. Ma Hongyan's example was right in front of him. Fang Yuan knew he was Ma Hongyan from Shadow Sect's point of view. Shadow Sect definitely wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It was just that the situation currently did not permit them to do this. Since Yingwu Xia had looked for Fang Yuan to do transactions, it meant he was truly at a dead end. Fang Yuan had to leave him some hope. If Fang Yuan truly forced him until he gave up and went to drag both of them down, Fang Yuan would also be implicated and might even die. In fact, what Sixth Hair said at the beginning had been effective. Chapter 1080, Flying Bear Transformation. Several days later, Langya blessed land. Two figures were cutting through the air, before they suddenly stopped. This land is a desolate area, it is suitable for our spar. The figure ahead observed the surroundings, and spoke leisurely. Brother Fang is right. The figure behind was a hairy man Gu Immortal named 12th Hair. He spoke brightly and with a grin on his face. Compared to the other hairy man Gu Immortals in Langya's sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special. Because he not only cultivated refinement path, but also cultivated enslavement path. He was a dual cultivator of refinement and enslavement path. It was not an easy thing for Gu Immortals to cultivate two paths, because almost all Gu Immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they underwent immortal ascension, the Gu worm they used for breaking open their aperture into an immortal aperture would be what decided their main cultivation path. The Tao marks added on from passing tribulations would mostly be of their main path as well. However, in this world, there were many Gu Immortals that cultivated two paths as well. They were mostly rank 6 and rank 7. Cultivating one path primarily, while cultivating another path as a secondary path. Such Gu Immortals often had fortuitous encounters, obtaining immortal Gu that were suitable for cultivating two paths. For instance, Fang Yuan's Eat Strength Immortal Gu could increase his strength path Tao marks. If Gu Immortals of other paths obtained it, they could also dual cultivate strength path. 12th Hair was not an exception. In his early years, because of an unexpected surprise when refining Gu, he obtained a completely new Gu embryo from the failed refinement. After his immortal ascension, he raised this Gu to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This Gu could add enslavement path Tao marks to his body. This made him rather special among all the hairy man Gu Immortals. The previous Langya land spirit had taken great care of him. Although enslavement path did not have much of a relation to refinement path, Langya land spirit encouraged 12th Hair to continue cultivating both paths, because the enslavement path Tao marks in 12th Hair could provide huge help when refining enslavement path immortal Gu. The current Langya land spirit regarded 12th Hair with even more respect. But what he prioritized was the aspect of battle strength. 12th Hair cultivated enslavement path, this was an excellent foundation. Langya land spirit even gave beast enslavement immortal Gu to him, intending to nurture him as their enslavement path battle strength. Every emperor had his own favorites, but 12th Hair was even more well-liked and was the favorite of the current Langya land spirit. Fang Yuan had not been very sure on the details about these hairy men. But in the secret transactions with Ying Wuxia, he obtained much intel about Langya blessed land. The intel could not be said to be very precious, but they were of extremely huge help to Fang Yuan, letting him have a comprehensive understanding of Langya's sect. Fang Yuan and 12th Hair both descended to the ground. Cloud Cover Continent's ground was made from cloud soil, it was white and slightly soft. It was very different from the sensation of an ordinary muddy surface. 12th brother, please. Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Haha, brother Fang, I won't stand on ceremony then. Chestnut Yak, come out. 12th Hair laughed loudly, he somersaulted and while landing on the ground, he hit the ground with his palms. He looked like he was horsing around, before suddenly performed a kneeling ceremony towards Fang Yuan. Gu Immortals paid attention to their bearing, this kind of humiliating action was absolutely avoided by human Gu Immortals. But these hairy man Gu Immortals were different, they had gone through the previous Langya land spirit's nurturing, each of them were very straightforward with very shallow battle strength. Over these last days, Fang Yuan was already used to the unusual. 12th Hair knelt towards Fang Yuan, his excited expression suddenly stiffened. Ah! He raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan, how embarrassing, I failed. No problem. Fang Yuan warmly smiled, it is an immortal killer move, failure in activation is an unavoidable matter, try again. Yes, yes. 12th Hair repeatedly nodded his head, somersaulting once again towards the back and with a slam, his knees and hands touched the ground simultaneously. Silence. After being at a standstill for several breaths of time, 12th Hair stuck his tongue out, licking his lips, damn, I failed again. Let me try again. Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. Let me try again. I don't believe it. 12th hair shouted in determination. Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. I'm sorry, wait a while. 12th hair said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan warmly smiled, it is understandable. 12th hair gratefully nodded his head as he made an attempt again. Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. This continued for a dozen or so times without any success. Fang Yuan had not even made any move, but 12th hair had already spurted out several mouthfuls of blood, moreover blood was seeping out of his ears as well, his face getting paler and paler. Failure in activating an immortal killer move would cause backlash to the Gu Immortal. Even Fang Yuan also could not bear to see this continue, and could not resist reminding, from my observation, 12th brother, your somersaulting has almost no use towards the immortal killer move, might as well try discarding it. Somersaulting? 12th hair scratched his head and said, innocently, this is my meticulously designed movement. Don't you feel somersaulting will make me look imposing and cool? Fang Yuan's face almost was distorted to the point of lines appearing, as he thought, your movement of kneeling towards your enemy is indeed imposing. But 12th hair was also an obedient person who knew to correct his mistake, since brother Fang thinks it is inappropriate, then I will change it. After that, 12th hair no longer somersaulted. Instead, slam, he directly knelt towards Fang Yuan. It was a standstill. Several breaths later, he stood up, puffing out a mouthful of blood, refusing to give in, he said, let me try again. Several tries later, an azure blue radiance suddenly blossomed from 12th hair's hands. The radiance quickly enlarged, and actually formed a blue lake on the ground. The lake water surged and a cattle-shaped desolate beast rode the giant wave, charging towards Fang Yuan. Rumble. The blue lake water washed to the shore, the giant yak stepped on the ground and grunted towards the sky. Whoosh. A formless sound wave squeezed out the air and actually stirred up a vortex. This giant yak was bluish-black with a large head and thick lips. A pair of bull horns spaced quite far apart pierced towards the sky. It had a wide chest and a large stomach, but it gradually became slim towards the rear. The whole body looked huge at the front and small at the back. The lower side of its body and its 4 legs were covered with thick hair that were drooping down to the ground. Its tail was thick and large like a brown broom. There was no doubt of the might of this giant yak, and it also had a superb debut, brimming with a tyrannical aura, forming a completely stark comparison with 12th hair's performance. However, Fang Yuan did not care. Chestnut yak, this giant yak might be a desolate beast, but it was well known for its low battle strength. The impressions of many Gu Immortals towards it were of the unique flavor of its meat. It could be eaten raw and tasted like chestnuts. This was the reason for its name. But the chestnut yak's battle strength was naturally not the weakest among desolate beasts. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast were desolate beast dragonfish, which Fang Yuan was breeding. It finally activated. 12th hair was jubilant, and shouted as he pointed at Fang Yuan, chestnut yak, charge. Snort. The chestnut yak grunted towards the sky once again, but did not move. 12th hair's face flushed with embarrassment, and seeming holding back his anger, he commanded again, charge, 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 you foolish yak. The chestnut yak only then started to rush forward. It was already at a very short distance away from Fang Yuan, and reached Fang Yuan within a few steps. Strong wind surged forward. The chestnut yak was enormous, and as it rushed, it was like 4 carriages stacked together. It had quite an imposing aura. Fang Yuan chuckled. Inside his immortal aperture, change form immortal Gu flew up. Following it, all kinds of supplementary mortal Gu flew up and revolved around change form immortal Gu. Transformation path immortal killer move, flying bear transformation. Bright radiance suddenly erupted. An intense light forced 12th Hair to close his eyes. 12th Hair quickly activated his investigative Gu, a layer of transparent crystal covered his eyes and he was able to open his eyes again. The light had yet to dissipate, but 12th Hair was able to see the scene clearly. Bam! The chestnut yak seemed to have collided into a giant beast. This giant beast was even larger than it. The chestnut yak's collision showed no results. At this time, the light dissipated and revealed the true appearance of the giant beast. This was a giant white bear. Its physique was burly and bulky, and its body was covered in short and densely packed white fur. It had sharp claws, and its short tail was curled up like a white pom-pom, appearing somewhat cute. This was a transformation of Fang Yuan into a desolate beast flying bear. When the chestnut yak saw this flying bear, its eyes immediately popped open as its imposing aura vanished like a flickering candle. It gave a miserable cry before actually turning around and running away. 12th Hair yelled furiously at this, "You cowardly yak, you are also a desolate beast, damn it, go back." He activated his enslavement path method and was only able to regain his control over the chestnut yak after it had ran a large distance. The yak once again charged towards the flying bear. The chestnut yak was herbivorous and had a docile nature. This chestnut yak had been raised by the previous Langya land spirit in order to use its meat as Gu refinement immortal material. Because of Shadow Sect's sudden attack, Langya Blessed Land's other desolate beasts all died. So 12th Hair could only use this chestnut yak to practice his skills. Fang Yuan quietly stood on the spot and only when the yak had reached in front of him, did he exert strength in his limbs and erupt. Whoosh! The flying bear's enormous physique did not implicate its speed in the least, as it easily dodged to the side. The chestnut yak brushed past the flying bear. The flying bear roared and suddenly turned around, leaping towards the sky. As it descended, the flying bear stretched out its right paw and slammed at the back of the chestnut yak. Bam! There was a strong collision, white cloud soil flew all around. The chestnut yak was heavily injured and was actually slammed to the ground by one smack from the flying bear. A huge crater formed on the level ground. The chestnut yak was defeated in the blink of an eye, lying on the crater without moving. Its eyes revealed its terror and its whole body was trembling. Chapter 1081, Fang Yuan contributes a plan. The chestnut yak was slammed down by Fang Yuan's own paw, and did not dare to climb back up again. No matter what methods 12th Hair used, he was unable to make this chestnut yak climb back up and fight again. The desolate beast is weak, the Gu Immortal is also useless. Fang Yuan shook his head internally, and dispelled his immortal killer move. In moments, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From within the ball, Fang Yuan's figure slowly walked out and descended to the ground. I lost once again. Brother Fang is truly amazing. 12th Hair tried for a long time but seeing no success, he could only cup his fists towards Fang Yuan, admitting defeat. He and Fang Yuan had sparred several times already. At first, after he lost, he did not admit defeat and remained obstinate. But after several times, he was already less affected, loss became normal and victory instead was the anomaly. 12th brother, you should practice your immortal killer move more frequently. And this chestnut yak is weak and timid, it is better if you change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fang Yuan advised. 12th Hair repeatedly nodded his head and sighed, this is all because Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed. When it opens, I will immediately buy a desolate beast for combat. This yak already has none of its wild nature left, I already thought of throwing it away. But I need to bear the cost of buying a desolate beast myself, this is the rule created after the sect was established. Sigh, my beast enslavement immortal Gu is also not mine, I still need to pay to use it. Enough talking, I need to hurry back to refine Gu and sell them to earn immortal essence stones. See you. Fang Yuan nodded. 12th Hair took back the chestnut yak and hurriedly left. Good, I have obtained 20 sect contribution points again. Fang Yuan gazed at the receding figure of 12th hair, his mind rippling with some joy. Over these last few days, he had not only been sparring with 12th hair, he also had similar contact with other hairy man Gu Immortals. Although the secret transactions between Fang Yuan and 6th hair had already finished, 6th hair repeatedly visiting Fang Yuan's Cloud City during the process was a small flaw. Although Fang Yuan had joined Langya's sect and become an external Supreme Elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the hairy man Gu Immortals. After all, the human race was powerful currently, while hairy men were a type of variant human which suffered persecution from humans. Fang Yuan might be on their side, but the hairy man Gu Immortals kept away from him. Why would 6th hair suddenly pay visits to Fang Yuan on his own initiative? This would certainly incite doubts. To fix this flaw, after the transaction, 6th hair subtly revealed to the other hairy man Gu Immortals that he looked for Fang Yuan in order to raise his battle strength. Because the previous sudden invasion by Shadow Sect, along with the tribulations just now, had made him feel his battle strength was truly lacking, so he looked for the human Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan, to ask for advice. To increase the trustworthiness of his words, 6th hair sparred with the other hairy man Gu Immortals and defeated them. 6th hair was a spy, one of the split souls of Spectral Soul. He had deep combat proficiency, and just using a little bit of it was enough for him to easily defeat them all. This event caused a commotion in the small circle of hairy man Gu Immortals. Even Langya Land Spirit heard about it and affirmed 6th hair's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged other hairy man Gu Immortals to ask for guidance from Fang Yuan. After all, the extremely low battle strength of the hairy man Gu Immortals had all along been a worry for Langya Land Spirit. After 6th hair, other hairy man Gu Immortals went to Fang Yuan for guidance. With just a little thinking, Fang Yuan realized 6th hair's intention and enthusiastically welcomed the other hairy man Gu Immortals. Because this was a profitable thing with no harm to Fang Yuan. First of all, he would be relying on Langya's sect for a long period of time to cultivate more conveniently and be safer when undergoing tribulations. So having a good relationship with these hairy man Gu Immortals was a must. Second, like 6th hair's considerations, Fang Yuan had to cooperate as well to make up for the flaw created because of the transactions. Lastly, Fang Yuan needed sect contribution points. From now on, if he wanted Langya Land Spirit's help to borrow the strength of Langya's sect, he could not always negotiate deals with Langya Land Spirit. Previously, he could make deals with Langya Land Spirit because the Land Spirit had taken a fancy upon his Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. But from now on, to make Langya's sect help him, the main thing would be to use sect contribution points. This was Langya's sect's rule. Even Langya Land Spirit took the initiative to comply to it. Langya Land Spirit had already issued sect missions. The types of missions were mainly about guiding hairy man Gu Immortals to raise their battle strength. Langya Land Spirit himself was not suitable for these missions, and Fang Yuan was the only suitable candidate. In these last few days, Fang Yuan guided many hairy man Gu Immortals and the response was extremely enthusiastic. Even when the hairy man Gu Immortals who came later did not receive good training, they did not blame Fang Yuan and instead found reasons caused by themselves. On one hand, 6th hair set an example, on the other, Fang Yuan knew about the information of these hairy men, and used his exquisite communicative skills to enthusiastically get along with them, making these hairy man Gu Immortals have a huge change in their impression of Fang Yuan. As for why Fang Yuan knew about the information of these hairy man Gu Immortals, that was because he had obtained a lot of intel about Langya Blessed Land from his transactions with Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan calculated, with this, my sect contribution points amount to over 140. This is quite lucrative. Every time he gave guidance would provide Fang Yuan 20 sect contribution points. Previously, when Fang Yuan had lent Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and other resources, he had only earned about 300 contribution points. These 140 sect contribution points are enough to exchange for some flowing light fruits. With such thoughts, Fang Yuan moved towards the First Cloud City. In First Cloud City, he saw Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit sized up Fang Yuan and praised, as worthy of change for Immortal Gu. This hairy man Gu Immortal you have transformed into has almost no flaws, unless I use investigative immortal Gu. When Fang Yuan was arriving, he suddenly had a brilliant idea, and used change form immortal Gu to transform into a hairy man Gu Immortal. His aim was clear, it was to get into Langya Land Spirit's good books. Langya Land Spirit held the ideology of hairy men rulership, and when he saw this appearance of Fang Yuan, he smiled happily and started praising change form immortal Gu. In fact, he found his opinion of Fang Yuan rising. Fang Yuan, however, sighed and spoke with a bitter tone, "This transformation is still not complete, although I have changed form immortal Gu, I lack everlasting immortal Gu. If I had everlasting immortal Gu, I could completely transform into a hairy man and truly become a member of Langya Sect. Lord First Supreme Elder, you might not know, but after these days of being in contact with other hairy man Gu Immortals, I am deeply moved. Human Gu Immortals are crafty and on guard against each other. But hairy men are forthright and sincere, united, warm and cordial. This is a true home. I already can't bear to part with this place." Langya Land Spirit laughed heartily and repeatedly patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan, having such an awareness is good, very good. If he knew Fang Yuan had transacted with Shadow Sect just some days ago and did not report the spy, he would flay Fang Yuan, this insidious fellow, alive. But what a pity, Langya Land Spirit did not know any of it. "I have seen your actions over these last days. You have guided these children and raised their battle strength by a lot, especially sixth hairs. Good, good. These last days, I have heard a lot of good things about you from other hairy man Gu Immortals. Ah, what matter did you come for this time?" Langya Land Spirit asked. "I wanted to use some sect contribution points to exchange for some flowing light fruits." Fang Yuan replied. "That's a small matter. As long as your contributions are enough, exchanging for flowing light fruits is no problem." Langya Land Spirit waved his hand and said frankly. Fang Yuan pretended to hesitate. "I have a very slight opinion regarding Langya Sect's development. I don't know if I should say it or not." "Tell me about it, I'm listening." Langya Land Spirit squinted his eyes and smiled. Fang Yuan spoke, "Over these last days of sparring with many hairy man Gu Immortals, I made some findings. Their battle strength needs to be raised urgently, but how to raise them is the problem. Because all of them primarily cultivate refinement path, and although refinement path also has offensive methods, it is inferior to the offensive prowess of other paths." Langya Land Spirit nodded. Fang Yuan's words hit his core problems. He could not help but sigh. "This is precisely what I am worried about." Fang Yuan continued, "Actually, there is a good way to increase battle strength, that is transformation path." Transformation path? Right. Fang Yuan slowed down, before continuing, "Among all the Gu cultivation paths, to speak of the one that can increase battle strength the fastest, that would be blood path. But blood path is extremely dangerous and is too threatening to others. Its reputation is vile and it is hated by everyone. Moreover, if one's blood path cultivation is even slightly high, their name will be added to Heavenly Court's Demon Judgment Board, and that would expose us. So, blood path won't do." "You are right." Langya Land Spirit approved. Actually, he was also apprehensive towards blood path. If hairy man Gu Immortals cultivated blood path, he was worried if it would lead to internal strife and conflicts in Langya Sect. Fang Yuan spoke with assurance. "Besides blood path, the path that can increase battle strength the fastest is transformation path. The threshold for transformation path is very low, its immortal killer moves also don't require any planning, any kind of transformation is an immortal killer move. Normal immortal killer moves require at least a few years of trial and error, right? And in Langya Sect, there are large numbers of immortal Gu recipes which includes many transformation path immortal Gu recipes. We have many immortal Gu recipes but few immortal killer moves. If hairy man Gu Immortals cultivate refinement path primarily and transformation path as the secondary path, they can take advantage of the strengths and avoid the weaknesses. The hairy man Gu Immortals are not hardened, to raise their battle strength would not be a day's work. If they transformed into desolate beasts, their bodies would become tougher, even if they make some mistakes in battles, it won't be much of a problem, they can fight back. It won't be like other paths such as fire path and water path. The body is extremely weak and without defensive methods, they would be in extreme danger in the battlefield. Transformation path immortal Gu recipes are easy to deduce and their immortal materials are easy to obtain, thus the immortal Gu are easy to refine as well. Hairy man Gu immortals can transform into desolate beasts to fight, and it can also be a way to disguise their hairy man identities. Although Langya sect has deep foundations, the 5 regions are still ruled by humans. As long as we can do so, we should give as little chance to expose ourselves as possible. Chapter 1082, Quality over Quantity? Langya land spirit could only keep on nodding at Fang Yuan's well-founded words. Reasonable, reasonable. He praised. I am flattered. This is only my shallow opinion. Fang Yuan spoke modestly. Land spirits were straightforward. Langya land spirit did not understand Fang Yuan's modesty, retorting with a shake of his head, no, this is not just a shallow opinion, it is a true insight. Your words have inspired me greatly, they are a huge contribution towards Langya sect. According to Langya sect's rules, just this contribution could have raised your status by 1 level. For instance, 6th hair could promote to 5th hair. But you are not a true hairy man Gu Immortal right now, so you can only receive 200 sect contribution points. At the end, Langya land spirit looked at Fang Yuan and sighed in regret. Fang Yuan also showed an extremely regrettable expression on his face. He was only an external elder at present and did not need to complete any missions, and every month, he would get 10 sect contribution points. However, other hairy man Gu Immortals were genuine members, and their monthly earnings were much higher. Moreover, the higher the hairy man Gu Immortals ranking, the more sect contribution points they would receive each month. How I wish to become a true hairy man. Fang Yuan lamented, showing a genuine and sincere expression on his face, as if he truly wanted that. Langya land spirit spoke, it is a pity that treasure yellow heaven is closed at the moment, once it opens, I will start a large-scale purchase of the desolate beasts. I have a slight opinion about this. Fang Yuan quickly spoke, there are many hairy man Gu Immortals, and to nurture them, no matter how great our sect's assets are, we won't be able to bear such expenses. Moreover, this is not the way to run a business. I suggest we develop our own resources. Oh? How do you propose we do that? Langya land spirit asked. Fang Yuan replied, simple, like other superforces, we occupy the resources in the 5 regions. Langya land spirit showed a reluctant expression. He had already thought of this before and also carefully pondered its advantages and disadvantages, before considering it an undesirable choice. The reason was evident, hairy men were variant humans, and could not be out in the open in the current age. Although there were variant human forces in northern plains, one clear example being Inkman City, this Inkman City only had one Inkman Gu Immortal publicly. And in history, Inkman City's founder, Immortal Yuan, had paid a heavy price to reach an agreement with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. These 2 factors allowed Inkman City to barely be able to survive amidst the countless powerful human forces. If Langya sect's force appeared in the open, with so many hairy man Gu Immortals, it would definitely provoke human Gu Immortals, encroaching upon their bottom line. Whether it be righteous path, demonic path or lone immortal forces, they would not easily allow the existence of such a powerful outside force. Langya land spirit might be straightforward, but he was not foolish. He wholeheartedly wanted to make hairy men rule the world, but he was still very aware of the current situation. However, Fang Yuan had already expected this reaction from Langya land spirit, as he continued, First Supreme Elder, I am not suggesting for Langya sect to openly fight with human forces for the outside world's resources. We will instead focus on occupying the resources they have not occupied, and secretly develop. Realization dawned upon Langya land spirit, you are referring to those dangerous forbidden areas? Northern Plains was vast and broad, but the large and super forces had already split the cultivation resources found within it. What remained mainly were the 10 great fierce areas. First Supreme Elder is wise. Fang Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up in admiring fashion. The 10 great fierce areas are dangerous, but at the same time, they contain plentiful opportunities. In my opinion, Earth Trench is a good place. We can set up a teleportation Gu formation, letting the hairy man Gu Immortals freely go back and forth the Blessed Land and Earth Trench. There are countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Earth Trench. They are perfect for the hairy man Gu Immortals to train their combat abilities. Moreover, by killing these desolate beasts, we can use their body parts to refine transformation path Immortal Gu. If we capture these desolate beasts, we can also use beast enslavement Immortal Gu to enslave them and make them aid us, increasing the defense of the Blessed Land. One of the crucial components for this was a teleportation Gu formation. Accurately speaking, a Gu formation that could transport Gu Immortals. Langya Sect undoubtedly possessed such a method. Because when Fang Yuan was previously hurrying back from southern border, he used the teleportation Gu formation at Feng Bo Cliff to get rid of those troublesome cloud beasts and return to Langya Blessed Land. That teleportation Gu formation had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Langya Land Spirit sank into contemplation. This matter is too significant, I need to consider it properly. I am only suggesting, the significant matters in the sect still need to be decided by you, First Supreme Elder. If my suggestion is flawed, I hope you can be lenient. Fang Yuan was deeply aware that pushing too much could be detrimental. He changed the topic to the flowing light fruits he wanted to obtain. After a while, he left with a large number of flowing light fruits. Parting with the land spirit, he returned to his own cloud city and immediately started arranging these flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were not ordinary fruits. They were formed from pure bundles of light. If ordinary people were to try to touch them, they would just pass through their hands. Special methods were needed to collect these fruits. These fruits did not grow on plants or trees like ordinary fruits either, instead they were a pure materialization of dense aurora lights. Aurora lights were of many colors, so the same went for flowing light fruits, having all kinds of color like red, brown, yellow, green, black, blue, purple, etc. Flowing light fruits were the food of attitude Gu. The reason Fang Yuan exchanged for flowing light fruits was because of this. Ever since the transactions, the immortal Gu Fang Yuan possessed had suddenly increased to a terrifying number. Counting his current collection. Rank 9 Immortal Gu, Wisdom Gu. Rank 8 Immortal Gu, Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape, Calamity Beckoning. Rank 6 Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, Woman's Heart, Blood Asset, Dark Limit, Dogshit Luck, Change Form, Strength Chi, Self-Strength, Flying Bear Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, Star Eyes. Among them, to refine Bo Qing Sword Path Gu Worms, Fang Yuan had left Woman's Heart in Hu Immortal Blessed Land before the Battle of Etian Mountain. He had used the Light of Wisdom to construct a Gu formation, in which Unravel Mystery and Woman's Heart were two components. But Unravel Mystery was brought away by Fang Yuan after it had been activated at the start. Woman's Heart, however, needed to remain in the Gu formation until Bo Qing Sword Path Immortal Gu were successfully refined, before it could be taken out. Because of this, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, when Fang Yuan used Langya Sect to completely move away the resources in the two Blessed Lands, Woman's Heart was also taken by Langya Blessed Land before finally returning to Fang Yuan's hands. Connect Luck Gu and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, which originally belonged to Fang Yuan, were placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Yingwu Xia, so Fang Yuan was not able to obtain them during the transactions. After finishing the transactions, it was even more impossible for him to get them back. Among the Star Path Gu worms, only Star Eyes Immortal Gu returned to Fang Yuan's possession, while it was a mystery whether the other Immortal Gu like Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight and Star Thought were in Yingwu Xia's hands. He did not know if they still existed or not. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, when Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage broke down, many of its Gu worms were destroyed, but there were still some Gu worms remaining which had been left behind in the immortal zombie body's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was not too familiar with those Gu worms, and he did not even remember their appearances, the loss of memories, and also did know how many of them were withheld by Ying Wuxia. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to take these Gu worms back, but before he could even talk about it, Ying Wuxia had already concluded the transaction. Normally speaking, there was a rule for immortal Gu: quality over quantity. Forget about mortal Gu, even for a large number of mortal Gu, Gu Immortals could raise them. Immortal Gu were the key factor in measuring a Gu Immortal's strength. Very few Gu Immortals raised as many immortal Gu as Fang Yuan currently possessed. Even many rank 8 Gu Immortals did not have as many as Fang Yuan. This was not in the least bit exaggerated. It was enough for most Gu Immortals to have 2 or 3 immortal Gu. Naturally, these immortal Gu were suited for their ranks. One immortal Gu, when matched with large numbers of different combinations of mortal Gu, could result in different immortal killer moves and produce different effects which covered offense, defense, movement, healing and other aspects. But just one immortal Gu was not enough. Because with just one immortal Gu, the Gu Immortal could only activate one immortal killer move at one time. If they used a defensive killer move, they would not have offensive methods, or they would lose their movement advantage, and could only be in a passive situation. If they used offense, then they would not have defensive method, which could cause the Gu Immortal's situation to be very dangerous. But with 2 immortal Gu, both could be simultaneously used to cover all aspects. Having more than 3 immortal Gu would become a burden. Generally, they could not be nurtured properly and used. After all, activating immortal Gu required immortal essence. There were few examples where someone used higher rank immortal Gu like Fang Yuan using rank 7 immortal Gu. It was because he was a special case and his experiences were different from the vast majority of Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals were very selective in choosing immortal Gu. They were selective not in terms of quantity, but they focused on and limited the range of types of immortal Gu. A Fire Path Gu Immortal would perform best with Fire Path Immortal Gu, using Water Path or Ice Path would simply be looking for trouble. Even if they had immortal Gu of other paths, they could at most be used as supplementary Gu worms for immortal killer moves. The quality of immortal Gu was valued, not their number. This was common sense in the cultivation world, almost all Gu Immortals knew of it. To Fang Yuan, however, this was not applicable. Because he had the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. He had no worries about not having enough space in his immortal aperture. The rate of time was also fast, allowing the resources inside to grow extremely quickly. These were all part of his potential. Fang Yuan was already aware he had the potential to bear the burden of supporting large numbers of immortal Gu. Since he had this potential, he naturally would excavate as much of it as possible. The second reason was that Fang Yuan was earning a lot daily. His current financial condition was extremely good. His sovereign immortal aperture produced 96 beads of immortal essence every year. This 1 year was in relation to the time in the immortal aperture. In terms of the time in the outside world, his aperture would produce 16 beads of immortal essence every day. This number was already a lot, even those of the 10 extreme physiques could not compare to it. When factoring in Fang Yuan's monthly income, this number was simply a drop in the bucket. This meant Fang Yuan had the capital to provide for these immortal Gu. There was also Langya Sect, which could be relied upon to a certain degree. These 3 reasons added up to make Fang Yuan determined in raising large numbers of immortal Gu to raise his battle strength. There was no other way, whether it was facing heaven's will or the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan needed to ensure his strength was high. A Gu Immortal's battle strength mostly came from their immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Currently, Fang Yuan had few immortal killer moves, and he could not use Wisdom Gu either. Deducing more would require too much time, so he could only place his efforts in the aspect of immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of Ying Wuxia's scheme. It was to increase Fang Yuan's burden by giving him these immortal Gu, and letting him have no time and energy to influence Shadow Sect's movements. However, Fang Yuan needed large numbers of immortal Gu to keep up his battle strength. He also had the potential and the capital to raise these immortal Gu. This was completely different from when he was an immortal zombie. The 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture was the most crucial reason. Chapter 1083, Feeding Immortal Gu. Most of Fang Yuan's attention was on his immortal aperture. Large numbers of light path mortal Gu flew around before carrying flowing light fruits towards the sky. Piercing through layers and layers of heavens, after a long period of flying, these flowing light fruits finally reached the highest layer. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After considering it, Fang Yuan stored all the flowing light fruits in the highest layer. Although there are quite a few space path Dao marks, I cannot imitate land spirits and directly use space path Dao marks to teleport. After all, there is a huge difference between a Gu Immortal and land spirit. Land spirits are special existences formed from heavenly power merged with the Gu Immortal's obsession. The sovereign immortal aperture is extremely vast. It seems I will have to arrange a transportation Gu formation inside to facilitate the ease of transferring resources, and to adjust the structure and the layout of the various resources. Fang Yuan's thought process was quite scattered. Right now, all the flowing light fruits had entered the highest layer of the aperture. The Gu worms Fang Yuan had mobilized brought the flowing light fruits to a specific location. Poof poof poof. In the next moment, soft explosions went off endlessly. The flowing light fruits self-detonated one after the other. Each flowing light fruit was not big, but after self-detonation, they rapidly formed into aurora lights that filled the sky, shining with all kinds of colors, forming a beautiful sight. The essence of these flowing light fruits was condensed aurora light. The reason Fang Yuan gathered these flowing light fruits was to feed Attitude Gu, but why was he detonating these flowing light fruits? It was because although the quantity of these flowing light fruits was not small, it was far from enough to fill Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was a rank 8 immortal Gu, although its duration between feeding times was extremely long. Every feeding session required an enormous amount of flowing light fruits. This was normal when feeding Gu worms. Normally, the higher the rank of the Gu worms, the more food they required, but the interval between each feeding session would increase greatly as well. Gu worms altogether had 9 ranks, rank 8 was only below rank 9, the amount of food Attitude Gu required was naturally an enormous number. So Fang Yuan obtained these flowing light fruits in order to produce more fruits from them. He detonated 80% of these fruits. He let the remaining 20% of the fruits float to the sky, nourishing them in the vast aurora lights. As for the light path mortal Gu which carried the fruits, Fang Yuan retrieved and stored them. My sect contribution points were originally not many, but who could have thought that after giving a suggestion, Langya Land Spirit himself increased my sect contribution points. And I was able to exchange for a satisfying number of these flowing light fruits. Next, I need to bring in large numbers of immortal Gu, dazzling light Gu, to let these aurora lights grow. Dazzling light Gu could erupt with red aurora lights. To maintain their survival, Fang Yuan would need to add in their food here, which was scorching swan stones. However, neither of these were available in Langya Sect's treasury. Fang Yuan needed to wait until Treasure Yellow Heaven reopened to put this plan into action. Moreover, dazzling light Gu is only the simplest method to produce aurora lights. It is not very effective. There are Gu Immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven who sells flowing light fruits. I remember that among them are Visitor Kan Xia, Qing Huizi and Fairy Kai Xia. Maybe I can ask for guidance from them, paying an amount to purchase their insights. But whether this succeeds or not, it will depend on their decision. There was still quite a long time before Attitude Gu starved. Fang Yuan was planning for the future by doing this. After all, Attitude Gu's appetite was too huge, making prior preparations wouldn't be the least harmful. Right now, Fang Yuan's situation was still rather leisurely. Although he had gained a lot of immortal Gu, it was not the time to feed most of them. And the first earthly calamity had been passed not long ago. There was still ample time before the second calamity. Fang Yuan now intended to focus on managing his immortal aperture as his main priority. I have already prepared for Attitude Gu's feeding. but attitude Gu is not mine, there is Heilu Lan's will inside it. Right now, I know that Heilu Lan has betrayed the agreement and sided with Ying Wuxia, so some of the information path restrictions on me should have been broken as well. That means I can now refine this attitude Gu to make it my own. Attitude Gu was the greatest harvest Fang Yuan made recently. Even Fang Yuan, when he borrowed Gu from Heilu Lan back then, had not thought there would be a day attitude Gu would fall into his hands. But refining attitude Gu was not a simple matter. Because attitude Gu was not a wild immortal Gu, moreover it was rank 8 while Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 Gu immortal. For him to forcibly refine a rank 8 immortal Gu of another person was not only incomparably difficult, it could also destroy attitude Gu if he did not handle it properly. But I have a method which can help me refine immortal Gu of others. That Gu formation which I thought of before, I will just name it Wisdom Refinement Formation for now. Fang Yuan casually chose a name. He was not concerned about these minor details, which was why he only named the Gu formation now. Previously, he had robbed many Sword Path Immortal Gu from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, and to refine them, he used the Light of Wisdom and Star Thoughts to deduce the Wisdom Refinement Formation. The Wisdom Refinement Formation was constructed by using the Light of Wisdom, with Woman's Heart and Unravel Mystery as the cores and large numbers of supplementary Mortal Gu. Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Wave Sword and Rank 8 Wisdom Sword were all refined by Fang Yuan with the help of the Wisdom Refinement Formation. But the issue right now was that Wisdom Gu did not acknowledge Fang Yuan, which meant he could not use Light of Wisdom, so how would he arrange the Wisdom Refinement Formation? To bring about the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan's soul had to be in his original body, only then could he obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. So this issue came down to the previous point, that was Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. The plan of refining attitude Gu and making it completely his was set aside for the moment. Fang Yuan's next plan was to feed Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was like attitude Gu, it was similarly a rank 8 Immortal Gu. It was classified under Sword Path and also under Wisdom Path. Wisdom Sword cuts the threads of love. In the past, Sword Immortal Bo Qing used this Immortal Gu to cut the Wisdom Path Dao marks left by Love Gu on his body, getting rid of the restrictions and regaining his freedom. He even used this to incite Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao to rebel, using her for his own purposes. This Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu could be said to be an amazing method which helped Bo Qing to turn the tides of his situation. Right now, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was already refined by Fang Yuan. But it was rather difficult for Fang Yuan to use it currently. It was already very hard for Fang Yuan to use rank 7 Immortal Gu. Using Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu, if compared to a situation on Earth, might be like trying to run an aircraft carrier with 2 AA batteries. Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was a genuine rank 8 Immortal Gu, and needed rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate. One could see how outstanding Attitude Gu was from this point. Although it was also a rank 8 Immortal Gu, Attitude Gu could be activated using mental energy and be freely used by even rank 6 Gu Immortals. It was worthy of being a legendary Immortal Gu recorded in / the Legends of Renzu / Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu feeds on multicolored Overlord flowers. This flower is extremely huge, each mature multicolored Overlord flower can cover an enormous surrounding range. For the flower to mature, it requires large amounts of illumination, intense sweet scents as well as pearl soil. This difficulty was very high, many times higher than flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were only a rank 6 immortal material, while multicolored Overlord flowers were rank 7. If Fang Yuan wanted to plant multicolored Overlord flowers on a large scale, he needed to fulfill 3 conditions: illumination, sweet scents and pearl soil. First, illumination was quite difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had about 100 or so light path Dao marks, so it was filled with some light and was not dim like his immortal zombie body's dead aperture. But this light was certainly not enough to fulfill the demands of multicolored Overlord flowers. Unless he used the aurora lights of flowing light fruits. But if he did that, his plans for flowing light fruits would be completely ruined. Light would be used up, it was consumable, especially since those aurora lights did not have any source right now. The most basic solution was to increase the number of light path Dao marks in the immortal aperture. Light path Gu Immortals with deep foundation and accumulation often had limitless illumination in their immortal aperture. But for Fang Yuan to achieve this in a short period, apart from having the earthly calamity be a light path calamity, he would have to kill light path Gu Immortal and absorb their Dao marks. The former was up to heaven's will, it could not be relied upon, while the latter was dangerous and also not reliable. Battles were hazardous and terrifying. Back then, Fang Yuan was able to kill Qi Zai because the latter had underestimated him, chasing him all the way. Fang Yuan had also used the special terrain of the 5 regional mountain range and used familiar face before he killed Qi Zai, obtaining the corpse and the soul. The first condition, illumination, was the most difficult to resolve. There were many ways to obtain the other two, sweet scents and pearl soil. Pearl soil, especially, was sold on a large scale in Treasure Yellow Heaven and was also not expensive. Of course, Langya Blessed Land did not have them. The aforementioned plans were only those for feeding Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu, and they already took up much of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Fortunately, rank 9 Wisdom Gu's feeding was already taken care of by Langya Land Spirit. Wisdom Gu's food was Lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan did not even dare to think about it. Even he would want to take its food. The feeding plans for Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu have already been arranged. Next would be the rank 7s, Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape and Calamity Beckoning. Fang Yuan had already fed Calamity Beckoning Gu with the black blood of the 6-headed snake. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with 6 heads. Fang Yuan had once bought the snake's corpse in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but now for his long-term plan, he intended to move over several 6-headed snakes into his immortal aperture to breed them. As for the other rank 7 immortal Gu, their feeding plans required Fang Yuan to carefully arrange them. Naturally, Fang Yuan did not forget Chu Du still had his rank 7 flying sword immortal Gu. Its feeding issue was handed over to Chu Du. In any case, Chu Du coveted Fang Yuan's Tribulation technique. How could he let flying sword immortal Gu starve? In this aspect, Chu Du could be considered to be helping out Fang Yuan and decreasing his burden. Chapter 1084, Manipulating Mortals, Plotting Against the Land Spirit. In Langya Blessed Land, the capital of Black Hair Kingdom, there was hubbub of voices. A nationwide competition was reaching its end. On the arena, the final 2 Gu masters were in an intense battle, chasing for the final throne of victory. Almost all the observing hairy men were supporting one side, because the other side was Gu Fangjing. He was a human Gu master, so he naturally would not receive the support of the hairy men. Even the Black Hair King observing from the raised platform was frowning. He did not want to see the final winner of the first national martial contest to be a human Gu master. Would this not make his kingdom the laughingstock of the other 2 kingdoms? It would even seem like the Black Hair Kingdom's talents were declining to let a human Gu master easily obtain victory. If Fangjing won, it would no doubt seriously infringe on Black Hair Kingdom's political interests. So the Black Hair King had already planned beforehand and tampered with this battle. It has finally activated. Black Hair King suddenly felt joyous as his eyes flashed with bright lights. On the arena, Fangjing suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell down to the ground. What's happening? Fangjing paled in fright and subconsciously pushed his hands. Rumble, surging waves rose up out of thin air and charged towards his opponent. Fangjing's opponent was a rank 5 Fire Path Hairy Man Gu Master. Fangjing's sudden powerful attack gave this hairy man a scare. He immediately jumped to the air to avoid the wave. Under his hairy feet were 2 lantern-like flames, which could let him float for some time. But because of this, he lost the best opportunity to attack Fangjing. Fangjing was slowly recovering but still felt extreme dizziness. His condition was quite bad, but he had experienced many setbacks and tempering, so right now, He had already restrained his expression, not showing anything wrong on the outside. The wave appeared quickly and dissipated just as quickly. The hairy man Gu Master also hurriedly descended. He was not a flying master, standing in the air would make him a good target. Just now, he was forced to dodge the water wave with no alternative option. Right now, he was immediately making up for it. The two sides confronted again. Fang Jing, you have been schemed against by someone. I do not know when, but someone secretly planted a Gu worm in your soul. Fang Yuan's will revealed the truth to Fang Jing. How could it be? Fang Jing was shocked and furious. Fang Yuan's will sighed, this soul path Gu worm has a faint connection with that black hair king sitting on the platform. It seems he is the one who schemed against you. Damn it. Damn it. Fang Jing clenched his fists, finally showing a furious and hatred-filled expression. What happened? Fang Jing's opponent was observing his expression and suddenly seeing his expression change. He thought Fang Jing was preparing a powerful move and was immediately on complete guard. Fang Yuan's will sneered, now do you believe me? I already told you Black Hair Kingdom's higher-ups won't let you win so easily. This martial contest has all along been a tool for those in power, although they advocate fairness on the surface, those that truly expect it to be fair are fools. You are right. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his eyes opened wide as if fire would burst out, but I want victory even more now. Heh, this enthusiasm, you are still so young, my foolish brother. Fang Yuan's will was very aware of Fang Jing's unwillingness to give in, thinking of this secretly. Actually, the best response would be to intentionally lose to the opponent and end at second. With that, Fang Jing would not have to overwork himself and Black Hair Kingdom's higher-ups would also be happy to accept the result. Such an outcome would not only show Black Hair Kingdom's talents to be outstanding, it would also show the king's generosity of promoting talents no matter their origins, even accepting a human Gu Master. However, Fang Jing wanted to get the first position. Not only was it making it hard for himself, he was also turning other hairy men hostile to him. First or second, what's the difference? Just momentary victory or defeat, it would not be a turning point of one's life, was it really so important? But Fang Yuan's will was happy to see this. Fang Jing was deeply prejudiced against him, only by using constant pressure from external force could Fang Jing work together with him and be subtly influenced. And the current choice made by Fang Jing would result in an enormous obstruction, which was greatly beneficial for Fang Yuan's training plan. So, Fang Yuan's will decided to do all he could to bring about Fang Jing's wish. He spoke, I am only a will, you can only think about how to get rid of this soul path Gu worm after the battle. Right now, your soul is injured and so you cannot use River Swallowing Toad anymore. After all, commanding River Swallowing Toad to battle uses up an enormous amount of your mental energy. Although you have lost this trump card, you still have hope to win. Just listen to my instructions now. Fang Jing let out a muffled snort, although he did not feel good about it. With the current situation as it was, he could only give tacit consent to the words of Fang Yuan's will. Fang Jing himself might not be aware of it. But after these days of interaction, he had indeed begun to change. Just as Fang Yuan went out of Luopa Valley, his will returned to him. After careful inspection, finding no issues with it, Fang Yuan let this will enter his mind. In his mind, countless thoughts surged like tidal waves and surrounded this will, closely interacting with each other. In just an instant, Fang Yuan learned of Fang Jing's recent developments. Oh? Under my will's instructions, he defeated his opponent and obtained first? Doing pretty well, I see. But with this, he has caused the entire Black Hair Kingdom to lose face. Haha, interesting. Winning the competition, but losing even more, your coming days will not be so comfortable, my little brother. But this is very helpful to my re-education plan, isn't it? Moreover, I still have an arrangement left in Steel Thread City which is currently being prepared. Fang Yuan condensed another will of his, its size was several times larger than the returned will. Re-educating Fang Jing would need the will to think, which would cause it to be consumed continuously and require replenishment from Fang Yuan frequently. Right away, Fang Yuan pointed forward with a finger, several rank 5 Gu worms flew out and guarded this enormous will as they flew down to Black Hair Continent. When they arrived just above Black Hair Continent, this will further divided into 2 parts. One part flew towards Black Hair Kingdom's capital, while the other portion flew to Steel Thread City. Steel Thread City's city lord was that female hairy man who favored Fang Jing. Fang Yuan's will quietly seeped into her mind. It was easy for a Gu Immortal to plot against a Gu Master. The female city lord was currently processing some documents, strictly managing the affairs of the city. She did not have even the slightest awareness of Fang Yuan's will, and also did not sense her lower abdomen had slightly swollen. My hidden card has been placed. In the sky, in cloud cover continent, Fang Yuan chuckled as he withdrew his gaze. This feeling of controlling the fate of mortals was indeed quite the symbol of being an immortal. The fundamental cause of it was that the strength of Gu Immortals far surpassed mortals. Changing Fang Zhang's perspective has already shown slight success, moreover it is progressing smoothly. But I have yet to deduce Blood Deity Immortal Gu's recipe. The problem is still Wisdom Gu. Right now, some days had already gone by since Fang Yuan stored flowing light fruits in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was increasingly feeling the disadvantage of not being able to use the light of wisdom. However, the issue in his immortal zombie body was still in the process of being resolved. Fang Yuan pondered, his soul path attainment was far inferior to Shadow Sect's, but he still thought of a way he could increase his soul foundation. This was coping with the changes by sticking to the fundamental principle. If he cultivated his soul to the terrifying level of spectral soul, any soul path traps in his body would be of no use. Naturally, for Fang Yuan to cultivate to spectral soul's level was extremely far off into the future. But Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body had only gone through Ying Wuxie's hands, who was only a split soul that was far inferior to the main body. Thus, for the last few days, Fang Yuan was not only managing his immortal aperture and guiding hairy man Gu Immortals, earning large numbers of sect contribution points, he also made time to enter Luopa Valley every day to temper his soul. Afterwards, he would use Guts Gu to heal and strengthen the soul. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were indeed the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation proclaimed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Not even 10 days had passed and Fang Yuan's soul foundation had already become quite deep. However, Fang Yuan was still not confident at the moment to test out the trap that might be in his immortal zombie body. Another day went by. Fang Yuan came out of Luopa Valley, and saw an information path Gu worm flying towards him. Fang Yuan read it briefly. Langya Land Spirit had called for him to discuss important matters. Fang Yuan was immediately joyous, thinking to himself that it was finally here. Actually, he had also been secretly waiting for Langya Land Spirit's response. He immediately set out and not long later, he arrived at the first cloud city with the appearance of a hairy man. Langya Land Spirit greeted, "You've arrived, come sit over here." Fang Yuan had just sat down when Langya Land Spirit spoke again. "I considered your suggestion for some days, and I feel it is quite reasonable. But choosing Earth Trench is not very appropriate. You might not be aware, but currently Earth Trench is in a mess, much more activity there than in the past. Many Northern Plains Gu Immortals of Righteous Path, Demonic Path or even lone cultivators are hanging out there." Fang Yuan revealed a slightly surprised expression, and deliberately asked while knowing the reason clearly, "What is the reason?" Because of the battle on Etian Mountain, each region's zombie alliance has now become an empty shell. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance also disappeared without a trace, inciting many doubts and probes. Zombie Alliance's members seem to have almost all died. The probing Gu Immortals became more audacious, seeing no response. Not only have they already encroached upon Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's cultivation resources, they have also invaded Earth Trench. That is where the final territory of Zombie Alliance is. According to the rumors, a Righteous Path Wisdom Path Gu Immortal deduced that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, had sunken into Earth Trench and disappeared. Langya Land Spirit replied. So it was like that. Fang Yuan showed a look of realization. Since that is the case, Earth Trench is now a dangerous territory. It seems my previous suggestion cannot be implemented. While saying this, Fang Yuan inwardly thought, It seems that although Shadow Sect intentionally sacrificed Zombie Alliance, they had also left behind some defensive measures. Like Dark Flow Giant City sinking into Earth Trench. With Shadow Sect's methods, since they could make Dark Flow Giant City sink into Earth Trench, it is probably hidden very well. It will be very difficult for the Northern Plains Gu Immortals to find it, their efforts might even be in vain. Langya Land Spirit continued, Earth Trench's situation is too complicated, we cannot meddle in it. But your suggestion is still good, I have decided to adopt it. At present, the location I have decided upon is also one of the 10 Great Fierce Areas, this one. Saying this, Langya Land Spirit pointed at a part on the map. Fang Yuan's sight followed Langya Land Spirit's hairy finger to the bottom right part of Northern Plains. To the southeast of a super force, Guan tribe, and northwest of another, Lu tribe. Fang Yuan's expression had no change, as he inwardly rejoiced, this is it. Chapter 1085, Trip to Tai Qiu. The location pointed out by Langya Land Spirit was Tai Qiu. Fang Yuan's true target was also Tai Qiu. But it was not good for him to say it immediately, he could only beat about the bush, leading Langya Land Spirit to comprehend the answer himself. Tai Qiu was one of the 10 Great Fierce Areas of Northern Plains. A type of giant grass grew here. This grass was extremely large and sturdy. One stalk of grass could compare to a normal tree of 100 years in age. This giant grass grew everywhere in Tai Qiu. The huge swathes of grass formed into a large primitive jungle. Inside the jungle lived large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, and one could even see vague indications of immemorial desolate beasts. So even Gu Immortals did not dare to intrude. Even those rank 8 Gu Immortals had to be careful. A slight slip-up and the disturbance could create a beast tide here. Dongfang Changfan had set up his inheritance here for his possession revival plan. Later, Fang Yuan and the rest had also fought an intense battle at Tai Qiu. This place, you should be familiar, right? Langya Land Spirit smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said, it is indeed somewhat familiar because of Dongfang Changfan's matter. Saying this, he glanced at Langya Land Spirit, the latter clearly knew of this history. I intend to set up a teleportation Gu formation here at Tai Qiu. What do you think? Langya Land Spirit asked. Fang Yuan spoke with hesitation, to speak the truth, I don't suggest setting up a Gu formation in Tai Qiu. It is because I am slightly familiar with it that I feel we cannot do it. This is a hornet's nest, just a slight commotion can lead to a beast tide. And this beast tide won't be a simple mortal beast tide, it will comprise desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beast. There is even a possibility of attracting immemorial desolate beasts. I had fought here before. But that was because Dongfang Changfan had set a battle stage using an immemorial ruined bat's corpse. The immemorial desolate beast's aura deterred other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was because of this that there was no beast tide. But when the Tribulation struck and the immemorial desolate beast's aura was eliminated, that immemorial ruined bat's corpse was immediately split up and devoured by countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. We can see how terrifying Tai Qiu is from this. If we were to set up a teleportation Gu formation in Tai Qiu, and set it around the periphery, we might be able to travel back and forth, but our Sect's Gu Immortals will also be easily sensed by other forces. While if we set the teleportation Gu formation inside the inner regions of Tai Qiu, once a battle goes awry, the Gu Immortals would not be able to escape. Even if we choose an optimal location that considers these, once the battle scale enlarges slightly, it will lead to a beast tide which could then be sensed by humans. It is because of these reasons that super forces don't want to touch Tai Qiu. Our sect needs to worry about much more than them. This area is not a good choice. Fang Yuan analyzed the pros and cons of the plan, speaking with a loyal expression as if he wanted to convince Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit laughed heartily. While laughing, he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He laughed for a good while before speaking. Fang Yuan, you are right. But you can be assured, tell me, what is this? Langya Land Spirit looked like he was offering a treasure as he handed an information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan inspected it, he pretended to have a shocked and joyous expression, stammering, this. This is actually such a detailed map of Tai Qiu. This is truly a godsend at the most crucial moment. No, our Sect's foundation is actually that deep. If I had not seen this personally, I might not have believed it. Good kid, has your vision expanded? Langya Land Spirit laughed brightly, as he jumped and waved his hands. Amazing, amazing. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, expressing in a sincere way. Langya Land Spirit excitedly explained, in the past, to acquire immortal materials from Tai Qiu, my main body made repeated trips there, and after combining his experiences with others' deductions, he got this Tai Qiu map. So it was like that. Fang Yuan looked like he was enlightened. In truth, he was already aware of it. This intel was a small part of what he obtained from the transactions with Shadow Sect. This Tai Qiu map allowed Fang Yuan to plan and intentionally mention Earth Trench, while he was in fact luring Langya Land Spirit's attention to this place. Langya Land Spirit pointed at the information path Gu worm in Fang Yuan's hand. This map not only records all the topography of Tai Qiu, it also records the distribution of the various beast groups. But there is a huge flaw. This map was created a long time ago. There will definitely be many changes in Tai Qiu after all these years. First Supreme Elder is right, I also have this worry. Fang Yuan quickly confirmed. Langya Land Spirit continued, aren't you familiar with this place? You are also a human Gu Immortal with change form Immortal Gu to boot. I intend to send you there with this map. Langya Land Spirit had yet to finish speaking when Fang Yuan stood up straight and spoke without hesitation. First Supreme Elder only needs to give me the command, being able to work for the sect and in such an important matter at that, this is my honor. Langya Land Spirit laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, indicating him to be seated. Fang Yuan, you are good, I didn't misjudge you. Rest assured, the sect absolutely won't treat you unfairly. On your trip, act according to the circumstances. The main matter is to inspect Tai Qiu's terrain and improve this Tai Qiu map. If you get the opportunity, you should set up the basic form of the teleportation Gu formation at a suitable location. There are 3 locations on the map. These 3 locations mark the areas of the corpses of immemorial desolate beasts. Prioritize in inspecting these 3 locations. If you can set up a teleportation Gu formation in one of them, that would be great. Naturally, you need to take care of yourself and move about secretly. Even if you are discovered by humans, never disclose the existence of our sect. Langya Land Spirit repeatedly reminded. Fang Yuan quickly nodded, even patting his chest in assurance. First Supreme Elder, you can rest at ease. I will make some preparations and set off immediately. Good. Langya Land Spirit laughed loudly, extremely pleased with Fang Yuan. Actually, there was not much to prepare. Langya Blessed Land's foundation was deep. Fang Yuan was rather at ease placing Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu here. Even if there was the spy from Shadow Sect, it would not hamper this situation. The disturbance Sixth Hair could create was small, adding on that Shadow Sect was already barely able to take care of itself, it would not dare to invade Langya Blessed Land. As for Heavenly Court, even if they discovered Langya Blessed Land, what would they do? During the 5 Regions chaotic war, Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land and a few times at that. In the end, Fengjiu Gu was killed off before they were able to conquer Langya Blessed Land. Even more importantly, at present, the regional walls still existed in the 5 regions. Inspecting his Immortal Gu once again, Fang Yuan decided to carry almost all of these Immortal Gu with him. As for his immortal zombie body, he also brought it with him. His sovereign immortal aperture had enough space to carry them all. Speaking of which, his immortal zombie body was quite a problem, and the spring-autumn cicada inside was even more of a problem. Spring-autumn cicada was currently sealed by some unknown methods, It was unable to absorb the water of the river of time and could only bear its hunger passively, gradually falling towards the abyss of destruction. Not only this, spring-autumn cicada still had heaven's will in it. Fang Yuan already knew about this from the transaction. He also knew of much precious information regarding heaven's will. These were huge gains. I have the sovereign immortal aperture, which is a small world independent of the outside world. But right now, I am carrying spring-autumn cicada and large numbers of snow monsters filled with heaven's will. There will definitely be obstructions when I go to Tai Qiu. Just like when I was hurrying back from southern border, I met the cloud beasts, was pursued by Qizai and so on. Fang Yuan understood this clearly. He was no longer ignorant regarding heaven's will, instead, he knew a lot. Heaven's will was not omnipotent, heaven's will had its own restrictions. After understanding heaven's will, the threat of heaven's will decreased immensely. After all, an unknown enemy was the most troublesome. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The first earthly calamities might had sharply increased, Fang Yuan knew that was heaven's will trying to eradicate him. But he underwent tribulation in the northern icy plain which unknowingly had helped him a lot. The reason was, a large portion of the earthly calamity had been influenced by reckless savages' true meaning, taking over the role of heaven's will, forming into iron crown eagles, ruined bats, and so on. Only the snow monsters were formed from heaven's will. Their bodies held purely heaven's will, they would not rest until they eradicated Fang Yuan. The influence of reckless savages' true meaning had weakened the dangers of the snow monsters by a large degree. Currently, these snow monsters were still in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Each of them held heaven's will, like spring-autumn cicada. When Fang Yuan went outside, he would be as clear as a torch in the darkness to heaven's will's perception. Heaven's will cannot make a move by itself, unless it is during calamities or tribulations. When I go out now, heaven's will would definitely influence others to kill me. I will deal with whatever it sends when the time comes. Bright light flashed. In the central region of Dragon Elephant Plain, a young-looking Gu Immortal appeared out of thin air. He wore snow-white clothes, his face looked mild like jade, his dark hair reached down to his waist, and he had a pair of dark eyes which seemed to have unfathomable depths. He was Fang Yuan. I am out. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and immediately activated defensive Gu worms and investigative Gu worms. Many types of investigative methods were activated together. His gaze scanned all directions, and his perception covered everything within 10,000 steps. It was temporarily safe. Ever since Langya Blessed Land migrated from Crescent Lake, its exact location was only known by Langya Land Spirit. This was among the greatest secrets of Langya Blessed Land, the Land Spirit would not tell anyone. But he had also arranged several teleportation Gu formations outside, facilitating transportation between the inside and the outside world. This response was much wiser than the previous Langya Land Spirit. One of Langya Blessed Land's teleportation Gu formations was set up at Fengbo Cliff. Now, Fang Yuan learned of the location of a second teleportation Gu formation. It was this place, Northern Plains Dragon Elephant Plain. I need to get a move on, it is not safe to stay for long at this place. At Fang Yuan's will, Gu worms started to fly inside his immortal aperture. His figure shot upwards like an arrow. His field of vision immediately expanded, and as he looked below him, Dragon Elephant Plain's terrain entered his vision. Dragon Elephant Plain had a flat terrain and an extraordinary majesty to it. There was plenty of water and lush vegetation, dragon elephant groups were scattered everywhere. This was a famous habitat of dragon elephants in northern plains, and was under the control of a nearby super force. Grand rivers and hills, such a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan praised before hiding his figure and flying away. Chapter 1086, Speed. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan had already left Dragon Elephant Plain. He saw a huge field of clouds in front of him. Fang Yuan subconsciously slowed down. He was very cautious of white clouds now, ever since he encountered those pesky cloud beasts in southern border. Learning from experience, Fang Yuan became very wary of large areas of clouds. After inspecting them, Fang Yuan relaxed. The clouds had no problems. He flew into them. His vision was covered by the thick white clouds. But it was alright. Fang Yuan had investigative methods to use. Be it hearing or sound waves, or even using his consciousness, he could fly freely inside the clouds without feeling like a lost insect. Gu Immortals had access to most mortal methods. They could deal with many situations. Fang Yuan's speed fell. He stopped all movement. Next, thoughts flickered in his mind as he activated countless Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Large numbers of mortal Gu moved like a storm, creating a huge, bloody tornado in the sovereign immortal aperture. The core immortal Gu flew up next. Rank 6 Blood Asset Immortal Gu. It descended like a ruler with imposing aura. The rest of the mortal Gu were assistants, creating the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was activating, Blood Torrent. Blood-red light rushed out of Fang Yuan's body, before turning into liquid, forming a river of bloody water. The blood carried Fang Yuan and tore through the clouds, moving forward rapidly. The speed was so fast, completely at a different level to before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan left Dragon Elephant Plain, that place was within a Righteous Path Superforce's territory. He did not use an immortal killer move. Because most immortal killer moves would leak strong aura from them, attention would be drawn to him. Thus, Fang Yuan only used mortal killer moves when leaving Dragon Elephant Plain. But now, after leaving it, he could finally use an immortal killer move. His speed rose sharply. He moved ahead rapidly. A long bloody trail was drawn out, but it was concealed by the thick clouds. It could not be seen from the outside. This was the advantage of flying in the clouds. If not for the cloud cover, Fang Yuan could only conceal his tracks. Openly flying like this was too attention-grabbing. In a short moment, this huge area of clouds was pierced through by Fang Yuan. He had already traveled past an enormous distance. Outside of the cloud layer, Fang Yuan stopped using Blood Torrent. During this time period, Blood Path demonic immortals could not display themselves. They had to be concealed. Blood Path was a target of attack from all over. Fang Yuan did not want to attract trouble due to Blood Path. Especially when Heaven's will was locked onto him. Unless I can modify Blood Torrent and prevent others from sensing its Blood Path nature. Fang Yuan had a thought. Actually, he had already modified Blood Torrent again. While cultivating in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had been practicing his Blood Path killer moves and Strength Path killer moves. One day, Fang Yuan had an inspiration when practicing. He modified Blood Torrent. Originally, when using Blood Torrent, hundreds of mortal Gu would appear around Fang Yuan, flying around in a big circle. After modification, these mortal Gu flew in a spiral in his immortal aperture. This was a small change, but it fixed one of its major flaws. Flying around the Gu Immortal meant it could be easily attacked and destroyed, but being in the immortal aperture was safe. Just this alone showed great improvement. But Blood Torrent was still very eye-catching. When flying in the sky, it created a long river of blood. Anyone would notice it. It would even emit a strong and foul bloody smell that would make one puke. If these flaws were not fixed, Blood Torrent could not be widely used. If the light of wisdom could be used, these modifications could be done overnight. But Fang Yuan was unsure of the safety of the immortal zombie body at this time. It was fine with clouds covering it, but without clouds, Fang Yuan would not use Blood Torrent. He activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Rank 7 Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan flew forward like a sword. Compared to Blood Torrent, he was even faster now. Just Sword Escape Immortal Gu alone surpassed a rank 6 Blood Path killer move. Even though with his cultivation level, using Sword Escape Immortal Gu with Green Grape Immortal Essence was not worth it, Fang Yuan was very firm on doing this. The biggest factor of this trip was speed. 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 He had to move quickly. It was because of Heaven's will. Heaven's will follows the way of heaven, taking away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It treats me as an eyesore. But the way of heaven has its own rules and regulations. Heaven's will has to follow certain rules and is limited to an extent. Heaven's will cannot act casually, it can only attack me directly during calamities and tribulations. Normally, Heaven's will can only engineer situations and circumstances to kill me. How can Heaven's will create such situations? By affecting the living beings of this world. Like in the past, when Fang Yuan was an imperial court-blessed land, he was affected by Mo Yao's fake will. Heaven's will was vast and omnipresent, it could affect other life forms. This influence was on the subconscious level, it was very situational. In most situations, decisions were made in an instant. Heaven's will could influence countless life forms, and countless decisions that they make. Through many subtle influences, these life forms could gather together into a force that would be fatal. But this way, to influence others and set up fatal traps, time was needed. Therefore, Fang Yuan emphasized on speed. The faster he was, the less time Heaven's will had to influence other life forms and create situations to deal with him. During the journey from southern border to northern plains, Fang Yuan did not know this. He also lacked movement methods, especially at the start. It gave Heaven's will a lot of time to set things up. Now that Fang Yuan knew Heaven's will's weaknesses, he naturally made use of them. This was an effective method that Shadow Sect used against Heaven's will. Shadow Sect followed a key principle, accumulating in secret, striking at once like a volcano, moving as fast as lightning, achieving one's goal. Fang Yuan learned fully from this. To deal with Heaven's will, Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul are the best role model. They are my enemies, but these enemies have aspects in which they are superior to me. I naturally must abandon bias and learn from them. And I have a huge advantage compared to Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. Shadow Sect members have to think about themselves when acting and use self-will to cleanse themselves from Heaven's will's hidden influence. But I do not need to. As a complete otherworldly demon, Heaven's will cannot influence me. To guard against Heaven's will, Fang Yuan used Sword Escape, disregarding the intense immortal essence consumption. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had preserved most of his accumulated cultivation resources. He was raking in money daily, it could be said he was very affluent. Even though he needed to build and manage his own immortal aperture, most of his plans had not started yet. Treasure Yellow Heaven was closed now. The things he could get from Langya Sect's inventory were limited. Fang Yuan tore through the sky, bursting with a sharp sound along the way. He seemed to have turned into a flying sword, roaming the desolate plains with peerless sharpness. Suddenly, there was a growl filled with pain and fear. An ancient desolate beast was escaping for its life. A wild rank 7 immortal Gu was chasing it. The two entered Fang Yuan's vision. In front was a horned 6-winged Pegasus, while the wild immortal Gu behind was a dragon centipede. A 4-winged Pegasus was a beast emperor, while a 6-winged Pegasus was a desolate beast. One with a horn on its forehead and 6 wings on its back was an ancient desolate beast. And this dragon centipede was 7 li long. It has a centipede body and a dragon head. There were countless legs split across the two sides of its body, moving continuously. It had a hard bronze shell. Under the light of the sun, shining and dazzling golden color could be seen. It was very bold and grand-looking. Some wild immortal Gu lived in desolate beasts and desolate plants, absorbing their nutrients, living in coexistence while treating them as food. But this was only the majority of cases. The dragon centipede was a fierce and savage wild immortal Gu. It directly captured desolate beasts and desolate plants, treating them as prey, surviving through hunting. This was the only dragon centipede immortal Gu in the world. It was rank 7, it was capturing ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants to fill its stomach. Fang Yuan was flying straight ahead. This pair appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. Something happened after all. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Last time was a cloud beast group, this time, it was a horned 6-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede immortal Gu. Wild immortal Gu had low intelligence. Even though they had their own will, they were easily influenced by Heaven's will. The horned 6-winged Pegasus was an ancient desolate beast. Beasts like horses mostly had higher intelligence. It was harder for Heaven's will to influence them. But now, it was escaping and moving without thinking. Heaven's will only needed to influence it slightly to change the direction that the horned 6-winged Pegasus was escaping. These two were here to block Fang Yuan's path. The Pegasus was escaping for its life. it would try its best to crush all obstacles ahead. And the dragon centipede's gaze was also on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Gu Immortal aura was apparent. He was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. His aura was much weaker than the horned six-winged Pegasus. But his sword path aura was also strong, coming from the rank 7 Sword Escape Immortal Gu. This attracted the dragon centipede more. Because the dragon centipede was full of sword path Dao marks as well. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these sharp swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes in the ancient desolate beast. It was very fierce. Fang Yuan's reaction was at lightning speed. He instantly stored Sword Escape Immortal Gu, the aura vanished instantly. The dragon centipede was confused, but its focus was still on him. After all, in its long life of hunting, it had encountered many prey which could conceal its aura. Fang Yuan's body shook, as countless figures appeared. Convergence of Enslavement and Strength Path, Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self. In the earlier transactions, Fang Yuan had obtained many Strength Path Immortal Gu, his strongest method from back then had returned. Even though he did not have Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used other Mortal Gu to replace it. Myriad Self's power fell, but at this moment, it was very useful in confusing his enemies. Countless Fang Yuans flew around the place, like a school of fish swimming in the sea, scattering around after encountering a huge whale. The dragon centipede was even more confused now, its speed fell for a moment. Next, its 7-li-long body attacked like a whip. Boom boom boom. Countless strength path phantoms of Fang Yuan were destroyed. The horned six-winged Pegasus also crushed many of Fang Yuan's phantoms as it rapidly escaped. The dragon centipede saw that the Pegasus was escaping, its attention was focused on it once more. The two escaped and chased, quickly getting out of Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. His true body descended. With a thought, countless Fang Yuan phantoms dissipated at once. Move. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape again, flying into the sky, leaving. Chapter 1087, A Goat Explores Tai Qiu. Fang Yuan traveled day and night without rest. When seeing thick cloud cover, he used Blood Torrent. Most of the time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He passed several dangerous areas along the way. There were also lone Gu Immortals or super forces around. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Immortal Gu openly, he used Mortal Killer moves. His strategy was correct. After the horned six-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede, no other unexpected surprises occurred. Heaven's Will needed time to lay out traps. On the other hand, there was a limit for Heaven's Will's influence on other life forms. Like the influence on the horned six-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede, Heaven's Will could not order either of them to attack Fang Yuan. Heaven's Will's influence was based off situational decisions. Fang Yuan's speed was very fast, Heaven's Will could not create obstacles in time. Heaven's Will could think and plot. This was because of star constellation Immortal Venerable. According to the intel provided by Shadow Sect, before star constellation Immortal Venerable, Heaven's Will was much easier to deal with. But after her, Heaven's Will became much more crafty. Thus, Fang Yuan was not purely flying straight ahead. He curved and took detours, moving forward in arcs. If he moved straight, his route would be easily deduced by Heaven's Will. It would lay out dangers along the way and wait for Fang Yuan to fall in. In fact, Heaven's Will might even deduce that Fang Yuan's true destination was Tai Qiu and set up arrangements there. That would be dangerous. Not only would Fang Yuan be unable to complete the Sect mission, his life would be in danger. However, with Fang Yuan's fast advancement, Heaven's Will could not stop him. Of course, Fang Yuan would not purposely backtrack. If Heaven's Will formed an arrangement that was behind him, he would be going into a trap that he had already evaded. That would be stupid. This way, his route was very far, the total length of his journey was extended multiple times. However, in the end, Fang Yuan's speed was still very fast. Thus, 3 days after encountering the wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu, along the horizon, Tai Qiu entered Fang Yuan's vision. Tai Qiu was in sight. A vast amount of ordinary grass formed a huge yellow plain. Tai Qiu's appearance was like a jade-green tower standing tall in a thick forest. In this yellow plain, it was very eye-catching. As Fang Yuan got closer, the green Tai Qiu expanded in the horizon, becoming bigger in Fang Yuan's field of vision. It was like dye that was spreading rapidly on paper. Eventually, Tai Qiu filled Fang Yuan's vision completely. A vast amount of giant grass covered this area, figures of beasts were roaming inside, tigers were roaring as wolves howled, there was a stream of continuous noise. Far and wide, it was a grand scene of the wilderness. At this moment, there was no point for Fang Yuan to hide it from heaven's will. His speed became slower, he stopped using Immortal Gu, directly entering Tai Qiu. Compared to the giant grass, he was tiny. Compared to the entirety of Tai Qiu, he was like a fly that had entered a palace. The lush giant grass blocked out the sky. The entirety of Tai Qiu was concealing an unknown number of fierce beasts and mutated plants. There was a commotion ahead, it seemed like a beast tide was about to form. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal aura and hide from others to prevent deductions, it could also hide one from heaven's will to a degree. Change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan turned into a coiling mountain goat, entering Tai Qiu. The commotion ahead slowly faded. If heaven's will could feel emotions, it must be shocked and furious now. Fang Yuan smiled, before shaking his head and sighing, unfortunately, heaven's will has no emotions. Dark Limit Immortal Gu helped Fang Yuan greatly. Back then, when Heilu Lan was still immortal, she relied on this Immortal Gu to conceal her great strength true martial physique aura, thus surviving. Why did the calamities and tribulations of the 10 extreme physiques surpass ordinary people? Because heaven's will takes away surpluses while replenishing deficits, it did not want an existence like one of the 10 extreme physique to upset the balance of the world. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. The power of his calamities and tribulations were much greater than the 10 extreme physiques. Even Dark Limit Immortal Gu had limited effect. Fang Yuan suddenly thought, Fairy Jiangyu was a member of Shadow Sect, to resist heaven's will, Shadow Sect definitely had many tools such as Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If Yingwu Xia can escape from this predicament and make use of Shadow Sect's remnant forces, his future might be unhindered, he would have an easier time ahead. He had turned into a coiling mountain goat, this was a common desolate beast in Tai Qiu, even though he was in disguise, he blended in perfectly. Unlike his Gu Immortal body, which was completely different and eye-catching in Tai Qiu. Soon, he encountered a desolate beast. A golden sand dark stallion. This was a huge horse. Its body was larger than the coiling mountain goat that Fang Yuan became. It has bulging muscles and strong bones, its skin was dark gold, it had 6 hooves that were dark and deep. The golden sand dark stallion was eating grass. Sensing the coiling mountain goat that Fang Yuan had turned into, the golden sand dark stallion raised its head, observing this uninvited guest. Desolate beasts had their respective territories, the coiling mountain goat had invaded the golden sand dark stallion's territory. But the golden sand dark stallion did not eat meat, it also had a calm temperament, the coiling mountain goat was also a herbivore, the golden sand dark stallion subconsciously felt that the coiling mountain goat had no threat. But it was still very alert. It stared at Fang Yuan until he went far away from it, before lowering its head to eat grass again. Fang Yuan chose to become a coiling mountain goat, he had considered it deeply. Actually, in northern plains, there were lots of wolf desolate beasts, but if he became a desolate beast wolf, he would face an intense reaction from the golden sand dark stallion. Getting past the golden sand dark stallion, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He had already memorized the map of Tai Qiu. Even in the case that he could not remember something, he had it copied in many information path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. The first location is in the southeast direction. Fang Yuan looked around. But the giant grass became taller and taller, the giant grass in the periphery were tall as trees, but as he went in, the giant grass became as tall as towers. The giant grass in the center of Tai Qiu were as tall as hills or mountains. The coiling mountain goat's body was not small, but as Fang Yuan went deeper, the surrounding giant grass became taller and thicker. The coiling mountain goat looked smaller and petite. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered many desolate beasts. These desolate beasts were either in groups or alone. Most of them were herbivores, but there were some carnivores as well. Fang Yuan made use of his mind, his intelligence far surpassed desolate beasts. Thus, after some hurdles, he managed to get through them. Ba ba ba. The cries of goats entered Fang Yuan's ears. In the grass ahead, there was a huge group of coiling mountain goats. Fang Yuan sighed in his mind, "It seems that I am deep into Tai Qiu already. This is the first large group of desolate beasts I've seen." This goat group had about 100 of them together. Some were eating grass, some were lying on the ground sunbathing, while some young ones were playing around. Fang Yuan entered their field of vision. The wild coiling mountain goats looked at him. This was the first time they were seeing this unknown goat. Fang Yuan moved carefully. Even though he had changed form Immortal Gu, there was a hidden threat. If one of the goats in this group had a wild investigative Immortal Gu, and could see through Fang Yuan's concealment, it would be a disaster. To play safe, Fang Yuan secretly activated Attitude Gu. Immediately, the goat group felt Fang Yuan's attitude and looked at him with warmer gazes. Fang Yuan took a few steps forward. There were several young desolate beast coiling mountain goats that ran to him, observing him with huge curious eyes. 2 of them were running around Fang Yuan, jumping around. Fang Yuan walked away from them safely, leaving the goat group. The young coiling mountain goats moved with him for a while. As he got away from the goats, they were called back by their parents and returned. Fang Yuan sighed as he felt some pity. If he could bring 2 or 3 of these younglings with him, and raise them inside the sovereign immortal aperture, that would be great. Regretfully, he did not have a chance to do so. Leaving the territory of the coiling mountain goats, Fang Yuan was very close to the first location indicated on the map already. He was not careless, he inspected himself. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power of concealment is weakening, but it can still last for some time. Fang Yuan had an accurate assessment. After activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu once, it needed to rest for some time before Fang Yuan could use it again. Its power was left behind in Fang Yuan, concealing his aura. But as time passed, or due to other forces, the concealment would weaken. And depending on the target, the protection effect varied. For example, it had been more effective on He Lu Lan when she was immortal. If used on Dark Path Gu Immortals, the effect would be lower. If used on Gu Immortals of other paths, the effect would be even worse. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's Dao marks did not conflict, otherwise, the effect would be horrible. In conclusion, Fang Yuan had to complete his mission while Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power was still concealing him. Otherwise, after the concealment fades, Heaven's will would focus on him, and the countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would attack Fang Yuan together. The situation would be dire. After a moment, Fang Yuan got close to the first location. Before reaching, Fang Yuan already knew that the location had completely changed. Because the map indicated that there was the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast, a Qi Grand Lion, here. What guarded the corpse was a group of Qi Grand Lions. They were a mix of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But the hill-like corpse was gone. There were no Qi Grand Lions either. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer moves and heard some faint wolf howls. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Desolate beast black blood wolves. And this scale, at least 30 of them. A group of desolate beast wolves. Even though the size was not large, they are fierce carnivores. The territory of wolves was larger. Fang Yuan did not need to observe them from close by, he just needed to use mortal investigative methods and hearing to get a lot of information. This was the intelligence of humans. Within this group of desolate beast wolves, there might be wild Immortal Gu, but they could not be activated at will. Compared to Gu Immortals who controlled Immortal Gu, it was a different story. Fang Yuan thought to himself, the first location has changed. Be it the immemorial desolate beast level Qi Grand Lion's corpse, those desolate beasts, or the ancient desolate beast Qi Grand Lions, they have all vanished for some reason. 300,000 years later, a small group of black blood wolves are occupying this place. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he gave up on this place. He took a detour past the wolf group's territory, heading to the second destination. Chapter 1088, A Monkey Achieves Success. One day later, Tai Qiu. This place. Fang Yuan's hands were holding onto a giant strand of grass that was hundreds of meters tall. He climbed upon it and looked afar. There was a trunk of a huge tree ahead, resembling a giant ship that was washed ashore. But the tree only had part of its trunk left, it was dark and in ruins, it seemed to have been hit by lightning. Fang Yuan's appearance had also changed greatly. He had turned into a monkey. A fire-swallowing monkey. An ancient desolate beast. Even though he was not big, he was not to be trifled with. Fang Yuan had stopped using the coiling mountain goat's appearance. The coiling mountain goat could not enter deep into Tai Qiu. This was a place where ancient desolate beasts roamed. Fire-swallowing monkey was a special case. It was strong, but only ate fire, thus it roamed around the place. It did not compete with other desolate beasts for food, it was a suitable disguise for Fang Yuan. Without becoming a fire-swallowing monkey, Fang Yuan could not move in here. Thousand Snakes Haze Tree. Fang Yuan looked into the distance as he muttered. This was the third destination on the Tai Qiu map. The first location was occupied by a group of desolate beast black blood wolves. The second area was empty, it was a region between two carnivorous groups. Fang Yuan's current location was the final one marked on the map. There was once a Thousand Snakes Haze Tree here. This tree was like a mountain, occupying a huge area. It was immemorial level, with 70,770 branches, the branches were like long snakes. At the tips of the branches, there were snake heads. The roots of this tree was deeply buried in the earth, they were thousands of meters long. It ate passing desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts as food. When hunting, the tens of thousands of branches would dance around, moving like slithering snakes, coiling around the prey and strangling them to death, before sucking up their blood to survive. For the longest time, the countless life forms that died under the tree rotted and piled into a mountain. Their grudge was overwhelming, the place was filled with a dark aura. Positive and negative energy are drawn to each other. Whenever there was a storm, grand heavenly lightning would strike on the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree. It was fine if it were ordinary storms, but if it was unlucky and met with an extraordinary heavenly lightning bolt, the result would be disastrous. The Thousand Snakes Haze Tree had no natural enemies, it was at immemorial desolate beast level, it dominated its territory, it might have attracted the attention of heaven's will, resulting in lightning strikes. In any case, 300,000 years ago, there was a huge fire in Tai Qiu. This Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was burned and resembled an erupting volcano, it lit the sky of the surroundings, for months without ceasing. But this Thousand Snakes Haze Tree isn't dead yet. There was a dark and wary gaze in Fang Yuan's eyes. When Long-Hair Ancestor was alive, he left this Tai Qiu map behind, it was 300,000 years old. This Thousand Snakes Haze Tree had lived for 300,000 years, it was not dead yet, there were still signs of life in it. Man is the spirit of all living beings, but our vitality, lifespan, body, and soul, are far inferior to other beings. This Thousand Snakes Haze Tree has the strongest vitality. It is still alive even after the lightning and fires. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Right now, the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was completely lying on the ground. More than half of its tree trunk was rotten, a few li remained. The complete Thousand Snakes Haze Tree was taller than a mountain if it was upright, the attacking range of its branches and vines covered an enormous surrounding area. Fang Yuan could acutely sense that on this segment of the Thousand Snakes Haze Tree, dozens of branches were still alive. They were like pythons, coiling and moving around slowly. If any prey entered their range, they would strike swiftly, killing the prey. Even though the Thousand Snakes Haze tree was in a sad state, it was still an immemorial desolate plant. It was easy to kill ancient desolate beasts and desolate beast groups. Fang Yuan observed for a while and discovered something new. Fortune and disaster really comes together. The complete Thousand Snakes Haze tree killed many life forms and created a mountain of corpses, causing the lightning to strike it. But this Thousand Snakes Haze tree only has this tiny segment left. It can only hunt a limited number of prey. Yin Qi and grudge are not accumulated here, thus no lightning struck it again. That was the reason why this Thousand Snakes Haze tree was still around in the world. But Fang Yuan frowned gradually. He took a huge risk in coming to Tai Qiu. It was to find a suitable location to set up the transportation Gu formation. There were 3 locations indicated in Tai Qiu for Fang Yuan to visit. The first 2 were gone, and the third was unsuitable. Because the Thousand Snakes Haze tree was still alive. This was an immemorial desolate plant. It had incredible battle strength, rivaling rank 8 Gu Immortals. Even if it were the weakest of all rank 8 beings, Fang Yuan could not defeat it. This was a huge problem for Langya Sect's plan. If they fought here, a beast tide might happen. That means I completed part of my mission and failed a part. Even though I made Tai Qiu's map more accurate and eliminated 3 locations, I did not find a location that suited Langya Sect in setting up the transportation Gu formation. It can't be helped, Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power is weakening. I should leave first. I will return to explore Tai Qiu again another time. Fang Yuan sighed internally. If he could succeed this time, that would be best. After all, Fang Yuan's recent situation was not bad. He had no immediate internal or external threats. If he did not succeed, by the next time, Fang Yuan would not have much time or energy to spare. He was very busy. Managing an immortal aperture was a huge job. He also had his own cultivation to worry about. He had to settle his immortal zombie bodies problem, as well as turn Fang Zheng's mindset. It could not be helped. Most things in life did not go according to one's wishes. Fang Yuan slowly left. He chose the direction closest to the exit and took his leave. But the problem was, after Fang Yuan moved for a while, he discovered some peculiarities. First, 2 ancient desolate beasts were fighting, causing a huge commotion. Next, 3 desolate beast groups were also facing each other. They were about to erupt into battle. And unfortunately, these 3 desolate beast groups were blocking Fang Yuan's path. These all point to the occurrence of a beast tide. So that's it. The protection of Dark Limit Immortal Gu on my body has weakened to this degree? Even though Heavens will cannot detect my location, it already known the general location. Thus, it is creating a beast tide to wreak havoc Tai Qiu. It wants to use this chance to expose me. That's right, I have spring autumn cicada and large numbers of snow monsters with me. They all have Heaven's will. Even though they are restricted inside my immortal aperture, the Heaven's will inside can resonate with the parts in the outside world. Fang Yuan frowned even deeper. He had somewhat underestimated Heaven's will's power. Logically speaking, any immortal aperture world, be it a blessed land or grotto heaven, was independent. They had nothing to do with the world of the 5 regions. Heaven's will could not interfere in these small worlds. But now Fang Yuan knew, if Heaven's will existed in these small worlds, then it could cause a resonance with the Heaven's will in the outside world, collaborating with one another. Using Heaven's will's connection, and with Dark Limit Immortal Gu's weakening, even though Heaven's will could not find Fang Yuan's location, it could create a huge beast tide that could seek out Fang Yuan, before eliminating him mercilessly. Experiments lead to the truth. Or maybe, the intel provided by Shadow Sect regarding Heaven's will was not complete. I cannot stay here. Fang Yuan thought as he moved. He stretched out his monkey arms, jumping on giant grass strands, moving away from the beast groups, evading Heaven's will's trap. But he was bound to fail. It was too late. The 2 ancient desolate beasts fought and went towards the beast groups that were in conflict. A huge chaotic battle started as a result. The impact of the chaotic battle affected the surroundings, triggering even more chaos. As the havoc grew, a beast tide formed, rampaging towards Fang Yuan. The beast tide was terrifying. Be it desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they were in a frenzied state. They were in a berserk state, only listening to their survival instincts as they growled frenziedly, roaring. Prey began to attack the predator. Many beast groups that had lived together were now broken apart, there was no order left. Large numbers of desolate beasts scattered in fear, a strong force was forming. This force brought along other fierce beasts, even if they were unwilling to, they could not help themselves. A moment later, this force became stronger and stronger, it was like an unstoppable flood. Sweeping everything. Anything that stood before this force, be it desolate beast or ancient desolate beast, was decimated. Fang Yuan felt like he was a small plank floating on top of raging waters. He could not help himself, he could only move forward along with the beast tide. He had to continue his disguise. If he was exposed, heaven's will would overwhelm him using the beast tide. By then, even if he had unlimited immortal essence and a large number of immortal Gu with him, he would die without an intact corpse. He was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal who had passed one earthly calamity. Even though Fang Yuan had changed form and attitude Gu, and even familiar face, simply disguising himself was not enough. Dark limit immortal Gu's power was fading. By some point, Fang Yuan would be exposed to heaven's will. He could not expose himself, that was courting death. But he could not stay hidden forever, that was waiting for death. Fang Yuan was in deep danger, he could not find any solutions for the moment. Maybe I can take a risk for a chance of survival. He suddenly had a thought. If there was no other choice, he could only do this. Entrusting his hope in blood torrent and sword escape immortal Gu. But this was deep inside Tai Qiu. Desolate beasts were everywhere, and ancient desolate beasts were also high in number. Heaven's will had too many options, it could choose and influence them, it could block Fang Yuan easily. At this time, the beast tide suddenly changed directions, it was moving forward before, but now, it turned at an angle. This is? Fang Yuan looked ahead, joy was showing in his round monkey eyes. He looked at the mountain-like red corpse in front, there were still buds of blue flames burning on the bones, the heat was concealed and there was no warmth at all, but Fang Yuan felt a deep sense of danger. This was an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. It seemed to have just died, the immemorial aura was overwhelming, even the beast tide avoided it subconsciously. Truly a surprise when I least expected it, hope is just around the corner. At this moment, Fang Yuan really wanted to laugh loudly. Chapter 1089, Formation Path Great Grandmaster. Fly. The fire-swallowing monkey's body moved agilely in the air, it jumped up and flew away from the beast tide under the concealment of smoke and dust, getting close to the immemorial desolate beast's corpse. From the appearance, it resembled an elephant corpse. Tattered gray-blue elephant skin hung over flesh and blood that had dried and rotted. Its white skeleton formed a rack, and with the skin, a giant tent was made. This was a half-collapsed tent, there was an intense aura from within it. When this immemorial desolate beast was still alive, it must have undergone a fierce battle. Fang Yuan had a question in his mind, what could have killed this immemorial desolate beast? He was currently very close to the center of Tai Qiu. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas in northern plains, it was very dangerous and its contents were unknown. The immemorial desolate beasts hidden in it made even super forces feel headache. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength equal to rank 8 Gu Immortals. And among super forces, only a few had rank 8 Gu Immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals in the open. Even if he was at the periphery of Tai Qiu, if he was careless, he would trigger a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beast and beast tides, these two reasons were why northern plains Gu Immortal forces refused to meddle in here. Fang Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant's corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Fang Yuan was like a fly, he flew towards the tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind. but Fang Yuan felt his pressure increasing. A formless force was repelling Fang Yuan in waves. He felt like he was moving against a tide as he entered deep into the sea. After getting close, Fang Yuan started to hear things. Swish, swish, swish. All he could hear was the ebb and flow of waves. Water path down marks. Fang Yuan was slightly shaken. Undoubtedly, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundant number of water path down marks. Even though the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water path down marks in its bones and skin were left. They were affecting this area at all times. Fang Yuan had seen the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast before. It was during Dongfang Changfan's Tribulation. Back then, the immemorial ruined bat's corpse was modified by Dongfang Changfan, thus, Fang Yuan did not have the same feeling as now. Inside the Super Gu formation of Earth Trench, Fang Yuan had obtained a number of immortal materials. These immortal materials had lots of down marks in them. Lights of down marks could even be seen with the naked eye. But these immortal materials were just a small portion. In terms of the number of down marks, they could not compare to this immemorial desolate elephant's corpse, which was nearly complete. The number of accumulated down marks in an immemorial desolate beast was quite terrifying. And most importantly, this immemorial desolate beast had died just recently. Thus, Fang Yuan felt a repulsive feeling. It was hard to get close to it. When immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants stay in a place for long, their down marks would affect the environment and change it gradually. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed quickly. His legs did not stop moving. He maneuvered and tried to get as close as possible. Because of these water path down marks, there was no wind. Around the entire corpse, there was silence, with no signs of life. After this area is completely transformed, it will have thick fog, a lake might even form, and countless plants and wild beasts would start living here. Fang Yuan concluded that this area was still not stable. The immemorial desolate elephant's down marks were subtly changing the environment of the surroundings. This process could take decades, centuries, or even millennia. During this process, the immemorial desolate elephant's water path down marks would dissipate. The surrounding area would also reject down marks of all other paths, with water path remaining primarily. Eventually, the water path down marks in the surroundings and the water path down marks left in the immemorial desolate elephant's body would reach an equilibrium. The desolate elephant's corpse would stop breaking down, the remaining water path down marks would stop decreasing, it would, instead, be nurtured by the environment. Other than Fang Yuan, there were no traces of plants or animals. Fang Yuan was very out of place now. The beast tide suddenly became chaotic. They were moving forward initially, but now they were starting to get messy. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He watched as he focused. But the beast tide was only messy for a moment before it returned to normal. It was like a tidal wave, going around this corpse and crashing elsewhere. Everywhere it went, grass and trees fell, smoke and dust rose. It was a pitiful sight. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He thought, it seems that Shadow Sect's intel is correct. Even though desolate beasts are easily influenced by heaven's will, the effect is small in the short run. The beast tide has already formed. Even if heaven's will discovers me, it cannot control the beast tide to charge at the immemorial desolate beast corpse. Over here, I am safe. A moment later, Fang Yuan stopped moving. He looked around, raising his head. At this distance, it was perfect. He was neither too far nor too close to the immemorial desolate corpse. Most importantly, there was a reaction in Fang Yuan's Gu worms. Before leaving, Langya Land Spirit had given him a set of Gu worm to set up the area. The Gu worms which were reacting now were specialized investigative Gu worms. If they sensed a suitable location for the formation, they would send out sound and vibrations that only the Gu Immortal could hear. Set up the formation. Fang Yuan stopped moving forward. He stood still and injected immortal essence into his Gu worms. One after another, immortal Gu were activated. Some flew out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, circling around him. Some were dancing in the air within Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, staying inside. Lights of immortal origin were shining. It was a beautiful scene. A great amount of concentration was needed. Fang Yuan had to stop his transformation and show his true form. Heavens will raged, it had uncovered Fang Yuan, thunder was rumbling in the sky. But it was futile. Heavens will could only act in itself when a Gu Immortal was undergoing tribulation. Fang Yuan was not undergoing tribulation now, he was also not using the hairy man nature Gu refinement technique to refine immortal Gu. Traces of smoke were dancing, mysterious sounds were resounding. With Fang Yuan as the center, a huge 7-colored spiral was formed. It looked like fog, while also looking like a tide. It was a grand scene with unparalleled beauty. The spiral became larger and larger, expanding in an orderly fashion. Gu worms were arranged in the rainbow light, some were buried in the soil, some were left on the ground, some turned phantom and were floating in the air, some were even sealed in the air, they could not be seen with the naked eye. A vast number of Gu worms were arranged at lightning speed. Fang Yuan was mainly the immortal essence provider, and immortal Gu was setting to formation. Rank 6 Formation Plate Gu. It was like a round plate, a porcelain plate used to hold rice and vegetables. It was floating above Fang Yuan's head, mobilizing all sorts of Gu worms. Setting up the formation took 6 hours. By sundown, when the sun emitted the final trace of light, Fang Yuan collected his Gu worms. A vast number of mortal Gu had been placed here, the immortal Gu were all retrieved. All of the Gu worms formed a complex and hidden Gu formation, hidden in this area. Unless it was used, even Fang Yuan could not find it. Such astonishing attainment! Fang Yuan sighed. By placing down this formation, he had benefited greatly. Even though his formation path attainment level was ordinary, he had much insight. If a formation path Gu Immortal has great Grandmaster attainment level, they would be able to use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to arrange the formation. This Gu formation is similar. This makes me think of a historical figure. This person was called Immortal Lady Jiu Hua. She was a famous formation path great Grandmaster in history. Her style of setting up formation was to create myriad lights, beautiful and extraordinary. Most importantly, she was from the same era as Long-Hair Ancestor. Or more accurately, it was because Long-Hair Ancestor had lived for too long. Maybe this transportation Gu formation was the result of a transaction between Long-Hair Ancestor and Immortal Lady Jiu Hua. Fang Yuan guessed. The Gu formation was already completed. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before activating the Gu formation. With his vigilant nature, he would surely inspect the Gu formation. But he had no research in formation path, and this Gu formation was made by a great Grandmaster, it was too complex. Fang Yuan did not have the ability to inspect if there were flaws in it. The Gu formation activated slowly. After a few minutes, the first step was completed. Light shone, an illusory formation manifested in the surrounding Li. Fang Yuan was in the center. He could hear the sound of water becoming more quickly, but the formless force around him vanished. This Gu formation uses the immemorial corpse's water path Tao marks. No wonder Langya Land Spirit wanted to choose a place like this to set up the Gu formation. Gu formations that can transport Gu Immortals are very rare. Even though this Gu formation can do it, it takes a long time, it cannot be used for a speedy escape. Fang Yuan assessed as he activated the crucial immortal Gu in his immortal aperture. This immortal Gu's power spread out from his body, causing a rapid change. The surrounding lights gathered at Fang Yuan, they turned from phantom to solid, surrounding Fang Yuan and condensing into a ball. Fang Yuan felt an intense pressure. But a moment later, the huge pressure vanished. Bam! With a loud sound, the ball of light exploded, turning into specks of light in the sky. But Fang Yuan had disappeared. A moment later, the area became tranquil. As if nothing had ever happened. I am back in Langya Blessed Land? Fang Yuan's body shook, his vision was covered in bright lights, the world was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, he felt that he was stepping on solid ground, he focused and looked ahead, his vision became clear, and he was already inside Langya Blessed Land. He was at the center of a huge Gu formation. He had already come into contact with this Gu formation. When he teleported from Fengbo Cliff previously, he had landed here. Fang Yuan had some understanding now. It seems that this is the main formation, the ones at Tai Qiu, Fengbo Cliff and others, are the sub-formations. To use the Super Gu formation, the key is that immortal Gu. Langya Land Spirit's figure appeared. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you did not disappoint me. Chapter 1090, Ancient Battle Formation Omni-directional Travel. The matter in Tai Qiu ended in success with Fang Yuan setting up the Gu formation. Langya Land Spirit did not shortchange him, he gave him the promised reward, a total of 600 Sect contribution points. Using these points, Fang Yuan could exchange for many things. What attracted him the most were the transformation path immortal Gu recipes inside Langya Sect's treasury. Langya Sect has 3 true inheritances. They came from 3 legendary people: Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor. There were no transformation path true inheritances, but Langya Sect had a huge array of immortal Gu recipes. Among them were many transformation path immortal Gu recipes. But Fang Yuan was not in a rush to exchange for them using Sect contribution points. He saved these Sect contribution points for now. Now was not the time to exchange them for transformation path immortal Gu recipes, or the time to refine transformation path immortal Gu. It was not a good moment. After transacting with Shadow Sect, and after the trip to Tai Qiu, Fang Yuan became deeply aware of his situation. Even though he succeeded in setting up the transportation Gu formation, and could travel between Langya Blessed Land and Tai Qiu quickly, Fang Yuan did not want to enter Tai Qiu again. If he went again, it would be too dangerous. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power has faded, it can only be used after some time, it is not safe anymore. Heavens can think, I caught it off guard last time, but because setting up the Gu formation could not be done secretly, Heavens already knows about it. It will definitely try to influence the surrounding desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Since Heavens was trying its best to get rid of Fang Yuan, it was a no-brainer that Heavens was going to create all sorts of traps and arrangements in the surroundings of the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. It was best for Fang Yuan to not go. However, even though he was not going, Langya Sect was going to take action there. Since Langya Land Spirit has already accepted my suggestion, he will mobilize many hairy man Gu Immortals to cultivate transformation path. Cultivating transformation path will require him to refine transformation path immortal Gu. And to refine immortal Gu, he would need immortal materials. Langya Sect has a huge treasury with many immortal materials, but the previous Langya Land Spirit has controlled the Blessed Land for so long, and he had been constantly refining Gu. Thus, even though the treasury has many immortal materials, they are mostly rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 materials, rank 6 and 7 materials are scarce. Thus, Langya Land Spirit will definitely set up sect missions soon to encourage hairy man Gu Immortals to go to Tai Qiu and kill desolate beasts. They can collect immortal materials to refine Gu, while also training the hairy man Gu Immortals to improve their battle strength. The second point is Langya Land Spirit's greatest concern. Let these hairy man Gu Immortals be my pawns. Since Heavens can think, even if they are targeted, it is better than me being targeted. A cold light shone across Fang Yuan's eyes. Langya Sect was stronger than him by countless times, but at this moment, he became the chess player. The whole of Langya Sect were his chess piece. And the best thing was, even though Fang Yuan was plotting against Langya Sect, he was also thinking about the future of Langya Sect and its progress. Thus, he was not going against his alliance agreement. This is the tactical advantage of having more intel than the other side. Fang Yuan's side, he learned about the value of information once again. Gu masters of all paths had their own specialties. Information path was not an exception among them. But if its ability could be displayed fully, information path could give the Gu master as much advantage as compared to any other path, if not more. Of course, Fang Yuan's advantage in information was because of his transactions with Shadow Sect. And Shadow Sect definitely paid a high price to obtain information on Heaven's Will and Langya Sect. I have been lacking information path methods, from now on, I need to try and fix that. Fang Yuan was determined. Information Path Gu Masters were skilled in collecting intelligence and setting up alliance agreements, they were carriers of information. This might not seem important for cultivation, but one could gain immense advantage from it. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Loud sounds were reverberating here. A discovery. We had searched that direction more than 10 times, they are really well hidden. Ancient Soul Sect's Gu Immortals reacted, they were enthusiastically charging towards the area with the sound. Wu Xia spat out a mouthful of blood, he was half kneeling on the ground, not only was his expression downcast, he was also gravely injured, half his body was missing. A mere immortal zombie. The Ancient Soul Sect Gu Immortals fighting with Wu Xia floated in the air, looking down at Wu Xia, they scoffed in disdain. Keep them alive. Even as an immortal zombie, his concealment method is very incredible, we have to interrogate him for it. The other 2 Gu Immortals shouted, rushing here with rapid speed. Wu Xia laughed with a mocking tone, you want my concealment method? Sure, I can tell you now. Oh no. The 3 Ancient Soul Sect Gu Immortals' expressions changed, they realized that this was the enemy's plan. Wu Xia had purposely showed weakness to lure these 3 immortals over. He was bait. Since there was bait, there were surely plans to deal with the enemies. Ancient Soul Sect's 3 Gu Immortals did not react slowly, but Wu Xia had prepared amply, how could they manage to escape? In an instant, the Super Gu formation, which had already charged up, activated. Ancient Soul Sect's 3 immortals fell into despair, they only felt that an endless force was restricting them from all directions. At once, they could not move at all, they were helpless. Next, under the 3 immortals' expressions of disbelief, their bodies and souls were smashed into bits by the power of the Super Gu formation. Even though they resisted, they only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time. Humph, I will collect some interest from you people first. Wu Xia snickered, his gaze was cold. He had just spoke, when Earth Abyss trembled, sharp light shone dazzlingly, covering a vast surrounding range. So fast. It has only been so long, but Heavenly Court has already found my location and are moving here. Wu Xia was shocked. But soon, he calmed down. He flew into the Super Gu formation. The Super Gu formation was overworked these last days from resisting Heavenly Court's deductions, and after killing the 3 Ancient Soul Sect elite Gu Immortals earlier, it was greatly damaged and was on the brink of destruction. But Wu Xia did not care. He was abandoning this base already. It could not be saved. Master. Shang appeared beside Wu Xia, Tai Qiu and He Lulan followed behind. The latter 2 were lacking immortal Gu, their battle strength had fallen to the bottom. Shang was the strongest, particularly as Wu Xia had already returned him all of his immortal Gu. Tai Qiu was worried, Fang Yuan, your injuries. Wu Xia smiled, waving his hand, stopping Tai Qiu, no need to worry. After transacting with Fang Yuan, he had lost Fang Yuan's body, his appearance changed, but he still had absolute control over these 3 people. It was easy to deceive Tai Qiu, his body was destroyed when refining Gu, it was a good excuse that did not attract suspicion. The enemy is in front of us, let's stop talking and leave. At Wu Xia's will, the Super Gu formation broke apart and the immortal Gu that made up the Gu formation returned to him. The other 3 immortals coordinated together, they gathered and stood at the north, south, east, and west directions with Wu Xia. Before leaving, Wu Xia looked at the mysterious light in the sky as he laughed, he cried out loudly, Central Continent. We will return with vengeance. He had transacted with Fang Yuan, obtaining a way out in this desperate situation, he had undergone a transformation, like jade that had been polished. Even though he was escaping, when he spoke, morale was raised, it gave people hope from out of nowhere. Move. A bright light shone from Wu Xia and the other immortals' bodies. They had practiced it extensively, they activated the immortal Gu that they had refined recently, they burst out with power, fusing together into one mystical effect. Bam! With a loud sound, Wu Xia and the others vanished. Multiple rank 8 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Court arrived from beyond the mystical lights. They left so quickly. A female immortal was leading Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. She had a graceful figure and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. It was Fairy Ziwei. A troublesome figure with wisdom path attainment not inferior to Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. The few times she took action, she caused Ying Wuxia and the others to end up in despair. If not for Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxia would have been dead for sure. She looked at the rubble on the ground as she deduced, frowning, a total of 4 Gu Immortals. Strange, I deduced that Fang Yuan was here initially, but now it's different. No matter what, they are from Shadow Sect, they have to be killed. She spoke casually, but there was deep killing intent hidden in her icy words. A Heavenly Court Gu Immortal behind her spoke, I am sure they cannot escape this time, I will go to capture them. Fairy Ziwei smiled lightly, but there was bitterness in her smile, we cannot go. These 4 are at the regional wall already. By now, they should already be inside the regional wall. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were surprised. Someone asked, so quickly? This is an ancient battle formation, called Omni-directional travel. Earlier, when Bo Qing awakened, he, along with the hairy man Gu Immortal Yumu Chun, Immortal Zombie 7-star Child, and Blood Dragon Song Zi Xing teleported from Falling Heavenly River to Heavenly Lotus Sect, they used this method. Even though we have fixed immortal travel, this ancient battle formation uses people as the formation cores, it has lower restrictions regarding the Gu Immortals. We cannot stop them. Fairy Ziwei deduced again as she said slowly. In just a moment, she had completely understood what method Ying Wuxia used to escape for his life. Chapter 1091, Retreating After Fighting. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His divine sense was roaming the huge space inside his immortal aperture. All around, he saw barren land. I have too few earth path down marks, this barren terrain has few resources, most plants cannot be grown. To improve it, I will need to add earth path down marks, other than that, all other methods do not solve the fundamental problem. Fang Yuan thought. The sovereign immortal aperture was too big, it surpassed common sense. Even if Fang Yuan's divine sense spread out completely, he would have to spend a lot of time. But when Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture with a focus and a target, his efficiency was greatly raised. Different divine senses were spreading towards different areas. Gradually, the resource points that Fang Yuan was managing were displayed in his mind. Western Desert had sandy terrain. There was a huge pit with charred sand surrounding it, the temperature was high. Inside the pit, there were a huge number of eerie fire dragon pythons coiling around, procreating. This was the first pit. Normally, eerie fire dragon pythons lived in clusters of 2 to 3. But here, Fang Yuan used the Northern Plains Dongfang tribe's special method to raise them. He placed many eerie fire dragon pythons together, promoting the creation of more infant snakes. These eerie fire dragon pythons came from Dongfang tribe's blessed land previously. He had obtained this rearing method from Dongfang Changfan's soul. It was the original copy and had many fine details clearly stated in it. Because of this, the eerie fire dragon pythons were growing in numbers at a rapid rate. Several li away from this pit, there were 3 other pits. The number of dragon pythons in each pit was not fewer than the first pit. It has been less than a month outside, but the time inside here passes at 60 times the rate. I have quadrupled the number of eerie fire dragon pythons already. Fang Yuan nodded. 60 times the rate of time, it was terrifying. The eerie fire dragon pythons had been living in Hu Immortal blessed land for a long time, but there was little growth in them. The result was far inferior to what Fang Yuan was seeing now. This was because Hu Immortal blessed land was placed in the main world, the rate of time was much slower, the resources grew more slowly. The eerie fire dragon pythons were like this, so too were the dragon fish, regretful spiders, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass fields and others, they increased in scale to varying degrees. But in terms of quality, the arrow bamboo forest and star fragment grass were growing less well than in star-form blessed land in terms of vitality. This was because the sovereign immortal aperture had fewer star path Dao marks than star-form blessed land. When Gu Immortals managed their immortal apertures, they had to inspect all aspects of the immortal aperture, to prevent missing something. Especially when immortal apertures were small and all sorts of resources were placed closely together, they might negatively influence each other's growth. But Fang Yuan's situation was fine. The sovereign immortal aperture had huge space, all sorts of resources had their respective environments, there was little chance of a problem occurring. When Treasure Yellow Heaven opens, I will sell these resources, the rewards will surely be promising. Fang Yuan concluded, feeling pleased. Treasure Yellow Heaven closing had a huge influence on him. He was trying to manage and construct resources points in the immortal aperture, but without Treasure Yellow Heaven, he could not buy much. Even though Langya Sect's inventory was huge, they were mostly Gu refinement immortal materials, they were not useful to Fang Yuan. Stopping the use of his divine sense, only one last part went towards Mini Northern Plains. This time, Mini Northern Plains was Fang Yuan's focus. Roar, roar, roar. In Mini Northern Plains, large numbers of snow monsters were roaming around. The further north he went, the colder the weather, there was even snow in the air. On the ground, there was a thin layer of frost. Fang Yuan observed carefully, the size of the snow had expanded since his last investigation. This was all due to the previous earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had undergone the first earthly calamity in the icy plain. It was powerful, but Fang Yuan also gained much from it, he obtained a huge number of ice and snow path Dao marks. Because of these Dao marks, Mini Northern Plains had snow falling from the sky. This environment suited the snow monsters more. Currently in Mini Northern Plains, there were countless ordinary snow monsters, large numbers of desolate beast snow monsters, and a small number of ancient snow monsters ruling them. Before transacting with Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan had planned to keep these snow monsters as a form of resource inside his immortal aperture. But after the transactions, Fang Yuan understood what Heaven's will was, he was determined to eliminate these snow monsters. Because these snow monsters were filled to the brim with Heaven's will. Fang Yuan came with killing intent, he mobilized his divine sense, a strength path immortal zombie brought along a large number of immortal essence as Gu worms flew around the body. Sword path killer move, triple layered sword wave. The Gu worms were used one by one, immortal essence was expended, a moment later, a grand wave burst out. Rumble. The silvery sword wave charged out with countless ripples, giving off killing intent that was colder than ice. Ordinary snow monsters could not resist, they were engulfed by the sword wave and cut into pieces. The pieces were cut further into specks, before being completely eliminated, nothing remained eventually. But those desolate beast snow monsters could resist. But they only lasted a few breaths of time before being destroyed by the sword wave. Sword path had extremely strong offense. It was one of the 5 strongest paths for fighting in the current Gu Immortal world. Triple layered sword wave was an outstanding killer move, the wave of attacks became stronger each consecutive time. When Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation, he used this move to kill the ruined bats made from snow, barely surviving. After 3 sword waves, he killed thousands of ordinary snow monsters and 6 desolate beast snow monsters, it was quite a good result. The thousands of snow monsters did not expend much of the sword waves. But the 6 desolate beast snow monsters, each one used up a lot of energy, causing the 3 waves to expend. Roar. Following a loud roar, a 70 feet snow monster rushed towards him with unbounded rage. Along with it, there were several desolate beast snow monsters and 10,000 ordinary snow monsters. A huge snow monster group charged forth like an army, towards Fang Yuan with killing intent. Fang Yuan moved the immortal zombie body, retreating. He was currently controlling this strength path immortal zombie to fight using his immortal essence and Gu worms. This strength path immortal zombie was obtained from Blazing Heaven Demonis, its immortal aperture had been destroyed long ago. Immortal essence and goo worms could only be brought alongside the immortal zombie. It was very unsafe for fighting. Thus, to eliminate these snow monsters, Fang Yuan chose to stay at range to attack them. This was a shameless tactic. Every fight was basically at a new location. After another fight, he would retreat again. The snow monsters charged imposingly, but when they arrived, Fang Yuan had already escaped, nowhere to be seen. The snow monsters' rage could not be vented, they growled loudly, causing vibrations in the air. The ancient snow monsters growled, throwing snowballs around, as they flew like meteors, scattering. Man is the spirit of all living beings, with a difference in intelligence. Fang Yuan held the initiative. These snow monsters could only take a beating passively. After getting to a safe distance, the strength path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan was controlling stopped moving, stopping to rest. Even though his body was uninjured, Fang Yuan paid a price. It was his green grape immortal essence. Activating triple-layered sword wave used a lot of immortal essence. And his Langya Sect contribution points. Because the immortal goo that formed triple-layered sword wave included not just the core immortal goo, wave sword, but also other, water path immortal goo. Fang Yuan had to borrow these water path immortal goo from Langya land spirit. He had to spend a lot of sect contribution points. All in all, the cost of using triple-layered sword wave once was high. But now, Fang Yuan had a lot of resources to trade. He had enough profits to sustain the immortal essence cost. In terms of sect contribution points, because of the trip to Tai Qiu, he had obtained a huge number of them. In the short term, they were not an issue. After resting, the snow monster group had settled down, before Fang Yuan started his slaughter again. I have to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity comes. Otherwise, the calamities would make use of this and work together. I would die in the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan was aware of this. The calamities and tribulations of a Gu Immortal become stronger and stronger each time. Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity was bound to be stronger than the first. If the snow monsters from the first earthly calamity remained, and coordinated with the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan's chances of surviving would be slim. He would almost certainly get into a desperate situation. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had acted. More than 10 days had passed since he returned to Langya Blessed Land. Every day, Fang Yuan went to kill snow monsters. Snow monsters were dying on a large scale, their sizes were shrinking, but many were still left. Fang Yuan had to work harder. But if he killed many of them in one day, he would cause a huge commotion. Even though snow monsters had low intelligence, they had survival instincts. Other than growling to vent their anger, they could also communicate with one another and alert each other. After Fang Yuan attacked them multiple times, these snow monsters were alert already. They went under the protection of the ancient snow monsters, forming a tight defense. Fang Yuan could not attack easily. He withdrew the strength path immortal zombie and stopped killing snow monsters for the day. Placing his focus away from the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan stood up. He flew out of Cloud City. Soon, he came to Luopa Valley. Every day, he had to cultivate his soul. Lord Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan is here again? You are really hard-working when it comes to cultivating. This is very admirable. In Luopa Valley, there were other Gu Immortals. These hairy man Gu Immortals were familiar with Fang Yuan, because he had guided them in combat tactics. Fang Yuan entered the valley. They took the initiative to greet him. Fang Yuan also replied to them politely. Thanks to the spy, Sixth Hair, Fang Yuan could get along well with these hairy man Gu Immortals. Selecting a spot, after inspecting the area, Fang Yuan had his soul fly out, starting his cultivation. Pain was ingrained into his soul, causing it to tremble intensely. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was unwavering. After a long while, a few hairy man Gu Immortals who were watching him talked among themselves after retracting their gazes. A cultivation maniac. It is hard to think that he can stay in Luopa Valley for 2 hours a day. This pain. I cannot even endure some minutes of it. Chapter 1092, Self-Will Gu. Fang Yuan's soul was roaming in Luopa Valley. He did not move far, only around the vicinity of his body. Once in a while, there would be bewilderment fog drifting towards him. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the bewilderment fog. He was like a book soaked in water, slowly opening up. The more condensed my soul is, the harder it is to loosen. After cultivating here for so many days, my soul is more than 10 times as condensed as before. This is an incredible improvement. However, compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this is truly insignificant. Fang Yuan assessed himself, thinking about the Battle of Etion Mountain once again. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Even though he died, his soul remained. He still had the highest Soul Path foundation in the world. Spectral Soul's soul was condensed to a terrifying level. Ordinary souls were like illusory silhouettes. They could interfere with the mind at most. They could not affect the material world. But Spectral Soul was so condensed that he could resist the Grand Tribulation with his soul. The imposing appearance was stuck deeply in Fang Yuan's mind. Even though he lost his memories due to the pure dream reality seeker physique, this portion of his memories was not lost. Perhaps even if Spectral Soul came to Luopa Valley, the bewilderment fog would have no effect on him. Fang Yuan thought as he sighed to himself, when can I have this level of cultivation myself? If Fang Yuan's soul had the foundation of Spectral Soul, then even if the immortal zombie body had a strong trap, it would be useless. Bewilderment fog gathered and scattered. Soon, Luopa wind started to blow. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the wind. Traces of wind cut his soul apart like steel threads. Pain that was greater than dying by 1,000 cuts made Fang Yuan's soul tremble. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring this wind. This wind was not very strong. It did not last very long either. Fang Yuan could endure it. But if he encountered strong winds, Fang Yuan would retreat wisely and keep his soul inside his body. With the protection of his body, Luopa wind's might was greatly reduced. After this wind passed, Fang Yuan's soul shrunk by 30%. To play safe, he returned to his body. Guts Gu were shattered in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, as they turned into a mysterious power that affected his soul. Soon, his soul became strong again. The injuries from his earlier cultivation vanished completely. Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain were both sacred lands for soul cultivation. With these two in his hands, Fang Yuan's soul path cultivation level rose rapidly. He was improving immensely. Like this, after the bewilderment fog and Luopa wind, Fang Yuan's soul was tempered like steel. It became more refined and condensed. But he did not know when he could enter the immortal zombie body. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan's soul started to feel agitated. He wisely stopped his cultivation. His soul returned to his body and he left Luopa Valley. 2 hours was Fang Yuan's personal limit. He had learned it after cultivation multiple times. There were 3 aspects in soul cultivation. Everyone knew about strengthening the soul and refining the soul, but these were just 2 of them. There was a 3rd aspect, that was soul pacification. Strengthening the soul could make the soul grow. Refining the soul could make it more condensed and pure. And pacifying the soul was to allow rest and recovery. The 3 complemented one another. If one only focused on one aspect, they would lose out on a lot. It was not worth it. Among which, Guts Gu from Danghun Mountain were the best to strengthen the soul. Luopa wind and bewilderment fog were the best for soul refinement. And finally, the most effective way to pacify the soul was the pacifying soul soup in Bewitching Lake. Bewitching Lake was inside the door of life and death. In the legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, he had remained drunk by the riverside. The door of life and death is inside Shadow Sect's blessed land, and Shadow Sect's blessed land is at southern borders Etion Mountain. It is currently engulfed by the giant dream realm. Otherwise, if I could obtain the door of life and death, I would be able to gather all 3 and cultivate my soul with the highest efficiency. Fang Yuan was only thinking about it. That giant dream realm was the greatest obstacle. Currently, he could not pass that obstacle no matter what. And most importantly, there was Heaven's will. Fang Yuan's every action drew the attention of Heaven's will. Even if he was going to act in the future, Fang Yuan would still be most wary of heaven's will. As he flew, Fang Yuan did not return to his cloud city first. He rushed to the 12th cloud city. Soon, he saw the hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here. This is the self-will Gu that you wanted me to refine. Inspect them. 12th hair said in a warm tone. Fang Yuan waved his hand, keeping all of the self-will Gu, saying, no need for inspection. 12th elder, I trust you. 12th hair laughed, he was deeply moved. Before Fang Yuan left, he held his hand as he said with much gratitude, I have to thank you for giving me this chance to refine self-will Gu. Otherwise, when Treasure Yellow Heaven opens, I would not have the capital to buy desolate beasts. We are kindred spirits, this is a win-win situation, I hope we can continue to work together. Fang Yuan smiled as he replied. Of course. 12th hair replied candidly. After the transaction, Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Self-will Gu. In the room, Fang Yuan mumbled as he held a rank 5 mortal Gu. This Gu worm looked like a scorpion, it was tiny. It had a unique appearance, it looked like folded paper. In Fang Yuan's hand, it was very light. When it moved its limbs, there was a light sound, it moved very slowly around Fang Yuan's palm. Self-will Gu's recipe came from Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon now, he was unaffected by heaven's will. But other Gu Immortals or Gu Masters were not like him, how could they resist heaven's will and prevent it from subconsciously affecting them? Shadow Sect gave him a solution, that was self-will Gu. This was a wisdom path Gu worm, it could produce a special type of will, self-will. Using self-will Gu to cleanse oneself, it could block and prevent the influence of heaven's will. This was an important part of Shadow Sect's research after a long period of experimentation to resist heaven's will. Fang Yuan obtained self-will Gu's recipe in the transactions with 6th hair, he started refining it himself. But the result was not good. He was not a refinement path expert, he could not achieve much on his own. In particular, his time and effort were very precious, he could not waste time on refining Gu. Earlier, he refined change form immortal Gu because it was too significant to him. But although self-will Gu was only immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had a great need for it. Thus, after brief hesitation, he gradually felt that he should expose the recipe of self-will Gu and give it to the hairy man Gu Immortals from Langya Sect, to get them to help Fang Yuan refine it. The price of asking Langya Land Spirit to help was too high and unnecessary. Among the hairy man Gu Immortals in Langya Sect, other than 6th hair, the rest were all willing to work for Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was already close to them, or even had a good relationship. Also, Langya Sect focused a lot on Sect contribution points. After the trip to Tai Qiu, Fang Yuan had accumulated a lot of Sect contribution points, the other hairy man Gu Immortals needed them. 12th hair was not the only one of them, Fang Yuan also asked for help from other hairy man Gu Immortals. He had set the Gu refinement fees to a very low price. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to do this. The hairy man Gu Immortals were quite guileless, and most importantly, they were skilled in Gu refinement while having some unwillingness to fight, they were willing to accept Fang Yuan's missions. This was not the first batch of self-will Gu that Fang Yuan obtained. After placing the self-will Gu into his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan inspected the other Gu worms. He had shown a trusting and casual attitude with 12th hair, but he was a vigilant person, after receiving the goods, he inspected them carefully. After all, Langya Sect had spies like 6th hair. Fang Yuan did not know that 6th hair was the final spy remaining. But he was cautious, he was wary of 6th hair as well as other potential spies. The inspection took some time, but compared to refining these mortal Gu himself, it was insignificant. After inspecting that there were no issues, Fang Yuan nodded, showing a look of admiration. These are refined by hairy man Gu Immortals after all, the quality is really superb. Fang Yuan kept the self-will Gu in his immortal aperture. Or rather, he sent them into many northern plains. He activated them one by one, until these mortal self-will Gu were expended. A large amount of self-will swept through several battlefields, cleansing all of the heavens will inside. Other than those inside the snow monsters, the battlefield had none of Heaven's will left. These self-will Gu are the best weapon against Heaven's will, but they are very flawed. They are only rank 5 and are one-time consumable Gu, they are gone after I use them. Fang Yuan sighed. He held deep suspicion towards this self-will Gu recipe has to be an incomplete version. Even though Shadow Sect gave it to me, they surely have a better recipe. But in those transactions, I requested for too many things, this is the limit, I could not obtain a better recipe. Like this, Fang Yuan got rid of the snow monsters in his immortal aperture and used self-will to get rid of the Heaven's will. At the same time, he used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. His Soul Path foundation was accumulating rapidly. Other than this, he even squeezed out some time to coach the hairy man Gu Immortals in fighting. Secretly, he got familiar with his immortal Gu and practiced his killer moves. Treasure Yellow Heaven's closure was also a huge impact on Fang Yuan. The construction of his immortal aperture was forced to stop, even though Fang Yuan had the capital and plans. Days passed by. While Fang Yuan anticipated the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, the second earthly calamity gradually got closer. Langya Sect's plan towards Tai Qiu had never stopped. From time to time, hairy man Gu Immortals received Sect missions and used the transportation formation to head to Tai Qiu. These hairy man Gu Immortals' first mission over there was to change the environment and stabilize the transportation Gu formation. What made Fang Yuan feel strange was, these hairy man Gu Immortals did not face any difficulties, it was smooth sailing, Heaven's will did not seem to be targeting them. Chapter 1093, Rejection. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. In the first Cloud City, Langya Land Spirit was attending to Fang Yuan. Here, Fang Yuan, have some tea. This is the famous Fire Rainbow Tea. Langya Land Spirit said with a warm expression. Fang Yuan received the cup, he saw that this cup of tea was glowing with a red light. Looking closely, there seemed to be a rainbow inside, swimming around like a fish, moving up and down in a jolly manner. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, he had a trove of knowledge. Ordinary tea needed to be drunken slowly and appreciated. But this tea was different, one had to gulp it in one mouthful. Most importantly, it was the rainbow inside the tea, after drinking it, one could taste the true Fire Rainbow Tea. Fang Yuan held the cup as he looked at the tea, he did not drink it. His current body was very outstanding, at once, countless thoughts churned in his mind, he was pondering deeply into an idea. The current Langya Land Spirit liked drinking Fire Rainbow Tea. The previous Langya Land Spirit drank Cloud Smoke Tea instead. The two types of tea showed the difference in the personalities of both Langya Land Spirits. The main ingredient of the Cloud Smoke Tea was float ball tea grass. This was planted in Tai by Yunxing's blessed land, as his main resource. This float ball tea grass floated in the sky, it was not ordinary. Float ball tea grass was quite high-end, because it grew in the sky, mortals could not pick it. But in northern plains, there was a type of tea flower that grew from the ground and was deeply liked. It was the milk tea flower. This type of flower grew in the plains of northern plains, there were a huge number of them. In some places with lots of aquatic plants, they could be seen everywhere in large numbers. The flower of the milk tea flower was in the shape of a cup, every few days, nectar would fill to the brim of the cup. The nectar was sweet and delicious, it attracted countless bees and butterflies, it used them to spread the pollen of the milk tea flower. Of course, people could drink it too. Almost all Gu masters living in northern plains, or even mortals, had tasted this natural beverage. Actually, tea and alcohol were very popular drinks in northern plains, as well as the other 4 regions. In southern border, there were blue sea cloud tea bricks for sale. This tea brick was not produced in southern border, but eastern sea instead. E-Clan, one of the super forces of southern border, had a close relationship with eastern sea. Every year, they imported a huge number of blue sea cloud tea bricks and sold them for great profits. In Central Continent, there were even more types of tea. Like Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, they were very famous. Some tea were specialties of Gu Immortals, only that specific Gu Immortal could make it. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Snow Oil tea, or Feng Jiuji's Jade Sea Tide tea. Langya Land Spirit saw that Fang Yuan was not drinking it. He coughed and urged, "Elder Fang Yuan, quickly drink it. You might not know, but this is the best way to drink this fire rainbow tea." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "I have heard about fire rainbow tea long ago, but when I held this cup of tea, I suddenly thought of many things and was lost in my thoughts." Langya Land Spirit, then what was Elder Fang Yuan thinking of? Is there an issue with Langya sect developing in Tai Qiu? No, not this. Fang Yuan smiled. He freely picked out something in his mind and used it as an excuse. Langya Land Spirit showed a look of disappointment. He replied, "You are the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada, you came from the future and are very knowledgeable, you have experienced many things, and know a lot about tea. But do you know? Be it tea or wine, they have both been spread far and wide due to food path." "Oh? Is that so?" Fang Yuan was deeply interested. Or more accurately speaking, he was interested in food path. He was managing his immortal aperture now. The main goal was to have multiple resources that could satisfy the feeding requirements of his immortal Gu. But if he had methods of food path, it would be easier for him to feed his immortal Gu. Unfortunately, food path was very mysterious. There was only a short period in history when it flourished. Afterwards, it spread much less. It was rarer than wisdom path inheritances. It was on the brink of extinction. Regarding food path, Fang Yuan had learned some secrets during the Battle of Etian Mountain through Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's memories. The creator of food path was not a human Gu Immortal, but a beastman Gu Immortal. This was likely the reason why food path was in its current state. But to Fang Yuan, it did not matter who made this path, as long as it is used to him. Most human Gu Immortals had a sense of racial pride and superiority, but Fang Yuan did not. If being a hairy man could help him reach the goal of eternal life, he would discard his human identity immediately without hesitation and become a hairy man. After realizing that Langya Land Spirit had some understanding towards food path, Fang Yuan continued to ask. Langya Land Spirit revealed, the creation of any type of tea or wine is actually an incomplete Gu recipe. If it is completed, a unique tea Gu or wine Gu would be refined. There are already many types of wine Gu or tea Gu, like the famous liquor worm and big smoke tea Gu. Liquor worm was a familiar one. Fang Yuan had used it after rebirth to grow rapidly. Big smoke tea Gu was a type of Gu worm that could make a Gu master addicted and become decadent. It was heavily suppressed by the people in power. It was a type of drug in this world. It is a pity that food path is facing extinction before it even became widespread. Right now, when many Gu Immortals want to test their refinement path attainment, they do not need to join the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They can compete by making a cup of tea each, tasting and determining who is superior. Langya Land Spirit's answer disappointed Fang Yuan slightly. The Land Spirit did not know much. The contents were mostly about refinement path. Spectral Soul's main body definitely knows a lot of food path methods. After all, he had inherited a food path true inheritance in his life. Unfortunately, he is trapped in the giant dream realm now, and is being weakened continuously. It is too hard for me to get anything from him. This thought flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. Langya Land Spirit and Fang Yuan spoke for a while. He saw that Fang Yuan could not stop talking about tea. He got anxious and said openly, "Fang Yuan, I will speak frankly. I invited you for tea because I have a mission for you. Here it comes." Fang Yuan thought. He looked at the Land Spirit. "Please speak." The Land Spirit was straightforward. Fang Yuan had guessed his intentions long ago. As expected, Langya Land Spirit said at the next moment, "You know about my plan to develop in Tai Qiu. You suggested it yourself, after all. There is also the transportation Gu formation, you placed it yourself. Because of your actions, recently, our Gu Immortals could enter Tai Qiu smoothly and modify the environment to expand our base. But now, we have a problem. Fang Yuan nodded. First Supreme Elder is talking about the falling star hound? That's right. This damned ancient desolate beast injured several Gu Immortals of our sect. I have already placed a mission to exterminate it, but everyone who took the mission returned in failure. I know that the only person who can beat this falling star hound is you, Fang Yuan. But why did you not take that mission? Langya Land Spirit asked directly. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am very busy recently. He had his difficulties to deal with. More than a month had passed since the last earthly calamity. The next earthly calamity was coming. Fang Yuan was preparing for this earthly calamity now. But Fang Yuan was not going to tell Langya Land Spirit about the earthly calamity. In fact, he was keeping the sovereign immortal aperture as a secret from Langya Land Spirit. As long as he did not cause harm to Langya Blessed Land, it was not going against the alliance agreement of Langya Sect. This secret was Fang Yuan's trump card, he was going to keep it hidden. Of course, Shadow Sect knew all about it. But Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect's plan was to take back sovereign immortal fetus Gu. In this case, they were not going to expose the existence of the sovereign immortal aperture, because that was just causing more problems for themselves in the future, right? From Langya Land Spirit's perspective, it was very fortunate that Fang Yuan could revive and become a living person. As for the revival method, Fang Yuan had lots of excuses and explanations. He knew many ways for immortal zombies to revive after all. Fang Yuan's difficulties could not be said. Langya Land Spirit nodded. You are very busy indeed. He was a land spirit, he knew everything happening inside Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit said, you cultivate really hard, but completing the mission also helps you in your cultivation. Don't forget about dogshit luck immortal Gu. To feed it, you need to find 6 types of desolate hounds and use their feces to feed this luck path Gu worm. In the past, when my previous self fed dogshit luck, he made use of Treasure Yellow Heaven, purchasing from there. But now, Treasure Yellow Heaven is closed. Even after it reopens, I would suggest you rear some desolate hounds in your immortal aperture. You also know the benefit of doing this. Lord's words are truly enlightening. Fang Yuan immediately nodded. Dogshit luck was very important to him. Against heaven's will, luck path could be used. Fate and luck. Fate was predetermined, it could not be changed. But luck was ever-changing, it could be made of use. This precious information was obtained from the transactions between Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's exploration was known by heaven's will, it caused a beast tide and tried to eliminate him. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan found an immemorial desolate corpse and used it to set up the formation. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that this was not a coincidence, it was likely thanks to dogshit luck. This immortal Gu had no use towards offense or defense, but its passive help was huge. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Self Luck, All Living Beings Luck, Heaven and Earth Luck. Dogshit luck is among the key parts of the self-luck true inheritance, I am in possession of it. All Living Beings Luck was hidden in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Connect Luck, Calamity Beckoning, and Fortune Rivaling Heaven were from there. What a pity! Fang Yuan had a scary guess recently. Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed because of him. Back then, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will, but was he unaffected by Heaven's will? Did Heaven's will use him as a tool to destroy Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's All Living Beings Luck true inheritance? From Heaven's will's perspective, it had to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. Fate was the best method that Heaven's will had. After Fate Gu was broken by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the power of Luck Path burst out, creating Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Langya Land Spirit sat up, muttering, Elder Fang Yuan, if you can take this mission and complete it, regardless of whether you capture or kill the falling star hound, you will receive 800 sect contribution points. 800. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. But next, he thought about it and answered, I'll have to say no. Chapter 1094, In this world, what is most important is myself. Fang Yuan flew in the sky. Before leaving, he looked back at the cloud city behind him. He showed a bitter expression, he sighed deeply before flying away. Last time, he accepted Langya Land Spirit's mission to explore Tai Qiu. The land spirit was happy and the meeting ended well. But now, Fang Yuan rejected him, he did not accept the mission to take down the falling star hound, the meeting ended poorly. In Cloud City, Langya Land Spirit sat gritting his teeth. He held in his anger, he was holding the cup, but before he drank the tea, he smashed it towards the ground. Fang Yuan, this fellow. Langya Land Spirit clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, feeling very unhappy. However, he could see Fang Yuan's expression before leaving, the anger in him subsided a little. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you might be really busy, cultivating so intensely and having your own plans. But this matter affects the development of Langya Sect, you are a member of the sect. At the crucial moment, how can you not sacrifice yourself and defend the interest of the sect? You are an outsider after all. You are not a hairy man Gu Immortal. Langya Land Spirit thought of this and squinted, there was a cold glint in his eyes. In his position, Langya Land Spirit could not force Fang Yuan to accept the mission if he did not want to. He created Langya Sect, all of the members were under an alliance agreement. But there were no rules that would allow him to force members to do missions that they were unwilling to do. Of course, when Langya Sect was in a life-and-death crisis, there were rules that would be enforced. But currently, Langya Sect was developing Tai Qiu, it had nothing to do with fatal danger. If Fang Yuan was unwilling, there was nothing Langya Land Spirit could do. Langya Land Spirit could not sit, he stood up and paced around the room. His arms were behind his back, he lowered his head and pondered, he felt troubled and frustrated, his frown was growing deeper. Fang Yuan is unwilling to do it, what can I do about the falling star hound? Thinking about it hard, there were no good solutions. Langya Land Spirit himself could not leave Langya Blessed Land. There was another way, that was the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. But Langya Land Spirit was in control of the most crucial immortal Gu that constituted the formation, now that Refinement Cauldron, an immortal Gu house, was incomplete, this was one of the strongest remaining methods to protect Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit did not want to lend Heavenly Giant Solar over this situation, what if an unexpected mishap happened? Langya Land Spirit had a clear view of the circumstances. Sigh. Do I really need to do what Fang Yuan suggested? I might as well use this falling star hound as a grindstone and develop the fighting abilities of these hairy man Gu Immortals? Langya Land Spirit sighed. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his clothing fluttered in the wind. Raging winds brushed past his face, the sound of the wind was clear and loud. He was cold and impassive on the inside. His bitter smile and sigh earlier were just an act. Fang Yuan knew, inside Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land Spirit knew almost everything, he had a huge investigative range. Otherwise, he would not be able to collect so many lifespan Gu. Because Langya Blessed Land had existed since long ago, it had a deep foundation, and an uncountable number of Dao marks. This allowed Langya Land Spirit's abilities to be very developed in this blessed land, other land spirits could not compare to him. My current plan is to rely on Langya Sect to cultivate. I am the chess player, and Langya Sect are my chess pieces. If I accept that mission, wouldn't I become the pawn myself, risking my life for Langya Sect? Humph. Heavens will has its attention on Tai Qiu, it is very dangerous there. I suspect that Heavens will has already set a trap, but because it has not found me, and because of the immemorial corpse, it is biding its time. Fang Yuan was vigilant, in this situation, he was not going to go to Tai Qiu. He wanted to cultivate Transformation Path, he had to refine Transformation Path Immortal Gu, and kill desolate beasts to get immortal materials. But he did not need to do these himself. Langya Sect was trying to develop in Tai Qiu, it would do all these. Fang Yuan only needed to use his sect contribution points and stay behind to cultivate. Not mentioning the danger and the possibility of a trap from Heaven's will. Even if there were no such thing, Fang Yuan was not going to delay his own cultivation speed. In this world, what is most important is myself. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He was mentally prepared for this unpleasant meeting already. I will definitely not waste my time for Langya Sect, but I need to handle my relationship with Langya Land Spirit well. If such arguments happen often, my relationship with Langya Land Spirit will worsen. At some point, Langya Land Spirit might be unable to control himself, he might chase me out of the sect or even kill me. For the current period of time, I still need Langya Sect's power. At least, during this second earthly calamity, I need to borrow those water path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed his situation. He had once been in conflict with the previous Langya Land Spirit and their relationship became icy cold. That was a mistake. Fang Yuan alerted himself not to make the same mistake again. Sometimes, if the situation permits, I can and have to try and help out. I am purely making use of Langya Sect to bring convenience for my cultivation. Only my own strength and cultivation level are dependable. Heaven's will could affect many things, but the extent of its influence was limited. Heaven's will was not a fake will, capable of directly colliding with the thoughts in one's mind to distort the results of their thinking. Heaven's will could not compare to fake will in that regard. After hearing about Heaven's will from Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan learned that Heaven's will was, in essence, simply a type of will. Heaven's will could, at most, make very subtle influences. Thus, Heaven's will used Fang Yuan as the tool to deal with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul. It had not exposed itself, it created a huge scheme and progressed slowly, only towards the end did it bear its fangs. But at the Battle of Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan, based on his nature as half an otherworldly demon, broke free of Heaven's will's planning and resulted in the current outcome. Thus, to deal with Heaven's will, the best method was to raise one's cultivation level and strength themselves. For example, when Qizai chased after Fang Yuan, it was because Fang Yuan was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he was weaker. If Fang Yuan was rank 8, Qizai would not foolishly pursue him. Similarly, against the cloud beasts, if Fang Yuan had the strength, he could kill them easily. It was because he was weak that he had to escape and run away. Thus, even if earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations are the best timing for Heaven's will to get rid of me, I must face them without any fear. Every time I pass the calamities and tribulations, I would be one step closer to breaking free from Heaven's will's restrictions. I will grow stronger and stronger, until I can face it head-on. When I become a demon venerable, when I am invincible in this world, what can Heaven's will do to me? Fang Yuan was aware of this, he was prepared for it. Returning to his cloud city, he was informed that a hairy man envoy had visited him. Fang Yuan met with this hairy man envoy. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu Master. Lord, this is something my city lord had ordered me to bring to you. The hairy man Gu Master said respectfully. Saying this, he held up a wooden box with both hands. Fang Yuan received it but did not open the box. He took a look at this hairy man envoy. With just one glance, the hairy man Gu Master felt his heart turning cold. It was as if his entire body was naked, all of his hair was shaved away, all of his secrets were exposed. From today onwards, you will stay here, I will guide you in the cultivation of enslavement path. Fang Yuan said slowly. Thank you, Lord Immortal, for your guidance. The hairy man Gu Master quickly knelt on the floor, his body was trembling. You can go now. Fang Yuan had no interest in this rank 5 peak stage Gu Master. After sending him away, Fang Yuan went to his room and cultivated. He opened the wooden box, there was an immortal Gu inside, it was the rank 6 beast enslavement immortal Gu. As it turned out, a few days ago, Fang Yuan felt that the relationship was close enough and the time was ripe. He made a suggestion to 12th Hair, wanting to borrow his beast enslavement immortal Gu. He was willing to pay for it using sect contribution points. Even though 12th Hair agreed, he did not accept the sect contribution points. He had another request. Not long ago, he had taken in a bloodline descendant from the continents below. 12th Hair had an intimate relationship with the grandmother of this descendant, and because he had good aptitude, 12th Hair wanted to nurture him. Because this descendant cultivated enslavement path, 12th Hair wanted Fang Yuan to guide him. Fang Yuan had no reason to reject it. In fact, this was better for him. After all, he had been using a lot of Sect contribution points recently, cutting costs was good for him. Inside the immortal aperture, the snow and ice had stopped increasing in area. This meant the earthly calamities ice and snow path down marks had fully displayed their influence, they had finished modifying the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and carefully got close to a desolate beast snow monster. Inside the immortal aperture, because time flowed differently, since his last slaughter, a long time had passed already. The snow monsters had relaxed, thus, Fang Yuan could find a lone snow monster roaming outside. Beast enslavement immortal Gu. At Fang Yuan's will, he injected green grape immortal essence into this immortal Gu. The desolate beast snow monster's body shook, it was as if it had been hit by an invisible force. But soon, it growled, it discovered the hidden strength path immortal zombie and attacked it. Failure, retreat. Fang Yuan immediately left. Normally speaking, with his current soul foundation, it was nearly certain that he could suppress this desolate beast snow monster. But the reality was different. As Shadow Sect had said, these life forms filled with heavens will cannot be controlled or enslaved by me. Keeping them is a major threat. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though he knew this from Shadow Sect's information, he was not going to be certain until he tested it for himself. If I could enslave them, I could control the desolate beast snow monsters to resist other tribulations, or sell them in treasure yellow heaven, those are good options. But now, I can only kill them. Wait. Maybe I can use self-will Gu to get rid of the heavens will before using beast enslavement immortal Gu? Fang Yuan had an idea. Chapter 1095, Ample Preparation. An hour later. The desolate beast snow monster only had its head left after Fang Yuan's attacks. Roar. Even with just its head left, the snow monster's fierceness did not drop, it growled at Fang Yuan, spitting out icy wind. Snow monsters were different from ordinary desolate beasts, they were formed from snow and ice, they were like cloud beasts, blood beasts, or mud monsters. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie, he snorted as he stood in front of the snow monster's head, his hand was placed on top of the snow monster's head. At once, a thin layer of ice covered the strength path immortal zombie's hand. Fang Yuan ignored it, he activated a huge amount of self-will Gu. Self-will surged like a tidal wave, flowing into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was full of heaven's will. Fang Yuan's self-will entered and fought with heaven's will, it was like the clash of fire and water, they were irreconcilably opposed to one another. There was little heaven's will, but the self-will was unceasing. In a while, the heaven's will lost and was completely wiped out by the self-will. Bam! At the crucial moment, the snow monster's head exploded. A large amount of snow and ice scattered everywhere. The strength path immortal zombie Fang Yuan was controlling immediately was buried in snow. However, the explosion before dying had no destructive power. Soon, Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path immortal zombie to come out of the snow unscathed. But his expression was quite dark. Even if I use self-will and get rid of heaven's will, the result would be that the snow monster self-detonates, it cannot be subdued? But even if I could subdue it, I spent hundreds of self-will Gu to cleanse just one snow monster's head, the cost is too high. Self-will Gu was only immortal Gu, but it was rank 5. Furthermore, the self-will Gu was not refined by Fang Yuan, he had asked the hairy man Gu Immortals to refine by paying contribution points. Because of this, the cost was higher to Fang Yuan. And most crucially, it costed his time. Fang Yuan had to injure a desolate beast snow monster, forcing it to be unable to move or resist him, before he could flood it with self-will and get rid of the heaven's will. One desolate beast snow monster might not take long, but Fang Yuan had so many snow monsters in many northern plains. With a greater number, the time needed would increase, his second earthly calamity was coming, Fang Yuan could not do this. Actually, even if I enslave the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, it is dangerous. Back then, one of the first split souls of Shadow Sect, the Gu Immortal named Green, had researched the life and death immortal aperture in Earth Trench's Super Gu formation. A huge explosion occurred during his research, countless immortal materials were infested with Heaven's will, Green avoided them like the plague. Because of that, he threw these immortal materials away. This firm attitude of his shows a huge problem. If I truly sell these snow monsters filled with Heaven's will, there might be horrible series of consequences. After his attempt failed, Fang Yuan could only continue his previous plan to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill these snow monsters completely before the second earthly calamity. He even had to cleanse all of the Heavens will here, not a trace could be left. Ordinary snow monsters were cannon fodder, Fang Yuan could easily kill them, it was not a problem. But desolate beast snow monsters were harder to deal with, he had to spend some time. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Fang Yuan started to miss Flying Sword Immortal Gu. With Flying Sword Immortal Gu as the core, the Immortal Killer move Sword Marks targeting death was extremely effectively in dealing with ancient snow monsters. Triple-layered Sword Wave was an attack with wide range, it was too wasteful to use against a single ancient snow monster. And using triple-layered Sword Wave had a huge cost. Thankfully, Fang Yuan regained his Strength Path Immortal Gu, he could use the killer move Myriad Self once again. Strength Path had few requirements for Primeval Essence and Immortal Essence, Myriad Self First Style, Giant Hand required much less Immortal Essence to activate than triple-layered Sword Wave. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan used his Strength Path Giant Hands to eliminate these ancient snow monsters and desolate beast snow monsters. He first used Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu to try and enslave a snow monster. After failing, the snow monster would be angered and fall into a frenzied state, cursing Fang Yuan endlessly. Fang Yuan immediately retreated, luring this snow monster away, before using Strength Path Giant Hands to kill them. This way, the other snow monsters would not be alerted. Earlier, when Fang Yuan attacked, the snow monsters would gather into groups, but now was different, the efficiency was higher. After enslavement path methods failed, the target would feel great hatred towards the Gu Master. Fang Yuan made full use of this. Earlier, Fang Yuan had tried other methods, but mortal enslavement path methods were too weak, and some wisdom path methods were useless due to Heaven's will. Thus, the beast enslavement Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan borrowed was not useless after all. Days passed, less than 30% of the snow monsters were left. But there was less than 10 days until the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan manipulated the Strength Path Immortal Zombie, coming to mini southern border in the Immortal Aperture. At a particular location, Fang Yuan's original Immortal Zombie body was placed. Even though I have my original Immortal Zombie body, I can only look at it, I cannot use it. Fang Yuan sighed, mobilizing Self-Will Gu as he placed his formation. After some time, a Gu formation using hundreds of Self-Will Gu as the core was created. This Gu formation was mainly for sealing. Fang Yuan obtained the method of setting up this formation from Shadow Sect. Using a large number of Self-Will Gu to seal Heaven's will. The Super Gu formations that Shadow Sect had in all 5 regions used this method. After inspecting it, and confirming there were no problems, Fang Yuan let out a sigh. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was at the center of the Gu formation. The Gu formation had completely sealed the Spring-Autumn Cicada inside. Spring-Autumn Cicada had originally been sealed by one of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, Wei Ling Yang. Yingwu Xia was unable to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada and start again. Thus, he was trapped in Central Continent and could only trade with Fang Yuan. During the transactions, Yingwu Xia returned Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body as well as Spring-Autumn Cicada. After obtaining it, Fang Yuan realized that Spring-Autumn Cicada was still sealed, it could not even consume the water of the River of Time. It was weakening, on the verge of dying. Fang Yuan had tried many methods but this seal was very powerful, he could not even obtain any information about it. Without other options, he could only give up on this. Not long ago, the method of the rank 8 restriction path Gu Immortal, Wei Ling Yang, seemed to have worn out. Spring-autumn cicada's seal was lifted. Fang Yuan knew that Heaven's will was hidden inside it, only refinement path methods could remove it. Fang Yuan did not dare to place this immortal zombie body outside. Storing it inside his own immortal aperture was safest. But Fang Yuan was afraid that during the second earthly calamity, the Heaven's will inside spring-autumn cicada would coordinate with the calamity. Thus, he set up this Gu formation, sealing Heaven's will and preventing this threat from occurring. 3 more days passed. The snow monsters were completely eliminated from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Next, he used self-will to cleanse all of the Heaven's will. For this, Fang Yuan paid a huge price. Even though Giant Hand had a low cost, using it so many times meant his consumption was still very high. Right now, Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence or immortal essence stones. Because Treasure Yellow Heaven closed, even though Fang Yuan had a lot of resources, he could not sell them. His Langya sect contribution points were also dwindling. Even though Fang Yuan could earn more from teaching the hairy man Gu Immortal's combat techniques, Langya Land Spirit was making his own plans. He reduced the rewards of these missions while raising the reward of the Falling Star Hound mission. Treasure Yellow Heaven, when are you going to open? Fang Yuan waited for the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven as he prepared for his second tribulation. There were 5 days until his second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan cleansed all of the Heaven's will inside, before going to Danghun Mountain. Using myriad self and other methods, he completely altered the appearance of Danghun Mountain. Next, using Poling Mountain Immortal Gu, he moved Danghun Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. Earlier, Fang Yuan did not have landscape as before. He did not dare to do this, but now his worry was lessened greatly. Such a commotion caused Langya Land Spirit to show up. He asked nervously, "Elder Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" He was worried, because Danghun Mountain belonged to Fang Yuan. It was not like Luopa Valley. If Fang Yuan wanted to bring it away, he could not stop him. Fang Yuan had a glib tongue. He gave an excuse of his that was prepared long ago, saying he was going to leave Langya Blessed Land for some time. Langya Land Spirit believed what he said. He wanted Fang Yuan to exterminate the Falling Star Hound, but instead, he was going to leave with Danghun Mountain. Langya Land Spirit was very worried. Fang Yuan used this chance to exchange all of his sect contribution points. He even used Wisdom Gu as collateral to borrow a lot of Immortal Gu from Langya Land Spirit, and large amounts of Immortal Essence stones. He finally replenished his Green Grape Immortal Essence. Regretfully, up until Fang Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, Treasure Yellow Heaven did not open. Fang Yuan sighed, choosing to move a portion of the resources in his immortal aperture to Langya Blessed Land for safekeeping. So much resources? It seems that you are very skilled in managing an immortal aperture. Langya Land Spirit was a bit surprised at the amount of resources Fang Yuan had. But in fact, this was only a small portion. It was not even 30%. Fang Yuan was not going to move out all of his resources. Langya Land Spirit was not a fool. He would be suspicious of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With half a day until the earthly calamity descended, Fang Yuan used the transportation Gu formation to go to the northern icy plain. Even though the northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable, and had lots of reckless savages true meaning, Heaven's will still existed here. Thus, Fang Yuan did not come here far in advance. The icy plain was huge. Fang Yuan casually chose a direction and picked a spot to place his immortal aperture. What would the second earthly calamity be? No matter what it was, the second earthly calamity's might would surely be greater than the first. Fang Yuan waited for it vigilantly. Chapter 1096, Wind Flowers, Snow Moon. Fang Yuan wore a white robe, his black hair was flowing with the wind. He slowly descended into many northern plains within the sovereign immortal aperture. He was planning to undergo tribulation in this place again. The other areas had resources placed in them. Many northern plains only had this icy area, and most importantly, the snow monsters filled with Heaven's will were all eliminated already. The sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space, but the calamities and tribulations only targeted Fang Yuan. Therefore, the tribulation would occur where he was located. The immortal aperture had already been placed, it was in northern plains. The tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture linked to the river of time outside, and the rate of time inside greatly slowed down. First, he inspected his arrangements. There were large numbers of Gu worms placed in the sovereign immortal aperture. Most of them were Gu worms related to the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Other than that, there was Danghun Mountain right beside Fang Yuan. Right now, Danghun Mountain looked completely different from before. Fang Yuan did this to prevent others from using fixed immortal travel to enter while he was undergoing tribulation. He got rid of this possibility before it could be used. During the first tribulation, Fang Yuan did not have Pulling Mountain immortal Gu or landscape as before, he could not bring Danghun Mountain him. But now, it was different. With Pulling Mountain, Fang Yuan could single-handedly drag Danghun Mountain into his immortal aperture. If he had to request for help from other hairy man Gu immortals, not only would he need to waste his sect contribution points, he would also need to let the hairy man Gu immortals into his sovereign immortal aperture, exposing his huge secret. With landscape as before, he was not afraid that Danghun Mountain would be destroyed in the calamity. After all, the more severely Danghun Mountain was damaged, the fewer the guts Gu produced. After some inspections, Fang Yuan confirmed that his arrangements had no problems. Immediately, at his will, the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture opened. Huff huff huff. A huge amount of heaven and earth chi entered the sovereign immortal aperture through the entrance. At once, there was a huge commotion, as if tidal waves were crashing in. This time, I brought in Danghun Mountain, increasing the burden on the sovereign immortal aperture, thus, there is more heaven and earth chi than last time. Heaven and earth chi rushed in fiercely. Fang Yuan also activated the Gu worms outside of his immortal aperture at the same time. He had already done this setup once before, Fang Yuan was quite familiar with it. While undergoing tribulation, Fang Yuan naturally used immortal tribulation tempering aperture. First, the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture could, indirectly, weaken the earthly calamity's power. Second, it could draw out reckless savage's true meaning, helping Fang Yuan with his transformation path cultivation. Unlike the first tribulation, this time, many of the mortal Gu used for forming immortal tribulation tempering aperture belonged to Fang Yuan. He even modified immortal tribulation tempering aperture himself, making some slight tweaks. The modified immortal tribulation tempering aperture was one of the preparations Fang Yuan made for this tribulation. Even though his refinement path attainment level was not high, he had Grandmaster wisdom path attainment level. His modifications were just icing on the cake, they were not crucial aspects. But as long as he continued his research, Fang Yuan was sure that he would make this killer move as suitable for himself as possible. After all, Fang Yuan could not always rely on Langya Sect. Each time he underwent tribulation, he needed to borrow so many Gu worms from Langya Land Spirit, there was a huge cost in it. Fang Yuan modified immortal tribulation tempering aperture so as to break free from Langya Land Spirit's control in this aspect. A moment later, Fang Yuan completed his arrangements and began to use his immortal essence, activating his Gu worms. Green light shone, filling the entire immortal aperture, while connecting to the outside world. Gradually, a green hue appeared outside the immortal aperture, covering a huge surrounding area. Tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence beads were used, allowing Fang Yuan to activate the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture. The second earthly calamity descended. The world rumbled, winds blew as clouds shifted. At first, there was only a mild wind, but soon, the intensity of the wind rose greatly. In the blink of an eye, a huge wind blew, it had the force to sweep the world and blow away all life. What tribulation is this? Fang Yuan stood on the peak of Danghun Mountain, awaiting vigilantly. Even though he had not recognized the earthly calamity yet, he could see that this earthly calamity was like last time, it was far beyond reason in terms of power. Intense winds blew, blowing the snow and ice on the ground up, causing the area to become obscured. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path down marks to begin with, it was dim. With the raging winds and snow, Fang Yuan's vision became very limited. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. What sound is that? Fang Yuan had already activated his methods to investigative, but he suddenly heard the sound of chimes from within the snow and wind. This strange scene made Fang Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me, this is... A thought flashed in his mind. At this moment, the sound of chimes became louder, a huge green flower flew out of the wind, crashing into Danghun Mountain. This green flower was extremely fast. It was simply faster than lightning. After crashing into Danghun Mountain, a huge mark was left on Danghun Mountain. The mountain rocks along the way were all smashed into bits, before being blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Wind chimes rang again. At the next moment, 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Danghun Mountain. They turned into dust, but 18 blemishes were made on Danghun Mountain. These are wind flowers. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly, he confirmed this in his mind. Wind flowers were a type of wind essence. They were only produced in extremely intense winds. They had no roots and floated in the wind. They were large like horse carriages, they were light green in color and were extremely sharp. Ding ding ding. Fang Yuan had just recognized these flowers, when the next wave of wind flowers came again. The flowers were in greater numbers now, there were 40 to 50 of them. They were attacking from all directions, crashing into Danghun Mountain consecutively. Danghun Mountain's surface was impacted, dust and smoke rose, fragments of rocks were scattered by the wind and vanished. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, moving away from the mountain peak. He gritted his teeth, feeling slightly troubled. Last time, Heavenswell created a large number of snow monsters, but I could fly and had the initiative. This time, Heavenswell learned its lesson, it changed its tactics and used the wind flower Tribulation on me. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan's speed was lower than the wind flowers, and his defensive methods were only at mortal level. Thankfully, I moved Danghun Mountain here this time, otherwise, I'd have no place to guard myself, it would be terrible. Fang Yuan felt extremely glad. Landscape as before. He used his time path Immortal Gu, the blemishes on Danghun Mountain vanished, it returned to normal. But soon, at the next second, a barrage of wind flowers attacked again, smashing layers of the mountain's surface into pieces. This cannot go on. Activating Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture already used more than half of my immortal essence. Even though I am safe currently, I am expending a lot of green grape immortal essence. Restoring Danghun Mountain is merely prolonging the inevitable. Fang Yuan squinted, thoughts were churning rapidly in his mind. He had rich battle experience, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Strength Path Killer Move, Myriad Self. Transformation Path Killer Move, Familiar Face. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. His body shook, he utilized his methods, as countless Fang Yuan occupied the whole of Danghun Mountain. One of them roared at the sky as all of the Fang Yuan phantoms rushed towards the winds outside of the mountain. At the same time, Fang Yuan's actual body used Familiar Face and Myriad Self to conceal himself, he turned into a rock on Danghun Mountain. With change form Immortal Gu, Familiar Face was closer to the original version, it was easy to use, having instantaneous transformations. It was unlike before, when Fang Yuan used a large number of Mortal Gu to replace the effect of change form Immortal Gu, causing Familiar Face to need a very long time to activate. After turning into a common rock, Fang Yuan did not rest, he used Dark Limit Immortal Gu, concealing his aura. Ding ding ding. A large number of wind flowers attacked the tens of thousands of Fang Yuan phantoms. The calamity's firepower became less concentrated, Danghun Mountain sustained less pressure than before. In a moment, Fang Yuan's myriad self phantoms were all exterminated by the wind flowers. Fang Yuan used myriad self again, summoning countless phantoms that charged out carrying his aura. The wind flowers scattered and danced in the wind, many phantoms were instantly destroyed. After some repetitions, Heavenswell sensed Fang Yuan's tactic. As the wind flowers stopped paying attention to the Fang Yuan phantoms, they targeted their attacks at Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling the ill intent of Heaven's will. Dang Hun Mountain is my greatest sources of revenue, Heaven's will wants to destroy it and ruin my future prospects. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had landscape as before. He had landscape as before to restore Dang Hun Mountain, but it could only let Fang Yuan maintain the situation, he would still be in a passive state. Green Grape Immortal Essence was rapidly expended. Triple Layered Sword Wave. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan tried to counter-attack, but the wind flowers were too fast, the two killer moves were ineffective. Especially Strength Path Giant Hand, even though it was powerful, it was too slow, it could not catch any wind flowers at all, unless the wind flowers came at it. Poison Breath. Fang Yuan breathed out dark purple poisonous gas that scattered with the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers wilted upon coming into contact with the poison. Fang Yuan showed great joy on his face. Poison Breath was modified from the Wisdom Path Killer move, harboring malicious heart. It used woman's heart as the core, it had many flaws and was of comparatively low value. Fang Yuan rarely used it. To think that it was so effective now. Under the effect of Poison Breath, the wind flower's offensive power lowered immensely. The winds were starting to slow down. A cold light shone on the entirety of Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that in the sky, there was a crescent moon that appeared out of nowhere. Fang Yuan squinted, he muttered under his breath, "Snow moon." This crescent moon was pure white as snow, it shone down with a pale light, causing Dang Hun Mountain's temperature to fall. Soon, layers of frost began to cover the surface of Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan felt like there was a weight on his heart, he thought, so this is not a wind flower tribulation, but a wind flower snow moon tribulation. The former is an earthly calamity, but the latter is a heavenly tribulation. This second earthly calamity is simply too absurdly strong. Chapter 1097, Undergoing Tribulation with Difficulty. Wind flower tribulation, snow moon tribulation, when alone, they were two different earthly calamities. When the wind flowers and snow moon were together, they formed a heavenly tribulation. The power was much higher, and the difficulty of passing the tribulation increases. The wind flowers were fast and hard to avoid, they were sharp and not easy to defend against. The snow moon gave off cold light that froze Gu Immortals, making them slower, the two were a perfect pair. Fang Yuan was feeling heavy pressure. Actually, with his current strength, especially after the transaction with Shadow Sect, Strength Path and Sword Path became his main source of offense. Be it Strength Path Giant Hand or Triple Layered Sword Wave, they could allow him to unleash rank 7 Gu Immortal battle strength. It was possible to pass a heavenly tribulation. What created Fang Yuan's heavy mood was not the heavenly tribulation now, but his future progression. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulations, they get stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity was in theory stronger than the first. But the second earthly calamity was already at heavenly tribulation level. Such an increase was simply too much. Theoretically, if this went on, how strong would his third and fourth earthly calamities be? A rank 6 Gu Immortal faces an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, after 3 heavenly tribulations, they would become rank 7. That means, they would have 27 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. And for Fang Yuan, after this second earthly calamity, he still had 25 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. If his second earthly calamity was already at the level of a heavenly tribulation, what future would he have? If he projected this into the future, his earthly calamities would reach the level of grand tribulations. The light of the snow moon made Fang Yuan's face look pale. Even the thoughts in his mind were moving at a slower rate as a result. The snow moon gave off a cold light that not only slowed the Gu Immortals' movement, but also their thoughts. Fang Yuan quickly used wisdom path methods to protect his mind. He was a wisdom path Grandmaster, he could achieve this easily. This should not be. During Shadow Sect's transaction, Sixth Hair told me, even though earthly calamities get stronger each time, there is a limit to their power. As long as this is an earthly calamity, it will be within the range of an earthly calamity. Was he lying to me? He gave me false information? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. It was not impossible that they lied to him. But to Fang Yuan, thinking from the other side's perspective, they had nothing to gain from doing so. Because this was something that could be easily found out. And Shadow Sect wanted to capture Fang Yuan to reverse refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Wouldn't it be a problem if they lied to him and caused him to die in this calamity? Or can I say, there is another possibility? Brightness flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, before turning dim. The winds were howling outside. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky, his pupils were dark like the night sky. Standing on a mountain rock, his white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind, he was like a lone wolf. Triple-layered sword wave. Strength path giant hand. Suddenly, he burst out with a strong attack. Sword waves appeared out of nowhere, rushing up towards the sky, defying gravity. Strength path giant hands tore through space, pushing apart the wind with immense force. The two charged towards the snow moon in the sky. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Countless green wind flowers gathered towards the sword waves and giant hands like bees that were attracted to nectar. The sharp wind flowers clashed with the sword waves and giant hands. Soon, these two forces were eliminated. But there was a strange sight. Earlier, the wind flowers only targeted Danghun Mountain. They wanted to destroy this famous secluded domain of heaven and earth. They ignored Fang Yuan's sword waves and giant hands, even avoiding them on purpose. But now, these wind flowers went to attack them. It was because Fang Yuan's attack was aimed at the snow moon in the sky. It seemed like these wind flowers were trying to protect the snow moon. The snow moon's existence was indeed placing much pressure on Fang Yuan. It was not wrong that the wind flowers were protecting it. But excitement flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Myriad self. Myriad self. Myriad self. A group of phantoms roared, large number of Fang Yuan phantoms rushed up like a tidal wave. Fang Yuan used it 3 times, in an instant, Danghun Mountain which was originally empty, became extremely crowded. Countless Fang Yuan flew into the wind by jumping down the mountain. But unlike last time, Fang Yuan's true body also turned into a strength path phantom, rushing out of Danghun Mountain. Large numbers of wind flowers came at him. But there were too many strength path phantoms, and too few wind flowers. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not resist the wind flowers, they were rapidly sacrificed. But using them to conceal himself, with familiar face and dark limit helping him, Fang Yuan successfully got into the sky. It is time. Sword escape. Fang Yuan found the perfect time to use sword escape Immortal Gu. He was like a dragon out of the water, he rushed into the sky and soared above the clouds, it was an astonishing sight. He was close. Fang Yuan used triple-layered sword wave and strength path giant hand again. Heaven's will was caught off guard, the wind flowers were still eliminating the Fang Yuan phantoms. Fang Yuan successfully destroyed the snow moon in the sky. At the next moment, large amounts of reckless savage's true meaning filled him. Fang Yuan was like a withering plant receiving water, he absorbed all of the true meaning. All of a sudden, he felt like he had transformed into a moon, he was hanging in the sky, quietly emitting moonlight as he looked down on the living beings of the world. His transformation path attainment level rose rapidly. Transformation path, it did not just include animals and plants, it also encompassed mountains, water, wind, moons, all of these natural phenomena. This true meaning of reckless savage gave Fang Yuan great gains. He laughed loudly, one could feel his joy from his laughter alone. As it turned out, the wind flower snow moon tribulation was just pieced together, it was not a true heavenly tribulation. The second earthly calamity was within the scope of an earthly calamity. No matter how angry Heaven's will was and how much it wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan, there was no use. It was heaven's will, it had to obey the law of balance of the way of heaven. Winds roared, heaven's will raged, as if it was embarrassed from having its plan exposed openly. Countless wind flowers assaulted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used myriad self again, large numbers of Fang Yuan phantoms diverted heaven's will's offense. The wind flowers killed Fang Yuan phantoms, it was a true slaughter. But there was little effect, Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the phantoms, eventually landing on Danghun Mountain again. With Danghun Mountain, he had a place to defend himself, Fang Yuan could catch a breather. Deactivating familiar face, Fang Yuan's body shook. There was a huge wound on his back, blood was dripping, his bones could be seen. But because of change form immortal Gu, his wound was concealed, he managed to deceive heaven's will. My defense is too weak. Fang Yuan sighed, starting to heal himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an immortal Gu that used immortal essence. And it could only return him to his state a moment ago. Fang Yuan was hurt by a wind flower in the sky when he was flying. At that time, he could not use man as before. If the immortal Gu aura was leaked, he would be exposing himself. Thankfully, my Dao marks do not conflict, even mortal methods work well on me. Fang Yuan felt his immense advantage in this aspect. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals were hard to heal. Because they had Dao marks, they would interfere and reduce the effectiveness of mortal healing methods. When using healing immortal killer moves, one also had to consider if the Dao marks conflicted. Fang Yuan had no such problems, he could use mortal methods, this allowed him to conserve immortal essence. Fang Yuan did not prepare as much immortal essence as last time. The main reason was the closing of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Cold light assaulted him, frost formed on Fang Yuan's forehead. It spread and he was soon covered in a layer of frost. Not just him, the entirety of Danghun Mountain was the same. Fang Yuan looked up and his pupils shrunk, he mentally cried out in dismay. There were 3 more snow moons that appeared in the sky. With 3 times the cold light accumulated, the effect was multiplied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path method defending his mind stopped working, he could only use other ways to counter it. He also had to defend his body, multiple defensive mortal killer moves were used, his body flickered with light, his body temperature was maintained at a normal level. The number of snow moons and their rate of production exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. This ruined his plan of sitting back on Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart beat quickly, when he saw the 3 snow moons, he realized, this was a crucial moment of life and death. The longer he dragged on, the more snow moons would appear, and the less hope he had of passing the tribulation. He had to counterattack, he could not slack on it, otherwise, when the opportunity fades, a slight delay would cause him to get into deep despair, there would be no way for him to survive. A different Gu Immortal might hesitate, but Fang Yuan had rich battle experience. After realizing his situation, he used myriad self once again without hesitation. Doing the same thing again, large numbers of Fang Yuan phantoms lured the wind flowers away. Fang Yuan's body was mixed in with them, charging into the sky relentlessly. After flying towards the sky, the cold light's power rose, it was no longer restricted by Danghun Mountain's soul path Dao marks. This was an intense battle. Fang Yuan needed to destroy the 3 snow moons, but the cold light from them gave him much greater pressure than the wind flowers. And worst of all, a 4th snow moon was already forming in the sky. Heaven's will was going through all kinds of ways to stop Fang Yuan, while he had the best opportunity to attack, large numbers of wind flowers attempted to kill Fang Yuan. 1 moon, 2 moons, 3 crescent moons, Fang Yuan destroyed them after a difficult process. And more snow moons were still forming. The cold light made Fang Yuan feel a deep chill in his mind, the cruel reality was making his limbs go numb. His chances of surviving dwindling, but Fang Yuan's expression became more firm, he charged up against the difficulty without any dejection. His immortal essence was rapidly decreasing, every time he used an immortal killer move, he had to be careful about the expenditure and calculate it accurately. Chapter 1098, Success and Danger. Ding ding ding. A wind flower hit Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan's defenses were like paper, torn to shreds immediately. His robe on his back was cut apart, blood spewed as his flesh was dug out. I'm getting unlucky. Fang Yuan's heart sank. There were dozens of strength path phantoms around him, but there was only one wind flower attacking them. To think that he was the one who got hit. As time passed, dogshit luck's protection would get weaker, the chances of him being found out by heavens will increased. And worse, there was also Dark Limit Immortal Gu to take into account. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was activated, protecting Fang Yuan and concealing his aura, but it was weakening too. Once this protection vanishes, it would be more severe than losing dogshit luck's protection. Time passed, seconds passed like years to Fang Yuan, he was holding on desperately. He had already endured countless attacks from the snow moons and wind flowers. Dogshit luck and dark limits protection weakened progressively, but familiar face, formed using attitude Gu and change form Gu, was a reliable method that Fang Yuan was holding on to. There was also Myriad Self. At this moment, its attack power was useless, he could only use it as a distraction. Heaven's Will was not stupid, it could think. After understanding Fang Yuan's tactic, after he used Myriad Self each time, it could find him in a shorter time than the previous attempt. Fang Yuan's injuries were getting more severe, he had no choice but to use man as before. But this way, his immortal essence expenditure rapidly increased. He did not have much to begin with, now, it was depleting. Heaven's Will had the high ground controlling the earthly calamity, it was not going to lose out in this situation. While Fang Yuan was like an ant, desperately struggling to survive in this dangerous situation. The number of snow moons continued to increase, Fang Yuan was slowly unable to keep up. The situation was dire, Fang Yuan saw almost no hope. But he did not give up, he continued to grit his teeth and persevere. The winds were wild, seemingly mocking him for overestimating himself. The snow moons hung in the sky, the cold light seemed to be looking down at Fang Yuan. Seeing this, ant struggled desperately in futility. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood, his white robe had turned into a blood-red color, his blood and sweat had frozen because of the cold light. He was in a pathetic state, some of his black hair that fluttered with the wind had snapped, the length was now uneven, he looked like a combination of a beggar and a lunatic. His face was icy cold, he did not laugh nor shout. He was like a firm piece of ice, even if heaven and earth were burying him. He did not say a word, he endured silently in this desperate situation. The wind slowly became weaker. The power of the wind flower Tribulation was fading. This was its limit. An earthly calamity's power had limits. Even if Heaven's Will amplified it to the greatest extent and personally manipulated it. Fang Yuan was not killed by the wind flowers, soon, the number of wind flowers decreased, there was no longer any wind. Fang Yuan smiled, he activated his immortal essence, targeting the snow moons. Even though the wind flowers were gone, and the snow moons had stopped forming, there were still some wind flowers left behind, and many snow moons in the sky. A tough battle. Fang Yuan had no strength to grit his teeth, he felt extremely weak. Myriad Self. Strength Path Giant Hand. Triple Layered Sword Wave. Familiar Face. He was not in a good condition, some of his immortal killer moves failed upon activation. Each time he failed, he faced a backlash and spat out blood from his mouth. The earthly calamity was at its limits, so was Fang Yuan. There was no reason to run now. Not only could the wind flowers stop him, the snow moons could fly slowly, the range of the cold light was too large. The earthly calamity was not over yet, heaven and earth chi was not balanced yet, it was impossible to retrieve his immortal aperture. Undeniably, Heaven's Will had planned this for some time, creating the most suitable tribulation to kill Fang Yuan. In the last earthly calamity, reckless savage true meaning was a part of the earthly calamity's strength. But this time, even though Heaven's Will could not stop it, it influenced reckless savage true meaning and turned it into the snow moon tribulation, increasing the difficulty of the entire earthly calamity. In this current situation, it depended on who could outlast the other. An hour later, Fang Yuan collapsed on Danghun Mountain. His immortal essence was depleted. He could no longer sustain familiar face, his mental energy was drained. Fang Yuan exerted his effort and strength, destroying a large number of snow moons, but there was still one final moon in the sky. Using Danghun Mountain's protection, Fang Yuan resisted the force of the cold light. He was covered in injuries, frost had formed on the surface of many of his injuries. Fang Yuan had no strength left, snow and frost accumulated on his body, turning him into a piece of ice. The final trace of wind was blowing on top of the ice, carrying heaven's will, wanting to take Fang Yuan's life away. He had no immortal essence left to use even one immortal killer move, but Fang Yuan showed the faint smile of a victor on his face. I finally survived this calamity. At the next moment, a desolate beast spinefin star dragonfish appeared, it swung its tail and destroyed the final snow moon. Beast enslavement immortal Gu. A few minutes later, heaven and earth chi settled down. Fang Yuan quickly used his methods to leave northern plains. After he left, a while later, two figures emerged from below the ice. It's here. One of the figures inspected the place, saying this after it confirmed the surroundings. The other figure sniffed around with its nose, confirming as well, we did not sense wrongly, someone was undergoing tribulation here earlier, there is still some heaven and earth chi remaining, it has not completely dissipated yet. The two figures were indistinct, they were purposely concealing their figures. However, to be able to know about tribulations and to inspect them so clearly, they were surely Gu Immortals. Sigh. The northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable in the past single-handedly. This is an icy plain without any land. The heaven and earth chi here is less abundant than in other places. If many Gu Immortals undergo tribulation here, more heaven and earth chi would be consumed. At some point, the glaciers will shatter, the entire place would become unstable. One of the two mysterious Gu Immortals sighed as they spoke with much worry. The northern icy plain is the final paradise left for us snowmen. We live under the icy plain and do not conflict with the rest of the world. To think that the humans are not satisfied, they even want to take away this final sanctuary of ours. The other mysterious figure was younger and said with much anger. It turned out that these two Gu Immortals were not simple, they were snowman Gu Immortals of the variant humans. The young snowman Gu Immortal continued, First Supreme Elder is too behind the times. In my opinion, we should have gotten rid of that Chu Du look, not only is Chu Du coming to undergo tribulations, others are coming too. Soon, more and more Gu Immortals will come and destroy our sanctuary. The older snowman Gu Immortal sighed, sigh. I understand why First Supreme Elder agreed. They are worried that a battle with Chu Du would expose our location to the world. Right now, humans are the overlords of the world, their status is firm as a mountain, unshakable. If we are exposed, all the Gu Immortals in northern plains would come after us. Do we let this continue? Let more and more Gu Immortals undergo tribulations on top of us? With our strength, if we fight in this icy plain, as long as we plan well, it is not hard to kill some human Gu Immortals. Of course, I admit that Chu Du is very strong. We can play it safe and avoid him, but other Gu Immortals are not hard to kill. If they all die, who will know we are the culprits? Heh. Humans are a chaotic bunch internally, the righteous path and demonic path have never stopped their conflicts. The young Gu Immortal said. Sigh, you make sense too. Let's report this matter to the tribe and see what the other Supreme Elders have to say. The two snowman Gu Immortals discussed as their vague figures vanished. Even though Fang Yuan was covered in wounds, he moved unceasingly, rushing back to Langya blessed land. Heavens will wants to exterminate me, the best chance is during my tribulations. Not only can it increase the might of the calamities and tribulations to their limits, it can manipulate them personally. And worse, it can influence other people and create a human tribulation to kill me. Fang Yuan remembered this detail clearly. This was precious information that he had obtained from transactions with Sixth Hair. In the Battle of Etion Mountain months ago, he was also part of the crucial human tribulation that heavens will use to deal with spectral soul. Because he had experienced it personally, Fang Yuan was very much on alert regarding these human tribulations. Look at who Spectral Soul was, and he had Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance to assist him for 100,000 years, he still lost to Heaven's will in the end. Compared to them, what was Fang Yuan? Thus, Fang Yuan disregarded his severe injuries, he immediately left. He was fast, not giving Heaven's will any time to plan. There were no unexpected mishaps along the way. Fang Yuan successfully returned to Langya Blessed Land. After he got to Langya Blessed Land, he let out a sigh, knowing that he was safe for now. Next, Fang Yuan hid inside his cloud city and healed his injuries, while returning all the immortal goo he borrowed. A few days later, Fang Yuan's injuries healed, he was in prime condition again, he started restoring Dang Hun Mountain, which was in his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, this mountain was a huge help when he was undergoing tribulation. Dang Hun Mountain was in a terrible condition, it was a huge mountain earlier, but after getting attacked by countless wind flowers, there was only a tiny mound left. Landscape as before. Using this immortal goo, Dang Hun Mountain regained its former size. Only when Dang Hun Mountain was in this state could it produce guts goo at the highest efficiency. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless, he quickly took out Dang Hun Mountain and handed it over to Langya Blessed Land. However, even though he could mass-produce guts goo, the place to sell them, Treasure Yellow Heaven, was still closed. Right now, Langya Sect's inventory had a huge amount of guts goo that could not be sold. Fang Yuan was anxious. 2 months later, the third earthly calamity will arrive. It will be stronger than now. If I do not obtain a breakthrough in any aspect during this period of time and gain more strength, I will likely die. But gaining strength does not come out of nowhere, I need all sorts of cultivation resources. Treasure Yellow Heaven, when is it going to open? Chapter 1099, Transformation Path Grandmaster. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a place with an aquatic terrain. But it was not as vast as the Eastern Sea in the outside world, the deepest sea level was only 60 feet. Most of the places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture did not have enough water path down marks yet. Right now, in a particular location of Mini Eastern Sea, 2 desolate beasts were fighting. Hell! The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth, showing its fangs. If its attack landed, even mountains could be damaged. But its opponent was a desolate beast flying bear. A crafty light shone in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf exerted excessive strength, its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its paws and slammed down at the shark fin wolf's head. Bam! A huge force threw the shark fin wolf onto the ground, it went into a daze from the impact, it could not get up. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this result. When I used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo earlier, my strength increased. But the Flying Bear transformation had an issue. I am temporarily using this Strength Path Immortal Zombie body, it has a lot of Strength Path down marks on it. Even though I have Change Form Immortal Goo, I can only change my appearance with difficulty. The Strength Path down marks are resisting the effects of Change Form Immortal Goo. Transformation Path Gu Immortals mainly had Transformation Path down marks in their bodies. These down marks could transform into down marks of other paths under the influence of Gu worms. Change Form Immortal Goo was the essence of Transformation Path. With it, the Gu Immortal could transform into anything. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, grass, trees, mountains, rivers, suns, stars, moons, they could become anything. But this Gu only changes the form, other Gu worms had to be used to change the strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is inside my body, I can only use the Strength Path Immortal Zombies and train my Transformation Path methods. But Strength Path Immortal Zombies have Strength Path down marks, it is hard for them to use Change Form Immortal Goo. But Flying Bear Strength Goo gains an amplification from Strength Path down marks, it has a greater effect. Fang Yuan assessed this, realizing the usefulness of his current body. non-interference and conflict between his Tao marks. This was an immense advantage. Between all paths, they had clear boundaries that separated them. Even if one cultivated more than one path, there was a difference between the primary and secondary path. But for Fang Yuan, the boundaries were indistinct, he could cultivate all paths. It seems that using strength path immortal zombies can only train my transformation path methods to some extent. It cannot let me understand the true extent of my abilities. Fang Yuan sighed, controlling the flying bear, dodging agilely. As it turned out, the desolate beast shark fin wolf had gotten up, it attacked in a frenzied state. But Fang Yuan had the intelligence of a human, he utilized battle tactics and manipulated the flying bear fluidly. The shark fin wolf could not even injure the flying bear. Even though Fang Yuan had beast enslavement immortal Gu and controlled this desolate beast before, after the earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to return beast enslavement immortal Gu. Thus, before this, he had released his control over the shark fin wolf and spinefin star dragon fish. This had a benefit. Without beast enslavement immortal Gu, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could unleash its true fierce nature. It was a good sparring partner. Bam! With another loud sound, the shark fin wolf was slammed into the mud pit by the flying bear's paws once again, as mud splashed all over. This time, the shark fin wolf whimpered, it got up quickly, seeing that the flying bear was unharmed, it quickly escaped timidly. Fang Yuan, who was anticipating the shark fin wolf's attack, was dazed. He thought, was it because I was too harsh when flicking it to subdue it in the past? Its ferocity is greatly reduced as a result. The shark fin wolf escaped, Fang Yuan lost all interest in continuing. But my practice these last days was not in vain. It proved that my transformation path attainment level has indeed reached Grandmaster level. Transformation path Grandmaster. Right now, Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster in Blood Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, and Star Path, a fifth path, Transformation Path, had also become Grandmaster level. The 500 years of his previous life were not of much help to Fang Yuan here. His transformation path attainment could reach this level because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Heavens will wanted to exterminate Fang Yuan, it planned and raised the power of his calamities and tribulations to the limits permitted by the way of heaven. Fang Yuan had passed 2 earthly calamities, but these earthly calamities were extraordinarily powerful, they were on par with heavenly tribulations. Thus, even Reckless Savage's true meaning was drawn out in a greater amount. Good fortune and misfortune came in turns. Calamities and tribulations had a rule, that was the balance of fortune and misfortune. The stronger the calamities and tribulations, the greater the danger Fang Yuan faced, but after passing the tribulation, he would receive much greater benefits. Fang Yuan's transformation path Grandmaster attainment was obtained after 3 infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. The first was when He Lu Lan ascended to a 10 extreme immortal, the latter 2 times were inside his own earthly calamities, drawn out using immortal tribulation tempering aperture. He could become a Grandmaster because his foundation had been accumulated sufficiently. Becoming a transformation path Grandmaster is good news, but my current situation is quite bad. Fang Yuan was worried. Calamities and tribulations grew stronger each time. After the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan could guess how much stronger his following calamities and tribulations would become. The second earthly calamity was passed after an extremely dangerous process. Along the way, the snow moons started appearing. If Fang Yuan was not resolute and attacked them immediately, the outcome would be disastrous. Towards the end, Danghun Mountain was reduced to a small mound. He had so little immortal essence he could not even use one immortal killer move. He only passed because of the desolate beast he prepared. It could be said, Fang Yuan expended almost all of his trump cards. During the first earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning took over half of the calamities and tribulations' power. The snow monsters created by Heavens did not hold the initiative. But during the second earthly calamity, Heavens planned and plotted while involving Reckless Savage's true meaning, making use of it, influencing it to become the snow moons that amplified the power of the wind flower tribulation. Heavens can think, in the third earthly calamity, it will definitely consider Danghun Mountain, my current immortal killer moves, and my desolate beasts, as well as even subordinates like Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan had gone through some tribulations, he gained a deeper understanding towards heaven's will. Conversely, the same applied to heaven's will, it gained more and more information regarding Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan had 7 main methods against the tribulations. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using immortal tribulation tempering aperture to lure out reckless savage true meaning, weakening heaven's will's control over the tribulations. The second was dogshit luck, using luck path to weaken the tribulations. The third was using attitude Gu, dark limit Gu, change form Gu, and familiar face to transform into various things that could confuse heaven's will. The fourth was his strength path, sword path, and blood path immortal Gu, as well as immortal killer moves that could resist it head-on. The fifth was Dang Hun Mountain, it gave him an advantage in terrain. The sixth was his status as a complete otherworldly demon, heaven's will could not influence Fang Yuan's cognition. The seventh were external forces. Like the spinefin star dragon fish, shark fin wolf, featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, Langya Sect's hairy man Gu Immortals, and others. Heaven's will knows clearly about these methods and trump cards. At most, the seventh point has greater room for variance. But these external forces are unreliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high, I am not skilled in enslavement path methods either. Even though I can enslave the shark fin wolf and spinefin star dragon fish, heaven's will can also use the tribulations to grant them freedom, thus, during the tribulation, I can only set them up as a trump card, to prevent heaven's will from making use of them. And the featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, he is a variant human Gu Immortal, he has abundant intelligence, if he regains freedom, he would be a bigger threat than desolate beasts. Unless I have no choice, I will not expose the secret of my sovereign immortal aperture to him. And most importantly, he had once used heavenly wish to descend into Tai by blessed land as an earthly calamity. If he was manipulated by heaven's will like those snow monsters and betrayed me, that would be problematic. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a near-death experience, and the fourth earthly calamity would be a certain death situation. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of his circumstances. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, treasure yellow heaven was not open, he could not use any cultivation resources to increase his strength. This was the problem with Gu Immortals undergoing tribulation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time, they had to work hard and cultivate, to ensure that the growth of their strength could match the increase in strength of the calamities and tribulations. Gu Immortals with lower potential would face weaker calamities and tribulations, there was a long time between each one, it was not hard for them to cultivate. But Fang Yuan's potential was unprecedented and possibly never surpassed, he had the sovereign immortal aperture that could cultivate all paths. Thus, his calamities and tribulations were so terrifying, the growth in their strength was unheard of, and there was only 2 months between each tribulation. Other Gu Immortals would have died already, because Fang Yuan had a deep foundation and a huge amount of resources saved up, he could last until now. Look at the number of immortal Gu and immortal killer moves Fang Yuan had, his Grandmaster attainment level in multiple paths, and even Dang Hun Mountain and Langya Sect, these external forces that he could use. But even so, his future was bleak. Treasure yellow heaven is closed, it completely breaks my plans and momentum. At this rate, I cannot survive. The problem was treasure yellow heaven. If treasure yellow heaven opened, he would have a smooth journey ahead. But when was treasure yellow heaven opening? Nobody knew. It could open in the next moment, or several months later. In Fang Yuan's case, if it took a few months to reopen, he would be dead already. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter and gained a huge boost in strength. Days passed, but there were no signs of treasure yellow heaven opening. Fang Yuan's injuries had recovered, but his immortal aperture could not develop. Langya Sect's development was also halted. Langya Land Spirit had asked Fang Yuan many times to settle the matter of the falling star hound. But Fang Yuan did not agree, their relationship was getting worse. Langya Land Spirit reduced the rewards of Fang Yuan teaching the hairy man Gu Immortal's combat skills to the lowest, he was making almost no gains. Under Sixth Hair's instigation, the other hairy man Gu Immortals were also turning cold to Fang Yuan. They even started hating him. Even though the second earthly calamity was over, Fang Yuan's situation was getting worse. Should he wait until Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, or attempt to take the initiative and find a breakthrough? Fang Yuan was faced with a difficult problem. Chapter 1100, Hey Tribe takes the blame. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time. He chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of Heaven's will. Over at Tai Qiu, it seems peaceful, but Heaven's will has likely already made its plot, waiting for me to jump in. Earlier, Langya Sect was developing smoothly in Tai Qiu. It was likely Heaven's will's bait. Next, the falling star hound appeared. It was Heaven's will's probing and pressure. It is attempting to use Langya Sect to force me out. This means, I definitely cannot go. Or maybe Fang Yuan was just overthinking it? Maybe Heaven's will was not so omnipotent. Or maybe Heaven's will has not started plotting in Tai Qiu yet? Fang Yuan thought about these, but he eliminated all these wishful thoughts. He could survive until now because of his vigilance, and the fact that he did not leave things to chance. He always planned for the worst outcome. Placing no expectations on the love of others, not longing for anyone to be kind to him, not expecting himself to be favored by fate. Relying entirely on himself. Waiting. Fang Yuan settled down, awaiting the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven. After considering all aspects, this was the most advantageous and stable choice for him. Time continued to pass, half a month soon passed, but Treasure Yellow Heaven still had no change. Sixth Hair was sowing discord everywhere. The hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Fang Yuan was getting worse. Some were pointing at Fang Yuan in the face, scolding him for being a traitor. Even though he joined Langya Sect, he was not contributing it. I have a reason for everything I do. Fang Yuan explained plainly. After that, he stayed in his cloud city and rarely moved around. He also accepted very few requests to guide the hairy man Gu Immortals in fighting. Because the rewards were simply too little after Langya Land Spirit's adjustment. He could not develop his immortal aperture, and it was difficult to become proficient in transformation path methods. Fang Yuan did not waste his time. He used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But without the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan felt a strong contrast. His deductions took a long time. It was very different from using the light of wisdom. The difference was like that of heaven and earth. Why would I care about the attitude of others? As long as I am in Langya Sect, and do not break any sect rules, would Langya Land Spirit break his own rules and remove my external Supreme Elder status? Unlikely. Fang Yuan continued to wait. Even though the environment exerted great pressure on him, he was unmoved. Northern Plains, Myriad Bean Garden, more than 10 days later. This place had fertile soil and good sunny weather. There were fields for farming with lots of irrigation channels that were orderly arranged. Chu Du came here and looked around. He felt his emotions calming down. He said loudly, Tian Xia Xian, you are indeed the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world is already in a mess, but you are still here farming and living peacefully. You are truly an unfettered expert. There were thousands of square kilometers of farmland, with many figures that had their backs lowered and farming. Most of them were ink men. They had dark skin and white hair. They were a type of variant human. One of them was a human. He looked like an old farmer with a hunched back, 50 to 60 years old with wrinkles on his face. His rough hands were grabbing onto 2 special beanstalks. His pants were rolled up as he stood on mud. He had no demeanor of an immortal. He really looked like an ordinary old man. But after hearing Chu Du's words, he raised his head, straightening his back. Facing the famous domination immortal, he had no fear or unease. He smiled lightly. Chu Du, you are flattering me. How can I be the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains? There is a mountain taller than another mountain, an expert above another expert. there are so many hidden experts in Northern Plains. Even though I inherited Old Immortal Tian Yuan's true inheritance, I could not learn much and had a weak foundation. Back in the day, I competed with Dongfang Changfan and lost to him by miles. There is no way I am number one. This wisdom path Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xian was originally immortal, he was not even a Gu master. But under a coincidence, he obtained an immense opportunity from an immortal. Eventually, he inherited the true inheritance of a famous person in history, the wisdom path great expert Old Immortal Tian Yuan, becoming a wisdom path Gu Immortal secretly. Back then, when Dongfang Changfan tried to develop his clan and lead Dongfang tribe on a strong rise, he had to infringe on other people's benefits. Even though Tian Xia Xian obtained a true inheritance and became a Gu Immortal, he had ordinary aptitude, his immortal aperture was ordinary and his calamities and tribulations were not powerful. Because of his personality, he had no grand ambitions. He was originally cultivating peacefully at home, but when Dongfang tribe expanded, they interrupted his peaceful lifestyle. Even though Tian Xia Xian was unwilling to, Dongfang Changfan was very overbearing. After losing to Dongfang Changfan, he could only leave Myriad Bean Garden and roam outside. During this period, he interacted with other Gu Immortals and slowly, the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world learned of his existence. After Dongfang Changfan died, Dongfang tribe's base was taken down, countless resources were snatched away. As a super force, Dongfang tribe was like the setting sun, fading out of existence rapidly. Without Dongfang Changfan, Dongfang tribe collapsed. Tian Xia Xian used this chance to return to his former home, becoming the owner of Myriad Bean Garden. Even though he had ordinary aptitude, his true inheritance was very impressive. Many Northern Plains Gu Immortal promoted him, considering him to be the number one person under Dongfang Changfan. After Dongfang Changfan died, he naturally went up in status, and was now publicly recognized as the number one wisdom path Gu Immortal in the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. But he had no ambitions or desires, he wanted to be ordinary. Even as a Gu Immortal, he did not want to give up on his original life, he went to the fields to farm daily. Of course, Myriad Bean Garden was huge, most of the labor was done by inkmen. Tian Xia Xian raised inkmen slaves, he was quite famous in the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world for this. Chudu smiled, walking towards Tian Xia Xian. Brother Tian is too humble. If I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would call myself number one already. In the whole of Northern Plains, I would like to see who can compete against me. Tian Xia Xian squinted his eyes, he laughed heartily. Brother Chu, you carry yourself like a dragon or tiger, you are a domineering person among immortals, you have grand ambitions, I cannot compare to you. Well? Do you also want to reap some benefits from He tribe? You came here today to ask me to make deductions for you? Chudu nodded, but shook his head a moment later. He tribe is about to be destroyed, like the former Dongfang tribe. Right now, almost all forces in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world are attacking and plotting against He tribe. However, I do not want to interfere in this. I came here with an even more important matter to ask Brother Tian to deduce. Tian Xia Xian showed a look of admiration on his face, impressive. As expected of domination immortal Chudu, you are unfazed by the trends of the world and stick to your own goals. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to make deductions about a person. This is the clue. Chudu said, handing an immortal Gu to Tian Xia Xian. This immortal Gu looked like a silver-winged dragonfly, its wings were flickering with silver light. Tian Xia Xian felt a cold chill looking at it. A rank 7 sword path immortal Gu. He was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, his body shook with a mystical aura. He answered himself, flying sword immortal Gu, Bo Qing once used it. As expected of Tian Xia Xian, that is the case. Chudu praised, stating his intent. He wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Fang Yuan, to lure out infusions of reckless savages' true meaning, assisting him in cultivation. Compared to the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, his method of nurturing strength path Gu masters to become Gu immortals was too slow and inefficient. Even though he had Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu, he could not match him in speed, he could only negotiate with him. But after that, Fang Yuan left, even though he gave Chu Du a contact method, Chu Du received few replies from him. Even when Fang Yuan replied, he was just giving half-hearted replies. Chu Du was getting more anxious. Especially in the last few months, when Treasure Yellow Heaven closed, Chu Du lost all ways to contact Fang Yuan. Chu Du was also anticipating the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, but when he thought about it, even if Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, Fang Yuan might still ignore him. It was quite unbelievable. What sort of person was Chu Du? He actually had to wait for a Gu Immortal to reply to him. But the Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture method was very important. It was a way for Chu Du to cultivate. Chu Du ignored even the events in He tribe. He went to Tianxia Xian to use his methods to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Since you are ignoring me, I will find you myself. Chu Du was thinking like this. This was the demeanor of the domination immortal. Tianxia Xian continued deducing. A moment later, he said, "Good. This immortal Gu still belongs to the target, you did not forcefully refine it. This way, I have a 50% chance of deducing the other party." Chu Du frowned, only 50%? If he is hiding inside an immortal aperture, I definitely cannot deduce anything. 50% is very high already. Tianxia Xian said. Chu Du nodded helplessly, then I will trouble brother Tian. Let's go to another location. I need 3 days. Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by Langya land spirit. He was not asking him to deal with the falling star hound, instead, something huge was happening in northern plains. He tribe. Fang Yuan muttered, his gaze flickering. He tribe was facing a destructive crisis, they were in dire straits. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan was among the main culprits for it. Looking at the situation, Fang Yuan caused the collapse of 88 Truyang building, he destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and caused Northern Plains righteous path to be furious. They were trying to find him. But at that time, with Shadow Sect helping him, along with Fang Yuan's own efforts, they could not find him. Next, Heiqing joined Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect and Feng Jiuji's group fought in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. Heiqing left behind the immortal Gu House dark prison and escaped, being captured by Fang Yuan. Next, Blazing Heaven Demonis dealt with old ancestor Shui Hu. They came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demonis forced He tribe's top 4 supreme elders, who were using Green City Rampage, to retreat, and old ancestor Shui Hu used the chance to steal immortal materials from He tribe's headquarters, earning a huge fortune. Finally, in the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect was destroyed. Nobody could protect Fang Yuan from deductions anymore. His secret was exposed by Heavenly Court to the entire world. The truth of Imperial Court blessed land was revealed. Northern Plains Gu Immortals wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, but they could not find his location. Firstly, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were very rare, and secondly, Fang Yuan had been hiding inside Langya blessed land the entire time. Finally, this fellow also had quite a high attainment in Wisdom Path himself. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not find He Lulan or Tai Bayunxing. Fang Yuan was the main culprit, they were the accomplices. Right now, they were with Ying Wuxia. Central Continent's Heavenly Court struck but could not capture them. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were furious. Especially the Righteous Path Gu Immortals, and those super forces who dominated territories, the Huangjin tribes. Their lives was originally great, using the arrangement of their ancestor Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they could bully those demonic path or lone immortals, playing the game of the Imperial Court contest every 10 years. It was quite exciting. In all, the Righteous Path flourished, and the Huangjin tribes dominated Northern Plains. The situation could not be shaken. But Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, 88 Truyang building collapsed. This beautiful setup broke apart utterly. They could not find the culprit or the accomplices, so they went to He tribe. He Lulan was a member of He tribe after all. Who else but He tribe could take the blame now?